Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 1 to Chapter 70. Under the pitch-black sky, the continuous mountain range was like a crouching beast, quietly waiting for the break of dawn. At the foot of a small hill shaped like a crouching cow, there was a small village. "Li'er, get up and get to work." A yell broke the silence. A middle-aged woman with a bucket-like waist yelled at the cowshed. In a pile of hay in the cowshed, a skinny young man suddenly woke up from his dream. He thought blankly, "Where am I?" He had that dream again. In the dream, he lived in a city with tall buildings. He played with a magical artifact called a computer all day, and there were steel monsters running amok on the streets. Finally, one day, he was killed by a monster called BMW. Then he suddenly woke up. Yes, he had transmigrated. Over a dozen years had passed. He had almost treated the events of his past life as a dream. Looking around the dirty cowshed, he felt the itch from the mosquito bites. Clearly, this was not a good place. There was probably no other transmigrator in the world as miserable as him. Looking at the time, it had been about 15 years. His parents in this life were the most ordinary farmers in Crouching Ox Village. They passed away when he was young, and he was raised by an older brother. His brother was Lida, so he was called Li'er. There were not many rules in the village. Many villagers did not have proper names in their lives. With the knowledge of his past life, he gave himself a name, Xianxia. There is no need to bury one's bones in the village. Life is full of green mountains. Even though he had transmigrated, he wanted to live well. No, he wanted to live better than he had in his past life. Only then would he not waste the second life that the heavens had given him. He remembered when he had just transmigrated. When he had calmed down from his fear and confusion, the great ambition of a transmigrator was ignited in his chest. However, he soon discovered that he was hungry and had no food to eat. His brother and sister-in-law only treated him as a burden. They threw all the dirty and tiring work to him, but the food he ate was always the worst. There was no familial love at all. He was young and had nowhere to go. He could only try to act like a child prodigy. However, he was thought to be possessed by a ghost. The witch in the village forced him to drink a lot of talisman water, so he did not dare to act rashly anymore. Therefore, the villagers still called him Li'er. Xianxia was just a joke. Xianxia's sister-in-law scolded him for a while. Seeing that he didn't respond, she rushed in, waved the bamboo stick in her hand, and mercilessly whipped him. "Lazy bones, still pretending to be dead, pretend to be dead." Xianxia was thinking about his past and present lives, his mind was in a mess. He suddenly stood up and snatched the bamboo stick, glaring at the peasant woman. Sister Li saw that the child from back then was now a head taller than her. Although she was afraid, her aura was not weak at all. "Li'er, I've raised you so hard and you still dare to be rude to me. When your brother wakes up, I'll let him teach you a lesson. If you don't work, then don't eat." She turned around and left. After Sister Li left, Xianxia threw down the bamboo stick and sighed heavily. He walked to the side of the trough and said to an old oxen, "Brother Ox, I've grown up and I don't want to live anymore. I just don't want to leave you." Before his parents died, they divided the family's property. The cottage and the fields were taken by his brother and sister-in-law. Now, the only property he had left was this oxen. Fortunately, he had this ox. He often went to the landlord's house to help, and he could still make a living. If he only ate vegetables at home, he didn't know how thin and weak he would become. Therefore, not only did he not treat it as an animal, but he also respectfully called it Brother Ox. The villagers all said that Li'er could live without Brother Li, but he couldn't live without Brother Ox. The oxen's fur was glossy, and it was plump and sturdy. It was possible to tell just how much effort Xianxia had put into taking care of it. However, it also seemed rather old, and one of its horns was missing. The cut was extremely smooth, as if it had been cut off by a sharp blade. The oxen opened its moist eyes and looked at Xianxia. As if it had understood him, it gathered its spirit and stood up. Xianxia mounted the ox with great familiarity, and the oxen slowly made its way towards the Crouching Ox Hill. Riding on the oxen, Xianxia raised his head. The stars were extremely bright, a resplendence that did not exist in that world. He was like a regular cowherd, blowing into the clear flute. The sound of the flute reverberated through the morning mist. Behind him, the village was gradually waking up. On the crouching ox hill, the trees were sparse, and the grass was green. Using the light from the east, Xianxia gazed towards the west. The mountains stretched endlessly, and if he ventured deeper, he would reach the myriad great mountains. It was said that not only were there wolves, tigers, and leopards, but there were also mountain spirits and ghosts. Even hunters dared not venture too deeply. Xianxia had never seen a proper map in the village, nor did he understand the hydrology and geography of this world. All he knew was that the mountains and rivers were extremely lofty, while the rivers were extremely vast. Although it was filled with danger, there was always a great world waiting for him to wander through. Xianxia had already made up his mind to leave. In the end, he patted the back of the oxen. "Brother ox, oh brother ox, you're already so old. If I sell you, other people will definitely butcher you and eat you. The world is vast, so you should go. There are many wolves, tigers, and leopards in the mountains, so you have to be careful." At a time like this, the smartest thing to do was to sell oxen and gather some traveling expenses. That way, he would have some protection when he arrived in Qingyang City, just in case he starved to death on the streets. However, he refused to do that. Any farmer would laugh if they heard such a childish approach, but this was what he persisted with. "Since you call me big brother, how can I bear to leave you? Even if you can accompany me for a long time, there will still be a time when we part." Xianxia replied instinctively, but his voice gradually trailed off. He widened his eyes and stared at Oxen. All he felt was a chill run down his spine. He took a step back. "Demon," Oxen said, "don't be afraid. I won't harm you." After all, they had known each other for so many years, so Xianxia was not too afraid. He was just unable to accept this surreal scene for a moment. However, when he thought about everything he had experienced, he calmed down. He frowned and asked in a probing manner, "Are you really Brother Ox?" Seeing how he had calmed down so quickly, Oxen nodded in approval. "You really do possess innate wisdom." "What innate wisdom?" Xianxia immediately raised his guard. He definitely did not want anyone to know about his identity as a transmigrator. He thought about how he could still put on an act in front of other people normally, but he was not as vigilant against Oxen. It must have seen all of his actions that did not match his identity and age. In the 6 realms of Sasra, there will occasionally be creatures who retain some memories of their past lives. This is known as innate wisdom. You and I both possess the memories of another identity. We're not regular farmers, Oxen. Being able to meet can be considered as fate. I see. Xianxia eased up slightly inside. He had heard about this before, but at least his identity as a transmigrator had not been exposed. "I never thought there really would be demons in this world, and I've even raised one for over a decade. Why didn't you say anything before?" "There's nothing to say. I won't ask where you come from, and you won't ask where I come from either. All you need to know is what I can give you." "Give me, what? Have you heard of supernatural powers?" Before Xianxia could ask, the Black Ox continued, "So-called abilities are the abilities of gods and demons that can penetrate the world. They can move mountains and fill seas, and they can pluck the stars and moon from the sky. If you want to live forever, you can live forever. If you want to live forever, you can live forever. If you want to live forever, you can live forever. Not to mention glory, splendor, wealth, money, and beauties, you can have them at your fingertips. Are you tempted?" The word supernatural power contained all the desires of all living beings. Xianxia was just one of them, so how could he not be tempted? But the deeper feeling was that it was unbelievable. It was like a person who had been blind for over a decade suddenly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was so dazzling and full of unreality. Xianxia suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Brother Oxen, are you going to teach me that kind of supernatural power?" Oxen shook its head. "You're not qualified yet." It then changed the topic. "If you want to cultivate supernatural powers, you have to eat meat first." "What?" Xianxia wondered if he had heard wrongly. He felt that it was ridiculous. How could a supernatural power that could move mountains and fill seas, and pick the stars and moon be related to such an ordinary thing, The first step of cultivation is refining essence into qi. You have to refine the essence in your body into qi. With your sallow and emaciated appearance, how can you have essence to refine? Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. Anyone who grew up like him would not be able to become strong. And for a person who could not even lift a bucket of water, to talk about moving mountains and filling seas, wasn't it ridiculous? Dare I ask, where does meat come from? How could Li Qingshan not want to eat meat? Compared to the illusory elixirs, the taste of meat was truly engraved in his mind. It made him dream about it at night, and he still missed it. But how could a poor lad who could not even fill his stomach with coarse grains get delicious meat? He couldn't help but stare at the fat and strong body of brother Oxen, subconsciously dividing it into tenderloin, T-bone, rib and many other parts in his mind, his eyes gleaming with greed. Oxen hit his head. Don't even think about it. Then it raised its hoof and pointed to the 100,000 mountains in the west. The meat is in there. Li Qingshan was surprised instead of delighted. Being a hunter in this world was not that easy. The jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards of the mountains were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the black ox was a living example right before him. As it seemed, the legends of the demons and monsters were not false. If he ran into any one of them, his life would basically be over. But Oxen only told him not to worry and asked him to wait at home. Then it disappeared without a trace. Li Qingshan made his way down the mountain alone. He struggled to calm down from the excitement in his heart. This world was actually so strange and colorful. If he could really become an immortal and travel through the mountains, it would not be a waste of the name he had given himself. When Li Qingshan returned home, his elder brother Li had already gone to the fields. Only his sister-in-law was leaning against the door and eating melon seeds. She rolled her eyes a few times when she saw him. Ordinary women and men who went out to work in the fields would either run the household chores or weave cloth to earn some money. But she was famous for being lazy in the village. She threw all the chores at home to Li Qingshan. She had never even touched a loom. Li Qingshan pretended not to see her. He stepped into the house and lifted the lid of the pot. There was not even any leftovers in the pot, let alone hot food and rice. Sister-in-law said in a strange tone, "We don't have rice to feed idle people. Why don't you take the ox and help steward Liu?" She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where is the ox?" "I lost it." Li Qingshan answered stiffly, as if he had been knocked back to the cruel reality from a fantasy world. "Hurry up and go look for it. If you dare to lose our family's cow, your brother will beat you to death when he comes back. If the cow is gone, you'd better get lost too." "That's my cow." Li Qingshan strode out of the door. If he didn't leave, he might not be able to stop himself from beating this woman up. However, if he really did that, he would no longer be able to stay at home. He would no longer be able to take shelter under the eaves of others. It wasn't until dusk that he returned to the cowshed, exhausted. His bright eyes looked around the empty cowshed, and then dimmed again. Apart from herding the cows and cleaning up, Li Qingshan's daily work was to bring the cows to the landlord's house in the village to help out and earn some money to supplement his family's expenses. Today, without the cow, he could only do the same work as the other long-term workers. Even adults would find it hard to do that kind of work, let alone a young man like him who hadn't even eaten breakfast. Compared to the exhaustion of his body, the insults and curses from the farm manager were nothing more than a trivial matter. He fell head first into the haystack and didn't want to think about anything else. However, his stomach started to growl again. It was conceivable that in such an environment, any interest would be worn down to the point where only the most basic physical needs were left. Li Qingshan was in a daze when he heard a bang. It was the sound of something heavy falling on the ground. He opened his eyes and saw a strange face with a pair of long white tusks. He couldn't help but jump in fright. When he woke up, he saw that it was a wild boar. It had just died, and it was still warm. Oxen was lying in front of the trough, smiling at him. He could already vaguely make out the expression on Oxen's face. Night fell. In the village house, Mrs. Li was complaining to Brother Li, "That little bastard is too inhumane. He even lost such a big cow. No, he must have secretly sold it. No, we must separate from the family." If we continue living like this, we will be in trouble. Elder brother Li was in his 30s. He was tall and strong, and he was famous for being tyrannical in the village. However, he was extremely respectful towards his wife. But after we split up, those few acres of good land were given to him in front of the elders in the village. They used the reason that Li Qingshan was too young to farm as an excuse to occupy this piece of land. They didn't want to return it now, but if they officially separated from the family, they would have to return it. Hasn't Steward Lu always wanted this piece of land? We might as well sell it to them. If that little bastard has the guts, he can go ask him for it. But what if he doesn't want to? Starve him for 3 days, aren't you worried that he won't agree? While the two were discussing, Mrs. Li suddenly sniffed and said, "Do you smell something? It smells so good. It seems like someone's cooking meat." It's not New Year's Day, why are they cooking meat? It seems, it's nearby. The two followed the smell and came to the cowshed. They saw a pot in the cowshed with firewood burning under it. The soup in the pot was boiling, and a fragrant smell spread. The fire swayed in the darkness, casting Li Qingshan's shadow on the wall. Mrs. Li swallowed her saliva and said, "You little bastard, where did you steal the meat?" She was not only lazy but also greedy. Looking at the pot of meat soup, she even forgot that Li Qingshan had offended her. She went forward and picked up the spoon to stir it. However, elder brother Li's eyes were sharp. He saw what Li Qingshan was sitting on and exclaimed, "Wild boar." Wild boars could be said to be extremely dangerous in the mountains. Its skin was rough and thick, and it was difficult to be injured by swords. Ordinary hunters would retreat when they saw it, let alone capture it. When I was looking for a cow, I picked it up at the foot of the mountain. It was injured, probably because it was chased by hunters and had nowhere else to go. Li Qingshan made up an excuse. The existence of oxen must be kept a secret. Otherwise, if the news of the demon cow spread, who knew when the heavenly palace would come to find them? Elder brother Li was skeptical, but he also laughed and said, "Brother, you are a fool with a fool's luck. When I bring this pig to the market, I can definitely sell it for a good price and save it for your wife." At the same time, he also saw the oxen in the cowshed. He thought that there was no need to rush to separate from him. The cow could still do some farm work. Li Qingshan watched as the sister-in-law stirred in the pot as if all she wanted to do was try a piece. His good mood from cooking the meat was immediately destroyed. With a smack, he smacked the sister-in-law's hand away. "Don't touch it." Sister-in-law Li covered her hand and stepped back. She wailed, "Look at your brother. I told you that he bullied a woman when you weren't at home. You didn't believe me. Now he's doing it. In front of you." "Bullied you?" Li Qingshan only felt a wave of nausea. "If your surname was Pan, I wouldn't have suffered a loss." Elder brother Li's face suddenly became gloomy. "Is this how you act as an uncle?" Li Qingshan lowered his head and said, "I have my own plans for this meat. I am not young anymore. It is time for us to separate." This was something he had been thinking about when he was cooking the meat. He was no longer willing to bow his head under the eaves of this house. Elder brother Li did not expect that before he could say anything, Li Qingshan would bring it up first. He was stunned for a moment and then became angry. He was a stupid farmer and could not hold back his anger. He clenched his fists and stepped forward, wanting to beat up Li Qingshan and drag this wild boar away first. Li Qingshan saw that elder brother Li's momentum was not right. He also stood up. His face was grim, but his heart felt a little weak. His bones were not fully grown yet. He had been tired for a day and had not eaten anything. How could he fight against a grown man? He glanced at Oxen from the corner of his eyes, but Oxen only watched this scene as if it was watching a show. It had no intention of helping. Just as Li Qingshan was groaning in his heart and preparing to receive a beating, elder brother Li stopped in his tracks and looked at Li Qingshan's right hand. In that rough hand was a short knife that was equally rough. The blade was full of impurities. Even though it had been carefully polished, it was still dull and lusterless. This was a short knife that Li Qingshan had bought from the bazaar after living frugally all these years. It was useful in many places. Just now, he was using this knife to cut meat. Li Qingshan immediately understood that his elder brother was afraid. he was not afraid of himself, but of this knife. And before this moment, he had never realized that the shoddy knife in his hand had the power to deter others. In his previous life, Xianxia was only an ordinary student. Although he had fought a few times, it was just disputes between fellow students. In both of his lives, he had never had the experience of facing a weapon. Understanding this, Xianxia clenched the knife in his hand and deliberately raised it up, like a wild beast showing off its fangs, even though he did not dare to use it. Elder brother Li immediately took a step back, and Mrs. Li also did not dare to howl. In the end, the two of them actually retreated from the cowshed with extremely disappointed expressions. They cursed outside for a while before returning to their room to discuss their grand plan. However, Xianxia turned a deaf ear to it. He even tossed the fragrance of the meat to the back of his mind. All he did was stare at the dagger blankly. His face was vaguely reflected in the dagger. This cheap item of a few taels of silver had just protected him, preventing him from physical pain and humiliation. Moreover, it had protected his spoils of battle. Although this was a matter of course, at this moment, it was as if he had suddenly become enlightened. Oxen was lying in front of the trough, smiling at him. The flames flickered, and the black giant stood on the wall with the knife in his hand. At this moment, a young man understood the exact value of strength. After a long time, Xianxia sat down again, scratching his ears and cheeks as he looked at the pot. How much longer will this meat need to cook? He had always been a person who could not live without meat. These past 10 years had been really bitter for him. When his parents were still alive, he could still eat a few mouthfuls of meat during festivals. But after his parents passed away, the meat they cut was not even enough for Mrs. Li. At this moment, even if there was a bottle of immortal pills in front of him, it would not make him as anxious as this pot of meat. The pig was a big pig, and this pot of meat had been cooking for half the night. The rising flames, the drifting aroma, the crackling sounds, and the focused young man formed a scene that was neither romantic nor poetic, but extremely simple and primitive. In the end, although there was not even a bit of salt, not to mention other spices, it made Xianxia eat so much that he almost swallowed his tongue. Regardless of fat or lean, several kilograms of cooked meat entered his stomach, and in the end, even the broth was completely drunk. At this moment, if someone asked Xianxia what happiness was, he would definitely say that happiness was a pot of meat. Xianxia laid down on the pile of hay in satisfaction. He stretched out his limbs and fell asleep before he knew it. That night, he did not dream of his past life again. In the hut near the cowshed, the elder Li and his wife tossed and turned restlessly due to the smell of meat. They only fell asleep in the middle of the night as well. The next morning, right after the rooster crowed 3 times, a short, plump man in emerald green silk robes arrived at the fields. He was none other than the largest landlord in the tiny crouching ox village, Old Master Lu, who was also the caretaker Lu that the elder Li's wife mentioned. Because he had once served as a caretaker for a large clan in the city, he received the blessing of the clan when he grew old, allowing him to return to his hometown in glory. However, he still wanted to be referred to as caretaker Lu so that he could display his completely different status from these bumpkins and distinguish himself from regular bumpkin landlords. And because most of the land in the village had been annexed by him through various methods, he gained the elegant name of Half-Village Lu. If Half-Village Lu had any ambitions, it would obviously be to become Lu Chuansuan. However, he could not rush this. Using the words he had heard from the mister in the city, it was to take it slow. He believed he would definitely be able to fulfill this wish within his lifetime. By then, everyone in the village would be his workers, and he would be the local tyrant of the village. He could do whatever he wanted. However, caretaker Lu was rather displeased right now. He saw that there were not a lot of workers working on his land. He waved his plump hand. Why are there only a few people? Where are the others? A worker smiled along. Caretaker Lu, they've all gone to help Lier build a house. Lier? Which Lier? That cowherd. Of course I know. Where did he get the money from? That kid got lucky. He picked up a huge wild boar for free. As long as anyone in the village is willing to help him build a house, they'll be given a large piece of pork. It's right below the crouching ox hill. It's very popular right now. Then why aren't you going? I've fallen out with him, the worker said awkwardly. He was extremely reluctant. That was meat. How could he eat it normally? Caretaker Lu fiddled with his mustache. Let's go and have a look too. As soon as he woke up, Li Qingshan began to work on the separation of the family. The most important thing was to build a decent house for himself. He couldn't live under someone else's roof anymore. In the past, he did not have such an ability, but with this big wild boar, many things were easily solved. With a slight call, many people came to help, and he could say that he had seen the magic of pork in this world. The scenery below the crouching ox hill was picturesque. If this were his past life, a place like this would either be a tourist attraction or a residential area for wealthy people. Why would he have the right to occupy it? Moreover, this place was far away from the village, so it was convenient for him to keep secrets. He could communicate with oxen without worry. Li Qingshan stood among the crowd and gave out commands. He was in an indescribably good mood, and he somewhat understood what oxen meant by eating meat. It wasn't just to strengthen one's body. If it was a person without food and clothing, he would spend all day in order to fill his stomach. How would he have the mood to do other things, let alone see his true nature? Caretaker Lu stood in the distance and glanced over. He muttered to himself, in other words, the brothers are going to split up. However, he just happened to see the elderly couple watching from afar as well. Not only were they unhappy when they saw their brother move to a new house, but they even ground their teeth in resentment. As a result, he came up with a plan and walked over with a smile. In less than a dozen days, a new house was completed. Everyone collected their pork and dispersed. Li Qingshan gazed at his new residence in satisfaction. It was just a regular mud house with a thatch covering it. He stood in a small courtyard surrounded by a fence. But this was his new home. It was the first step for him to settle down in this world. Over the past few days, he had been eating meat every day, so his complexion had recovered a healthy glow. He had gained some confidence as he stood there. Although it had only been around a dozen days, he seemed to have grown a few inches out of nowhere. Just as Li Qingshan was feeling happy, an old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin walked into the courtyard. She seemed to be startled. Li Erlang, your house is not well built. It's very ominous. Li Qingshan frowned. This was the witch who gave him the water talisman when he was young. All day long, she played tricks and fooled these ignorant and backward villagers. He never had a good impression of her. However, she had great prestige in the village. If there were any weddings or funerals in the village, they would ask her for divination. Of course, during the divination, there was no lack of offerings to worship the gods. Li Qingshan did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Why are you here?" The witch did not even look at him. She looked around the house and said, "There's Xianxia and evil spirits here. Luckily, I'm prepared." She held a jar in one hand and a willow branch in the other. She dipped the willow branch into the water in the jar and sprinkled it around the house and yard. She shouted, "Go, go." Li Qingshan could not stop her. He could only let her do whatever she wanted. Although he already believed in ghosts and gods, he did not believe that there was any Xianxia or evil spirits here. There was a real monster following him. If there was really something wrong, oxen would naturally tell him. It would not be her turn. After the witch sprinkled the water, she seemed to have done Li Qingshan a great favor. She nagged a lot more. It was nothing more than that Li Qingshan could only have this luck because of the god's gift. Now it was time to return the god's gift. The best thing to worship the god was naturally the big pig head left behind by the wild boar. Li Qingshan finally understood why she came. He said, "I'm afraid it's not the god who wants to eat it. It's you who wants to eat it, right?" Faced with Li Qingshan's little rudeness, the witch flew into a rage. She straightened her body and said in a different voice, "Li Qingshan, if you don't listen to my advice, there will be a disaster." Li Qingshan knew that this was the witch's trick of inviting the god to possess her. If an ordinary villager saw this trick, they would be scared pale and kneel down to kowtow. Even the original Li Qingshan did not dare to completely ignore it. But now was different from the past. He crossed his arms as if he was watching a joke. He said, "There is no door to fortune or disaster. Only people can bring it on themselves. What does it have to do with the god? Please. Seeing that this trick did not work, the witch returned to her original state and said gloomily, "Just you wait." Not long after the witch left, the disaster really did come. A villager came to invite Li Qingshan to the ancestral hall. Although the village was small, there were many rules. The separation of the family from his brother should have been done in the ancestral hall in front of the village elders. However, he should have been the one to bring it up first. Did his brother beat him to it? Li Qingshan felt rather uneasy, but Oxen was nowhere to be seen, so he could only brace himself. The so-called ancestral hall was just a small house with a very deep doorway, but it was a rare brick building in the village. Inside, the ancestral tablets of the ancestors of the Li and Lu families were enshrined. In the pitch-black house, a few old people stood to the left and right. At the very front was the village head of Crouching Ox Village. He was in his 60s and had a crooked back. He was also a member of the Li family. According to seniority, Li Qingshan had to call him grandfather. The Li couple were already waiting there. As soon as they saw Li Qingshan, they glared at him viciously, as if Li Qingshan had harmed them somehow. There was a hint of delight from revenge in their gazes. Li Qingshan ignored them. He only bowed to the old people before beginning the separation under the village head's supervision. Originally, Li Qingshan thought that all he would get was oxen and a few acres of farmland. He never thought it would actually be much more complicated than he had imagined. The village head was stern and impartial. He gave many miscellaneous items to Li Qingshan, such as a spoon and a pair of chopsticks. With each item, the sister-in-law's heart would twitch painfully. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan became more and more vicious. Li Qingshan remained unfazed. He remained composed. Moreover, the miscellaneous items were all useful, so he did not have to buy them all again. After a whole hour, the village head stopped just now. He looked around with his murky eyes. "Do you have any objections?" The Li couple accepted it, but Li Qingshan felt that something was off. "Grandfather, what about those acres of farmland?" "What farmland?" Li Qingshan was stunned. When his father and mother passed away in the past, they had said it clearly in front of this person. They were afraid that his elder brother would bully him, so they wanted this esteemed old man of the village to uphold justice for him. The sister-in-law had already spoken. "You're still young and ignorant. Those two old things didn't return the money they borrowed. They've already paid them back." Li Qingshan flew into a rage. "What did you call my father and mother?" "Say that again." Although he did not have any particularly deep feelings for them, they were still his birth parents in this life. How could he allow someone to humiliate them in public? Brother Li had already stood in front of the sister-in-law. A few men also walked in from outside the ancestral hall. It was obvious that they were prepared. Li Qingshan also noticed that these people were all scoundrels from the village. Normally, all they did was steal from others and bully others. They did not care about the camaraderie of fellow villagers at all. They would never show mercy when they laid their hands on them. The village head secretly cursed the stupid woman and sighed. "I've already checked the receipt." "Where is the receipt?" Brotherly replied, "We've already burned it when we got it." "May I know who he owes money to?" The sister-in-law proudly said, "The village's steward Lu. If you have the guts, go and ask for it. See if steward Lu doesn't skin you alive." "What's the matter?" "I'm just bullying an ungrateful little bastard like you." Those acres of farmland were all fertile farmland. They were sold for some money. It could be considered as making up for not being able to eat pork. She made up her mind that once she got home, she would buy a chicken to eat. Li Qingshan was so angry that his whole body trembled. His nails pierced into his palms. Based on his 2 lives' worth of experience, how could he not know the inside story? Farmers regarded the land as their lifeblood. How could they casually compensate other people? His parents also dug in the soil for food all their lives. How could they possibly borrow money from other people? This was clearly an alliance to bully him. After losing the land, if he wanted to eat and live, he could only go to Steward Lu's farm and work as a long-term worker. Even if he was angry, he would have to endure it. What a good plan. At home, Li Qingshan was treated coldly by his brother and sister-in-law. It was only because of his poor food and clothing. he could still accept it. However, it was different to distort the truth like this. In his previous life, he mingled on the internet. He thought that he had seen all the dark sides of society and was angry because of it. However, when this kind of thing happened to him, he found it hard to bear. If he agreed, it would mean that he accepted the village's distribution. He would not have a chance to appeal. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall froze for a moment. The village head's face sank. What, Li Erlang, are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? The ruffians and scoundrels had already begun to rub their palms together. The favous-headed man in the lead even held a chopping knife in his hand. The other elders either closed their eyes or tried to persuade him, "Waiter, don't be angry. You can't win against him. Caretaker Lu allowed you to work in the estate. He'll pay you more. Why don't you have food to eat?" Li Qingshan gave a muffled reply. He left the ancestral hall by some unknown means. When he left, he even tripped over the favous-headed man and almost fell, leaving behind a wave of laughter. He came across the witch along the way, and she smiled complacently. Disaster, disaster. If you worship the god now, it's still not too late. Li Qingshan returned to his new residence below Crouching Ox Hill. And laid down. He no longer felt any joy at all. The sun set in the west, and the sky darkened. The crowing of chickens and barking of dogs gradually died down, and the village recovered its peace. Oxen strolled in from outside. Li Qingshan propped himself up. Just when he was about to speak, Oxen said, "I saw everything, but I didn't help you. I didn't want your help. I don't care about those fields either. I just... You can't accept this?" Yes. There are plenty of things in the world where black and white are indistinguishable and right and wrong are inverted. Let alone a mere mortal like you. Even immortals, Buddhas, and saints with extraordinary powers have times when they feel wronged and humiliated. What's a little bit of pettiness like yours? Li Qingshan shot a glance at him. But I don't want to accept it. Suddenly, he thought of the dagger again. Oxen stared at him silently for quite a while before suddenly laughing aloud. All right, all right, all right. As long as you don't want to accept it. When a man goes about his business, he is quick to repay kindness and vengeance. The kindness of a single meal must be repaid, and the hatred of a single grudge must be avenged. Originally, I thought your willpower had been worn down over the years, but you actually still have some manliness in you. Only like that can you be worthy of my guidance. Li Qingshan was taken aback. You're testing me? The green ox sniffed and said, "This is considered a test? I'm just asking which path you want to take." Which path? Li Qingshan did not understand. There are thousands of ways in the world. There are ways to swallow one's anger and protect one's own life, and there are also ways to rise with a sword and die for a noble cause. Humans have the human path, demons have the demon path, gods have the divine path, and ghosts have the ghost path. Each path has its own glory, and each path has its own choice. Li Qingshan felt dizzy as he listened to it down nonstop. Are you going to sing a song Dao, Dao, Dao for me? At the end of the conversation, he interrupted, I will seek my own path. Oxen was startled at first, then delighted. You actually understood. That's right, there are thousands of great Daos. I will seek my own Dao. Li Qingshan took out a big gourd out of nowhere, and the gourd flew into his hand by itself. Since you refuse to swallow your anger, I'll teach you a way that doesn't require you to swallow your anger. Li Qingshan felt something heavy in his hand, as if there was some kind of liquid swaying in it. He opened the bottle and a strong smell of alcohol assaulted him. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. After eating meat, he would drink wine? It seemed reasonable, but who would rely on these two things to cultivate? If eating meat and drinking wine could help one become an immortal, then all the rich people in the world would become immortals. Could it be that immortals were all good-for-nothings? Oxen only said 8 words, meat strengthens the body, and wine strengthens the liver and gallbladder. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth, raised his head, and gulped down the wine. Although it was only the village's unrefined wine, he still felt dizzy after drinking the gourd. He stared blankly at Oxen. Could it be that it wanted him to drown his sorrows in wine? Go kill someone, and I'll teach you cultivation. Oxen said in an extremely calm tone, as if it was talking about something insignificant. Then, it lay down. Li Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that the thing in front of him wasn't a hard-working old bull that had been plowing the fields with him for more than 10 years, but a real bull spirit. What it taught him was not the peaceful Tao of immortals and Buddhas, but the fierce and domineering Tao of demons. It hadn't taught him any cultivation techniques, it only taught him to eat meat, drink wine, and now, kill people. Was he really going to kill people? Faces appeared in front of him. He hated these people, and he wanted nothing more than to kill them, but he knew that he didn't dare to do so. Oxen also saw through this, which was why he wanted to drink wine to strengthen his courage. Was this a proof of allegiance, or a gift to become his disciple? Thinking back to what happened today, the drunkenness and anger rose. Li Qingshan raised his head, took a deep breath, and lowered his head. Kill who? That's your problem. I'll say it first, I won't help you, and I won't save you. I'm just an ordinary bull. Tonight, the moon was bright, sprinkling a layer of white frost on the ground. Li Qingshan walked alone on the white frost. He felt that the full moon above his head was so dazzling that he wished for a dark cloud to cover it up. The village was silent. Li Qingshan's footsteps swayed as he walked around the village, his heart was at a loss. He came to the front of a rundown house, and there was a hubbub coming from inside. Li Qingshan heard it clearly. It was the ruffians from the ancestral hall today. He hurriedly squatted down against the wall and listened to what they were saying. Today's wine came so easily. I just stood in the ancestral hall, and Steward Lu gave me so much. Li Qingshan recognized the voice at once. It was Patch-haired Lu, a famous ruffian in the village. He spent his days idling around and stealing things. He was surly and fierce, and he often carried a chopping knife with him. The villagers were afraid of him, and even if they caught him stealing, they didn't dare to do anything to him. The other ruffians also treated him as their leader. This is all because of you, big brother. Didn't you see that kid's face? He was so scared that it turned pale. The room roared with laughter. Li Qingshan didn't know what his face was like at the time, but it was definitely red now. His drunkenness mixed with anger rushed to his head. It's a pity that the coward didn't make a move. I haven't exercised my fists and legs in a long time. I was going to use him to practice, but that bastard never took me seriously. Li Qingshan had lived 2 lives, but he wasn't as afraid of him as the ordinary villagers. He didn't expect to attract such hostility. Isn't it easy for Big Brother to beat him up? That idiot built his house outside the village. Wouldn't it be easy for us to beat him up? We can also take his cow and sell it at the market. We can even exchange it for a few drinks. The other ruffians agreed one after another. Li Qingshan let out a breath that reeked of alcohol and tightened his grip on the short knife in his arms. Patch-haired Lu drank a bellyful of alcohol and went outside the house to pee. He didn't return to the house, but walked along the small path to the south of the village. Li Qingshan felt strange and immediately followed him. He saw that Patch-haired Lu came to the door of the famous widow Lu in the village and shouted for her to open the door. Only then did he know what he wanted to do. The door was tightly shut, and the lights in the house were not turned on. It was obvious that they were afraid of him. There were a few thatched cottages not far away, but no one paid any attention to them. Patch-haired Lu took advantage of his drunkenness and said a lot of obscenities. He kicked the door hard and cursed for a while, causing the dogs in the village to bark loudly. Then he turned around and left. Inside the door, Widow Lu calmed down a little. She peeked outside through the crack in the door and saw that Patch-haired Lu had indeed gone far away. Only then did she relax. Suddenly, her eyes flashed and she saw a figure following behind Patch-haired Lu. The night was dark, so she couldn't see the figure's clothes and appearance clearly. She thought it was his attendant, and she faintly felt that something was wrong. Li Qingshan followed Patch-haired Lu to a desolate place. He made up his mind, shouted, and pounced on him. Patch-haired Lu turned around in shock and saw a dull short knife stabbing at him. He immediately sobered up and wanted to run away to resist, but his hands and feet were weak. He usually only used a knife to scare the common people and fought in a few group fights. He had never experienced a real life and death fight. Although the other party was only a youth, his decisiveness and murderous aura made him look like a fierce beast in the mountains. Without any obstruction, the knife entered his body. Li Qingshan didn't expect that the usually arrogant patch-haired Lu would be so weak. Looking at the frightened and pleading look on patch-haired Lu's face, he seemed to be even more drunk. His eyes faintly glowed red, and his brain seemed to stop working. Only his hands kept moving. The blade and blood-red light danced about in the darkness. By the time Li Qingshan had calmed down, patch-haired Lu had already collapsed in a pool of blood. He was as dead as he could be. The heavy smell of blood also gave off a chilly smell in the moonlit night. Li Qingshan forcefully composed himself and turned around to leave. He rushed to the stream below Crouching Ox Hill in a single breath. Just now, he stopped. Illuminated by the water, he could not help but leap in fright. Is this still me? The water reflected a bloodied youth. He pursed his lips and widened his eyes, still radiating with killing intent that had yet to disperse. It was extremely terrifying. Li Qingshan cupped the icy cold stream water and washed away the blood on his body. Only then did he return to the hut. He ignored Oxen who lay beside him and collapsed on the bed. Only now did his hands begin to tremble, and he suddenly became covered in cold sweat, drenching his clothes. He had completely sobered up. Oxen asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to run?" It was as if it was not the one who had told Li Qingshan to kill people. Li Qingshan said, "Do I still need to run if I'm going to kill something like that?" He had not chosen patch-haired Lu out of a moment of impulse. This bastard was utterly wicked in the village. No one would stand up for him, and if the people did not report him, the officials would not investigate him. As long as he did not leave behind any overly obvious evidence, the death of someone like him would probably end up unresolved. The praise in Oxen's eyes deepened. It was very easy to find an ignorant person who would kill in a fit of rage, but it was very difficult to know who to kill and who not to kill, as well as how to protect oneself while killing. Even if the composure before him was an act, it was enough to demonstrate his willpower. Li Qingshan's trembling hands could not fool it, but in its eyes, not only were there no shame in killing people, but there were also people who were vicious and looked down on killing people everywhere. However, it was truly impressive that he could suppress his nervousness and fear until now to erupt. After quite a while, Oxen asked, "How do you feel?" "So scary. So satisfying." These were Li Qingshan's heartfelt words. After the fear, he actually felt an indescribable sense of contentment. Most of the pent-up anger in his chest had dissipated. He recalled the feeling when he watched Water Margin, Instructor Lin at the Wind Snow Mountain Holy Temple, and Wu Erlang's blood splattered on the lover's brothel. Oxen chuckled. "Go to sleep. There are many things to do tomorrow." Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, and he revealed a joyful expression. "You mean?" Oxen didn't reply and closed his eyes. Li Qingshan lay flat on his bed. Although his face remained calm, his heart was surging uncontrollably. He didn't fall asleep even when it was late at night. But once the taut string in his heart relaxed, he felt even more tired than after a day of farm work, so he immediately fell asleep. That night, he dreamed that he was enemies with millions of people. He killed until a mountain of corpses covered the sun and a sea of blood and stars sank. When he woke up, the dream faded like the tide. The sun shone brightly in the room and it was already high in the sky. Patch-haired Lu's death was like a drop of cold water in a pot of boiling oil. It set off a huge uproar in the village. This fellow had done all kinds of evil in the village. Now that he was finally dead, the ordinary villagers all clapped their hands and cheered, saying that it was retribution. But then they guessed who did it. Although there were many people who had grudges against patch-haired Lu, there weren't many who dared to take revenge. There were no secrets in a small village. The villagers thought about it and thought about what happened in the ancestral hall yesterday. But that person didn't come to see the big show, which confirmed their guess. Li Erlang killed someone. He usually doesn't make a sound, but he actually has such courage. I'm afraid he's already escaped. Amidst the quiet discussion, the faces of the eldest Li couple were deathly pale. Steward Lu and village chief Li's faces were as dark as water. The ruffians were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. If they had gone out last night, would they be lying here right now? Someone cried out in surprise, "Li Erlang is here." the crowd automatically opened up a path. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xianxia walked with large strides to the side of Patch-haired Lu's corpse. He didn't feel it last night because of the dusky sky, but today he also felt that the death was horrifying. But he didn't show it on his face. He only said, "It's good that he died." His gaze swept across the crowd from left to right. Everyone felt that in one night, Xianxia seemed to have changed into a different person. He became somewhat frightening. Everyone who was looked at by him felt a chill run down their backs. And those who were directly involved were even more frightened. Village Chief Li said, "Tie up Li heir and send him to the ancestral hall." Crouching Ox Village was just too remote. It was basically an autonomous village. If there was anything, the elders in the village would discuss and resolve it. Even if it was a murder case, they would have to capture the person first and send him to the government. It was impossible to count on the bosses of the government to travel several dozen kilometers to a place like this to capture the person. Therefore, they basically didn't have any dealings with the Yamen, and directly carried out private executions in the village. The villagers were in an uproar. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Who dares?" Even though he did not have a weapon in his hand, his murderous aura was like an unsheathed sword, showing off its edge. None of the villagers stepped forward, not only because they were afraid of Xianxia. There was a scale in everyone's heart, and the villagers' thinking was even more simple. "Village chief, you colluded with the tyrants and bullied the kind, what right do you have to order us?" The villagers also watched Erlang grow up, and he even called you grandpa. You really have the heart to do this. This patch-haired Lu deserved to die. Erlang did this to rid the people of evil. Patch-haired Lu got drunk and fell to his death. What does this have to do with Erlang? The one who spoke was Zhang Wuge, who had a great grudge against Patch-haired Lu. Patch-haired Lu had once tried to bully his wife when he was working in the fields. Back then, he was tempted to fight it out with this bastard, but his wife had bitterly persuaded him not to. Now that he saw his corpse lying on the ground, he felt indescribably carefree. Someone immediately echoed, yeah, he fell to his death. This is all retribution from the heavens. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. They all said Patch-haired Lu died in an accident. They completely ignored the holes in Patch-haired Lu's body on the ground. When they looked at Xianxia, their gazes became a little more respectful. Xianxia suddenly became rather moved. This was the so-called public opinion. Village Chief Li knew that if this continued, his authority in the village would definitely be greatly affected. Furthermore, he really was rather afraid of Xianxia's revenge. If he had known that this kid was so vicious, he definitely would not have twisted his mouth over some silver. The villagers didn't listen to his commands. Those ruffians were even worse than ordinary people, so they had already sneaked away. He could only take a look at Steward Lu. He should be able to command the servants and workers in the family, but Steward Lu pretended not to see them. In any case, it was Big Li who insisted on selling the land to him, and he didn't show up. His family was big, so why should he go head-on with such a strong person over such a trivial matter? Moreover, if he was not careful, he would incite the anger of the people. Unknowingly, he had already treated Xianxia as a strong person. Possessed by a demon, possessed by a demon. I told you. Which suddenly pointed at Xianxia and howled. The villagers' expressions changed greatly. They couldn't help but move a little further away from Xianxia. Xianxia stepped forward and kicked her down. You old hag, how long are you going to falsely accuse me? If you dare to say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Which let out an "Io" and didn't dare to say anything. She only stared at him with a venomous gaze. Xianxia was unafraid. If you really have supernatural powers, then let your ghosts come and find me. Let's see if I'm afraid or not. After saying this, he walked out of the crowd with his head held high. He walked to a place where there was no one around. Just now, his aura had been released. He felt his heart beating violently, but he knew that he had made the right move. If he hid in his house out of fear and gave village head Li time to mobilize the villagers, someone would come to arrest him before nightfall. With his current physique, could he really fight against 3 to 5 burly men? Only by taking a risky move, suppressing the others with his aura and obtaining justice, could he truly be safe and sound. When he returned to the thatched cottage, Oxen had already been waiting for a long time. He looked up and down at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also noticed the strange atmosphere. He went forward and bowed respectfully. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Brother Ox, do you still need to hold a banquet to formally acknowledge me as your master?" Oxen said, "Which of your wine and meat wasn't brought by me? What banquet to formally acknowledge me as your master?" Li Qingshan spread his arms and said, "I'll help you gather some tender grass, all right?" Oxen's eyes darkened. "Stop joking around. Since you have the intention to kill, that's why I taught you the art of killing. In the future, you'll inevitably have to fight with others. You won't have a single day of peace. If your cultivation isn't enough and you get killed, you'll have no regrets. The weak are prey to the strong. It doesn't matter where I go. I don't dare to say that I have no regrets, that's all." Oxen said, "No regrets? Since you've made up your mind, I'll teach you the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. When you've cultivated the strength of a bull and laid down your foundation, I'll teach you the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Training. With these two skills, you'll be able to practice the supernatural power of Taoism, the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. By then, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the world." The strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers? When Li Qingshan first heard about it, he found it quite ordinary. What was so special about 9 oxen and 2 tigers? They were just the most ordinary of livestock and wild beasts. Were they really worthy of being called supernatural abilities? Could they run amok in the world? But when he thought about it carefully, he was shocked. He had been herding bulls for more than 10 years and knew how strong a bull was. A bull's strength was equivalent to 10 strong men. As long as one could obtain the strength of 1 bull, they would be able to wear armor and fight on the battlefield. They would be worthy of the title of a fierce general. There was nothing special about 9 bulls and 2 tigers, but if all these strengths were gathered on one person, he would have the strength of 1,000 caddies with just a lift of his hand. Who would be able to stop him? Even if Lu Bu was reborn and Li Yuanba was alive, they wouldn't be able to stop a light punch from him. But since it's a supernatural power of Taoism, why is it called the Ox Demon and the Tiger Demon? This supernatural power was originally an ancient supernatural power. It's been lost now. When Li Qingshan heard the word ancient, he became excited. From what he knew, any elixirs, secret manuals, or treasures, as long as they were related to the word ancient, they would be extremely powerful. But Oxen's following explanation disappointed him. The reason why this supernatural power was lost was because it was too difficult to use. It was replaced by other supernatural powers created by the geniuses of later generations. In short, it was eliminated. The ancient sages were indeed powerful, but the later generations might not necessarily be inferior to the predecessors. Moreover, they were standing on the shoulders of the predecessors. The cultivators of the current era value the cultivation of qi and look down on the cultivation of the body. They even refer to the body as a smelly bag. This kind of supernatural power that pursues brute force naturally won't be taken seriously. You don't have to be too disappointed. This supernatural power that I'm teaching you is no longer the original version. It was modified by a powerful figure of the demon race. That's why it's called the Ox Demon and the Tiger Demon. The Ox Demon cultivates the body, while the Tiger Demon cultivates the bones. As the saying goes, when the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. Its power is also much stronger. Are there any drawbacks to cultivating this supernatural power with my human body? I don't know. Because no one has tried it before. I might go berserk and become a demon. Oxen said it casually, but Li Qingshan could only smile bitterly. It was fine if he cultivated an ancient supernatural power that had been lost for a long time. At most, he would become a weirdo and be laughed at by other cultivators. However, cultivating a supernatural power that had been modified by the hands of a demon could turn him into a monster. He might even be slain by the demons. But now was not the time for him to be picky. Li Qingshan thought for a moment and took a deep breath. Brother Ox, please teach me this supernatural power. If someone could understand his desire to change his fate, they would understand that he would accept even the devil's help. Oxen explained the essence of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength to him in detail. Li Qingshan immediately started practicing. He moved his body and moved his limbs. Under the dazzling sunlight, an old ox and a young man sat in the shade of the trees. The old ox lay down leisurely and gave pointers. The young man's expression was solemn as he listened attentively. Although Oxen could not practice it himself, every word he said would hit the nail on the head. This made Li Qingshan suddenly see the light and gained a deeper understanding of the ox demon's fist of great strength. He practiced with more vigor. Although Oxen spoke carelessly, he was very satisfied with his disciple's comprehension. As expected of a person who had unlocked his innate wisdom. This kind of person would not live in the wilderness for long. It was unfortunate that he was born in a village deep in the mountains. His fate was really not good. He was like a dragon swimming in shallow water and a tiger falling into the plains. Otherwise, he would have stood out in any prosperous city, whether it was in martial arts or literature. He would have become a hero and would not have to suffer the anger of a few foolish villagers. Oxen had seen many so-called geniuses, each of them gifted with extraordinary talent and godlike luck, but only a few of them were able to achieve anything in the end. On the contrary, many ordinary people who were originally unknown became famous and walked to the peak of the cultivation path. Over the past few years, it had purposefully watched on coldly from the sidelines, allowing Li Qingshan to go through hardships and trials. Only at the crucial moment would it speak up. It was like a master craftsman slowly tempering the material in his hands, all for the sake of forging it into a supreme divine weapon. What ordinary people cared about were external things like talent and luck, but it valued a person's will. If you were someone with a strong will, even if I gave you a great opportunity, would you be able to take it? Just like that, one was willing to teach and the other was willing to learn. Naturally, they improved at lightning speed. In less than 2 hours, Li Qingshan had a general understanding of the ox demon's fist of great strength and vaguely grasped the essence within. Although the ox demon's fist of great strength was a fist scripture, it focused on training the muscles, bones, skin, and flesh to strengthen the body. The fist technique was actually secondary. There were only 3 moves, divided into ox demon butts its horns, ox demon stomps its hooves, and ox demon flexes its hide. They were all the most basic moves of the fist technique, but they could go from simple to complex, giving rise to countless variations. Of course, mastery was one thing, and practice was another. If he wanted to achieve anything, he would need to grind away at it over a long period of time. Li Qingshan had already witnessed the 2 most basic requirements for practicing this ability, alcohol and meat. No matter what technique, it was impossible to create something out of nothing. To make a person powerful, there was a process of conversion, gathering the essence of the sun and moon, and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could eat the wind and drink dew, abstain from food, and use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replace the food of the mortal world. Li Qingshan only had a mortal body, how could he communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? He could not find elixirs or spiritual medicine, so he could only use the most common things to constantly replenish and refine his spiritual energy. Even though Li Qingshan had eaten meat for a few days, his body was still not tough enough. He barely managed to practice the 3 forms once. Sweat poured down his body as he gasped for breath. His stomach growled. By noon, he ate all the wild boar meat as if he had been starving for 3 days. His appetite was even greater than the first time he ate meat. He could not lie down and rest even at noon. Instead, he meditated and nurtured his qi, experiencing the sensation of qi that he did not have. Only when his body had mostly recovered would he practice another set of fist styles. He repeated this several times until evening. Li Qingshan was completely exhausted. He did not even want to move a single finger. 3 shadows sneaked to the front of Li Qingshan's thatched cottage. Li Qingshan heard the noise and walked out of the gatehouse, only to see the 3 ruffians who often hung out with patch-haired Lu. He was afraid that they were here to avenge their big brother. He could not help but secretly complain in his heart. Right now he was exhausted, how could he be their match? Even on a normal day, he could not defeat 3 people. However, he did not expect that when the 3 ruffians saw him, they were like mice seeing a cat. They bowed their heads and begged, "Spare us." This made Li Qingshan stunned, and he asked, "What are you doing here?" Little did he know that Patch-haired Lu's death had left the three scoundrels utterly terrified. They were afraid that Patch-haired Lu would not stop even after Li Qingshan had killed him and would come to make trouble for them tonight. As a result, they came to explain themselves reluctantly. All they said was that they had been instigated and ordered around by someone. All of their crimes were because of Patch-haired Lu and Caretaker Lu. Li Qingshan said, "You don't need to say anything, I know all these things." That night, he heard everything very clearly, but of course he could not readily agree to it. The one who killed Patch-haired Lu was him. The three ruffians' hearts trembled. When they thought of that night, this fiend was just outside the window, they felt even more terrified. Li Qingshan vaguely understood why these three people were so afraid. He remembered that in his previous life, the small town he lived in was once plagued by a murderer. All kinds of rumors were flying everywhere, scaring people to the point that no one dared to go out at night. Thus, he was given this kind of halo of a murderer. Evil people were also divided into different levels. The three ruffians were only small evil scoundrels who stole chickens and dogs. In front of a big evil scoundrel like him, they could only bow their heads and listen obediently. His expression did not change, but his heart was somewhat strange. He had not yet mastered any magical powers, but because of some changes in his mind, his status in the village had undergone a tremendous change. And these changes were all caused by oxen. Perhaps this could be considered turning something rotten into something magical. Li Qingshan did not pay attention to them. He forced himself to practice Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength one more time. This time, there were three people present, so he practiced especially attentively. He knew that right now he was only bluffing. If someone found out that he had exhausted all his tricks, the consequences would be unthinkable. The three ruffians carefully watched from the side. They had been in the village for so many years, but had never heard of Li Qingshan knowing fist techniques. In the darkness, Li Qingshan's movements were fierce and full of strength. It was obvious that he was not fooling them. They couldn't help but think of what the witch had said. Perhaps Li Qingshan was really possessed by a demon. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, they were so scared that their stomachs cramped. They wanted to leave but couldn't open their mouths. They were afraid that Li Qingshan would suddenly reveal his true form and swallow them whole. After Li Qingshan finished practicing, he ordered, "Follow me." He walked out the door, minding his own business. The three ruffians looked at each other and had no choice but to follow behind him. At this time, many villagers were eating in front of the door. Those who were familiar with Li Qingshan carefully greeted him. Those who were not familiar with him hurriedly hid in their houses. Even though it was daytime and they had protected Li Qingshan out of righteous indignation, when faced with this murderer, there was no one who did not feel fear. The three ruffians usually hung out with Patch-haired Lu. Patch-haired Lu relied on his fierceness and still had some face in the village. They, on the other hand, were loathed by people and dogs, so they did not have this kind of prestige. For a moment, they forgot their fear and instead felt proud. If they could follow Li Erlang, they would be much more imposing than they were in the past. Some of the elders even sighed. Although Patch-haired Lu was a scourge, they were afraid that an even bigger scourge would be born. At least Patch-haired Lu did not kill anyone, so everyone was not that afraid of him. Li Qingshan also had an almost novel feeling. After walking this road that he had walked countless times, he clearly realized that he was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. He came to the front of a thatched hut. Thinking about how not long ago he was in poverty and dejection, his heart was filled with emotion. Inside the door, the Li couple were trembling with fear as they pressed against the door. Elder brother Li had a wooden stick in his hand and eldest sister Li had a kitchen knife in her hand. What those ruffians were afraid of, how could they not be afraid? However, they were different from those ruffians. In their hands, they held the money from selling the land. If they gave in to Li Qingshan, they would not be able to keep the money. Therefore, today they did not even do any farm work. They just stayed at home and discussed for the whole day. In the end, it was elder brother Li who made up his mind, he's only one person. Do we have to be afraid of him? If he dares to come, I will help the Li family get rid of this evil creature. But before he could say these tough words for long, he saw Li Qingshan come to the door with 3 people. He was so scared that he immediately hid in the house. Li Qingshan said, "Drag them out for me." The three ruffians were intimidated by his power and did not dare to defy him. They were experienced in bullying commoners and shouted as they barged into the house. The Li couple immediately laid down their weapons and surrendered. They did not dare to fight back. They were so scared that their faces were ashen and they trembled. Second brother, what are you doing? Elder brother Li squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Li Qingshan said, I'm not here to look for you. He said to eldest sister Li, evil bitch, it's fine if you humiliate me, but yesterday you dared to humiliate my parents. Today I will not forgive you. Eldest sister Li was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. She no longer had her usual arrogance. Little waiter, I was just talking nonsense. I have taken care of you for more than 10 years. We are family. Li Qingshan laughed coldly, family? It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. But if you talk about it, there are still debts to be settled. Let's talk about yesterday's nonsense first. What are we going to do about it? A skinny, monkey-like ruffian said, there is no need for you to do it. Little brother knows the rules. As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves and slapped eldest sister Li's face. Li Qingshan grabbed the ruffian's hand. Yesterday in the ancestral hall, he really wanted to do this. But today, seeing their trembling faces, he could not bear to do it. After all, these two were his own brothers and sisters-in-law. How could he let them be humiliated by such a ruffian? But what must be done, must be done. He had an idea and said to elder brother Li, could it be that the people she scolded were not your parents? Don't you know how to teach them a lesson? Elder brother Li came to his senses, yes. Afraid that Li Qingshan would not be satisfied, he used all his strength and fiercely slapped eldest sister Li's face several times. Eldest sister Li's face immediately swelled up. On the other hand, Li Qingshan felt that his elder brother looked very satisfied with the beating. He did not know whether it was because he wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge. In any case, his anger had mostly dissipated. He asked, you said it was family. Let me ask you, where's the money from selling the land? Eldest sister Li's red and swollen face immediately turned pale. Elder brother Li also lowered his head and did not say anything. The money was their flesh and blood. Li Qingshan was cutting off their flesh. Compared to returning the money, they would rather suffer a beating. Eldest sister Li suddenly became unreasonable, you can beat me to death. Beat your own sister-in-law to death. Let's see if the authorities will come to arrest you. I don't know what kind of money there is. If you want it, go ask Steward Lu for it. Li Qingshan said sternly, do you really think I don't dare to? This was no longer an act. The murderous aura he had when he killed patch-haired Lu last night seemed to have returned to him through the darkness of the night. The reflection of the blood-stained, wide-eyed youth in the stream had already become one with him. The three ruffians on the side felt their bodies go cold. They could not help but take a step back and look at Li Qingshan in fear. Eldest brother Li and his wife were even more frightened. They had never seen such a terrifying person in their lives. It was hard to imagine that the person in front of them was Li Erlang, who they had lived with for more than 10 years. Finally, a bag of silver was handed over to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan weighed it in his hand and looked at the pale faces of eldest brother Li and his wife. He sighed in his heart. Just for this bit of silver, they had to force their own brother to this extent. He turned around and left. The three ruffians hurriedly followed. Eldest brother Li and his wife were about to hug each other and cry bitterly when the bag of silver slid across the air and landed in front of them with a thud. Regaining the silver, the Li couple was pleasantly surprised. Madame Li didn't even care about the pain on her face as she hurriedly put the bag of silver into her clothes. The three scoundrels were speechless and showed expressions of admiration. That wasn't a small amount of silver, enough to spend for a long time, but it was thrown on the ground so easily. Looking at Li Qingshan's back, if they had only been afraid before, they now had a lot of respect. Such a good man who could distinguish kindness and grudges was just a story made up by storytellers. They didn't expect to see it with their own eyes. He was already so young, so he would definitely be someone in the future. The contempt they had for Li Qingshan's young age completely disappeared now. Li Qingshan walked in front with large strides. The sun was setting in the west, and the mountains were silent. He felt extremely relaxed and calm, as if he had unloaded an invisible burden. His body was filled with strength, and even his fatigue disappeared. He faintly felt that if he were to practice Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength now, it would be much smoother than during the day. This wasn't an illusion. Whether it was Taoist supernatural powers or ordinary martial arts, they all had to be in harmony with the mind of the practitioner. Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength was originally a martial art that was open and closed. It required one's mind to be clear and to advance bravely. Li Qingshan was happy to settle this grudge, and there were no more obstacles in his heart. Naturally, it was in harmony with the essence of the martial art. Back in the hut, Li Qingshan looked at the three scoundrels with bright eyes. Just now, I have to thank you all. If it weren't for these three scoundrels, his brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have given in so easily. If they were to wield a wooden pole and a cleaver, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything. He might even have suffered. He was moved by this, but he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He also understood the benefits of numbers. Ox Demon King still needed 6 sworn brothers, let alone him. Of course, these 3 scoundrels weren't fit to be his brothers. The 3 scoundrels hurriedly said, "Big brother, what are you saying? You are a magnanimous person and didn't bother with us. We can't even thank you enough. Patch-haired Lu didn't know what was good for him and deserved to die. We followed him and offended him in the past." Li Qingshan waved his hand and interrupted, "Let bygones be bygones." Receiving this promise from him, the 3 ruffians felt their hearts relax, their thoughts became active, one after another they began to flatter him. When they were talking about their love, they almost wanted to plant grass as incense and become sworn brothers with him. In his previous life, Li Qingshan had never been flattered and praised like this. Even though it came from the mouth of 3 scoundrels that he looked down on, he couldn't help but feel happy and proud in his heart. However, it was impossible for them to become sworn brothers. After a perfunctory reply, he sent the 3 of them away. Oxen, who was lying on the side, said, "Why didn't you agree? If they are willing to accept you as their leader, you will be safer in this village. If there is any news, there will be people who will inform you." In a small village, manpower was what mattered most. Most of the time, if a family had more brothers and more sons, other people wouldn't dare to bully them, and they could even bully others. Li Qingshan said boldly, "Even if the people Li Qingshan, want to befriend aren't heroes who can roam the world, they are still men of steel who value friendship and righteousness. How can I associate with such people?" His voice was so loud that a few crows were startled and flew up, hovering around the treetops. Oxen was silent. Looking at Li Qingshan's high-spirited appearance, he fell into deep thought. Li Qingshan felt embarrassed and rubbed the back of his head. "Brother Ox, you must laugh at me for boasting, but this is what I think in my heart, and I'm only saying it for you to hear." Out of nowhere, Oxen took out a gourd of wine and tossed it to Li Qingshan. "If you don't even dare to say a few big words, then you might as well go back to farming. What other big words do you have? Tell me." Li Qingshan skillfully removed the cork and raised his head to gulp down a few mouthfuls of wine. He casually wiped his mouth and grinned, "I want to travel all over the world, taste all the delicacies in the world, drink all the good wine in the world, cultivate the most powerful divine arts, fight the strongest enemies, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Only then will my life not be in vain. Brother Ox, do you think this dream of mine can come true?" "Definitely." "Alright, I'll take your auspicious words." The young man's great dream echoed through the tiny courtyard. Perhaps even he did not take it seriously right now, but a spark had already landed in his heart, about to ignite a prairie fire. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Li Qingshan practiced the 3 forms of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength again. In his half-drunk state, he had no idea whether his movements were right or wrong. He only swung his fists and kicked as he liked. Meanwhile, Oxen only drank on one side and said nothing. Li Qingshan collapsed on the ground, drunk. The next day, the news of Li Qingshan returning the land money to his brother and sister-in-law spread through the village very quickly through the mouths of the 3 ruffians. Some people were filled with admiration towards his choice, praising him for his extraordinary spirit. There were also people who mocked him. Without land, what would he eat? Wouldn't he still have to work for caretaker Lu? I'd like to see if he still had any spirit by then. However, they were not too bold to say it out loud. Li Erlang's name had already begun to establish itself in the Crouching Ox village. Caretaker Lu was both happy and worried about this. He was obviously happy that Li Erlang would no longer bother with him over this piece of land, but he was worried that Li Erlang was someone who could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. Perhaps he was just holding back his hatred right now, only looking for an opportunity to take revenge. After all, patch-haired Lu had been ordered around by him in the past. If Li Erlang came looking for him right now, it would be for the best. He had thousands of ways to deal with him, but he could not be on guard day and night. Sure enough, it was better to bully an old man than to bully a poor young man. Caretaker Lu pondered in the hall. A hunchbacked old man arrived before the gatehouse under the support of a young man, but he was stopped by the guards at the gate. Caretaker Lu immediately went up to receive him. He smiled with his chubby face. "Great Village Headley, what brings you here?" Village Headley said sternly, "I don't know when you set up guards here. May I ask what you're guarding against?" Caretaker Lu smiled awkwardly. His clan was a landlord, but it was still a small village in the mountains after all. It obviously could not be as well connected as the large clans in the city. There was only an old gatekeeper, so why would there be anyone guarding the gate normally? Although he had done everything he could to annex the land in the village, it was still mostly through legitimate transactions. Even if he bullied people, he would bully those who could not fight back. He did not have that many enemies. The person he had to guard against right now was obviously Li Qingshan. In his eyes, this kid was originally someone who could not fight back, but his reaction in the end had taken him by surprise. The two of them went into the house to talk. Village Headley did not beat around the bush, saying, "Caretaker Lu, you're someone who has seen the world. Tell me, how should we deal with this Li Erlang?" His eyes were bloodshot. The villagers were afraid of Li Qingshan, and he was afraid too. The older people got, the more afraid they were of death. Last night, he lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Whenever there was any movement, he would immediately sit up. He was afraid that Li Qingshan would sneak in and take his old life, so he almost did not sleep the whole night. He got up early in the morning and made up his mind that if he did not get rid of this worry in his heart, he would not be able to live, so he came to Caretaker Lu. Caretaker Lu spread his hands and said, "How should we deal with him? The villagers all respect him as a good man. Besides, there's no proof that patch-haired Lu was killed by him. How could it not be killed by him? It's almost written on his face," said the young man beside Village Headley. He was Village Headley's son, Li Hu. He was also a tyrant in the village, but now his prestige was weakened by Li Qingshan, so he was very dissatisfied. "Even if it's written on his face, you won't recognize it." Caretaker Lu glared at him. "You're just a kid, and you dare to be rude in front of me." He looked at Village Headley and softened his tone. "Do you know what he did last night?" Steward Lu said, "But he has to eat." Lu Hu said, "Then who doesn't have to eat?" As the saying goes, old people become shrewd. Village Chief Li's eyes lit up. "You mean? If he wants to eat, he has to work. Who in this village can afford to hire him? If he works under me, we will be at the mercy of us." Steward Lu looked at the admiring expression of Village Chief Li and his son and felt proud. Food is the most important thing for people. Food doesn't fall from the sky, but grows from the ground. Controlling the land is equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the people. If they don't eat for 3 days, even a strong man will become a soft-footed shrimp. Steward Lu had already thought of a countermeasure. There was no need to kill him. He just needed to knock him down and see what his attitude was. If he could be used, it would not be a bad thing. Li Qingshan woke up from his dream, so he had no idea about these schemes. All he saw was a deer lying in the courtyard. He sniggered, but he did not even thank the black ox. He skinned the deer and cut off its flesh with great familiarity. This time, he had already prepared some salt to marinate the deer's flesh, just in case he would not be able to eat it. After these preparations, he went to the stream to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Then, he began a day of cultivation. For the next few days, he got up before dawn and went to sleep when it was dark. He almost didn't step out of the house and completely cut off contact with the outside world. Every day, he practiced until he was exhausted, but he didn't feel it was hard and boring. He worked hard for his dream. Every step forward, every improvement, seemed to open up a new world in front of him. After more than 10 days, Xianxia had just finished eating the musk deer. Village Headley couldn't stand it anymore. He hadn't had a good night's sleep these days. Every night, he had to let his 2 sons stay by his bedside to barely sleep. At his old age, how could he eat and sleep like this? Seeing that he was about to get seriously ill, he quickly came to discuss it with Steward Lu. Steward Lu also waited anxiously. Every day, he sent servants to watch outside Xianxia's hut. The first servant reported that Xianxia drank and ate meat every day and even practiced martial arts. He didn't believe it at first, but after a few servants said so, no one dared to try again. The theory that the witch was possessed by a demon surfaced in their minds again. Xianxia's courtyard seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mystery and terror. In some people's eyes, Xianxia's diligent practice of martial arts was to prepare for revenge. Seeing that village chief Li was on the verge of tears, Steward Lu furrowed his brows and made up his mind. Invite him to the banquet. If he dares to come, then he's a real man. If he doesn't, then he's just a pretentious coward. An invitation card was delivered into Xianxia's hands. He fiddled around with the large, red invitation card. In a small village like this, people would usually invite people for weddings and funerals. Very few people would issue an invitation like this, so he could not help but find it rather novel. He muttered to himself. This was a banquet that would never be good. If he went, he might just be walking into a trap. He had only practiced his supernatural power for about 10 days. Although he had gained a lot, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. But if he didn't go, then the prestige he had painstakingly built up would go down the drain. When other people mentioned him, Xianxia, they would definitely say that he didn't even dare to attend a banquet, which would tarnish his reputation. If he showed weakness now, the attacks would be endless. This move of Steward Lu's was truly a deep scheme, forcing him into a dilemma. Oxen said, "Are you going?" "I just ran out of food." "Since someone is treating me, why not?" "Guan Yinchang is going alone." "Do you think I'm afraid of eating this village wine?" Xianxia laughed, his chest full of heroic spirit. "Who is Guan Yinchang?" "He's a hero I've heard of." Xianxia stood up, gathered his strength in his arms, and used ox demon butts its horns. At the same time, he breathed out, and the faint sound of a cow's mooing came from his lungs. It was as if a large water buffalo was waving its horns, preparing to fight the enemy. Oxen nodded in satisfaction. Xianxia's ox demon's fist of great strength was already at the beginner level. He was improving at a godly speed. If he were to carefully avoid the slightest bit of danger, it would definitely be detrimental to his cultivation. It just so happens that I still have some grudges with someone that I haven't finished cleanly. I can't be too quick about it. This is a good opportunity. Ever since the day Xianxia settled his grudge with the Li couple, his ox demon's fist of great strength had indeed improved a lot. This proved that his guess was not an illusion. Summer was about to end, but the sun was still dazzling. In Steward Lu's courtyard, under the shade of a few elm trees, a table had already been set up. A group of able-bodied men sat at a few square tables. They looked at the wine and dishes on the table and swallowed their saliva. Only Steward Lu's family could afford such a banquet. However, with the craftiness of farmers, they knew that this banquet was not for free. Steward Lu had already explained many things to them. Something about smashing a cup as a signal? In any case, they didn't really understand. They only knew that if Steward Lu turned hostile, they would have to use their fists. Although they weren't too willing to become enemies with Xianxia, they were all workers in Steward Lu's fields. They didn't dare to offend this person who provided them with food and drink. In any case, that Li Erlang was only 15 years old. How could he fight against so many people? Therefore, all the workers who could come came, filling up a few large tables. Even if they couldn't bear to do it, they could only go easy on him. They wanted Erlang to kneel and apologize to Steward Lu so that he would suffer less. The cicadas chirped weakly above their heads. Everyone was a little impatient from waiting. They could only look at the good wine and food, but they couldn't eat it. This was quite a test for them. The sound of discussion drowned out the cicadas chirping. It's about time. He's afraid and doesn't dare to come. Let's hurry up and eat. If it were you, you wouldn't be afraid. It's right that he doesn't come. Only a fool would come. Steward Lu acted as if he didn't hear them. He only smiled slightly and thought, it's good that he knows fear. He's just a kid after all. He's here, he's here. A young worker was sweating profusely. He jogged into the courtyard. Li Erlang is here. Everyone in the courtyard seemed to be strangled at the same time. They couldn't make a sound. The chirping of the cicadas seemed to become louder in an instant. Li Qingshan stood in front of the Lu residence's gate. He was also very nervous. Everything was easier said than done. The Lu residence's green bricks and white walls in front of him was like a small dragon's pool and tiger's den. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life inside. He wanted to retreat. He thought of the saying, for a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. With his current speed of improvement, as long as he was given time, 1 year, no, half a year, or even 3 months, he would be able to master the demon ox fists of great strength to a certain level. Then, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone in this courtyard. He suddenly became spirited. He asked himself, Li Qingshan, oh, Li Qingshan. Could it be that everything you said before was just bullshit? That you only dare to bare your teeth at people weaker than you in this life? Even if you master the unparalleled divine power, you're still just a coward. The door closed behind him. Li Qingshan looked around and did not seem to notice the tense atmosphere in the courtyard at all. He made his way over to caretaker Lu's table by himself. It faced the hall and was set up under the largest elm tree in the center of the courtyard. It was the main seat, and all the people who sat there were influential figures in the village. To the left and right of caretaker Lu were village head Li and the witch. They were the 3 people with the greatest authority in the village. There were also a few old people in the village. The only young people were village head Li's 2 sons, Li Qingshan and Li Bao. They were both tall and sturdy, and they stared at Li Qingshan covetously. Caretaker Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. It had only been a dozen or so days, but Li Qingshan seemed to have become a different person. He was unable to describe the exact changes, but in short, he was very different from before. He possessed an additional bearing. Village head Li's face was dignified, and his gaze was hostile. As for the witch, she was completely filled with resentment. If ordinary villagers offended any one of the 3, they would not be able to continue living in the village. They could only lower their heads and give in. Not to mention that they had offended all 3 of them at the same time. However, Li Qingshan would never give in. There were still many rules for eating in the village. From the position to the way they sat, there were many things to pay attention to. Li Qingshan saw how all the other tables were packed, and only this table was relatively free. As a result, he sat down openly and said, "Why aren't you eating? Are you all waiting for me?" No one answered him. Li Hu and Li Bao squeezed over from the left and right, placing their hands on Li Qingshan's shoulders and pressing down hard. Li Qingshan was still young, and he stood tall and straight, no less than the 2 of them. However, he was skinny, nowhere close to their sturdy waists. In the past, just one of them would have been enough to subdue Li Qingshan easily. Even now, Li Qingshan could only handle one of them at a time. It would be difficult to say if there were 2. Li Qingshan frowned and grabbed their wrists, bending them down. At the same time, he used the transformation of ox demon, flexing its hide, like a large water buffalo, stretching its muscles and bones, leaning to the left and right. Li Hu and Li Bao only felt a sharp pain in their wrists. After being knocked by Li Qingshan, they immediately lost their balance and fell from their chairs. The 2 of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ignoring the dust all over their bodies, they stood up. Steward Lu originally wanted to say a few polite words to test Li Qingshan's sincerity and see if he had any intention of giving in. He didn't expect Li Hu and Li Bao to be so impulsive. He couldn't care less about scolding them anymore. He was about to smash the cup in his hand and order the workers to do it. Clang! A short knife was nailed to the table. The movements of the few people were also nailed. The blade of the knife shone dimly under the mottled sunlight. Li Hu and Li Bao immediately didn't dare to step forward. They were the sons of the village chief. They were pampered and noble. They could bully good people with their strong bodies, but it wasn't worth it to fight with their lives on the line. Li Xianxia held the short knife in one hand and stepped on the long chair with the other. He leaned forward and looked at Steward Liu with a chuckle. Steward Liu, this isn't the way to treat a guest. Even if you have any grudges to settle, you might as well wait until you're full. Don't spoil this table full of food and wine. When he said this, he didn't feel nervous anymore. Before Steward Liu could speak, the workers at the surrounding tables all agreed. To them, the most important thing was, of course, eating. If they were to fight, who knew how many dishes and wine would be spilled? They didn't believe that the stingy Steward Liu would prepare another table for them. That's right, Steward Liu. We haven't eaten this morning. We're so hungry that our chests are sticking to our backs. How can we have the strength to fight? I didn't even eat last night. If I don't eat now, I won't be able to. As he spoke, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The tense atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Even Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself that he was actually afraid of this group of people. Steward Liu's face was flushed red. He had set up this banquet to intimidate Li Qingshan. Secondly, he was afraid that the workers wouldn't do their best, so he gave them a certain amount of benefits. He wholeheartedly wanted to imitate what was written in the book, to hide 500 executioners and use the smashing of cups as a signal to rush out and take down Li Qingshan. However, he forgot that his subordinates weren't death warriors or family warriors, but a group of real farmers. Li Qingshan looked at Steward Liu with a smile. What a coincidence. I also didn't eat anything last night, so I won't stand on ceremony now. He grabbed a roasted chicken and started eating. Ever since he started practicing the ox demon's fist of great strength, his appetite had become extremely shocking. He only took 10 days to finish a 50-kilogram musk deer, and the green ox did not even have the time to catch new prey. A roasted chicken disappeared into his mouth in the blink of an eye. He took the lead, but the workers didn't care anymore. They all picked up their chopsticks and buried their heads in the food. For a moment, only the sound of eating and chewing could be heard in the courtyard. Village Chief Li was angry and afraid. His whole body trembled as he glared at Steward Liu. Aren't you very smart? Quickly think of a way. Steward Liu didn't have any good ideas, so he glared back. If he let the workers do it, and the workers couldn't bear to part with the food in their mouths, what would happen if Li Qingshan pounced on him and stabbed him first? Your two sons usually look fierce, why are they so soft now? At this table, just Steward Liu and the group of old fellows combined wouldn't even be able to withstand a single kick from Li Qingshan. It was as if they were suddenly thrown onto an isolated island. They had no choice but to face the fierce Li Qingshan alone. All of them were trembling with fear. When an ordinary man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away. Li Qingshan acted as if there was no one else around him. He picked up the wine pot and poured himself a drink. The village wine was bland to begin with, so drinking it like this was tasteless. He shouted, "Change to a bigger bowl." But no one answered. Li Qingshan was displeased. Huh? Steward Liu hurriedly ordered someone to bring a bigger bowl. Li Qingshan filled the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Satisfying. Seeing him drinking so boldly and straightforwardly, the workers also admired his courage. Unexpectedly, quite a few of them cheered him on. Li Qingshan had eaten a lot of greasy food these days. When the wine washed over him, he felt extremely refreshed. He didn't stop and drank 3 bowls in a row. When the third bowl of wine went down his stomach, the courtyard was filled with loud cheers. It was as if they weren't invited by Steward Liu, but by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan burped and cupped his hands. Everyone, eat and drink well. Don't forget about Steward Liu's kindness. Whatever grievances you have, you can settle them after the meal. Anyway, even if you're on your way to the afterlife, you can't be a hungry ghost. Then, he glared at the people at the main table. Why aren't you eating? Now that he was drunk, his killing intent rose. If these people kept looking for trouble, crouching ox village wouldn't be safe. He might even fall into their trap at any time. If he killed a few of them and stole some of their belongings, None of the villagers would dare to stop him. Originally, Xianxia had only taken the risk to attend the banquet. He was even bluffing a little. In the end, he saw through Steward Liu and the others bluffing. In an instant, he turned from guest to host. His thoughts were also very different. He couldn't help but think of Uncle Lei Feng's words, difficulties are like springs. If you're weak, they'll be strong. He then thought of what Taizu had said, imperialists are all paper tigers. Yep, the landlord class is also a paper tiger. Although Steward Liu's schemes were a little clumsy, he had read many people. As soon as he saw Xianxia's expression, he knew that he was ready to kill. He could no longer maintain his pretense of shrewdness, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The old people in the village were terrified. They didn't want to die from hunger either. They hurriedly explained to Xianxia that they were only doing it for show. They didn't know the inside story at all. Someone stood up, trembling, and wanted to leave. The elders trembled as they sat back on their chairs. Xianxia buried himself in eating and drinking. He had only been eating deer meat for the past few days. He was annoyed by it and wanted to change his diet. The table full of food and wine was swept clean by him. He rubbed his bulging stomach. The people in this courtyard are my elders. Some of them watched me grow up. But there are people who don't care about this and bully me just for a few acres of land. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will give you an explanation. Even if I lose my life, I won't regret it. As Xianxia spoke, he pulled out his knife. Steward Liu, village headley, don't you think so? Steward Liu was determined not to suffer such a loss. He gave in and said, Erlang, if you want to plant those acres of land, you can take it back. Xianxia said, I don't want those acres of land. You bought them with money. I don't want to take advantage of you. I just want justice. You can do whatever you want in the village. Don't forget that the gods are watching. Justice exists in people's hearts. As he spoke, his voice became stern. Steward Liu was embarrassed and couldn't say anything. Village headley reacted, this is our fault. We listened to your brother. That's not my brother. Xianxia coldly interrupted. Li De and the others were talking nonsense. They were blinded by lard. That's why they did such a stupid thing. I couldn't sleep for the past few days. I'm afraid that one day when I die, I won't be able to face your parents. Village head Li's voice was full of tears as he spoke. He was thinking about the suffering he had suffered these past few days. Xianxia then said to the elders, then tell me, should that piece of land be given to me? Yes, yes. At this moment, no one dared to say no. Xianxia got what he wanted. He raised his head and laughed, so there is justice in this world. His laughter suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and his expression changed. Sometimes it was solemn and sometimes it was relieved. There was a hint of indescribable sorrow. He looked at the knife in his hand, so justice is here. He frowned and murmured, there is no God 3 feet above the head, justice is only in the blade. There is no God 3 feet above us, justice is only in the blade. His voice grew louder and louder, shaking the entire room. He was originally indignant and wanted to vent his anger, so much so that he didn't hesitate to kill. At this moment, he felt that it was pointless. He sheathed his saber and no longer paid any attention to the people in the courtyard. He turned around and walked out of the door. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The workers ate a free banquet and watched a good show. Satisfied, they dispersed. They were all talking about Xianxia, and their faces were full of admiration. Caretaker Liu wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He knew that if he wanted to gather people to deal with Xianxia again, it would be even more difficult. Even though he controlled the land, the workers were not his slaves. They would not listen to his orders. Even if they were slaves, they could still rebel. If he incited all the workers to oppose him, then it would be absolutely terrible. Fortunately, Li Erlang was a person who kept clear tabs on his debts of gratitude and grievances. Since he had said all that today, he would no longer scheme for revenge. He could sleep in peace. Although the banquet was not a success, he had achieved his objective, albeit barely. Village head Li stood up under the support of his two sons. Although he was still embarrassed, his expression seemed to have eased up. It seemed like he was thinking the same thing as caretaker Lu. The two of them looked at one another. They both felt embarrassed. Li Hu refused to accept this. "Father, why don't we get my elder brother back? With his martial arts, I refuse to believe he can't deal with Li Erlang." Li Bao also said, "Uncle Lu, isn't brother Lu in Qingyang City too?" Village head Li just happened to be furious. He said viciously, "Shut up, all of you. How did I give birth to useless things like you?" Caretaker Lu did not reply. They had all been through a lot, so they knew how to play it safe. They would never put themselves in danger for the sake of personal feelings. "You bunch of useless people. The gods have already been angered. He doesn't have long to live." The witch, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly said mysteriously and viciously. Under the scorching sun, many people could not help but shiver. In this day and age, people revered ghosts and gods, and witches were the people who communicated with the gods. Just now, Li Qingshan had actually said, "There are no gods when you look up." Perhaps he really had angered the gods. Some people even recalled that there had once been a family in the village with a sick child. They asked the witch to treat them, but the witch also said that the child was possessed by a ghost. She burned him with fire and drowned him with water before covering him with blankets in the end. She said she wanted to force the ghost out, but she smothered the child to death instead. The witch only said that this was a request from the king of hell, and no one could save him. However, the adults of the child refused to listen to her. The child's mother even cursed outside the witch's door every single day, which greatly damaged the witch's prestige in the village. However, a few days later, the child's mother suddenly died of illness. She died mysteriously. The witch only said that the child was missing his mother in the underworld. From then on, no one dared to disrespect her anymore. However, Li Qingshan had kicked her in front of everyone and cursed at her a few times. He had already offended her quite badly. "Caretaker Lu, this child is a disaster in your life. Now that the gods have resolved this problem for you." Caretaker Lu hurriedly ordered people to wrap some incense, candles, wine, and meat for the witch. The witch then looked at Village Chief Li. Village Chief Li also gritted his teeth and took out a small piece of silver to send the witch away. A worker carried these things and followed behind the witch. He didn't dare to speak too much until they arrived in front of a brick house. Apart from Caretaker Lu and Village Chief Li, she was the only person in the village who could afford to live in a brick house. There was an incense table and an incense burner in the hall. Smoke curled around it all day long. It was both a residence and a temple. Little and, Grandma is back." The witch suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. A mysterious smile appeared on her wrinkled face. It was definitely not a benevolent smile. The worker knew that the witch had no children or grandchildren. He was scared witless and hurriedly put down the things. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at his trousers. When he turned around, there was no one there. He shouted, "Mother," and scrambled out of the room. A shrill laugh came from behind him. "Little and, Grandma is telling you. Someone is bullying Grandma." No one answered in the empty hall. "What? You dare not listen to Grandma." The witch's face suddenly became ferocious. After a series of insults and curses, she shook a copper bell in her hand. A cold wind suddenly blew in the room. After a long time, the witch regained her gentleness. "That's right. That's right. Grandma doesn't want to hit you, my good grandson." From beginning to end, she was the only one talking to herself. Li Qingshan returned to the hut. Oxen was nowhere to be found. He probably went to hunt for him again. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he began to practice Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. He could not be more familiar with the 3 basic stances. His body began to dance on its own. He was still thinking about everything he had experienced today. The thing that looked so scary was actually so weak. If he had run away in front of Caretaker Lu's house, how could he have seen through the secret? In this matter, his true opponent was not Caretaker Lu or Village Chief Li, but the fear in his heart. What was a true expert? The Book of Tao had already given him the answer. Those who defeat others are powerful. Those who defeat themselves are strong. The brave are fearless. When Li Qingshan shouted these 4 words, it was as if he had broken through an invisible barrier. His fist technique suddenly gained an indomitable momentum. No matter what difficulties and obstacles were in front of him, he would break through them. He would never lower his head and never retreat. There is no god above me. I am a god. Justice is not in the hearts of people, but in my hands. His limbs, chest, and abdomen. Every muscle in his body seemed to be connected by this determination. One punch could pass through the strength of his entire body. He had a feeling that even if he did not use a weapon, he would still be able to defeat Li Hu and Li Bao in a direct confrontation. His courage increased his strength, and his strength in turn increased his courage. The two complemented each other. He practiced all the way until dusk. He actually felt hungry again. He was still very skinny, completely unlike Li Hu and Li Bao, who were plump and strong. Only he knew that the essence of the deer's flesh and blood was not wasted at all. All of it had been integrated into his body. His body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, greedily digesting and absorbing all the wine and meat, transforming it into strands of energy. After practicing, Li Qingshan sat on the ground again. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, feeling every change in his body. Pulling one's muscles and bones was an extremely painful thing. He still remembered the second day of practicing Ox Demon's fist of great strength. He was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. Oxen didn't try to persuade him. He endured the pain and got up to practice. After persisting for more than 10 days, he finally got a little better. No, it should be said that his endurance had become stronger. Logically speaking, after enduring the first few days, his body should have slowly adapted. However, the pain in his body didn't lessen at all. It was as if he had just started practicing every day. Every change in his body was vividly reflected in his mind. It was a pity that he didn't feel the so-called qi. According to Oxen, no matter what kind of magical art it was, as long as one could feel the flow of qi and cultivate a strand of true qi, then one could be considered to have crossed the threshold. However, his time of cultivation was still too short. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strand of coldness at the back of his neck, like a gust of cold wind. However, there was no wind at all, and it was even more impossible for there to be a cold wind. Could this be the so-called qi? Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He focused all his attention on the coldness, but he gradually realized that the coldness was slowly invading his skin. It was getting deeper and deeper into his bones and even into his soul. It was extremely cold and made him very uncomfortable. Li Qingshan shook his head and stood up to practice. The cold qi dissipated a little, but as soon as he sat down, it clung to him again. He didn't know what went wrong, so he went to the stream next to the hut to wash his body. The moonlight was bright that night. He looked into the stream and saw a pale-faced child clinging to him expressionlessly. Even though he was quite courageous, he broke out in a cold sweat. This scene immediately reminded him of a movie called The Grudge in his previous life. If Li Qingshan was an ordinary person, he would have been scared out of his wits. However, Li Qingshan had been with the Ox Demon for a long time. He looked at the child through the stream and saw that the child was no more than 7 or 8 years old and had a dull expression. Li Qingshan asked, "What are you? Why are you lying on me?" However, the child only moved his head. At this time, the water surface rippled, and the reflection of the child disappeared. However, the cold and gloomy aura clearly remained. Li Qingshan tried hard to calm his mind. "I've run into a ghost. I don't know why this little ghost is clinging to me. I can only wait for Brother Ox to come back and discuss it with him. Fortunately, it won't take my life for a while." However, he didn't have much confidence. He only felt fear. The Yin Qi invaded him faster and faster. He hurriedly practiced Ox Demon's fist of great strength again. Only then would the cold Qi disappear. However, he wasn't a robot that didn't know fatigue. He had to sit down and rest. It was especially hard to bear. Until the middle of the night, when the Yin Qi was the strongest. The cold Qi had already invaded half of Li Qingshan's body. He didn't feel any obvious pain, but his limbs gradually became numb and his 5 senses became blurry. An extreme sense of danger stimulated him to use all his brain power. He heard that people had a yang qi in their bodies that could restraining ghosts. He thought that when he practiced the fist, his blood vessels would expand. That was why the little ghost didn't dare to come close. Therefore, when he was meditating, he tried to simulate the feeling of practicing the fist. Closing his eyes, he mobilized his mind and contracted his muscles. It was indeed useful. He barely managed to resist the invasion of the yin qi. He endured like this for an entire night. His mind was sometimes muddled and sometimes clear. He trained his willpower until his willpower was on the verge of collapse. When the rooster crowed, the sky turned white. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. The sunlight shone on his face through the treetops. It was a little dazzling. The cold chi on his body disappeared. Oxen was looking at him not far away. He looked very interested. Xianxia said, "Brother Ox, where did you go? Do you know what I ran into last night? I came back a long time ago. Wasn't it just a little ghost lying on top of you? You just stood there and watched. What else could I do?" Xianxia twitched his mouth. He didn't say anything. Oxen had already told him that no matter what danger he was in, he shouldn't expect him to help. He didn't give him the chance to rely on him from the very beginning. He glanced at the yellow gazelle beside Oxen's feet. He couldn't say anything. Oxen had already provided him with the most important help. He couldn't rely on him for everything. Basking in the warm morning sun, Xianxia stood up and stretched his body. Luckily the little ghost didn't dare to come out during the day. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Brother Ox, I have practiced the supernatural power of Taoism. Can't I deal with a little ghost? If you didn't practice the supernatural power, you wouldn't have survived last night. When you have the strength of one ox, your body will be full of vigor. Naturally, you won't be afraid of this little ghost. Then I don't know how long I have to wait. Other than that, I have another idea. What idea? Ghosts are most afraid of murderous aura and malevolent aura. If you have hundreds of human lives on your hands, you can guarantee that all evil will flee. The little ghost won't dare to come within 10 steps of you. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Do you want me to slaughter the entire Crouching Ox village? It's not impossible. What do you think? Do you want to try? Oxen chuckled. Why don't I slaughter you and make steak first? Xianxia ignored it. He dealt with the yellow gazelle and finished his breakfast. He put this matter behind him for now. Enduring the exhaustion in his body and mind, he focused on the day's cultivation. However, as soon as he began cultivating, he felt that today was slightly different from usual. There was a thin strand of qi flowing through his body. If he did not concentrate, he definitely would not be able to sense it. The strand of qi was not like the jinqi described in wuxia novels, which was stored in the dantian and circulated along the meridians. Instead, it was flowing everywhere like a fish, swimming between his limbs and bones. When he swung his fists, the strand of qi would flow to his arms and fists, but only for a moment. As soon as he relaxed his mind, the strand of qi would run away. Like a naughty child, it was almost out of his control. He told this situation to Oxen. Oxen was not surprised. Instead, it said meaningfully, "You have to thank that little ghost for being able to sense the existence of qi so quickly. This can be considered a blessing in disguise." At the critical moment of life and death, Xianxia mobilized all of his spiritual will to resist the invasion of the yin qi. The little ghost had left, but this spiritual will remained, turning into a strand of jinqi. So this is jinqi? Xianxia looked at his palm. What is the use of this jinqi? Xianxia felt that Oxen's words were not entirely truthful, as if he was hiding something. However, in his joy, he had no time to think too much about it. He immediately began to practice and feel the effects of the jinqi. As expected, after a short while, he felt the knack of it. Today, his practice of Ox Demon's fist of great strength was smoother and easier than it had ever been before. It was like an old machine that had been lubricated, giving him an indescribable sense of joy. Furthermore, the speed at which he could recover his qi was much faster. This seemed like a small matter, but when normal people fought against their enemies, they often didn't dare to attack with all their strength. Because if an attack with all their strength was dodged by the enemy, their body would inevitably stiffen for a moment, leaving behind a huge opening. He didn't have to worry about this. In the time it took for others to throw one punch, he could throw 3 punches with all his strength. Even if they were of equal strength, they still wouldn't be his match. Li Qingshan's heart couldn't help but be overjoyed when he finally got a sliver of results after more than 10 days of hard work. He felt that he was one step closer to his goal. However, when he thought of the dangers and hardships of the previous night, his expression turned cold. "But I do want to know who gave me this blessing," Oxen said in a seemingly casual manner. "There is no door to fortune or disaster. Only people can bring it upon themselves." However, Li Qingshan's heart lit up. These were the words he said when Witch came to ask for the pig's head. The little ghost definitely didn't come to bother him for no reason. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately had some ideas. He was born and raised in this small mountain village, so he knew a little about some of the important things that happened in the village. In this remote little village, there weren't many things that could be considered important to begin with. One of them was a few years ago, when a family in the village broke up due to an illness of a child. Li Qingshan was also a child at the time, so he still recognized the child named Xiao Mao. He never expected that the child would die because of this. It was also because of this example that Li Qingshan obediently returned to his original state after drinking the talisman water. He didn't dare to reveal any of his shocking abilities, and at the same time, he extremely hated Witch. Xiao Mao's mother's death was very strange. She died suddenly in one night, and there was no reason for it. Li Qingshan originally thought that it was because she couldn't bear the pain of losing her son, but now it seemed that she was invaded by Yin Qi. He suddenly stood up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "So that's how it is. I can't let her go," Oxen said. "Then let's go kill her." "It's not that simple." Li Qingshan sat cross-legged and lowered his head in deep thought. The witch was not someone whom patch-haired Lu could compare with. Not only did she have a lot of prestige in the village, she also had a bit of fame in the surrounding villages. There were often outsiders who came to pray to the witch for divination. If he killed her, he would have no choice but to go far away. He might even report it to the government and be put on a wanted list. Moreover, he had no evidence now, so he couldn't insist that she was the one who did it. Most importantly, since she could order the little demon around, it was still unknown if she had any other tricks up her sleeve. Oxen didn't interrupt from the side, but he was very approving in his heart. If Li Qingshan relied on yesterday's prestige and went to fight and kill the witch in a hot-blooded manner, then it would be a waste of his painstaking efforts. Nothing in this world was perfect. It was hard for brave people to be rash and careless, while intelligent people were often hesitant and lacked a bit of decisiveness. And courage. The 4 words sword, courage and zither heart were the hardest to come by. Li Qingshan made up his mind and went to the village. "Oh, it's Erlang. Have you eaten? If not, come to my house." At the entrance of the village, an old man was waving a hoe in the vegetable garden. As soon as he saw Li Qingshan, he warmly greeted him. What happened in the Lu family's courtyard yesterday had already spread throughout the village. The originally unknown Li family's Erlang had now become a celebrity in the village. Regardless of age, they all had a bit more respect for this youth. Li Qingshan responded to them one by one. He passed through more than half of the village and came to a small courtyard with a few willow trees planted in front of the door. A small old man in tattered clothes was leaning against the tree. He was drunk early in the morning and had the air of a hermit master. Li Qingshan knew in his heart that this wasn't some hermit master, but an ordinary farmer. He was also Xiao Mao's father. His name was Li Fugue. In reality, he wasn't even 40 years old, but he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Ever since his wife and son died, he didn't do much farm work. All day long, he drank to drown his sorrows and acted like a lunatic. Seeing Li Qingshan approach, Li Fugue said vaguely, "Come, drink, drink." The stench of alcohol hit him in the face. Li Qingshan frowned. He grabbed Li Fugue and dragged him into the empty room. Without saying anything, he scooped up a ladle of water and poured it into his mouth first, choking Li Fugue to the point of coughing. He leaned against the door and began vomiting. Li Qingshan looked around the thatched house. It was tattered everywhere and spider webs hung all over the window. It could really be called a house with only 4 walls. Li Fugui's family was also famous in the village. The land they owned was second only to Steward Lu's family. He was worthy of the name his parents gave him, and his family lived a happy life. Who would have thought that the world was fickle? An unexpected disaster would lead to such an end. Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. The little happiness of mortals was really too fragile. But he was determined and ambitious. He couldn't bear to see people become dispirited and degenerate, so he didn't hold back. Li Fugui said angrily, You, what are you doing? Uncle Li, are you awake? Li Fugui saw Li Qingshan's hostile gaze and shivered. It was not like he was blind or deaf. He knew exactly what Li Qingshan had been doing in the village during the past few days. He was a true malefic. What's the matter? Do you know how Xiao Mao's mother died? Li Qingshan went straight to the point. I don't know anything. Li Fugui was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't care about anything else and walked out. Li Qingshan grabbed his skinny wrist. Is this how you treat your wife and son? Li Fugui's body froze. Erlang, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's trouble that you can't afford to provoke. Don't throw away your life in vain. I don't want to cause trouble, but trouble has already come to me. If I live like you, it's better to throw away my life in vain. You just need to tell me what happened that year. Li Fugui was shocked. What, trouble has already come to me? After hesitating for a while, he let out a long sigh and began to narrate. After Xiao Mao's mother cursed in front of the witch's door, she went home and slept. The next day, she couldn't get up. Her body became cold and blue. That night, many strange things happened, and I also saw. Saw what? A child. Li Qingshan was finally sure that the murderer was the witch. Moreover, the witch also told Li Fugui that Xiao Mao not only missed his mother, but also his father in the underworld. Li Fugui was so scared that he gave her a large amount of offerings. Li Qingshan slapped the wall. You've really gone too far. Have you never thought about avenging your wife and son? Li Fugui's face turned red from the contempt in his words. He ran into the room and took out a long package from the bottom of the big wooden box. He opened the package and inside was a knife, a good steel knife. Li Qingshan unsheathed the knife and a cold chill hit him in the face. It reflected on his face and his hair could be seen. The knife's handle was about 1 foot long and slightly curved. It was wrapped in black silk and felt very comfortable in the hand. The knife was about 2 feet long and 4 inches wide. It was much better than the knife in Li Qingshan's hand, which was only 1 foot long and was a poorly made knife. Li Fugui said, This is the 100-forged blade I bought from the arsenal of arms in Qingyang City. It was not like he was an idiot. How could the deaths of his wife and son not affect him? He did not resent the witch at all. The blade was proof that he was still a hot-blooded man. However, he was still just a regular farmer at the end of the day. On one side was alcohol, and on the other was a blade. However, he never made up his mind to pick up the blade. Instead, he sank into drunkenness day by day. In the end, he discovered that he did not even have the strength to hold the blade anymore. However, he had always kept the blade. He did not exchange it for a good meal of alcohol. Li Fugui thought about the past and sobbed. I'm afraid to sell this blade, nor can I sell it. If I sell it, I'll have nothing left. Li Qingshan's mind was in turmoil, but his expression did not change. He silently sheathed the blade. If you trust me, then this blade is mine. I'll definitely give you an explanation. Li Fugui turned around and waved his hand. Li Qingshan made his way out of the door. He sped along the way, tempted to go up to the witch and cut her down. He returned to the thatched hut and practiced his fist techniques for a while before calming down. What kind of ability is it to control ghosts? How does it compare to my strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers? The powerful ones can make a myriad of ghosts bow down to them, becoming the ghost emperor of an entire region and making friends with gods and demons. The weak ones can only bully regular people. Not only is there no benefit to practicing it, but it'll even bring harm instead. Yin Qi will invade their bodies, throwing their minds into chaos and making them eccentric. That which obviously belongs to the latter. Li Qingshan stopped worrying. He had been expecting this as well. Otherwise, the witch would not have taken so long to get her revenge after suffering a kick from him for nothing. But you can't underestimate her. You can't see ghosts, but there are many methods that can't be guarded against. Li Qingshan thought of something. Brother Ox, I've heard that if you wipe an ox's tears on your eyes, you can see ghosts. Is that true? Don't even think about it. This old ox has never cried before. Men don't cry easily, but they don't cry until they're heartbroken. Brother Ox, don't you have times when you're heartbroken? Oxen turned his head away and ignored him. Li Qingshan knew that Brother Ox truly had a stubborn temper, so he stopped trying to persuade him. Over the past few days, the two of them had communicated quite a lot. He could vaguely sense the Black Ox's thoughts. He did not want Li Qingshan to rely on him. He wanted to walk his own path, and he had to bear the consequences of his own actions. At dusk, Oxen suddenly handed a small bottle to Li Qingshan. He did not explain anything and made his way out. He made his way up the crouching ox hill and gazed at the myriad mountains under the setting sun. Li Qingshan opened the small bottle and took a look. There was a transparent, light blue liquid inside. His heart skipped a beat, and he smiled resplendently. He thanked the Black Ox before dipping some wormwood into the liquid and carefully dripping it into his eyes. In the beginning, he did not feel anything, but afterwards, he felt his eyes become hotter and hotter, so hot that they swelled. If it were not for the arduous cultivation he had undergone in the past few days, he almost could not help but cry out in pain. In the smoky, tiled house, a group of foreigners who had come to seek divination watched a talisman fly through the air in shock before suddenly bursting into flames. Moreover, it was blue flames. They could not see a pale-faced child holding up the talisman with great difficulty. They only lowered their heads and handed all the money to the witch in fear and trepidation before backing away. The witch stowed the money away carefully. Suddenly, her face twisted. What's going on? Why isn't Li Er dead yet? Are you not doing your job diligently? Do you want me to deal with you? Fear appeared on the child's blank, wooden face. He shook his head furiously. The witch suddenly shook the bell in her hand. The child ran around the room in pain, kicking up chilly winds and dispersing the smoke. After quite a while, the witch stopped ringing the bell just now. Good, listen to Granny. Granny won't mistreat you. She handed an embroidery needle that was as thin as a hair to the child. Take it. Stab his eyes blind. The child grasped the embroidery needle with difficulty and flew towards crouching Ox Hill with the night wind. Under the night sky, Li Qingshan continued to meditate in the courtyard with his eyes closed. The child walked over and raised the embroidery needle in his hand, slowly stabbing it towards Li Qingshan's eyes. In the eyes of regular people, there was only a needle flying through the air by itself, let alone the fact that the embroidery needle was extremely thin. Even during the day, it was difficult to see, let alone at night. Li Qingshan sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. He ignored the embroidery needle that was only inches away from him and stared at the child's pitch-black eyes like a sharp sword. What do you want to do? His eyes shone brightly like two balls of fire were burning in them. In the evening, just as Li Qingshan was in unbearable pain, the indistinct aura in his body suddenly began to move, swimming through his eyes. The pain immediately lessened by quite a lot. When the scorching pain vanished, a cool sensation flowed through his eyes, making him feel extremely comfortable. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and just happened to see the little ghost from last night standing in front of him with the embroidery needle. He was surprised inside and felt some lingering fear. Originally, he thought the witch only had a few tricks up her sleeve, so she definitely would not face him head-on. It was not like the little ghost Xianxia could harm him, so he had underestimated her. However, if it were not for the fact that he could suddenly see ghosts, it was likely that he would have been ambushed and had his eyes destroyed. As a result, he would have been better off killing her earlier. The child was even more surprised. Under Li Qingshan's furious glare, he trembled all over, and the embroidery needle in his hand fell to the ground. He drifted far away. Li Qingshan studied the little ghost closely and discovered that he was only around 6 or 7 years old. He was extremely handsome, and if it were not for the fact that his face was ghastly pale, he really did seem like a match made in heaven. He wore silk robes, which must have been his attire when he was still alive. He did not seem like a little ghost that had been driven away, but the young master of a large clan. When the child saw that Li Qingshan could actually see him, he did not dare to move forward. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to complete the task and would be punished by the witch, so he did not dare to leave. Li Qingshan no longer had any fear in his heart. Things that could not be seen were the scariest. Now that he could see it clearly, he discovered that the little ghost was even more afraid than he was. He opened his mouth and asked, "What is your name? Where are you from?" But no matter how he asked, the child did not answer. Li Qingshan's heart moved. "You can't speak?" The child hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Li Qingshan thought that the child was only being used by the witch, and that it had unfortunately died at such a young age. Perhaps it was also killed by the witch, so he felt a little pity for the child and his attitude became gentler. "You were so close to me yesterday, why are you hiding now? Come closer, I have something to ask you." The child saw that his expression had become less frightening, and like a timid little beast, he walked a few steps closer. Li Qingshan said, "Since you don't want to speak, then just nod or shake your head to answer. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The child nodded. Li Qingshan asked many questions, and the child answered all of them as if he didn't know how to lie. He nodded or shook his head, but he could only answer simple questions. If it was a complicated question, he would be stunned. When he was asked his name and where he came from, he would shake his head vigorously. When he was asked what other tricks the witch had up her sleeve, he would just stand there in a daze. Even so, Li Qingshan had figured out many things. The child was indeed killed by the witch and turned into a little ghost for her to control. He was originally able to speak, but after being fed a bowl of medicine by the witch, he couldn't speak anymore. Li Qingshan guessed that the witch kidnapped this child and poisoned him to make him mute in fear that he would speak nonsense on the road. And whenever he mentioned the witch, the child's face would be filled with fear. Li Qingshan said softly, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll kill that old witch and set you free." Unknowingly, the child walked closer to Li Qingshan and raised his head. His little face had a more intimate expression. Li Qingshan revealed a comforting smile and wanted to pat his head, but his hand passed through his body and he froze. The child's expression immediately dimmed. He lowered his head and cried silently. Li Qingshan suddenly felt sorrow. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Why were there so many injustices in the world? Wasn't it more cruel than any demon or ghost? The child was startled and looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. Under the moonlight, the determined young man's eyes were actually a little watery. Li Qingshan said in a self-deprecating manner, "Men really don't cry easily. It's just that I haven't been hurt yet. I've made a fool of myself." The child stood on his tiptoes and reached out to touch Li Qingshan's face. He took a tear and carefully held it in his palm, looking a little heavy. "Don't hold it." Li Qingshan's face turned red. He suddenly understood Oxen's dilemma. How could a man's tears be given to others so casually? He also remembered Oxen's words. Weak ghosts had no substance. Only when they cultivated to a certain level could they gradually turn nothingness into reality and pick up solid things. This child was so weak that he could only pick up extremely light things. The child just lowered his head and looked at the transparent liquid in his palm. Li Qingshan was helpless. He looked around and felt a little strange. Why did the sky turn dark so late today? Although the scenery around the hut was a little dim, it was still clearly visible. But when he looked up at the moon, he suddenly understood that it was not that the sky had darkened, but that his eyes had brightened. Not only could he see things in the night, but it was as if a layer of dust had been wiped off the window. Everything felt incomparably clear. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, "Brother Niu is indeed a monster, his tears actually have such a magical effect. It's getting late. I'm going to bed. Because of you, I didn't have a good rest yesterday. I still have things to do tomorrow. I have to rest up." Li Qingshan went back to his room to sleep. The child was squatting in front of the door. Under the moonlight, his figure looked translucent, just like the teardrop in his hand. Li Qingshan slept very soundly and only woke up when the sky was bright. He felt very comfortable. The child had already left. He probably didn't dare to move around during the day. He washed up and casually practiced Ox Demon's fist of great strength. Then, he picked up the thick steel knife he got from Li Fugui. After thinking for a while, he picked up a few pieces of mutton and went out. 3 ruffians were sitting opposite each other with distressed expressions. After Patch-Haired Lu's death, their small group lost their backbone. Their days in the village became even more difficult. They were like rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat them up. They wanted to learn Patch-Haired Lu's rudeness or Li Qingshan's fierceness, but how could they learn? Suddenly, even eating became a problem, let alone eating meat and wine. They could only work as helpers in Steward Lu's house and barely make a living. How could they compare to the carefree life they had before? At this time, Li Qingshan suddenly came. The 3 ruffians hurriedly went to greet him. They saw that his expression was grave and stern. He held a knife in one hand and meat in the other. He naturally exuded a powerful aura. No one dared to look down on him because of his age. The 3 ruffians also softened their voices and praised Li Qingshan's actions the day before. Li Qingshan ignored their flattery and put down the meat in his hand. "There's one more thing I need to trouble you guys with. This meat is your reward, along with a piece from last time." "How could we do that?" "Erlang, just say the word and we'll go through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire." The 3 ruffians said this as they hurriedly caught the mutton. Just like last time, Li Qingshan said, "Follow me." He turned around and left. Only this time, he wasn't bluffing anymore. It was an unquestionable order. The 3 ruffians didn't dare to hesitate and blindly followed behind him. Li Qingshan first borrowed a hoe and shovel from a nearby farmer's house before going to Li Fugui's house. At this time, it was almost noon. The villagers had finished their morning farm work and it was time to pack up and go home for lunch. They saw Li Erlang, who was really famous in the village, bringing 3 ruffians to borrow tools. They didn't know what they were going to do, so they curiously followed behind. This shocked almost all the villagers. When they saw him coming to Li Fugui's house, they thought, is he going to teach that drunkard a lesson this time? How did that drunkard offend him? But in their hearts, they all felt a little ashamed. Relying on their numbers to bully a pitiful and impoverished person, and shouting at the village head and steward in the Lu residence were completely different actions. One was not afraid of violence, and the other was bullying the weak. But the 3 ruffians were very happy. I knew this old drunkard was not a good person. They even patted their chest and volunteered. "I'll drag him out now." They hadn't been so proud for a long time. This time, they were going to use Li Fugui to show their power and beat him up in front of everyone. Li Qingshan glared at them and shouted, "Are you coming?" Just when everyone was feeling strange, Li Fugui ran out of the house, gritted his teeth and said, "Coming." He looked surprisingly sober, which made the villagers feel strange. Usually, Li Fugui looked drunk, but they didn't know that after Li Qingshan left, he didn't drink a sip of wine. He thought about it day and night, but they didn't expect that on the next day, Li Qingshan would come looking for him. At this moment, the villagers were even more baffled, and their interest was piqued. Li Qingshan nodded and walked in front with his head held high. He led a group of people to the front of the witch's green brick house. They saw that the door was closed, and obviously, she was alarmed. He ordered the 3 ruffians, "Break it down." The 3 ruffians immediately became timid. There was no one in the village who wasn't afraid of this witch. Even when Patch-Haired Lu was here, they didn't dare to offend her. And this green brick house, which had the function of a temple, was even more mysterious and sacred. They didn't know how many times they had heard about the strange things that happened in this house. When the other villagers saw that he was actually looking for trouble with the witch, they also burst into an uproar. Someone advised, "Erlang, don't mess around." Someone also threatened, "You will suffer retribution for being disrespectful to God." This was an extreme believer in the witch. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of the knife in Li Qingshan's hand, he might have come up to reason with him. Without saying a word, Li Qingshan kicked the wooden door open with a bang. The door bar, which was as thick as an arm, broke with a loud sound, shocking the villagers. Li Qingshan turned around and ordered the 3 ruffians, "Guard outside. Don't let anyone in." The 3 ruffians braced themselves and answered. At least they didn't need to go in. Li Qingshan crossed the threshold and strode into the courtyard. He came to the door of the central room and was about to kick the door open. The door automatically opened to both sides. It was clearly noon, but it was dark inside the door, and a cold air assaulted his face. The witch was wearing a brightly colored witch robe and sitting on the altar. She said in a strange voice, "Li Erlang, do you know your crimes?" Witch pointed her finger and a mass of black fog rushed over. Within the fog, one could faintly make out many sinister and pained faces. This was the witch's trump card. It was called Ghost Mist, and it gathered densing energy and resentment. She usually hid it in an urn of ashes and buried it in the ground to absorbing energy. She would only use it at crucial moments. Moreover, this ghost fog had no intelligence, only resentment. It was extremely difficult to control and could backfire at any moment. Today, seeing Li Qingshan's ferocious attack, she had hurriedly activated it. However, the power of this ghost fog was also extraordinary. Ordinary beings would immediately fall unconscious after being enveloped by this ghost fog. Most sinister of all was that this ghost fog was like ghosts that existed between reality and illusion. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. If not for the fact that Li Qingshan had already opened his eyes, he would have fallen for it. The effects of these days of bitter cultivation began to show. His body tilted to the side, avoiding the ghost fog and charging straight at Witch. Witch hadn't expected Li Qingshan to be able to see the ghost fog. She immediately panicked and quickly shook a copper bell. Little Anne. Come out for Grandma and kill him." The child called Little and was squatting in the corner, his face full of pain. However, he was holding his head motionlessly. In a flash, Li Qingshan used Demon Ox stomps the ground. His foot heavily stomped on the ground, leaving behind a deep footprint. He flew up and slashed down with his saber. There was a flash of cold light and a splatter of blood. Witch's hand that was as thin as a chicken's claw was chopped off along with her wrist by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan didn't have time to examine the results of his saber strike before he felt Yin Qi attack him from behind. The ghost fog smelled the scent of a living person and was like a beast that had smelled blood. Driven by resentment, it pounced forward. Li Qingshan didn't dare to stop and rushed forward. However, he felt that the ghost fog didn't chase after him. Instead, he heard a mournful scream behind him. Turning around, he saw that the ghost fog had enveloped Witch and the ghost faces were biting and gnawing at her body. Even Li Qingshan hadn't expected this turn of events. It turned out that Witch had lost control of the ghost fog under the intense pain and immediately suffered a backlash. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. In the end, the witch, the instigator of all this, reaped what she sowed. Her entire body twisted as her flesh withered at a visible rate. Li Qingshan was delighted as he watched on. He laughed aloud. Originally, there was a trace of pity and sympathy in his heart, but he suppressed it forcefully because he felt that it was shameful. In the face of the innocent and suffering children, he was willing to sing a long song and shed a tear. Towards such a person who was worse than a beast, he had to erase all of his sympathy and laugh heartily towards the sky. The outer wall of the house was originally filled with people looking into the house. When the villagers became curious, the three ruffians couldn't stop them at all. They could only let them do as they pleased and occupied the best viewing seats at the front door. Seeing Li Qingshan step through the door, he flew up and chopped off Witch's hand. Then, Witch fell to the ground and howled in pain. As she howled in pain, Li Qingshan's laughter was like that of a madman, frightening everyone. Many people were so frightened that they fell off the wall. The three ruffians also fell to the ground with weak legs. Thinking back to how they had mocked and cursed him in the past, they felt incomparable regret. Such a person wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. Li Qingshan saw the ghost fog gradually dissipate. Once the resentment within was released, it stopped. Witch was lying on the ground, on her last breath. She hadn't died yet, but it was clear that she wasn't far from death. He guessed that she must have cultivated some kind of cultivation method to be able to hold on. Witch stretched out her remaining chicken claw towards the child in the corner. She seemed to be pleading and resentful as she called out, "Little Anne, Little Anne." Little Anne looked at her in a daze and fear. Li Qingshan said, "I'll send you on your way." The thick steel knife in his hand stabbed downwards. Steward Lu and village chief Li rushed over when they heard the news. They didn't even have the time to shout something like "spare her life" before Witch died. They looked at each other and broke out in a cold sweat. They remembered that Witch had said arrogantly a few days ago that Li Qingshan didn't have long to live. Today, she had lost her life. They were even more thankful that they didn't force Li Qingshan that day. Otherwise, who knew what the result would be? This was Li Qingshan's second time killing someone. Compared to the first time when he was panicking in the dark, this time in broad daylight, he was very calm. He had improved so much that even he was a little surprised. He thought to himself, could it be that the ox demon's fist of great strength has aroused the demonic nature in my heart? Or is this my true nature? In the modern society of his previous life, many people couldn't express their true nature. They could only go with the flow and live according to the times. Not to mention adults in their 30s or 40s, even youths had lost their passion and ambition. He was just one of the many people, no different from a normal person. But after going through the cycle of life and death, it actually aroused the heroic spirit in his chest. He didn't want to live a mediocre life anymore. But he was suppressed by the hard life in this small mountain village for 15 years. Finally, he had this opportunity. Once his heroic spirit was released, he really was like a crazy demon and refused to restrain himself. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and turned his head to say, "Don't panic, you too. This old woman asked for it. She deserves it. I still need you to uphold justice. You broke into a house and killed someone in broad daylight, and you still want us to uphold justice?" These words only swirled in the hearts of the two. Naturally, no one dared to say it out loud. Suddenly, one day, he rushed out of the crowd and came in front of Li Qingshan. He kowtowed 3 times and raised his head. "I killed her. It has nothing to do with Erlang. This old witch destroyed my family. Xiao Mao, father has avenged you." After he finished speaking, he cried and laughed. It was Li Fugue. This big stone that had been pressing on his chest for many years was suddenly lifted. He felt that even if he died, he could die in peace. No one in the village knew what happened to Li Fugue. They couldn't help but be silent. Only Steward Lu showed an embarrassed and fearful expression. It was because Li Fugue encountered this accident that he used alcohol to drown his sorrows and sold his family's fertile farmland. That was how he was able to achieve the illustrious name of Half-Village Lu. If Li Qingshan suspected him of colluding with the witch, then wouldn't it be terrible? Li Qingshan said, "I will take responsibility for my own actions. I don't need you to take the blame. Please come with me." He called the 3 ruffians and a few prestigious elders in the village to come to the witch's backyard. Li Qingshan turned his head and nodded to the eaves. The others followed his gaze, but there was nothing. Little and was hiding in the shadows, pointing to an empty space. Under Li Qingshan's order, the 3 ruffians began to dig the ground. Under Li Qingshan's gaze, they did their best and didn't dare to be lazy. In a short while, they had dug a big hole and dug out a skeleton. Li Qingshan went down to collect the skeleton. He looked back at the eaves and ordered, "Continue to dig." This wasn't Little Ant's skeleton. Under Little Ant's guidance, Li Qingshan had the people dig in a few more places. A few more skeletons were dug out. The surrounding people were shocked. How could there be so many skeletons buried in the witch's backyard? And every one of them seemed to be the skeleton of a child. Li Qingshan was also shocked. His expression became more and more serious. He knew that these were the victims of the witch's witchcraft. The ghost fog full of resentment he saw must have come from this place. He only hated that the old hag had died so quickly. At this time, there was a ding sound as if they had touched something. They carefully opened it and found a tightly sealed porcelain jar. Without waiting for Li Qingshan to stop them, the 3 ruffians rushed to open the jar. A small cloud of black gas rushed out. As if afraid of sunlight, it went straight into the mouth and nose of one of the ruffians. The other 2 ruffians were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. They were unable to move, but the contents of the porcelain jar blinded their eyes. The porcelain jar was filled with sparkling silver. They had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Even Steward Lu and the few old men who were on the verge of death revealed expressions of eagerness. Li Qingshan pushed them away. They were about to fly into a rage. No matter how timid they were, for the sake of wealth, their hearts would beat faster and they would become fierce. However, when they saw that it was Li Qingshan, they didn't dare to make a move. Li Qingshan didn't care about what they were thinking. He took out the porcelain jar and put it to the side. Under the jar, a small skeleton appeared. The flesh and blood on the skeleton had long been stripped away, revealing a grayish-white color. It was unknown how long it had been buried. Little and finally nodded. Li Qingshan sighed softly. He looked around and poured out all the silver in the jar, placing the white skeleton inside. The silver ingots rolled to the ground and formed a small hill. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on it. They didn't even care about the skeleton anymore. Steward Liu was someone who had seen the world. He estimated that there were at least a few hundred taels of silver. Even he would be jealous, let alone the others. In a small mountain village like this, it was really a huge sum of money. Li Qingshan didn't expect that which had collected so much silver over the years. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. He wasn't an immortal who didn't eat the food of mortals. He was also tempted by this wealth. After all, he would need money for many things in the future. In terms of eating meat, he didn't want to always rely on oxen. Since oxen wanted him, he would show it. He also wanted to change his diet. Perhaps he could go to the market and buy a few jars of good wine. However, he also understood the principle of people die for wealth, and birds die for food. If he took all the silver away, these people would be afraid of his power and wouldn't dare to say anything. However, they would definitely resent him and bury a lot of seeds of disaster. Even the death of which might not be able to appease them. Village chiefly, you are the most respected person in this village. What should we do with the silver? Tell me. Li Qingshan wiped the blood off his thick steel knife and sheathed it. It seemed that he wanted village chiefly to make the decision, but he emphasized the words highly respected. Not at all. This is all thanks to Erlang. You killed a big scourge in the village. This silver should be handled by you. Village chief Li had played a disgraceful role a few days ago. He felt that Li Qingshan's words were full of threats. He didn't dare to respond. Li Qingshan looked around. The people he looked at all nodded in a hurry. Erlang, you deal with them. Erlang, you handle it. Just now, he nodded slowly. He didn't mind sharing some silver in exchange for peace. However, if anyone really wanted to take charge of his spoils of war, they would have to ask the knife in his hand first. This group of people was much older than Li Qingshan, but they had to listen to the arrangements of a 15-year-old boy. However, no one felt dissatisfied. The current Li Qingshan was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of drawing his knife and killing people had already shocked them. Li Qingshan sat on the ground and distributed the silver. He pressed one hand on the porcelain jar with the white bones and the other on the knife. A group of adults and old people lowered their heads and listened to him. However, the first person to get the silver surprised everyone. Uncle Fugue, the witch destroyed your family. You should have some compensation. Take this silver. In the future, don't drink and drown people. Only then can you comfort the dead. Li Qingshan used the scabbard to poke at the edge of the small mountain of silver and took out some silver. This? How can this be good? Li Fugue didn't expect Li Qingshan to say this. He was at a loss. Take it. Li Qingshan was thanking and praising him for coming forward bravely just now and taking on the responsibility of killing people. Li Fugue gratefully accepted the silver. Li Qingshan called out to the two ruffians. These are for you. He glanced at the dead ruffian on the ground. And him. Go back and give him a proper burial. In the future, make a good living. Don't do dirty things like stealing chickens and dogs. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a disaster like this. The two scoundrels were both surprised and overjoyed. They stowed the silver away. When Li Qingshan mentioned their companion, they had both paled slightly, but they did not seem sad at all. Only the heavens knew whether they would specially spend money to bury their companion. Finally, Li Qingshan cupped his fists to Steward Liu, village chiefly, and a group of old people in the village. A few days ago, I offended you. This silver is my apology. I hope you can forgive me for not being sensible. However, if there is anyone who doesn't respect the old and bullies the weak. Although he said this, there was no sign of apology on his face. As he spoke, his tone became even more stern. We won't. These people said repeatedly. Xianxia nodded and took out a pile of silver for them to distribute. What about the other people in the village? Village chief Li got his share of the silver and looked at the pile of silver that was left. Since Li Fugue, the victim, could get a share of the compensation, then there were many more victims in the village. It could be said that every family had given an offering to the witch. Xianxia glanced at him. Does anyone have any objections? Although he sympathized with the villagers who had been deceived, he didn't plan to pay for their stupidity. If he hadn't killed the witch quickly, these people might have been intimidated by the witch to deal with him. Moreover, it was absolutely unfair to divide the money. In the end, not only would he not get any benefits, but he would also become the target of everyone's resentment. Village Chief Li also saw through this, so he came to trip up the youngster who was in the limelight. To put it bluntly, the interests of the villagers had nothing to do with him. Instead, it was the person in front of him who was increasingly threatening his authority in the village. Maybe in a few years, when he really grew up, he wouldn't even be able to keep his position as village chief. However, he didn't expect Xianxia to be so meticulous at such a young age. The glance that seemed to see through his thoughts made him even more frightened, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Xianxia wrapped up the remaining silver and said, "Then please go and explain to the villagers. If anyone dares to spread rumors and spread it to my ears, humph." The group of people nodded. With the sword and knife in front of them, they had all received benefits, so who would dare to spread rumors? With village chief Li leading the way, he came to the door and explained to the villagers, greatly praising Xianxia's demeanor of eliminating evil for the people. Originally, there were still some loyal followers of the witch who were not convinced. However, when the skeletons were carried out one by one, everyone's mouths were shut up. How could a person who had so many skeletons buried in the backyard be a good person? Moreover, who would be willing to offend a strong and ruthless person like Xianxia, as well as a group of virtuous and respectable old people for a dead person? Xianxia didn't show himself. Instead, he picked up the copper bell in the witch's hand and could faintly feel its spirituality that was different from ordinary utensils. He asked Little Anne, "Is this what she used to control you?" Little Anne nodded and looked at the copper bell nervously. Little Anne's expression was both happy and confused. Xianxia searched through the witch's room again. Little Anne followed behind him like a shadow. Suddenly, he extended his little hand and tugged at his trousers, pointing at a place. Xianxia found a secret compartment in the wall. There was a stack of paper inside, all of which were silver notes. He had vaguely heard that this world also had banks, but this was the first time he had seen actual silver notes. Presumably, the witch had buried the silver when she was in her prime. Later on, she grew old and frail, unable to dig anymore. That was why she had exchanged all her loot for light silver notes, storing them in this secret compartment. There were roughly a few hundred taels of silver. She was so rich, yet she had fallen out with him over a pig's head, resulting in her death in the end. And at the very bottom of the secret compartment, Xianxia finally found what he was looking for. It was a page of book paper, covered in tiny characters. At a glance, it was a technique for refining souls and controlling ghosts. The edges of the paper were uneven, as if it had been torn out of a book. Xianxia practiced the ox demon's fist of great strength and had gained a rudimentary understanding of the path of cultivation, so he was curious about other techniques as well. He never thought the witch's strange technique would only come from a single page of the book. If she had possessed the entire book, he probably would have died here today. However, if the witch had an entire book, she probably would not have holed up in Crouching Ox Village for half her life. The witch was not originally from Crouching Ox Village. She had suddenly settled here several decades ago, and no one knew her origins. Even Xianxia had no idea where she had obtained this page of book paper. However, there was a silver note under this page of book paper. It was actually a huge sum of 1,000 taels of silver. This silver note was extremely yellowed, and it was obvious that it had been around for a long time. It was definitely not something she had earned after coming to Crouching Ox Village. The witch's origins became even more mysterious. Li Qingshan asked Little Anne, "Do you recognize this?" He felt that perhaps it had something to do with Little Anne's origins. Little Anne was speechless, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Li Qingshan knew that this was beyond what he could answer. He obviously accepted everything in the secret compartment without hesitation. Just as he was about to walk out the door, he felt Little Anne tugging at his trousers. Li Qingshan looked back and saw him staring at him in confusion, like a lost child. He was indescribably pitiful. His heart softened, and he crouched down. He asked gently, "Don't you have anywhere to go?" Little Anne nodded. Li Qingshan said, "Then accompany me for now." He opened the jar, knowing that Little Anne did not dare to walk under the sun. Little Anne smiled shyly and flew into the jar. Li Qingshan returned to the thatched hut with the jar and buried it behind the thatched hut, creating a small grave. The green ox returned and asked, "Did you succeed?" "She's just an old witch. How hard can it be to deal with?" Then, he showed him the spoils of this trip and showed the page of the book to the green ox. He asked, "Is this also a divine ability? Can I practice it?" "This remnant piece of paper is naturally nothing, but this piece of paper came from a supernatural power called the Darking Ghost Control Art. I don't know how it fell into her hands, but cultivating this kind of incomplete thing probably won't bring her any benefits. Haven't you heard of biting off more than you can chew? You should practice the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers first." Oxen glanced at him and revealed the origin of the page. Then, which is stronger, the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers or this Darking Ghost Control technique? If it's the original strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, then it's hard to say. Although the Darking Ghost Control technique does not focus on self-cultivation, it can gather a large group of ghosts and bully the weak. It's a supernatural power that is good at fighting. If you can't defeat the user in one move, it's easy to get drowned in the sea of ghosts. Then what about the strength of ox and tiger that I practice? Of course it's better. Li Qingshan calmed his mind and no longer hesitated. He put the page away. The other spoils of war were the money. Originally, Li Qingshan thought the black ox would not care about these mundane objects, but he never expected the black ox to say solemnly as soon as he heard that, "All right. Compared to that piece of paper, this is what matters." Disdain for a supernatural power, but attach great importance to money. Even though Li Qingshan had experienced Oxen's education about eating meat and drinking wine, he couldn't help but be surprised. This brother ox was really worldly. Oxen saw through his thoughts. Haven't you heard of the words wealth, companionship, law, and land? These are all necessary conditions for cultivation. Wealth is still the first. Li Qingshan nodded. No matter what I do, I need a financial foundation. If Oxen didn't provide him with food, he wouldn't be able to practice even if he had the secret manual. But I don't think I need to spend too much money. 1,000 taels of silver was a huge sum. If he only used it to buy food and wine, it would be enough to support him for a long time. Oxen said, "You keep asking me how long it will. Take me to master the ox demon's fist of great strength." "Yes, but you won't tell me." "I can tell you now. With your current cultivation speed, if there are no accidents, it will probably take you 10 years to master the first layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and achieve the strength of a bull." 10 years. Li Qingshan's mouth opened wide in shock. And this is the shortest calculation. If you meet a bottleneck, it'll be even harder to say. The stronger the supernatural power, the harder it is to practice. Do you really think Taoist supernatural power is a country bumpkin? Do you think you can master it easily and become invincible? Wake up. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on Li Qingshan's head, the joy he felt from killing which was swept away. Then, if I want to completely master the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, I'll need at least 110 years? He couldn't imagine what he would be like after 110 years. Wrong. The higher the level, the harder it is to practice. It's not surprising if you can't master it in 300 to 500 years. But you don't have to worry too much. Every time you master a layer, your body will strengthen and your lifespan will naturally increase. Then what should I do? Li Qingshan believed that he had extraordinary willpower and persevered in practicing every day. But if he had to persevere for a few hundred years, he would go crazy just thinking about it. Oxen saw that the blow was almost over and made a brat, "Now you know how powerful you are" expression. If you want to shorten this time, the easiest way is to rely on the word wealth. Ignoring Li Qingshan's strange expression, a list flew into Li Qingshan's hands. There were dozens of medicinal herbs listed on the list. This is? It's used to make soup and wine. This is a trick that even mortals know. It doesn't matter if there are more or less medicinal herbs in it. The key is that one of them is indispensable. Ginseng. Li Qingshan already saw the medicinal herb at the top of the list. This was probably the most common and easily found spiritual medicine in the world. It was known as the king of herbs and could greatly replenish one's vitality. In Chinese medicine, there was a kind of soul return soup. When a person was about to die, they could recover some of their spirit and make a will. In reality, it was ginseng soup. Then I don't seem to be any different from an ordinary martial artist? Of course there's a difference. An ordinary person's physique is weak and can't absorb any nourishment. Eating too much ginseng is not only not beneficial, but harmful. I didn't tell you in the beginning because your body is still weak, so it's useless to tell you. These days, you've been slowly recuperating, and you've cultivated a trace of essence qi. Now you've reached the requirement. I was planning to ask you to find a way to raise money. Now you can save some trouble, but I'm afraid the money won't last long. Li Qingshan also understood where the difference was. He could eat more ginseng than an ordinary person, and he didn't have to worry about a nosebleed. His body was like a cauldron, and with the help of divine arts, he could refine and absorb all the essence qi that entered his body, without any waste. This also meant that Li Qingshan had to buy a lot of ginseng, and ginseng was an expensive medicine no matter what era it was. But he had to eat ginseng like a carrot, so no matter how much money he had, it wouldn't be enough. How much ginseng could he buy with the 1,000 taels of silver he had? He couldn't help but ponder this question. After lamenting, Li Qingshan could not help but admit that this was not bad news. The rate at which his strength grew would reach a whole new level. In order to pursue a breakthrough in strength, ordinary people would have to search for rare elixirs, and even if they took them, there might not be any effect. But he only needed to eat the most common and easy-to-get things, and his strength would continue to improve. God knows how many people would be envious of him, so why would he be dissatisfied? As for real money, there would always be a way. With enough strength, why would he be afraid of not having money? This little devil is a bit interesting. Oxen turned behind Li Qingshan, and its round eyes stared at little Anne, who was hiding behind Li Qingshan. From the beginning to the end, little Anne had been hiding behind Li Qingshan, and he quietly and curiously looked at Oxen. Little Anne was so scared that he hid to the other side, not daring to face this talking bull. Although Oxen didn't have any murderous or baleful aura, he instinctively didn't want to get close to him. You mean little Anne? He has nowhere to go now, so I'll look after him for a while. You don't mind, right? Li Qingshan said it casually. If Oxen minded, they would not have said it in front of little and with only that piece of paper, she actually refined a ghost slave, and it is a ghost slave that can drive things. It is really incredible. Either the old woman is a genius in ghost refining, or the little ghost's spiritual quality is somewhat special. However, seeing that the old woman had been refining for so many years and sacrificed so many test subjects, but she had only refined such a ghost slave, it must be the latter. Li Qingshan looked at little Anne. What was so special about him? However, a little ghost was a very strange thing in itself. Oxen said, maybe he is your best trophy. Why don't you take him as a ghost slave? This child may be of great use to you in the future. What ghost slave? He is just a child, and I have promised him to give him freedom. Even in the most difficult time, Li Qingshan was unwilling to go against his heart and sell Oxen for travel expenses. Of course, he was even more unwilling to do so now. Oxen felt that he had said too much and yawned, that's up to you, but it has lost its master. If no one feeds it, it will not take long for its aura to dissipate, and its soul will fly away and disappear. Soul will fly away and disappear. Little and blinked his eyes in confusion. Ghosts are not poultry and livestock. Do they need to be fed? The dead can't be allowed to live in the world of the living. Even the extremely powerful ghosts can't resist the sunshine, and even a gust of wind can kill them. If no one died and all the ghosts were left in time, it is unknown how many ghosts have been accumulated in the world for thousands of years. What should I do? At dusk, Xianxia strode through the mountains and forests with an axe on his shoulder, and a little ghost that seemed to be real wandered around him. Sometimes it ran far to the stream and looked at a fish curiously. Sometimes it flew to the treetops and touched a bird. But without waiting for Xianxia to call, it returned to him like the wind and looked at him eagerly. Xianxia shook his head and smiled back. For this child, he had a faint sense of responsibility in his heart. But behind them, the bird fell stiffly from the treetops, and the fish floated on the water with its belly turned white, which proved that this was not just an ordinary child, but a dangerous ghost. Xianxia searched carefully in the forest, and finally stood in front of a big locust tree that needed more than 10 people to encircle, and waved the axe to chop it. Although he didn't know the axe method or the knife method, the ox demon's vigorous fist contained the most basic and most mysterious method of using force. He could use any weapon freely. Every chop of the axe was powerful and heavy in the same place. Wood chips flew, and the huge tree fell. Xianxia didn't care about anything else. He only cut out a small piece of the wood core in the center and brought it to Little and reached out to touch the small piece of wood core, and his little face showed a comfortable expression. In the end, he simply turned into a gust of wind and went into it. Xianxia smiled. This was according to the method taught by oxen. He found an ancient locust tree that was more than 100 years old. The locust tree had the natural effect of gathering spirits, which was very beneficial to spirits. Now that he tried it, it was indeed true. In this way, he didn't have to worry about Little Ant's soul dispersing. Back to the hut, he sat on the big stone in front of the door and carved the wood core into the shape of a wooden plate. After careful polishing, he carved the word in and wore it on his waist. The yang qi in his body would slowly nourish Little Ant's soul. He could also use the yin qi in Little Ant to practice controlling the qi in his body. In the small courtyard, Xianxia sat on the ground and kept shouting, "Little Ant, neck." Little Ant hugged his neck. Under the stimulation of yin qi, the genuine qi in Xianxia's body was mobilized and flowed to his neck. Right arm. Little Ant quickly changed his direction and hugged his arm. Although his handsome little face was still pale, it was full of a childish and innocent smile, as if it was a very fun game. Until the moon rose, Xianxia just now got up, and Little Ant reluctantly retreated. With the help of Little Ant, the genuine qi in Xianxia's body was tamed a lot, and Little Ant's eyes were a little more lively, not as dull as they were at first. Xianxia thought about it. This was probably not just due to the nourishment of yang qi. No matter how clever a child was, if they were taken away from their parents and watched over, abused, or beaten as they pleased, they would probably become so dull. And when he regained his freedom and life slightly returned to normal, the spiritual qi in his heart began to sprout. Little Ant looked at Xianxia expectantly. Although he still couldn't speak, his eyes clearly said, "Play again." Well, this is not a game. That's all for today. We'll talk about it tomorrow night. Little Ant nodded obediently. He would never act like a spoiled child, but he couldn't hide his disappointment. Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. All right, let's play again. Little Ant smiled shyly, but immediately pricked up his ears. Time passed quickly, and autumn arrived in the blink of an eye. The maple leaves in the mountains gradually reddened, and the golden ears of rice became plump bit by bit. An ox cart passed through a small path in the field slowly. The oxen that pulled the cart had no one to drive it. The ox cart was covered in thick beast hides, and a young man lay on it. He chewed on some straw, resting his head on his arms leisurely as he gazed at the sky. A dagger was tied to one side of his waist, and a wooden tablet hung from the other. He was Xianxia. He had over 1,000 taels of silver on him, and he wanted to go to Cypress Stream town that was over 5 kilometers away. In a remote mountain village, spending money was not an easy matter. If he wanted to buy things, he could only go to a larger town. Qingyang City was abundant in resources, but it was too far away, and it definitely would not be cheap. As a result, he could only settle for the next best thing and go to the town. At a fixed time every month, there would be a large gathering in the town. At that time, the people from the nearby villages would all go to the town to conduct various transactions. It was the best time to buy ginseng. And he had accumulated quite a lot of beast hides, so he could use this opportunity to sell them. Originally, Xianxia did not want oxen to pull the cart anymore, but oxen did not mind being a regular ox at all. When he arrived at Cypress Stream Town, the sky had just brightened. The town was bustling with horses and carriages as people moved to and fro. Many small peddlers called out their goods loudly. It was a bustling sight. Xianxia found an empty space and laid out the beast hides on the prepared sackcloth. However, he did not call out like others. Instead, he sat to one side and meditated. He did not miss any opportunity to cultivate. In his body, the weak stream of qi had already grown a little stronger. He was like a playful child, constantly driving the stream of true qi to flow all over his body. Although he did not move his body, doing this was extremely taxing on his mind. Xianxia would open his eyes from time to time and respond to the customers who came to ask about the price. He had a huge sum of money on him, and he did not want to become rich through these beast hides. He only wanted to sell them as soon as possible so that he could buy more ginseng. As a result, he set the price extremely low. Although he refused to bargain with anyone, his business was extremely good. It was almost winter. Xianxia had experienced the pain of the bone-chilling wind. All regular people wanted to make a pair of leather boots or a leather jacket. Before long, a large group of people had gathered around his stall. "Move out of the way." A few young men with bows and arrows on their backs and hunting knives separated the crowd with unfriendly expressions. They surrounded the stall and cast their shadows on Xianxia's body, casting Xianxia's shadow. Xianxia opened his eyes and asked, "What can I do for you?" His eyesight was no longer the same as before. He could tell at a glance that these people were not easy to deal with. Although they weren't very old and didn't have a particularly fierce expression on their faces, they had a sharp murderous aura around them. If patch-haired Lu was a barking mangy dog, then they were ferocious mountain guard dogs. Any one of them could easily kill patch-haired Lu. A short and vigorous young man with a short beard questioned, "Where did you get these beast skins?" His companions stretched out their hands to play with the beast skins and discovered that it was just as the rumors said. There were no arrow holes or any signs of damage on these beast skins. They were all rare high-quality hides, but they were sold at a much lower price than normal beast skins. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, then leave. Don't block the sun. Xianxia was too lazy to make up a lie to explain to strangers. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The surrounding people had already spread out in a circle, but they did not leave. Instead, more and more people gathered. All kinds of discussions could be clearly heard. "Aren't these the hunters from Drawn Rain's village? How dare they look down on the people from Drawn Rain's village? How many lives do they have? Drawn Rain's village." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Even with his lack of knowledge, he had heard about this place like thunder. This was one of the villages around Cypress Stream Town, located extremely deep into the myriad mountains. The people who lived in the village were all hunters who hunted for a living, so it was no wonder that they gave off such a bearing. Compared to a farming village like Crouching Ox Village, the people of the Drawn Rains village were much fiercer. They fought against wild beasts in the mountains every day and practiced a few martial arts that had been passed down through generations. Not only did they refuse to obey the rules of Qingyang City, but they never paid taxes either. There had once been people in Qingyang City who had attempted to send troops to conquer this place, but before they had even reached the village, they had run into countless traps and hidden arrows. By the time they reached the village after so much difficulty, they had already lost half of their men. The army's morale was low, so the leading general could only draw the reins in front of the village and flee back to Qingyang City in disgrace. As a result, the original name of the village was forgotten, becoming the Drawn Rains Village. It was possible to imagine just how proud the people of a village that could force an army to return in defeat would be. If a teenager wanted to contend against them, it would undoubtedly be like throwing an egg against a rock. The short young man said furiously, "You can't sell these beast hides here." "Why?" Xianxia opened his eyes, and a gleam of light seemed to flash through them. It made the young man think of the vicious beasts in the mountains. His eyes glowed in the darkness, and he raised his guard instinctively. However, he was not afraid. They were hunters who fought against wild beasts. Moreover, when he saw how Li Qingshan was dressed as a farmer, he looked down on him even more. "Because I won't let you sell them." He extended his hand to flip Li Qingshan's stall. A large, coarse hand grabbed the young man's hand like a metal lock. It actually caused him some pain. The young man was surprised. What great strength this guy has. However, his reactions were not slow at all. He threw his left fist directly at Li Qingshan's face. However, his companions showed no intentions of helping out at all. They only watched on coldly from one side. They seemed extremely confident, and some of them even smiled scornfully. Speaking of which, this was the first time Li Qingshan had truly fought with someone. Patch-haired Lu had no strength to fight back in his drunken state, and which had suffered a backlash from the ghost mist. The fist tore through the air, not giving anyone time to think at all. However, this was the effect of many days of cultivation. Li Qingshan subconsciously tilted his head to avoid it. His right foot stepped on the ground, and his body leaned forward. With his spine as the center, all the muscles in his body trembled, and as one, an Iron Mountain Lean smashed towards the young man with great force. Iron Mountain Lean was an extremely common move in fist techniques. Demon Ox's fist of great strength also had it, and it combined 3 of the moves at the same time. Demon Ox stomps on the ground. It stood firmly on its heels and exerted force from the ground. Demon Ox activates its hide. It had a tough body and could not be activated. Demon Ox butts its horns. It used its body as a horn to smash forward. All of its movements were done in one go. Oxen lay in the back and nodded in satisfaction. However, the young man turned pale with fright. It was as if a charging bull had charged at him. He felt a pain in his chest, and was sent flying. He fell into the crowd, and all the muscles and bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. The discussions in the surrounding crowd stopped abruptly. The young man's companions were also stunned for a moment, and then they attacked in anger. Li Qingshan's expression became more and more serious. One-on-one and one-on-many were 2 completely different things. Unless the difference in strength was too great, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. If a strong bull was surrounded by a pack of vicious hunting dogs, it would only end up with pieces of flesh torn off and dying. This was probably not just the power of that sliver of Xianxia, but also the miraculous effect of Oxen's tears. He ducked and dodged a punch. Ox Demon butts its horns. His fist struck out and knocked down another young hunter. But at the same time, a hunter had already circled behind him and punched fiercely at Li Qingshan's back. The other 2 young hunters grabbed Li Qingshan's waist, one on the left and one on the right, and slammed him to the ground. They spent their days hunting in the mountains and were well versed in encirclement techniques. They were definitely not boorish men who fought on the streets. Even though Li Qingshan could defeat any one of them, he was instantly at a disadvantage. Seeing that it was too late to block, Li Qingshan focused all of his mental thoughts on his back. That sliver of Xianxia flowed with his heart. The muscles on his back twisted together, and a small bulge could be faintly seen. A heavy punch landed on Li Qingshan's back, but it was like hitting tough leather. All of the power dissipated as that bulge of muscle flattened. Other than a tremble from Li Qingshan's body, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. At the same time, the 2 hunters who had grabbed Li Qingshan's waist felt as if Li Qingshan's body was rooted to the ground. They could not move him at all. The 3 of them had used up all of their strength, and their momentum immediately weakened. Li Qingshan, who had suffered 3 heavy blows, had already recovered his breath. With a roar, his elbows dropped down. The Ox Demon butts its horns, and Ox Demon's fist of great strength emphasized that, other than the fists and feet, the entire body could be used as horns. Elbows were the most powerful horns. The 2 hunters felt a sharp pain in their backs. They wanted to vomit blood and lay on the ground involuntarily. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and pounced at the hunter who had ambushed him from behind. He punched him in the chest and knocked him to the ground. The surrounding people were dazzled by what they saw. They only saw that the young man, who was at a disadvantage, beat the 5 men of the Drawn Rains village to the ground in just a few moves. They were all astonished. Li Qingshan looked at the 5 hunters who were groaning in pain on the ground, and then looked at his own hands. It was as if he could not believe that he had done this. His strength had unknowingly reached this level. But before he could rejoice, a large group of hunters suddenly rushed out with their hunting bows and knives drawn. They surrounded Li Qingshan with fierce eyes. For this gathering in Cypress Creek Town, the Drawn Rains village did not just send a few people. There were more than 20 of them, and they brought the entire village's accumulated fur goods. Just now, those few young hunters were just juniors who had followed their elders to see the world. Seeing that they couldn't sell their goods, and hearing that someone was selling animal hides for cheap, they all rushed over together to find trouble with Li Qingshan. However, he didn't expect that Li Qingshan would be taught a lesson instead of looking for trouble. Naturally, the elders would not sit idly by and do nothing. They quickly reacted and surrounded Li Qingshan. The dozen or so hunting bows were drawn, and the aura that exploded in an instant made him feel like a trapped beast that had fallen into a trap. His life and death were in the hands of others, and he actually felt a sense of despair. Compared to this, the feast at Hongmen at Steward Lu's house was like playing house. His mind was also as tense as a bowstring. He suddenly recognized the other party's identity. They were hunters for a living. Their expertise was not in their fists, but in the hunting bows in their hands. His ox demon forges its hide could block fists, but it definitely could not block sharp bows and arrows. At this critical juncture, he calmly pulled out the thick steel knife at his waist. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for a way to escape. He didn't expect that selling animal hides would also cause such a disaster. Although he was unwilling, he might have to kill someone in the middle of the town and carve out a path of blood. "Did you do this?" A strong man with a sickly face and a large bow on his back stood in the middle of the hunters and asked in a loud voice. Li Qingshan replied, "I did it." The man studied Li Qingshan in some surprise. If regular people saw this, their limbs would become weak from fright, yet this kid was so young, yet he was so calm. Just his mental fortitude was far greater than all the juniors in the village. He asked the short hunter that Li Qingshan had sent flying with the Iron Mountain lean, "Xiao, what's going on?" "Hunting chief, this kid has probably ruined our business." Xiao struggled to his feet. The crowd fell into an uproar. "Isn't the hunting chief of the Drawn Rains village?" "It's Huang Bingu." The so-called hunting chief was equivalent to the village head, but it was different from Crouching Ox village, where old people held power. Those who could become hunting chief in the Drawn Rains village were all the strongest men in the village. They were in charge of all matters related to hunting in the village. As for Huang Bingu, he was the current hunting chief of the Drawn Rains village. He was a renowned figure, and Li Qingshan had heard of him a long time ago as well. However, he had never thought it would be the sickly man before him. He finally understood the origins of the name Sickly Tiger. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Li Qingshan obviously felt a heavy pressure inside, but he was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. He sneered, "You came to ruin my business without saying anything, and now you're slandering me, saying that I've ruined your business. The Drawn Rains village really is tyrannical." Huang Bingu's face sank. He yelled, "Why don't you get up? You can't even defeat a single person in a group, yet you still have the face to lie on the ground and cry out in pain. Are you still worthy of being men of the Drawn Rains village?" Li Qingshan knew he had not gone easy on them, but under Huang Bingu's order, the 5 young hunters actually managed to stand up by themselves. Apart from their sturdy bodies, they felt great reverence towards Huang Bingu. Huang Bingu raised his hand, and all the hunters put away their sabers and bows. "We were in the wrong in this matter, but brat, you shouldn't have been so heavy-handed. If I hadn't been heavy-handed, the one lying here right now would be mine. It's rare for us to go down the mountain to sell furs. The daily necessities of the entire village depend on it. It's fine if you sell according to the market price, but this method of selling is messing up the market price, greatly harming us." Li Qingshan was silent. This was something he had not expected at the start. Naturally, he could say that it was his business how he sold it, but with Huang Bingu's reputation, he had admitted that he was in the wrong in front of everyone, and had spoken with reason and evidence. He had not used his numbers to oppress him, so he was not willing to argue and pester him endlessly. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he would not just sit and wait for death. Huang Binga said, "I'll buy all of these furs." A hunter came forward to pay the money and put away all the furs. The people in the surroundings all clicked their tongues in praise of Huang Binga's loyalty. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He glanced at the bag of money handed to him. "There's no need." He turned around and tidied up the ox cart. He did not rely on these furs to make a living in the first place. The other party was so generous, so if he haggled over every ounce, he would instead be looked down upon. The admiration in Huang Binga's eyes deepened. He watched as Li Qingshan disappeared into the crowd and said to the people around him, "I like this kid. Does anyone know his origins?" A farmer said carefully, "He seems to be Li Erlang of the Crouching Ox village." Many people in the surroundings had actually heard of him before. They all said, "No wonder." Li Qingshan went to the best restaurant in town and bought a dozen jars of good wine to fill the ox cart. He then followed the list given by Oxen and went to the medicine shop to buy most of the medicinal ingredients. However, the most important ginseng could not be bought from the medicine shop. In the largest inn of Cypress Creek town, a group of people wearing bamboo hats and carrying medicine baskets on their backs were silently drinking tea. Even in the inn, they refused to take off the bamboo hats and medicine baskets on their backs. From time to time, the shopkeepers of the big medicine shops would come to the inn and open the baskets to see what was inside. They would then hide their hands in their sleeves and bargain with them. If they succeeded, they would take away a bag of ginseng of different sizes. They were ginseng foragers from Ginseng King village. Like Drawn Rain's village, they were both located deep in the mountains. However, they made a living by gathering mountain ginseng. If one wanted to buy ginseng, they would naturally buy it for the lowest price. Li Qingshan stopped the ox cart in front of the inn and looked around. He strode to a corner and said to the ginseng foragers, "I want to buy ginseng." The ginseng foragers saw that he was young and his clothes were shabby. They all looked at him with disdain, and no one responded. Li Qingshan frowned and took out the remaining 1,000 taels of silver in his pocket and placed it on the table. "I want to buy ginseng." This time, all the ginseng foragers raised their heads in shock. They did not expect Li Qingshan to take out so much silver. They looked at each other and finally, someone said, "How much do you want to buy?" Li Qingshan had already understood the price of ginseng. In the end, they agreed on a price and left with a large bag of ginseng. The ginseng foragers whispered, "Should we get rid of this brat? It's more important to find the spiritual ginseng. That's a treasure worth tens of thousands of taels of gold. Even mortals can prolong their lives if they eat it. If martial artists eat it, they can immediately become first-rate experts. They can even break through the obstacles and reach the innate stage. Although the spiritual ginseng is good, there's only one. We still have to deal with that sickly man from Drawn Rain's village. I don't think I have the luck to get it. A bird in the hand is better than 100 in the forest. Those who are willing to do this, follow me." 7 or 8 people stood up, grabbed the sabers at their waists, and left. Not far away from the door, a person was hiding behind a pillar. When he saw this scene, he quietly left. Li Qingshan drove the ox cart forward alone on the mountain path, chatting with Oxen from time to time. Little and also poked his head out from the locust tree, sitting on the beam of the cart and listening to their conversation. When they reached a narrow valley, Oxen suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Li Qingshan. "Here comes your trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 figures appeared on both sides of the valley. With his eyesight, Li Qingshan asked, "You are people from the Ginseng King village?" The group of people had knives in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to kill and rob. I've still underestimated the viciousness of the human heart. He could only sigh in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't understand the principle of not flaunting one's wealth, which was why he immediately drove the ox cart back to the village after buying the ginseng. He didn't want to stay for another night. However, he didn't expect that this group of people would be so daring to kill him in broad daylight. It was rumored that these people who climbed the cliffs every day to gather spiritual herbs and ginseng were extremely valiant. Moreover, they were all skilled in martial arts. Their bodies were as light as birds and as agile as monkeys. "Kid, we have some things to discuss with you," the leader said calmly. His eyes revealed a hint of disdain, as if he was looking at cattle and sheep in a cage waiting to be slaughtered. "Leave everything behind and you can go." This kind of calmness wasn't fake. They traveled in the mountains all year round. When they met lone travelers, they would kill them and take their belongings. It was a common thing for them to do. After the deed was done, they naturally wouldn't let anyone live. The ginseng foragers laughed and surrounded them. Seeing danger approaching, Xianxia suddenly shook the reins. Oxen glanced at him and cooperated, speeding the ox cart forward. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The ginseng foragers cursed and hurriedly dodged to the sides. 2 flashes of knives flew out from their hands and slashed at Xianxia, who was on the cart. Oxen swung its head, and its remaining horn drew a strange arc in the air. The leader of the ginseng foragers saw the horn coming at him, but he couldn't dodge it. The horn pierced through his stomach and nailed him to the cliff wall. The ginseng forager's eyes were still wide open, and blood gushed out of his mouth. He couldn't believe that with his martial arts skills, he would die to a cow's horn. At the same time, Xianxia somersaulted and landed on the ground. He dodged the 2 flashes of knives and held the thick steel knife in his hand. Oxen pulled out the horn and thought to himself, "From an ox's perspective, I've done better than I should. The rest is up to you." The ginseng foragers cried out in surprise, "Brother Gung." This Brother Gung was the best among them, but they didn't expect him to die in such a strange way. They couldn't have imagined that Oxen was a monster. Then, he fiercely said to Xianxia, "Brat, do you know what you've done? I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but in a while, we'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the wolves." Xianxia sneered, "With just you guys?" His expression was extremely solemn as he slowly pulled out his knife. He didn't expect to encounter 2 battles in one day, and each one was more dangerous than the one before. Sure enough, having martial arts skills also meant that it was easy to get into trouble. If he was just a weak peasant boy, he obviously wouldn't be able to fight against the people from Drawnrain's village, and he definitely wouldn't have that much money to buy ginseng. This was the most dangerous battle he'd ever encountered in his life. Even though he had supernatural powers, he didn't dare to say that he could walk on flat ground. Oxen's words rang in his ears. His thoughts flashed, and the battle was about to begin. Kill. A strong gust of wind blew, and the 4 waist knives formed a net that enveloped Xianxia. The bull demon forges its hide would definitely not be able to block such a blade. Xianxia quickly made a decision. Without even looking behind him, he strode forward and pounced on the 3 ginseng foragers in front of him. His mind wasn't completely focused on the battle to the death. Instead, he kept thinking about the corner of Oxen just now. Oxen definitely wouldn't help him fend off the enemy. Otherwise, with its strength, it would be a piece of cake to kill these ginseng foragers. There was a deep meaning behind that corner. At the juncture of life and death, his comprehension and spirituality were all forced out. His eyes suddenly lit up. The bull demon but's its horns required every part of its body to be a horn, and the weapon was just an extension of the body. The straight, thick steel knife in his hand suddenly seemed to have a mind of its own, and it went around a waist knife that was blocking. With a pew-pew sound, a ginseng forager's neck sprayed out a mist of blood, and he fell to the ground on his back. Experienced. This kid knows martial arts. A series of shouts rang out, and the ginseng foragers looked at Xianxia. Their expressions were no longer as casual as they were just now. Xianxia's arms also had 2 new wounds. Thanks to the toughness of the bull demon forges its hide, they hadn't been cut open. Instead, the ferocity in his heart was aroused, and his eyes burned with fire. Come. A group of people was hiding in the dense forest on the side of the valley. They were only about 100 feet away, and it was broad daylight. No one in the valley noticed them. Only Oxen glanced in his direction. At this moment, Xianxia's steel knife had taken another person's life. Although he had also been stabbed in the back, the cut was not deep and the wound had shrunk, so not much blood had flowed out. At the same time, a knife stabbed into his lower abdomen. He gripped the knife tightly and raised his hand, chopping off a terrified head. His ferocious aura was intimidating. Xiaohe had not been convinced at first. He had thought that Li Qingshan had won by launching a sneak attack, so he had been looking for an opportunity to get back at them. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Li Qingshan's knife technique was exquisite, and his killing intent was so fierce that it shocked him. This wild beast was not something a half-baked hunter like him could kill. He was glad that they were just now in the middle of the city, so he had not drawn his knife against Li Qingshan. In a short while, 7 people were lying on the ground. Li Qingshan knelt on one knee with the help of his broken steel knife. There were more than 10 wounds on his body, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Some belonged to others, and some belonged to himself. There was only one ginseng forager left, and his face was filled with fear and madness. Even though he had committed many murders and robberies, he had always bullied the kind. He had never seen such a brutal battle in his life. You lunatic. Li Qingshan's expression was like a hard rock. In the face of life and death, every move he made exceeded his usual level and stimulated the potential in his body. However, this was also very exhausting. In a short while, he was completely exhausted. So this is the path I have chosen? It's really full of blood. Oxen stood leisurely at the side, as if asking, do you regret it? I'll kill you. The ginseng forager roared and rushed forward. He had no strength left in his body. The knife landed on his neck, and the chill made his hair stand on end. Li Qingshan roared, I don't regret it. The qi in his body flowed into his hand. He gripped the steel knife tightly and swung it to meet the attack. Twang! Swoosh! The bowstring tore through the air, and a feathered arrow shot out, nailing the last ginseng forager to the ground. Li Qingshan raised his head in shock. A few vigorous figures slid down from the cliff. They were the hunters of Drawnrain's village. They carefully approached Li Qingshan and suddenly grabbed his limbs. However, in that instant, Li Qingshan had exhausted all his strength and was carried to the top of the valley by them. Brat, you've done well. Huang Binga put away his bow, praised, and did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, the hunters once again hid themselves on both sides of the valley. Not long after, the other ginseng foragers rushed over and checked their companion's corpse with grave expressions. When they saw the ginseng forager who had been nailed to the ground, their expressions suddenly changed, and they shouted, retreat. Release. With Huang Binga's order, arrows rained down from both sides of the valley. The ginseng foragers suddenly waved their blades, but unless their martial arts skills were far inferior, there was no way they could block the arrows. Cries of pain rang out. Meanwhile, Huang Binga held his bow and stood on a protruding boulder, specifically aiming at the ginseng foragers who were trying to escape. Every arrow would hit its target, and not a single arrow missed its target. He was like a god of death. Li Qingshan propped himself up and watched. He also felt astonished. On one hand, he was astonished at how easily the battle between the 2 large villages had ended, and on the other hand, he was astonished at the power of the bow and arrows. He cultivated the ox demon's fist of great strength, and the thing that increased the fastest was his strength. If he could use a bow, wouldn't he be able to kill people like this? When Huang Binga shot his 5th arrow, the cries of pain had already stopped. Only weak moans could be heard. Huang Bingu. A ginseng forager whose thigh had been shot let out a shrill cry. That's me. Huang Binga leaped off the cliff and asked, where's the spiritual ginseng? If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death. You. How do you know? I know a thing or two about the matters around the 100,000 Great Mountains. The spiritual ginseng has appeared in the mountains near Drawnrain's village. Consuming it can cure all diseases and prolong one's life, right? I originally thought it was fake, but looking at your expression, I'm starting to believe it. You want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Aren't you overestimating your own abilities? You want to use the spiritual ginseng to cure your illness, but that's just wishful thinking. You have no idea how to capture the spiritual ginseng. Just you wait, Ginseng King Village will not let this matter rest. You want to contend against Drawnrain's village with that broken village of yours that is in a state of disunity? He. Once this news spreads, who knows how many experts will gather at Drawnrain's village. Huang Binga's expression changed slightly. Are you willing to do that? Seeing that he could not get any more information out of them, he waved his hand, and the hunters all stepped forward to finish off the surviving ginseng foragers. Then, they searched for their belongings, lifted them up, and threw them into the valley. In the blink of an eye, all the corpses on the ground had been cleaned up. Only traces of blood remained, showing how desperate the battle had been just now. When the next mountain rain fell, there would be nothing left. At certain times, a human's life was truly as insignificant as an ant's. The hunters' gazes once again turned towards Li Qingshan. Their gazes were filled with admiration and praise, but there was also an undisguised killing intent. Li Qingshan had heard a great secret. The people of Drawn Rain's village would definitely not let him leave. The simplest method was naturally to kill him with a single slash and throw him into the valley along with the ginseng foragers. Unfortunately, Oxen was not willing to help him, leaving him to wander between life and death. Coming out of the mountains this time, he understood that his strength was no longer what it used to be, but he also realized how weak he was now. Perhaps this was Oxen's goal. Huang Binga said, "Little brother, are you willing to come with me to Drawn Rain's village? What if I say I'm not willing? You don't know how to appreciate favors. Kill him." The hunters were enraged. Huang Binga waved his hand and said, "I don't kill innocent people. If you are not willing, then leave. I believe that you are not a blabbermouthed person." Li Qingshan was not that uncooperative. Based on the other's ambitious and ruthless demeanor, he would not be soft-hearted when it came to killing people. Perhaps he would not kill, but the hunters under him were all brimming with killing intent. Furthermore, he had the intention of going to Drawn Rain's village to take a look. Perhaps he could learn some hunting and archery techniques. That way, he would be able to survive without the help of Oxen. Furthermore, his own strength would increase greatly. As for the spiritual ginseng, he did not dare to think too much about it. In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Just now, Huang Binga revealed a smile. He ordered someone to bring some ointment and applied it on Li Qingshan. However, he discovered that the wounds on his body had shrunk and were no longer bleeding. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Li Qingshan endured the pain and went to the ox cart. He took out the newly bought ginseng and put it in his mouth to slowly chew. Then, he opened the clay seal of the wine jar and gulped down the wine. The wine washed away the ginseng, and a wave of heat spread through his stomach. Immediately, he felt much more spirited, which astonished everyone even more. Li Qingshan climbed onto the ox cart and no longer paid attention to the others. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Recovering from the fatigue and pain on his body was secondary. He wanted to take this opportunity to sum up the gains and losses of this battle. First of all, he could no longer rely on luck. He had heard people say that the martial world was dangerous, but today, he had personally experienced it. One careless step could cost him his life. In this world, human life was really too cheap. It was impossible to always have someone to help him, and it was also impossible to rely on exploding on the spot. To be brave but not astute was to seek one's own death. This great life had to be cherished. As the heat spread through his body, the sliver of chi became active as well. It flowed through his wounds and gave him a slightly itchy feeling. Huang Binga released a few agile hunters as scouts. The group of people hurried into the depths of the mountains around the ox cart. They walked all the way until the sky darkened. They entered a large mountain, and there was no sign of human activity in the surroundings. At the foot of the mountain, Li Qingshan saw the legendary Drawn Rain's village. Tall wooden walls surrounded the village, and there were watchtowers in the four corners. It did not seem like a village, but more like a military camp. He approached it and passed on the message. Just now, the gate opened. It was not as casual as it had been in Crouching Ox Village. As the only outsider, Li Qingshan attracted everyone's attention. He did not show it on the surface, but he became nervous inside. This was the legendary dragon's den that could make an army rein in their horses. Although Huang Binga did not seem to have any ill intentions, he still needed to deal with him carefully, just in case he lost his life carelessly. The thick steel blade had already been taken away. Even if it was still there, it had been damaged to the point where it could no longer be used after the battle. Huang Binga arranged for him to stay in an empty courtyard. Although he did not send anyone to watch over him, he told him not to wander around. Afterwards, he left in a hurry. In the pavilion at the very center of the village, the most prestigious hunters of the Drawn Rains village were currently discussing around a round table under the illumination of a few lanterns. For the sake of gathering ginseng, the Ginseng King village has had grievances with us for a very long time. People from the village often die mysteriously in the mountains, so it's probably their doing. They even set their sights on the spiritual ginseng this time, so it's a perfect opportunity to give them a stab in the back. The two villages were only a few mountains away from each other. There was no clear boundary between them. The ginseng foragers made a living by gathering ginseng, while the hunters spent most of their time in the mountains, so they could still recognize ginseng. They obviously would not let it go if they came across it. As a result, many disputes arose. The disputes between the villagers would often be settled with knives. Because they were far enough apart, large-scale fights had never happened. Until a while ago, on the Bailau Peak, which was closer to the Drawn Rains village, between the two villages, they once again met on a narrow path. They discovered a legendary spirit ginseng that already had the shape of a human and could even leave the ground and walk. Such a rare treasure caused another massacre. After the massacre, the spiritual ginseng had already disappeared without a trace, but it should still be on Bailau Peak. The men from the two villages did not dare to act blindly without thinking. They searched the mountain on a large scale, but they were also making preparations. Hunting chief, this matter must not be leaked out. It's better to deal with that brat. That brat's skills aren't bad, and his temper is also to my liking. It would be a pity to kill him. I want him to stay in the village and contribute to the village. But he is still an outsider. There's no need to say any more. I will examine him carefully. If he doesn't have the qualifications, I will definitely not be lenient. Huang Binga said resolutely. Then, he coughed. In the pitch-black hut, Little N crawled out from the locust wood tablet and looked at Li Qingshan with concern. He reached out his hand and touched the scabs on his body. Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm fine for now." Although he could tell that Huang Bingu appreciated him, the feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was really uncomfortable. And if he wanted to control his fate in his own hands, he could only become stronger. He immediately followed Oxen's instructions and used the ginseng wine to soak the medicinal wine. Just now, he stopped and looked at his results, feeling a wave of joy and gratification. The next morning, Li Qingshan woke up early to practice Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him, as if a fierce tiger was pouncing at him. Li Qingshan turned around and punched, but it landed on empty air. Huang Binga brushed past his arm, his right hand forming a claw and grabbing at his throat. He wants to kill me to silence me? A thought flashed through Li Qingshan's mind. Instead of dodging, he met the attack head-on, as if he was delivering his vitals into someone else's hands. At the same time, he drew his arms together like an old bear hugging a tree, exerting all the strength in his body. He cultivated in strength remarkable abilities, not mortal martial arts. Even though he had not cultivated the strength of an ox, the strength of a single hug was not something that flesh and blood could withstand. Huang Binga suddenly retracted his claw, shrinking his body and circling behind him. Not good, Li Qingshan said. Just as he was about to adjust his body, he felt that Huang Bingu had stopped attacking and was only looking at him approvingly. If he had retreated from that claw attack just now, the full power of that attack would have easily torn his throat apart. But instead of retreating, he advanced, restraining the power of that move. At the same time, he used a move that put his life on the line. Not only was he able to adapt to the situation, he was also quite courageous. I've lost. Li Qingshan touched his neck. There were 5 bloody marks on it. Huang Bingu's skills were quite impressive. Even if he was not injured, he was definitely not his match. Where did you learn your martial arts? Huang Bingu asked. Other than being courageous and adaptable, Li Qingshan's martial arts were also very unusual. Even if a normal person's reaction was fast enough, they would not be able to catch their breath. Furthermore, when his 5 fingers had touched Li Qingshan's neck, it felt as if he had pierced the tough hide of an ox instead of a soft vital point. Li Qingshan naturally could not say that he had been taught by an ox, or else he would be treated as an idiot. He could only say that he had met an expert a few years ago. Seeing that he had a simple and honest personality, the expert had taught him a few moves, but had instructed him not to reveal his identity. A few years ago? Huang Binggu was flabbergasted. He was not too surprised that Li Qingshan was not willing to reveal his master. However, he had originally thought that Li Qingshan had practiced martial arts since he was young. If he wanted him to stay in Zhongrain's village, the most important thing was to ask him about his master. What's wrong? Li Qingshan did not understand. Haven't you been practicing martial arts since you were young? In just a few years, he was able to teach you to such an extent. It is truly inconceivable. It seems like that expert is truly an expert. Li Qingshan sweated in his heart. Luckily, he had casually said it was a few years ago and not a month ago. Otherwise, Huang Binggu would definitely be scared to death. At the same time, he also understood that mystical abilities and mortal martial arts were on two completely different levels. He was currently not Huang Binggu's match because he had practiced for less than 2 months, while Huang Binggu had spent 20 to 30 years of hard work. May I know why the hunting chief has come this time? Brat, do you have any intentions of settling down in Zhongrain's village? Although it was a question, it had a tone that could not be refused. All right. Li Qingshan readily agreed, but it was Huang Binggu who was stunned. You don't have any nostalgia for your hometown? If I don't agree, would the hunting chief let me leave safely? Li Qingshan said calmly. Furthermore, I once heard a saying. What saying? Wherever I go is my hometown. Whether it's Crouching Ox Village or Zhongrain's village, they're no different from me. Perhaps I can learn some archery here. Do you understand, hunting chief? My ambitions do not lie in these mountains and forests. With your mediocre martial arts, making a living in the Jianghu is just a path to death. Otherwise, you'll just be a small fry that serves as a stepping stone for the disciples of large sects and clans. How can it compare to the freedom in the mountains and forests? Is hunting chief's skill not enough? Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Huang Binggu's reputation in the surrounding villages could be described as illustrious. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. My archery is passable, and I've made a name for myself in the past. However, there are countless masters in the Jianghu. You've been practicing martial arts for several decades, but a child in his teens killed you like a dog. I suffered greatly. It's already fortunate that I managed to return alive. Huang Binggu felt that he had not shocked Li Qingshan enough, so he continued, your blade techniques and fist techniques are wide and open, so you should be walking on the path of external martial arts. This type of martial arts can be learned quickly, but if you don't have the assistance of a superior internal martial art, from the outside to the inside, reaching the realm of both internal and external cultivation, it will be difficult for you to become a first-rate master, let alone an innate master. First-rate master? Then what kind of class am I? And what is an innate master? Li Qingshan's string of questions made Huang Binggu somewhat believe in the words of an expert. If he had a proper master, how could he not know these things? Qingshan, your skills are not third-rate. That's why I don't qualify. You were able to defeat those ginseng foragers, so you can already be considered an expert. You are still young, so don't be too discouraged. As long as you train hard and become a third-rate master, you will be able to do as you please. With your talent, Qingshan, this will definitely not be a problem. Huang Binggu was afraid that the blow was too severe and would dampen Li Qingshan's spirit, so he comforted him out of goodwill. However, who would have thought that the goal that Oxen had given to Li Qingshan was to do as he pleased, and the so-called internal martial art was even more of a joke. An innate master is even more mysterious. First, you must open up all the meridians in your body, break through the threshold of life and death, and transform your inner energy into true qi. Then, you can circulate it freely in your body without any obstructions. Once your true qi reaches a certain level, you can even release it outside your body to injure others. Wait, it seems like the qi in my body can circulate freely now, but I can't release it outside my body. It must be because the amount is too small. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that from the beginning, he stood on a different starting line than ordinary people. The path he walked on was unimaginable to ordinary martial artists. Hunting chief, I will definitely become an innate master. Huang Bingge praised him, good ambition, but his expression was non-committal. An innate master? When he first heard about these things, didn't he also have this kind of ambition? But how could it be so easy? It was as if he saw himself from back then. If you really become an innate master, I will let you be the hunting chief. This was not a casual promise. In his mind, even if Li Qingshan could become a Xiantian master, it would be decades later. Who would have thought that the person in front of him was already a so-called Xiantian master? Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Hunting chief, you don't seem to be in good health. I was born weak. The doctor said that I wouldn't survive, but my mother didn't believe him and brought me up. I don't believe that I can't be compared to the other children in the village. I've practiced martial arts, but my foundation is still weak. I've been hurt all these years, and I'm afraid I don't have much longer to live. Li Qingshan really admired the man in front of him. Even though he didn't have any great magical powers, his willpower was enough to be his role model. Hunting chief, don't worry. As long as we find the spirit ginseng, we will definitely be able to cure you. And, although it's an ethereal object, it's still a slim chance of survival. Taking advantage of the fact that the Ginseng King Manor has suffered heavy losses, we're going to start searching the mountain today. Do you want to come along? My injuries haven't healed yet, so I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Of course, Li Qingshan wouldn't agree. The other party was just saying it casually. There was no way he would really believe him. Alright, then we'll spar again when your injuries have healed. I'll arrange for someone to teach you archery. Huang Bingge patted his shoulder. After Huang Bingge left, Li Qingshan immediately asked Oxen about it. Oxen said disdainfully, what first rate or second rate? Do ants have to differentiate between strong and weak? If you can get that spirit ginseng, it'll be of great help to your cultivation. Li Qingshan could only stare at it anxiously. I'm very happy that you can learn to hunt and no longer have to rely on me. You can finally rest. From now on, you'd better take care of yourself. As expected, Oxen stuck to its usual plan of not lending a helping hand. Li Qingshan also didn't really plan on relying on it. As for snatching food from the tiger's mouth between two villages, he had even less confidence. He would most likely be throwing his life away for nothing. He could only sigh a few times and give up on this idea. He chewed on another ginseng and meditated until late at night. Just now, he was going to sleep. A wisp of green smoke rose from the locust wood tablet and transformed into a handsome child. He glanced at Li Qingshan and, as if he'd made up his mind, flew into the mountain with the night wind. His bloodless lips opened and closed. If someone who was proficient in lip reading saw it, they would know that the word he was muttering was spirit ginseng. Oxen opened its eyes and glanced at him, then closed them again and went back to sleep. Little and flew out of Drawn Rain's village and into the undulating mountain range. He freely passed through the dense forest, but he still had to avoid the fierce mountain wind from time to time. He saw a bit of fire in the distance. When he flew closer, he saw that it was the hunters of Drawn Rain's village resting by a bonfire with their weapons. Huang Bingge was discussing tactics with a few hunters in a low voice. Little and circled around a few times and listened for a while. Then, he rode the wind and flew up Bailao Peak. He carefully examined every stream and every rock. Of course, he would occasionally be attracted by small animals passing by and forget his original goal. However, he would always quickly regain his senses and continue his search. There was only one thought in his mind, I must find the spirit ginseng. Only then can I help him. At the fourth watch, the ginseng foragers launched a night attack, but they were repelled by the prepared Huang Bingge. However, neither side found the spirit ginseng. Little and was the same. He returned to the village before the sun rose. His face was full of exhaustion and he was almost tired of it. It was not easy for a child's mind to last. Furthermore, this job was too lonely for him. He had already tasted the feeling of loneliness. However, when he looked at Li Qingshan's face that was still fast asleep, a new motivation suddenly surged in his heart. He clenched his fists and dove into the locust tree wooden tablet to sleep. Early in the morning, an old hunter with a stern expression woke Li Qingshan up. Chief Hunter, let me teach you archery. Li Qingshan noticed that the old hunter's left leg was slightly lame. However, in order not to be rude, he only glanced at it. He did not expect the old hunter to have already noticed it. He calmly said, "You were bitten by a wolf. Follow me." A group of teenagers were already waiting in an empty space on the west side of the village. The older ones were about the same age as Li Qingshan, while the younger ones still had snot dripping from their noses. However, all of them carried a hunting bow on their backs. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan were filled with wariness and hostility. "Grandpa Zong, is he coming with us as well?" Grandpa Zong nodded slightly and did not explain further. He directly said, "Draw the bow." The group of teenagers immediately stopped talking. They drew their hunting bows and aimed at the target in the distance. Grandpa Zong corrected their postures one by one and explained the essentials of archery, leaving Li Qingshan to the side. Li Qingshan did not feel bored and listened attentively to the side. After an hour, Grandpa Zong ordered the others to rest and finally said to Li Qingshan, "Train your strength first." He pointed to the stone dumbbells at the side. Li Qingshan went to grab the stone dumbbells. Compared to teachers like oxen who did not care about your life, this level of cold treatment was still acceptable. Grandpa Zong revealed a slightly surprised expression. He did not like Li Qingshan, but he could not disobey Huang Bingge's orders. Therefore, he had purposely given him the cold treatment to train his temperament. He did not expect him to not be angry at all, which was completely different from what he had expected. He thought to himself, no wonder the chief hunter thinks so highly of him. "Brat, where did you come from?" The teenagers could not help but approach him. Their faces were filled with provocation. "Crouching Ox Village." "Humph, you're just a farmer, yet you have the strength of an ox. I heard you even brought an ox with you." "We don't need oxen here, so let's kill it and eat its meat." Li Qingshan could not stoop to their level and shout about killing him, but he would not allow them to insult him as they pleased either. His arms suddenly exerted force and he threw the 2 stone dumbbells that weighed several dozen kilograms high into the air. Holy shit! The teenagers scattered in all directions in fear. If the stone dumbbells that weighed several dozen kilograms fell down, they would definitely have their brains smashed to pieces. The stone dumbbells fell heavily. Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. Instead, he focused all of his attention and grasped the timing. He grabbed the stone dumbbells and twisted his body to nullify the force of the impact. He looked at them with a smile. The group of youngsters were dumbstruck, and they made a series of swallowing sounds. How much strength was needed to lift those 2 stone dumbbells? Most of them could do it, but throwing them so high up in the air was impossible, let alone catching them again. Grandpa Zong was finally shocked, born with great strength. He then shook his head. "I forgot, you practice external hard martial arts, so it's not surprising that you have a bit more strength. Archery isn't just about having great strength, take this." Grandpa Zong took the hunting bow from his back and tossed it to Li Qingshan. "This is Grandpa Zhang's bullhorn bow, it weighs 1 stone. This is Grandpa Zhang's intention to make things difficult for that kid. Drawing a bow and throwing a stone lock are 2 different things. 1 stone was 120 kilograms. Normal hunting bows did not pursue power, but precision and dexterity. It was rare to find such a hard bow. If the bow was too hard, its power would increase, but if the person using the bow could not control it, the accuracy and shooting speed would be very poor. If they encountered a wild beast in the mountains, they would not be able to shoot the second arrow in time and the beast would pounce on them. Only death would await them. However, hunters who could use this kind of hard bow were all godly archers. Killing tigers and leopards in the mountains was not a problem. Li Qingshan weighed the hunting bow in his hand. It was a fine oak bow, wrapped in animal skin and wrapped in silk. The bowstring was made of ox tendon. It was light in the hand, but it was very powerful. He followed the method that Grandpa Zong had taught him just now. He lowered his waist into a horse stance and pulled the bowstring. The muscles in his body also relaxed. Grandpa Zong was surprised to find that his posture was very accurate. He remembered that he just now was watching from the side, so he gave him some pointers. Li Qingshan understood everything. In just a moment, it felt like he had put in 3 months of hard work. When learning to draw a bow, it was not easy to use a bow that was too hard. One had to start with a soft bow and shoot many arrows to practice. Only by slowly correcting the posture would one be able to increase the strength of the bow. Grandpa Zong directly gave his bullhorn bow to Li Qingshan with the intention of beating him up. Even if you had great strength and could pull it open, it was nothing if you couldn't shoot properly. However, Li Qingshan's performance was beyond his expectations. It wasn't that Li Qingshan's comprehension was far superior to others. What the ox demon's fist of great strength taught him was the most basic method of channeling qi and exerting force. As long as he grasped the key points, he would be able to master them very quickly. Sweat seeped out from Li Qingshan's forehead. Maintaining the posture of drawing the bow was indeed more exhausting than lifting the stone dumbbell. His bones and muscles were aching all over his body. This is a good way to train my strength. Although it is very tiring to train my fists are always in the air. In the future, I will need to buy a strong bow to train my strength. It will definitely be very beneficial. Alright, aim at the target and shoot an arrow for me to see. Grandpa Zong instructed. Li Qingshan put down his bow and rested for a while. Then, he picked up an arrow and drew the bow again, aiming at a target 50 paces away. Calm down, don't be in a rush to shoot, look at the target. Grandpa Zong instructed from the side. Li Qingshan's eyes stared straight at the bull's eye. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, but because it was daytime, no one noticed. Under his full attention, the target seemed to have grown bigger, no longer so unreachable. Legend has it that in ancient times, when archers practiced their archery, they would tie lice to a string and watch it day and night. They would see the lice slowly grow bigger. At first, it was as big as a car wheel, then as big as a mountain. It would fill their eyes, and when the arrow was shot, it would pierce through the lice's body. Li Qingshan had this feeling at this moment. He knew that this was most likely the effect of oxen's tears. It allowed one to see fast as slow, see far as near, and see through spirits. Hit! Li Qingshan suddenly had an idea. The arrow left the bow and flew towards the target. Thud! The arrow landed deeply on the wooden target, but it did not hit the bull's eye. Instead, it landed on the edge of the target, barely avoiding missing its target. Li Qingshan felt slightly embarrassed. Even though it didn't hit the bull's eye, it's still a hit. The people around him were shocked speechless. This was the first time he shot an arrow in his life. He shot a strong bow and hit a target that was 50 steps away. Even in this village that relied on archery for a living for generations, they had never heard of someone like this. Just where did this guy come from? Grandpa Zong forced himself to remain calm. Just practice properly in the future. As an old hunter, he knew very well that this was Li Qingshan's first time shooting an arrow. He could not estimate the direction of the arrow's fall and the effects of the mountain wind. But I still feel that this bow is not strong enough. As the saying goes, draw the bow with force. Li Qingshan wanted to pursue a strong bow that could only be drawn with all his strength. Grandpa Zong did not say anything after hearing this. He took the bow from Li Qingshan's hands and shot at the target in the distance. His cloudy eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's. He waved his right hand several times. Out of everyone present, only Li Qingshan could see it clearly. He fished out 3 arrows one after another. Thud! The 3 arrows formed a line and landed on the bull's eye. However, there was only one sound. There was a moment of silence before a series of cheers erupted. Rapid arrow! How could Li Qingshan not know the name of this archery skill? He had read about it in a book in his previous life, but he had treated it as an interesting thing. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that this was a true killing technique. He estimated that unless he fought in close combat, it would be difficult for him to escape this kind of archery skill. If Grandpa Zong were to ambush him, he would definitely die. Grandpa Zong looked at Li Qingshan without saying anything. Li Qingshan already understood what he meant. If he could not use this kind of archery skill, how could he talk about draw the bow with force? It was not that Grandpa Zong could not draw a heavier bow, he had just chosen the most suitable one. He walked up and bowed respectfully, saying with sincerity, Grandpa Zong, please teach me archery. In the future, you will also be a part of my drawn reins village. There is no need for you to say anything. I will naturally teach you with all my heart. As for how much you can learn, that will depend on your own abilities. However, I believe that in the future, your archery skills will definitely be above mine. Grandpa Zong was happy and his expression became pleasant. He did not like Li Qingshan at first, but when Li Qingshan displayed his talent and ability, shocking him and making him lower his stance, his mood took a turn. Not only did he immediately acknowledge Li Qingshan's identity, he even began to praise him greatly. This evaluation shocked everyone. Grandpa Zhang's archery skills were the best in the village, this was publicly acknowledged. Even the archery skills of the headhunter, Huang Binggu, were personally taught by him. For him to give someone such an evaluation, the entire village would probably be shocked. The group of youngsters who had originally been hostile towards Li Qingshan also surrounded him, talking all at once, faintly revealing their desire to get close to him. This was not because they were fawning over those in power, but because at their age, they had always respected the strong the most. Perhaps there were still some who were jealous and repelled him, but no one dared to look down on him or provoke him. The atmosphere in the area actually became harmonious. Li Qingshan understood more and more that if he wanted others to acknowledge him, he did not need to rely on flowery words, but rather, he needed to display sufficient ability. If he did not have this ability and wanted to rely on social skills to achieve this effect, not only would he need a very long time, he would also need to bend his back and bend his eyebrows, twisting his heart. Practicing until evening, Li Qingshan was already able to hit the bull's eye with every arrow. However, shooting an arrow like this required preparation. He was far from being able to shoot arrows as he pleased like Grandpa Zong, much less shoot arrows in rapid succession. However, in the eyes of others, this was already terrible enough. For the next few days, Li Qingshan immersed himself in archery, improving day by day. Although he did not stop practicing, Ox Demon's fist of great strength, the speed of his improvement was extremely slow. Finally, after enduring for a few days, Li Qingshan returned home and carefully opened the jar of wine. The thick smell of medicine and wine filled his nose. He immediately picked up the jar and took a big gulp. A thick wave of heat began to boil in his stomach. He immediately got up and began to practice in the courtyard. Only when the heat in his stomach completely disappeared did he let out a long breath and stop. Usually, he would feel tired after practicing for so long, but he was still full of energy today. As expected, the medicinal wine made from ginseng was much more effective than eating meat. Furthermore, the Xianxia in his body seemed to have grown a little. Although it was very small, it was a real improvement. If the medicinal wine made from ordinary ginseng is like this, I wonder what the effects of the spiritual ginseng will be like. He had thought of this before, but when he thought of the difficulty and the consequences of obtaining the spiritual ginseng, he could only give up. In just a few days, a few hunters had been carried down the mountain. Some were dead, while others were injured. It was clear that the ginseng foragers were not easy to deal with. Although Li Qingshan had agreed to join Dronrain's village, it was only a temporary measure. He did not really want to participate in the conflict between the two villages. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the 8th month, mid-autumn. In the forest, Huang Bingge looked at the tired faces around him. These days, he had led the hunters through the mountains and had to be on guard at all times. Even though he had the upper hand and almost defeated the ginseng foragers, it was difficult to ensure his own safety. However, it would be difficult to ensure that one's body would be unharmed, and it would not be easy either. The spirit ginseng only existed in legends, and no one had seen it with their own eyes. There was no point in making a meaningless sacrifice. Huang Bingge let out a long sigh and gave the order to return to the village. Little Black said anxiously, "Hunting chief, you can't give up your body." Huang Bingge said, "The village is more important." Not only did they have to reunite with their families during mid-autumn, it was almost winter. The village also had to prepare for the winter. In a corner of Dronrain's village, in Grandpa Zhang's courtyard, Huang Bingge asked with a smile, "Grandpa Zhang, how is that kid? He is a natural godly archer. In the future, his archery skills will definitely be above yours and mine, but..." "But what?" "His heart is not in Dronrain's village. Even if we let him join, it will be useless. We are the hunting dogs that guard the mountain, but he is a wolf, and a lone wolf at that. He will definitely travel far away." "A lone wolf?" That's because he hasn't seen the saying, a lone wolf is easily destroyed, but a pack of wolves is no match for it. I'll go see him. I don't believe that he won't be tempted by the position of Drawnrain's village's headhunter. You really want him to be a headhunter? That still depends on his methods. Huang Bingge smiled. Xianxia, have you enjoyed your stay during this period of time? Huang Bingge straightforwardly greeted Xianxia the moment he stepped into the courtyard. Thank you for your concern, headhunter. I'm living very well. Ever since the news of Li Qingshan killing the 7 ginseng foragers spread throughout the village, everyone became friendly to him. However, this also meant that he had formed a mortal enemy with the Ginseng King village. Those ginseng foragers were not kind people, so he could only rely on the Drawnrain's village to survive. But could he really only accept this arrangement? Li Qingshan said, Hunting Chief, I would like to spar with you again. Huang Bingge's surprised gaze met Li Qingshan's eyes, which were filled with confidence. Huang Bingge said, all right, then let me see the results of your recent days. Huh. Li Qingshan did not wait for Huang Bingge to get into a fighting stance and suddenly dashed forward. Without any fancy moves, he fiercely punched Huang Bingge's chest, and the faint sound of the air being torn could be heard. Good lad. Huang Bingge used his arm to block, and with a paw sound, he staggered back 3 steps before stopping. Shaking his aching arm, he had a look of astonishment on his face. What great strength! Although he had not clashed with Li Qingshan head-on the last time they fought, he reckoned that his strength at that time should not have been this great. Li Qingshan said, now watch this move. He immediately dashed over and continued to attack. His fists continuously struck his opponent's chest, and his attacks were like a violent storm. He displayed the power of his fists to the extreme, and his aura was extremely fierce. Huang Bingge had been careless for a moment and lost the initiative, falling into a disadvantageous position. However, it also aroused the heroic spirit in his chest. I don't believe that you can really beat me in strength. He circulated his inner force, which flowed along his meridians to his arms. With the surge of inner force, his arms seemed to thicken as he met Li Qingshan's fists head-on. As a martial artist, all their martial arts were based on this inner force. By doing this, he was already using his true strength. Pung 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 pung. The two's arms crossed, clashing head-on. Every time they clashed, there would be a loud sound of flesh and bone colliding, as if wild beasts were tearing at each other. It was extremely rough and barbaric. Huang Bingge was, after all, very experienced. Seeing the right opportunity, he smashed his fist towards Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan actually did not block or dodge, and instead punched towards Huang Bingge's face. Huang Bingge thought to himself, I bitterly cultivated my inner force for many years. The strength of my fist can even kill a calf. Even if you practice an external hard body technique, you will still be injured. As for Li Qingshan's fist, he was even more disdainful of it. His fist had struck Li Qingshan first, and Li Qingshan's figure would definitely freeze for a moment. With a pung, his fist struck Li Qingshan's chest. As expected, Li Qingshan's figure paused for a moment, but he immediately recovered and was not affected. Huang Bingge was greatly shocked, and hastily used a lazy donkey roll. The wind from the fist brushed past his cheek, causing him to feel a dull pain. Li Qingshan chuckled and stood still, no longer giving chase. Huang Bingge stood up. You're actually fine? He was the clearest about the power of his fist. Even if Li Qingshan had used external force to block the strength of his fist, he would not have been able to block the true chi contained in his fist. However, it had not been of any use. Li Qingshan rubbed his chest. It really hurts. Just now, there seemed to be a wave of chi that had passed through his skin and entered his body. However, it was immediately dispelled by the true chi in his body, and did not cause any damage at all. After that, he immediately regained his breath and almost hit Huang Bingge. Using Huang Bingge's words to explain it, this was the difference in quality between acquired inner force and innate true chi. Huang Bingge did not know whether to laugh or cry. His fist that was filled with confidence only received such an evaluation. However, all martial artists had a competitive heart. He shouted, then eat a few more of my punches. The two of them fought again. This time, Huang Bingge did not hold back and used all of his strength. His figure became much faster, and Li Qingshan could not block it. His fists rained down on Li Qingshan's body. From an outsider's point of view, Huang Binggu was suppressing Li Qingshan and had the upper hand. However, the two of them had different feelings. Li Qingshan only felt that Huang Binggu's movements seemed to have slowed down and become less unpredictable. Even when his fists landed on Huang Binggu's body, it only caused him a slight pain. Thus, he simply ignored him and focused on attacking. He was like a reef in a storm, not moving at all. Meanwhile, the more Huang Binggu fought, the more shocked he became. Li Qingshan's speed, reaction, and strength were all much stronger than the last time they fought. It was as if he had become a completely different person. He could no longer easily attack Li Qingshan's vital points, but it was completely useless to attack other areas. Furthermore, during the battle, Li Qingshan's attacks became more and more methodical. From time to time, he would use one or two extremely exquisite fist techniques, causing Huang Binggu to fall into a dangerous situation. Huang Binggu had to use his many years of experience to resolve the situation. The ferocity of Li Qingshan's fists told him that he would be finished as long as he was hit by one of his fists. The distance between the two of them was rapidly shrinking. As a result, such a strange scene appeared. One of them was punched repeatedly, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the other was not injured at all, but his aura was getting weaker and weaker. Huang Binggu's forehead began to sweat, and he felt tired. However, Li Qingshan's expression did not change, and his heart did not beat. Oxen were originally animals with great endurance. The higher one cultivated, the more obvious the gap between magical powers and martial arts became. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. How satisfying! Huang Binggu's arms were trembling. That was the result of colliding with Li Qingshan's hand. He sized up Li Qingshan from afar with a strange expression. Just how did you train? This kind of improvement speed was simply monstrous. He had originally thought highly of Li Qingshan's will and martial arts, thinking that he had discovered a piece of unpolished jade in a pile of rubble. He wanted to polish it to see if he had the qualifications to take over the position of hunting head, but in the end, he realized that he had still underestimated Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Recently, I've been drinking medicinal wine brewed with ginseng. It's a prescription left behind by my master. Huang Binggu hesitated for a moment. Can I take a look? Originally, the rules of the pugilistic world forbade one from casually inquiring about such things, but he really wanted to know what was going on. Li Qingshan said without hesitation, no problem. Huang Binggu asked about the prescription, and Li Qingshan told him the truth. Huang Binggu nodded. This prescription is indeed exquisite, but isn't the medicinal strength a little too strong? Too much ginseng has been used, so you can't drink too much. Just a small cup every day is enough. Other than that, it was not much different from ordinary medicinal wine. He even specially went to Li Qingshan's room and tasted it. The conclusion he came to was the same. He did not believe that just drinking medicinal wine brewed with ginseng would allow one's martial arts to improve so quickly. Then wouldn't everyone in the Ginseng King village be peerless experts? But it would be too inappropriate to continue asking, so he could only suppress his doubts. He did not think about the martial arts that Li Qingshan practiced. After all, there were no extraordinary external martial arts techniques. Of course, Li Qingshan could not tell him that he drank this medicinal wine by the bowl. He drank at least a few big bowls every day, and he had already drunk most of it during this period of time. That's right, what grade is my martial arts now? Barely qualified as a third-rate. Huang Binggu still remembered his evaluation of Li Qingshan a few days ago. It would not be a problem for him to become a third-grade expert. In the blink of an eye, it had become true. It was like a dream. Only third-rate? Li Qingshan asked greedily. Huang Binggu's eyes widened. Anyone who could train their martial arts to the third rate could already be considered an expert, yet this fellow was still not satisfied. Didn't that mean that his martial arts were also only third rate? He was also someone who had been the headhunter of the Drawn Rains village for many years. He was not willing to be outdone by this brat. However, my expertise is not in martial arts, but in archery. In terms of martial arts, the people of the Ginseng King village are also slightly stronger than us. However, only we dare to call ourselves the Drawnrains village. With our powerful bows and crossbows, even a first-rate expert would not dare to take them lightly. Moreover, the other reason was him. His illness was close to incurable, but even though he was called Sickly Tiger, the word illness was the most taboo for him. No matter what, he would not use this as a reason. Yes, I've been practicing rapid arrow recently and can already shoot 3 arrows in a row. Unfortunately, my accuracy is still a bit lacking. Please give me some pointers, hunting chief. Li Qingshan had seen Huang Binggu's archery with his own eyes, so he naturally did not dare to underestimate him. Being able to shoot 3 arrows in a row. You've only been practicing archery for a month. Huang Binggu felt that he had suffered too many blows today. He waved his hand. Tomorrow, go ask Grandpa Zong for pointers. I also want to go home for a reunion dinner. He understood in his heart that this brat might really have the aptitude to roam the martial world. There was no need to mention the matter of being a headhunter. If he had this kind of speed of improvement back then, he would definitely not have returned to the Drawnrains village. That's right, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Li Qingshan looked up at the sky. The full moon had just risen, but he had no relatives to reunite with. However, he still had a demon and a ghost by his side, so he could have a reunion dinner. Thus, he went to make preparations. He prepared grass for oxen, wine and meat for himself, and incense, candles, and paper money for little Anne. Everything was in order, but there was no sign of little Anne. Brother Nyo, where did little Anne go? I don't know. Li Qingshan mumbled. That brat has been playing wild lately. He doesn't bother me anymore. How strange. Let's just wait for him. The full moon gradually rose, and there was only silence on Bailao Peak. The bright moon shone down its clear radiance from the horizon. A few people wearing bamboo hats were lying in the lush grass, looking up at the highest cliff of Bailao Peak, as if they were waiting for something. We've spent so much effort, so many people have died, and we've become sworn enemies with the people of Drawnrains village, but we haven't even seen a hair of the spiritual ginseng. Right now, even the people of Drawnrains village have retreated down the mountain to reunite with their families, but we still have to stand guard. What is the Manor Lord thinking about? What do you know? The spiritual ginseng is a spiritual object. After being alarmed, it will naturally hide and not appear. However, tonight is the night of the full moon, so the spiritual ginseng will definitely appear and absorb the moonlight. The Manor Lord has already predicted this. As long as we obtain the spiritual ginseng, the Manor Lord's power will increase greatly. Why would we be afraid of Drawnrains village? When the time comes, we'll flatten Drawnrains village, rob them of all their food and wealth, and play with all their women. Only then will we be able to take our revenge. Quiet, don't ruin the Manor Lord's plans, someone at the side chided in a low voice. The voices of the people immediately quieted down, leaving only the low chirping of the dying autumn insects. The full moon rose high in the sky. A small person about a foot tall suddenly burrowed out of the ground, hesitantly walking towards the high cliff where the moonlight was the brightest. Upon closer inspection, it was not a small person, but a ginseng. However, it vaguely had the shape of a person. Under the night sky, it looked like a small person. When it walked, it was light as if it was floating. The ginseng foragers lying in ambush in the underbrush immediately held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. They had never seen such a miraculous spiritual herb in their entire lives. The spiritual ginseng looked left and right, as if confirming that there was no one around, then floated to the highest point of the cliff and settled down. Strands of moonlight twined around its body. Attack! With a command, the ginseng foragers attacked together. A net descended from the sky, pouncing towards the spiritual ginseng. The spiritual ginseng was immersed in the moonlight, and before it could react, it was caught in the net and lifted off the ground. The net was made of cow tendons, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. The 4 ginseng foragers beamed with joy, and moved closer to take a closer look. There are many cliffs on this Bailao Peak, and there are people lying in ambush everywhere. This spiritual ginseng just had to fall into our hands. The heavens are really helping us. When we get back, we'll definitely be able to get some soup to drink. Who knows, we might even be able to become an expert. Who knows, if we eat the whole ginseng, we might even become immortals. The few of them laughed heartily, and the smile of one of the ginseng foragers suddenly froze. A snow-white blade had pierced through his throat, and he struggled to turn his head. The tip of the blade had already retracted, and he immediately fell to the ground. When he fell, he could only vaguely see a black shadow. The other ginseng foragers reacted, and with angry roars, they pulled out their swords and slashed at the black shadow. The blade of the sword swept past their necks like a spiritual snake, and a few drops of blood splattered. In an instant, 4 ginseng foragers had died a violent death, and they did not even have the chance to retaliate. It was evident that the person who had come was highly skilled. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Humph, you bunch of country bumpkins are not worthy of enjoying such a spiritual item. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing elegantly sheathed his long sword. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab the spiritual ginseng that had fallen to the ground. He could not help but feel excited. As long as he could get his hands on the spiritual ginseng, his skills would definitely increase greatly. The man was startled when he saw the spiritual ginseng bobbing up and down in the air. He became anxious and used his qigong to grab the spiritual ginseng, but it flew straight down the cliff. He could only watch it disappear into the darkness, feeling so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. No, I must get this spiritual ginseng. When I go back, I will ask Father to send more people to search the mountain. The man thought that it was the spirit ginseng's own miraculous ability, but if he had opened his spirit eyes, he would have seen the spirit ginseng being tightly grasped by a pair of pale little hands. He was the mantis stalking the cicada, but he did not guard against the oriole behind. A ghost that he could not see had been hiding in the darkness. Under the cliff, Little and used all his strength to grab the spiritual ginseng and floated towards Drawn Rain's village with the night wind. He was so happy that he was about to explode. Fortunately, he had been nourishing his spiritual body in the locust wood tablet, so he had the strength to grab such a heavy thing. In the courtyard, Xianxia yawned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw Little and float over from afar. "Little brat, where did you run off to?" Little and bit his lips and suppressed the joy in his heart as he held the spiritual ginseng in front of him. What is this? Ginseng? Xianxia took the spiritual ginseng and sniffed it lightly. A strange fragrance entered his nose and he immediately felt his spirit rise. The true qi in his body seemed to be much more active. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. This is spiritual ginseng. He couldn't believe that the spiritual herb that caused the 2 villages to fight and kill each other and cost dozens of lives was now in his hands. Oxen chewed on the grass lazily. "Why else do you think this little brat runs out every night?" Xianxia saw that Little N's face was full of exhaustion, but he was extremely happy. He even used his little finger to point at his mouth as if he wanted him to eat it. These days, Little N went out every dusk and only returned near dawn. He didn't talk much with him. He thought that Little N yearned for freedom and wanted to let him go. Only now did he know that it was all for him. "You brat." Xianxia felt a lump in his throat. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Little N smiled shyly and pointed at his mouth. Even if Xianxia had a heart of stone, he couldn't help but be moved by those pure and innocent eyes. He asked Oxen, "This spiritual ginseng, Little N can also use it, right?" Oxen said, "This spirit ginseng is a rare innate item. The spiritual energy contained in it is beneficial even to evil ghosts. However, if you use it, you can easily achieve the strength of an ox. Are you willing to use it?" Xianxia said, "What's there to be reluctant about? The spiritual ginseng was obtained by Little N in the first place. Just let Little N consume it. I'll just slowly cultivate the divine ability." His principle of doing things would not change because of the temptation of the spiritual ginseng. Little N immediately retreated and waved his hand. "All right, I will remember your kindness." Little N just shook his head. In the end, he simply turned into a wisp of green smoke and burrowed into the locust wood tablet. "Hey, come out quickly. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away." Oxen suddenly shouted, "Since he has the heart, why are you so stubborn and like a little girl? Can't you find something hundreds or thousands of times better than this spiritual ginseng for him in the future?" Xianxia shuddered inside. He nodded. Brother Ox is right. I've been too stubborn. Alright, come on out. I'll be ingesting the spiritual ginseng. Xiaoan immediately flew out. But this thing should belong to you. I can't take it alone. If you refuse again, I'll be angry. Little and just now agreed. Li Qingshan shook the spiritual ginseng in his hand and said, Brother Niu, how do I use this thing? Little and's body of evil ghost could not eat anything. Oxen said, go find a needle and take out a drop of ginseng liquid. Li Qingshan found a steel needle and pierced it into the spiritual ginseng. The spiritual ginseng trembled in his hand, but he was not soft-hearted to a plant. A drop of ginseng liquid seeped into the spiritual ginseng and hung on the tip of the needle. Oxen said, well, drip it into his beer. Beer? Little and, look up. Xiaoan hurriedly raised his head. The ginseng liquid dripped down from the tip of the needle and landed in between Xiaoan's eyebrows. His body trembled like water ripples. The ginseng liquid in his body suddenly emitted a resplendent light. Little and closed his eyes tightly. The expression on his face alternated between pain and joy until the light disappeared. Just now, he calmed down and slowly opened his eyes. There was something else in his eyes. 2 lines of tears fell down. What's wrong? Oxen said, you must have remembered something. Is that so? Little and, do you remember who you are and where your home is? Li Qingshan knelt down and looked into his eyes. Little and hesitated for a long time and pointed in a direction. South. Li Qingshan asked, is your home in the south? Which city is it? How far is it from here? But these questions, Little and could not answer. He could only shake his head blankly. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled out his hunting knife and started carving on the locust wood plate. Sawdust flew everywhere. The word south appeared on the originally blank side of the plate. He raised it in front of little Anne. Under the moonlight, the young man knelt on one knee and promised the child seriously, no matter how many mountains and rivers there are, sooner or later, I will send you home. The child looked at his figure in a daze. He would never forget it. Just like the spot between his eyebrows where the ginseng liquid dripped, there was a red mole. Li Qingshan hung the wooden plate back on his waist and asked Little and if he felt any changes. He did not know if the spiritual ginseng was useful. Little and leaped into the air and flew around the courtyard like a whirlwind. He carried the hunting knife in Li Qingshan's hand and danced around the courtyard. If it was a normal person, they would only see a knife dancing on its own as if it had a spirit. Not only did Little And's speed become faster, but he could also control heavier objects and become more powerful. If it was a sneak attack, even a martial arts master would not be able to escape death. Brother Niu, do I have to use it like this? That would be too wasteful. The best way to use this ginseng is to combine it with other spiritual herbs and refine it into a pill. But you don't have this condition. You can handle the spiritual ginseng like other ginseng and soak it in wine. This way, the spiritual ginseng will not wither and the spiritual energy on it will seep into the wine, turning it into spiritual wine. You can also slowly absorb the medicinal energy inside. Oh right, don't mix it with other medicinal herbs. This is a good idea. Li Qingshan knew that he could not digest the spiritual ginseng in one go. Otherwise, it would not be a great improvement in his skills, but an explosion. It's just that I don't feel at ease if I don't carry this treasure with me. Before he finished speaking, a wine gourd flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan grabbed it and said, thank you, Brother Niu. He put the spiritual ginseng into the gourd and filled it with strong wine before hanging it on his waist. He crossed his arms and his body was strong. The huge wine gourd hung on his body. Although he was still young, he was full of a bold and unruly aura. Little and, don't you think I'm becoming more and more like a person of the pugilistic world? Little and also laughed, but his expression changed to one of worry. However, he could not speak, so he was a little anxious. Suddenly, he had an idea and squatted on the ground. Li Qingshan hurriedly asked, you can read. Did you remember it just now? Little and nodded and showed Li Qingshan the words he had written. Only now did Li Qingshan realize that someone else had interfered and attempted to steal the spirit ginseng. Their martial arts were very powerful. Since they had seen this item, they would definitely not give up and would definitely think of a way to find it. Looks like I still need to be more careful and not leak any information. However, when my magical powers advance further and I cultivate the strength of an ox, I won't be afraid of anyone. The longer the spirit ginseng was brewed, the better it would be. If it was too thick, Xianxia would not be able to digest it. Thus, after waiting for 3 to 5 days, Xianxia drank his first mouthful of spirit wine. A strange fragrance spread in his mouth. The taste was not strong, but rather faint. Extremely pure spiritual energy spread throughout his body. He did not dare to be negligent. He circulated his magical powers and digested this spiritual energy. To his surprise, he discovered that the effects of this mouthful of spirit wine were much better than drinking a jar of wine brewed from ordinary ginseng. The true qi in his body had doubled. Although ordinary ginseng could replenish vitality, it was still an acquired item and could not be of much help to true qi. On the other hand, Ox Demon's fist of great strength focused more on body cultivation than qi cultivation, so the growth of his true qi was not fast. This spirit ginseng was a true khanate item. It was the best at replenishing spiritual energy, which was why it had such an effect. If this continued, it would not be long before he could achieve the effect of releasing his true qi. At that time, he could also call himself a khanate expert. Brother Ox, I once promised to drink all the finest wine in the world. Now, I've more or less fulfilled my promise. After drinking this spirit wine, drinking ordinary wine would be tasteless. Oxen only sneered in response. At this time, there was a commotion outside and the sound of many dogs barking. Huang Bingu brought the hunters of the village to Xianxia's door and invited him to participate in the autumn hunt. Autumn was the best season for hunting. Not only did people have to prepare food for the winter, but the animals also had to do the same. All of them had to be plump and strong. It was an important gathering for Dronrain's village. Many big families would organize large-scale hunting activities at this time of the year, not to catch prey, but to train their descendants and cater to the killing intent of autumn. Huang Binga said, "You've only learned archery and have yet to learn the true way of hunting. This time, when we enter the mountains, you'll follow me." Ever since the last time he fought with Xianxia, he no longer treated Xianxia as an ordinary youngster. Xianxia thought about it and still refused. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I want to hunt alone." Before Huang Binga could say anything, the other hunters started discussing. What? Alone? Not only has he never hunted before, he doesn't even have a decent hunting dog. Are you really not afraid of the beasts in the mountains? Although they admired Xianxia's skill in killing the 7 ginseng foragers, they could not underestimate him in his area of expertise. Huang Bingu advised, hunting doesn't depend on good archery and skill. He suddenly remembered Grandpa Zhang's evaluation, a lone wolf. Xianxia still shook his head. He only wanted to learn archery so that he could use it to kill enemies and defend himself. As for hunting, there was no need for it. If he wants to be alone, then he'll be alone. Let's see what he can catch in the end. I don't think he'll even be able to catch a rabbit. Xianxia smiled, but did not comment. Suddenly, someone said in a strange tone, "He's already been freeloading in the village for so long, yet he still refuses to follow the arrangements. Does he really want to continue freeloading?" These days, all of Xianxia's food in the village had been delivered by Huang Bingu's people, so he must have used the village's resources. His appetite was also very small, so it was only natural that he would attract some dissatisfaction. Huang Bingu immediately berated that person. "Xianxia is also a member of our village. How can you be so calculative about some food?" Xianxia's expression turned serious as he cupped his fists and said, "Hunting chief, you don't have to feel bad. I, Xianxia, am someone who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. I will never take advantage of others. I will definitely pay back double for what I've consumed in the village these days." "Xianxia, there's no need for that." Huang Bingu was furious at the person who said this. "I wholeheartedly wanted to rope him into the village, yet you people are pushing him away for a few caddies of meat." Xianxia did not want to blend in with any place. There was no need, nor was he in the mood. "I heard that the village has a competition every year during the autumn hunt to see who can hunt the most prey. The winner gets a prize, so I'll participate this year as well." Huang Binga could not dissuade him, so Li Qingshan made some preparations. Under everyone's mocking gazes, he took a normal hunting bow and entered the mountains. The hunters went to the North Mountain, but Li Qingshan did not want to mix with them. To the west was the 10,000 Great Mountains. He understood the mysteries of this world, so he was even more unwilling to take risks. To the south was Bailao Peak, a troublesome place. Therefore, he could only head east. On Bailao Peak, a group of people wearing the same clothes and carrying long swords gathered together. The person in the lead was the young man who had almost obtained the spiritual ginseng after killing the ginseng forager. Search. Even if we have to turn Bailao Peak upside down, we must find the spiritual ginseng. Yes, young master. Everyone answered in unison. Using their exquisite qinggong, they flew to various parts of Bailao Peak. Li Qingshan went deep into the mountain forest. He did not know how to distinguish the tracks of birds and beasts, nor did he know how to hide his tracks. He did not know how to set up traps, nor did he have the cooperation of other hunters. He did not even have a hunting dog. If such a person said he wanted to hunt, any hunter would laugh. However, he was not in a hurry. He sat on a wooden stake in the mountain and meditated until dusk. Just now, he opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Little Anne." A gust of cold wind swept through the forest. After a while, it blew back. Li Qingshan stood up and walked through the forest. Not long after, he found a deer that had fallen to the ground. There was not a single wound on its body. After Little Anne's strength increased, his own qi also became heavier. He discovered that the deer only needed to pounce on him before it immediately fell unconscious and died on the ground. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "I have Little Anne with me. Naturally, I don't need to learn any hunting skills. It's a waste of time." They actually looked down on me. Let's catch a few more prey and show them. Ever since the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qingshan was no longer as indulgent towards Little Anne. Instead, he had more control over him. Now, he did not hold back when he used him. Naturally, he did not need to be so courteous towards people he was close to. Little Anne nodded excitedly and rushed into the forest like the wind. Although the beasts in the forest were vigilant, they could not be wary of this invisible little demon. They all fell to the ground, waiting for Li Qingshan to pick them up. Li Qingshan was idle and bored, so he began to practice his archery. He shot the startled birds in the forest. Shooting moving things was indeed much more difficult. Out of every 3 arrows, 2 would miss. However, as he gradually got used to it, the number of missed shots decreased. At dawn, in the Drawn Rains village, a few hunters brought the hunters down the mountain. The large group of people and horses were still in the mountains to hunt together. In an open space in the middle of the village, the highly respected Grandpa Zong was in charge of counting the prey. A smile appeared on his stern face. "The harvest is not bad. It's a good sign." Then, the women and children who stayed behind in the village handled the prey, tanned the leather, and marinated the meat. That Li Qingshan hasn't returned yet? There were already people who could not wait to see Li Qingshan make a fool of himself. He went into the mountains to hunt alone. How could he return so quickly? Before the voice had died away, someone shouted, "Li Qingshan is back." What is that? The few people looked in the direction of the voice. The first thing they saw was not a person, but a bunch of furry monsters, like the legendary savages. Li Qingshan bent over, carrying deer, elk, and so on. There were quite a few large prey that weighed several hundred kilograms. His waist was covered in pheasants and hares. Along the way down the mountain, even he was covered in sweat. He said with difficulty, "Oi, Shaoan, isn't this a little too much? It's heavy." With a boom, Li Qingshan placed all of the prey before Grandpa Zong. "This should be enough to make up for my rations in the village during this period of time." There was a series of gulps in the surroundings. In particular, the hunters who had just left the mountain were completely dumbfounded. Their entire group had worked together and prepared meticulously, yet the prey they had hunted was actually less than Li Qingshan alone. Grandpa Zong discovered that many of the prey did not have any wounds at all. "How did you hunt?" This was the question that everyone present wanted to ask. Li Qingshan thought about it and replied, "I caught them with my hands." Everyone collapsed in laughter, but they could not even bring themselves to question him. Li Qingshan glanced at the prey the hunters had brought down the mountain. "You've hunted so much already. You're almost catching up to me." "No, I need to work harder as well, or I won't be able to win." Grandpa Zong was unable to explain to him that the prey had to be split among the hunters. On average, each hunter would not even get a single prey. On the first day of hunting, Li Qingshan had basically already won. Li Qingshan ate a mouthful of food before going back up the mountain. The hunters returned to the northern mountain in a daze and told him about what had happened in the village. "How's that possible? You must have been drinking in the village." "It's true. There really was this much prey," they explained in a hurry. "That kid." Huang Binggu exhaled deeply and called out, "Let's all work harder. Don't fall behind him. If all of us together aren't as good as him alone, then we can all go slit our throats." The hunters answered loudly, and their morale skyrocketed. Huang Binggu silently suppressed his coughing fit. He looked at his palm and saw a patch of dark red blood. On the mountain path, a group of people traveled slowly. In the center was a small sedan chair, carried by 4 porters and surrounded by over a dozen servants. A chubby hand lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, revealing a chubby face. He asked, "Advisor, how far are we from Qingyang City?" It was clearly late autumn, but he was still covered in sweat as he sat in the sedan chair. A butler said, "Sir, it's still far away. It'll be good enough if we can get there tonight." The fat official put down the curtain of the sedan chair and muttered, "I have great knowledge of managing the affairs of the world, but you actually want me to go to such a remote place to be a county magistrate?" The magistrate is really confused. "My lord, you shouldn't speak carelessly. It wouldn't be good if the prefectural magistrate heard about it." The fat lord snorted twice and said no more. At this moment, the mountain wind suddenly blew, startling countless forest birds. "Awoo!" A roar came from the dense forest beside the mountain path. The sedan chair fell to the ground with a thud, and the fat official's eyes and mouth became crooked. What's going on? Is someone trying to murder me?" "See. Sir, it's old Tiger." The advisor fell to the ground and pointed forward with a trembling finger. A brightly colored ferocious tiger leaped down from the slope and landed on the mountain path. It stared at the palanquin covetously. The word king on its forehead looked very majestic. "Who, tiger, what, it's a tiger. Quick, someone come and take down this beast for me." The advisor was about to cry. They've all run away." The fat official lifted the curtain of the sedan chair to take a look. As expected, all the bearers, servants in the surroundings had all run away. When they heard the tiger's roar, they reacted. The working people at the bottom were still very vigilant. The ancients said, "The mention of a tiger makes one pale." In this era, there wasn't a single commoner who wasn't afraid of tigers. Ferocious tigers eating humans was also a very common thing. "Advisor, you're really loyal. You didn't let down my great kindness." The fat official was moved. The advisor instinctively said, "Thank you for your praise, sir. Even if this lowly one's body is torn to pieces, it's hard for me to repay you." He cursed in his heart, F***ck, I can't walk. "Hold on, I'll go get reinforcements." The fat official nimbly crawled out of the sedan chair and wanted to escape. The advisor hugged the fat official's leg. "Sir, don't leave this lowly one behind." Seeing this lump of fat, the ferocious tiger's eyes seemed to light up. Just as it was about to pounce, its ears suddenly twitched, and it shrank its body to face the forest. The vegetation in the forest swayed and rustled. It was getting closer and closer, and its momentum was even greater than the ferocious tiger's appearance just now. What is this?" the advisor mumbled. A figure leaped out of the forest. It was a youth. His young face couldn't be considered handsome, but it was full of vigor. He landed on the mountain path nimbly. His face was that of a ferocious tiger, and he bared his teeth with a smile. What a rare and good prey. The ferocious tiger seemed to know that the person coming was not easy to deal with. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws to threaten him, but it was useless. Its body shook, and it pounced forward with a roar. Li Qingshan's foot landed firmly on the ground, and his hands grabbed the tiger's two claws. The tiger's mouth, which was full of fangs, was right in front of him, and a fishy smell hit his face. He shouted in a deep voice, and his vital energy surged. He exerted force in his arms and flipped the ferocious tiger, which weighed several hundred kilograms, onto the ground. He pounced on the tiger's back. He had never dealt with a tiger before. He had only seen Wusong fight a tiger in water margin, so he copied him. He grabbed the tiger's back and punched it randomly. The ferocious tiger roared out in pain and bent its body violently. Xianxia was sent flying. He thought, reality really is different from what's written in books. The true chi in his body sank, and he landed firmly on the ground. He was about to deal with it carefully. However, the ferocious tiger glanced at him and let out a growl before turning around and fleeing. The fat official and the advisor were both stunned by what had happened just now. Only now did they return to their senses, and they were overjoyed. Young hero, warrior, I am the district magistrate of Qingyang. If you chase away this tiger, I will reward you handsomely. However, Xianxia did not even look at them. He yelled out, "Where do you think you're going?" He strode over and grabbed the tiger's tail that was like a steel whip. However, the tail was slippery, so it was difficult to grab. How could Xianxia let go of such a great prey before him? He chased after the tiger. The fat official and the advisor only returned to their senses after quite a while. They looked at one another. The autumn hunt ended, and the Drawn Reins village was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Xianxia returned to the village as well. He was covered in many wounds, such that he seemed to be in a rather sorry shape. However, when everyone saw him, they all revealed expressions of respect. It was not because of his wounds, but because of the prey on his shoulder. He was carrying an adult tiger on his shoulder. He had only chased after the tiger for a day and a night in the forest. He had only managed to make it through the endurance granted to him by the ox demon's fist of great strength. If it were not for Little and helping to track him at night, he would have almost lost him several times. However, even Little and was unable to approach the king of the mountains. Ferocious tigers possessed an innate dignity that could subdue ghosts. As a matter of fact, tiger demons that had developed into demons could even turn the people they ate into demons. The children in the village ran around Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Huang Bingu personally went out to receive him before declaring him first. No one in the village dared to defy him. Not only were tigers extremely terrifying wild beasts to regular people, but to hunters as well. Regular hunting bows could not kill tigers at all. Instead, it would incite the tiger's ferocity. Using a hunting knife to fight a tiger in close combat would only lead to death. Xianxia had killed the tiger, so he seemed to possess the might of a tiger. I don't have anything valuable on me. I'll use this stone splitter bow as a reward for the autumn hunt. Huang Bingu suddenly removed the large bow from his back. Hunting chief, you mustn't do that. The other hunters tried to dissuade him in a hurry. Xianxia was surprised as well. Huang Bingu actually wanted to give his personal bow to him. The meaning behind this was not just a bow. He turned him down. Hunting chief, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. I can't accept this wager, so just treat it as a joke. Huang Bingu stroked the bow gently and said to himself, this stone splitter bow has been with me for many years, so it's quite convenient to use. It's also helped me make a name for myself in the Jianghu. Now that I don't have much time left, I'd like to choose a good master for it. I heard you found Grandpa Zhang's bow too light. This stone splitter bow is an iron bow with a strength of 3 stones. Even regular practitioners of martial arts can't use it. Here, don't dilly-dally. Huang Bingu pushed the stone splitter bow to Xianxia. Xianxia gripped the bow and felt a heaviness in his hand. He recalled Huang Bingu's elegance when he stood on the rock and killed people like he was slaughtering dogs. Yes, this bow was not suited for hunting. It was more suited for fighting on the battlefield. It was a true weapon for killing. He fiddled with the bowstring with his fingers. There were metal threads mixed in, so they were extremely sharp. Regular people had to wear rings to use it, but with the ox demon forges its hide, he did not mind. Huang Bingu seemed to want to entrust his son to him. He did not say it explicitly, but everyone present could tell. However, no one objected. Not only was this because of Huang Binggu's might, but Li Qingshan had also proven his strength before everyone. There was no need to ask whether Li Qingshan had the ability to lead, or whether the villagers were convinced. Obeying the strong was a human instinct, just like a pack of wolves. The Drawn Reins village was a pack of wolves. Huang Binggu wanted Li Qingshan to replace him as the Wolf King. This was a decision he had made after a long period of consideration. The Drawn Reins village had always been disliked by the government, and they had become sworn enemies with the Ginseng King village. They seemed impressive, but they were actually surrounded by danger. There were talented people in the village, but none of them could control the situation. Only Li Qingshan could do this. Li Qingshan held the stone splitter bow and felt like he was dreaming. A few months ago, he was still the most inconspicuous, lowly cowherd in the village. A few months later, he had the opportunity to become the renowned hunting chief of the Drawn Reins village, but he did not accept it. Hunting chief, I'll accept this bow. Thank you for your kindness, but I've actually come to bid you farewell today. With that, there was an uproar. Everyone felt like Li Qingshan did not know how to appreciate his kindness. Even though Huang Binggu understood Li Qingshan's strength and potential, his expression was rather ugly after being rejected in front of so many people. Huang, but I want it for myself. Li Qingshan returned to his room and took out a small bottle of alcohol, passing it to Huang Binggu. This is the medicinal alcohol my master left behind in the past. It might be able to cure your illness. You from Tiant TTTT. Li TTTTT. Li Qingshan smiled and said, there's no harm in trying. This was the spiritual wine brewed from the spiritual ginseng. Although he was not skilled in medicine, he had some understanding of Huang Binggu's illness. He had been born with a weak body, and his many years of practicing martial arts had exhausted his origin, so he had to rely on his inner strength to support himself. This was an incurable disease that even a divine doctor would find difficult to cure. This was a congenital defect that no one could cure. However, the spirit ginseng had an innate qi that could save his life. Huang Binggu drank the spiritual wine in one gulp, then sat down to meditate. After a short while, wisps of white qi emitted from the top of his head, and his originally sallow complexion regained its ruddiness. After a long time, he opened his eyes. Chief Hunter, what do you think? The hunters asked one after another. Huang Binggu touched his chest in disbelief. I feel much better. It was not just much better, it was better than ever. It was as if he had returned to his youth. There was a burst of cheers, and many of the hunters shed tears. Many of the people who had originally been hostile towards Li Qingshan all changed their attitudes, holding his hands and thanking him profusely. Li Qingshan raised the stone splitter bow. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse this bow. Huang Binggu's expression darkened slightly. Then, Qingshan, can we change the wager? Having escaped from death, he was immediately reluctant to part with this old companion. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan refused firmly. The words of a man of the mountains are like the mountains. How can I repent so easily? All right then. Huang Binggu's expression was bitter, which led to a burst of laughter from the people around him. Very rarely did they see their chief hunter act like this. Qingshan, are you going to come back? I'm just going to Crouching Ox Village to take a look. There are still some things I haven't tidied up yet, and I want to find a quiet place to practice my martial arts and see if I can make a breakthrough. Over the past few days of drinking spiritual alcohol, Li Qingshan felt that he had already touched upon the crux of the ox demon's fist of great strength. He planned on cultivating alone and achieving this strength of an ox. By then, he would no longer have to remain trapped in the mountains and forests. He could go out and see the outside world. He remembered that the fatty he saved yesterday seemed to have called himself some Qingyang district magistrate. He wanted to fulfill his promise with Little Anne. Although he had no idea how far south Little and pointed to was, he still had to take the first step. Another breakthrough? Huang Binggu had sensed long ago that the current Li Qingshan had changed again compared to a few days ago. His entire being had undergone a drastic change. This rate of improvement was basically shocking. Yet in the blink of an eye, he said he wanted to make another breakthrough. He could not help but think of how Li Qingshan had once said he wanted to become an innate master. Back then, he had only thought of it as a passing thought. Now, he suddenly felt that perhaps he really could achieve it. But what about the prey you've hunted? Li Qingshan's harvest over the past few days had almost caught up to the entire village's harvest. I don't want anything else. I just want the tiger bones from that tiger. Also, I want you to collect some tiger bones for me. I want to make some medicinal alcohol. I'll buy them at market price. The reason why he chased after the tiger relentlessly was not just because he wanted to show off in the village. Instead, it was because Oxen had told him that once he achieved the strength of an ox with the ox demon's fist of great strength, he could begin practicing the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. He needed to use another type of medicinal alcohol. The most important ingredient was like ginseng, precious but not uncommon. It was tiger bones. Hunters and tigers were mortal enemies. A single hunter would be afraid of a vicious tiger, but once a tiger became too aggressive, they would definitely search the mountain on a large scale, setting up many traps. Wild beasts were vicious, but they were still no match for humans. The number of tiger bones accumulated in the Drawn Rains village was probably not small. Huang Binga said, "Is this the prescription your master left behind?" "Yes." "Are you saying that just because you're generous, the men of my Drawn Rains village are petty?" "I can help you make the medicinal alcohol, but can you let us use those 2 prescriptions as well?" Huang Binga secretly tried out Li Qingshan's prescription. The medicinal alcohol made was indeed much better than the medicinal alcohol used in the village. Furthermore, there was no need to buy the ingredients from outsiders. Their village could gather them all. If they used it to nurture their disciples, it would not take long for the strength of Drawn Rains village to rise to another level. Li Qingshan had no objections. Those 2 prescriptions were just temporary items. There was nothing particularly precious about them, so there was no harm in giving them to others. Furthermore, he could save himself the trouble of making the medicinal alcohol. It was the best of both worlds. He handed the prescriptions to Huang Bingu, then took the stone-splitter bow, mounted Oxen, and slowly left. It was only when Li Qingshan's figure disappeared around the corner of a mountain path that Grandpa Zong whispered to Huang Bingu, "Hunting chief, why didn't you stop him just now? The spiritual ginseng is most likely on him. The alcohol you drank was most likely made from the spiritual ginseng, and the spiritual ginseng is most likely in the gourd at his waist." Li Qingshan had never mentioned the matter of the spiritual ginseng, but in the eyes of this experienced old hunter, he had already revealed too many clues. To Huang Bingu, who had once walked the Jianghu, these things could only be seen and understood even more clearly. Huang Bingu gazed at the mountain path that Li Qingshan had disappeared into. After a long silence, he turned his head and said, "After all, we are different from those ginseng foragers, aren't we?" Grandpa Zong also showed some respect. Many mountain villages were like Ginseng King Village, and hunter villages were even more so. After all, it was much easier to be a hunter than to hunt beasts. If they encountered a lone traveler, they could kill him with 1 arrow and take the item. It was simply too easy. Ever since Huang Bingu had led Drawn Rains village, he had strictly restricted the villagers. This had never happened before. On the mountain path, Oxen said to Li Qingshan, "You gave that bottle of spiritual wine. At least 2 people have seen through the matter of the spiritual ginseng." Li Qingshan said, "I know. It's very possible that they will attack and make you stay in Drawn Rains village forever." "I know that too." Li Qingshan had lived 2 lives and was not a naive teenager. He knew of the many dark sides of human nature. "But I'm willing to take this risk. In life, if I'm always careful and don't believe in others or myself, then what's the point of mastering a peerless technique?" He had some measure of his own strength and was confident that even in the worst-case scenario, he would be able to kill his way out. Furthermore, he believed that his own strength would have the effect of intimidating others. On one hand, he warmly invites me while on the other, he silently presses on his sword. Does this count as becoming mature? Li Qingshan sighed in his heart as he caressed the locust wood tablet on his waist that had the 2 words Nanan carved on it. However, there were still people in the world that he could wholeheartedly trust. Ghosts. They slowly walked along the rugged mountain path. The red, yellow, and green maple trees were like fire along the way. It was very beautiful. Li Qingshan took out his bamboo flute again and began to play it. The clear sound of the flute echoed through the autumn mountains. Still can't find it? The young man who was called young master by the swordsman asked somewhat anxiously. He had already led people to search Bailao Peak for many days and had even expanded the search area, but there was no sign of the spiritual ginseng. Young master, we've already brought people to flatten Ginseng King village. The spiritual ginseng is definitely not there. They said that it must have been taken by Drawn Rain's village. Should we flatten Drawn Rain's village while we're at it? A swordsman asked. Humph, they have great enmity with the Drawn Rain's village, so of course they would say that. They think I don't know that the Drawn Rain's village withdrew from the mountain on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and then went to the north for the autumn hunt. Drawn Rain's village isn't like those country bumpkins from Ginseng King village. Huang Binggu's archery skills were famous in Jianghu back then. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't provoke him. No one in Jianghu dared to underestimate a strong bow or crossbow. Even a first-rate master would be at a disadvantage if the arrows were fired randomly. Young master is wise. Looks like we can only wait until the next full moon. The young master felt a little proud. Suddenly, his ears twitched. What's that sound? It sounds like a flute. Siren? The closest villages to here are the Ginseng King and the Reigning Horse. Let's go take a look. Oxen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Li Qingshan also saw more than 10 silhouettes lightly stepping on the treetops and rocks as they flew over from afar. Each of them had a sword on their back, and their posture was incomparably elegant. Is this light body technique? Li Qingshan exclaimed. He immediately thought of the person Little and had mentioned and raised his guard. However, this place should be quite a distance away from Bailao Peak. The young master was the first to arrive in front of Li Qingshan. His subordinates behind him loudly praised, young master has great light body technique. Li Qingshan saw that the young master had red lips, white teeth, and a handsome face. After being praised by his subordinates, his face was filled with an arrogant smile. Other than the calluses on his sword-wielding hands, he looked like a rich young master. He sized up the young master, but the young master didn't look at him. He glanced at him lightly and asked, "Are you from Drawn Rain's village?" Li Qingshan replied, "That's right." "If not, then who are you?" "Who are you to ask for our young master's name?" A tall and skinny swordsman with a pale complexion saw that Li Qingshan was still sitting casually on the cow. His sword flashed, and he used Immortal Guides the Way to stab towards his face. "Get down here." He wanted to scare him off the cow and make a fool of himself. Li Qingshan's face turned cold. He slightly tilted his body, and when the sword was about to reach its end, his eyes flashed. He quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the blade of the sword. The tall and skinny swordsman coldly snorted in his heart, "You actually dare to grab my sword? This is a fine steel treasure sword given by my sect. I only need to turn the blade of the sword and I will chop off your hand." However, when he used his strength to turn the sword, not only did he not achieve his goal, he instead twisted the fine steel treasure sword like a fried dough twist. The blade of the sword remained unmoved in Li Qingshan's hand. Even with the strength of his arm, he couldn't even match the strength of a few of Li Qingshan's fingers. Li Qingshan was enraged. There was no grudge between them, yet they wanted him to be crippled for life. These people of the pugilistic world were too vicious. Bang! With a ping sound, the blade of the sword was broken. The tall and skinny swordsman's complexion turned pale. His sword was unexpectedly broken by an unknown brat. How could he endure this? He wanted to forcefully attack with his broken sword. The young master reprimanded him, "Cheetah, get down. You are not skilled enough. Don't embarrass our Dragon's Gate sword sect. Yes, this subordinate deserves to die. When we return, I will go to the disciplinary hall to receive my punishment." The tall and skinny swordsman named Cheetah did not dare to disobey. He retreated, but he looked at Li Qingshan with incomparable malice. The young master said with interest, "I did not expect to meet an external expert deep in the mountains. You are qualified to know this young master's name. Listen well, I am the Dragon's Gate sword sect Xiang Jun." Li Qingshan shook his head, "Never heard of you before. Country bumpkin, you are ignorant and inexperienced." The sword of our Dragon's Gate sword sect cannot be broken by others. I will not make things difficult for you. Leave behind a hand. Which hand do you want? The rage in Li Qingshan's chest surged. He wished that he could kill Yang Jun with one strike. Originally, he thought that even if a person who practiced martial arts could not be chivalrous, he would still be somewhat cultured. From the looks of it, he was very wrong. The good and evil of human nature all depended on a single thought. When a person had the power to toy with the lives of others, how many people could maintain their so-called humanity, not taking and doing whatever they wanted? However, this group of people could not be compared to the ginseng foragers who practiced shallow martial arts. They were true practitioners of martial arts. The ox demon forges its hide could block fists, but it could not block fine steel swords infused with inner qi. Furthermore, they all possessed movement techniques. Even if they managed to escape, it would not be easy. Yang Jun said, though, seeing how you're so young, your talent is quite good to be able to practice external martial arts to such a level. Crippling you like this is quite a pity. Why don't you become my servant? This was his true objective, as most people who practiced external martial arts were straightforward and honest. They did not have as many thoughts as people who practiced internal martial arts. In other words, their muscles grew into their brains. As a result, many masters of the Jianghu had powerful external martial artists as servants. He had always wanted to be cultured and recruit someone like that. When he saw Li Qingshan, he beamed inside. Wasn't this exactly what he was looking for? If he beat him up now, all he needed to do was give him some benefits in the future, and he would be able to raise a loyal dog. Young master, you mustn't. Cheetah tried to dissuade him in a hurry. If this kid really became the young master's servant, his status would rise. Yang Jun shot him a glance, and he immediately shut up. Another swordsman said, "Why don't you hurry up and agree? Our Dragon's Gate sword sect is renowned throughout Qingyang City. Even becoming a servant disciple is difficult. Now that the young master is promoting you, you'll reach the top in a single step. I, Li Qingshan, will not become anyone's servant." Li Qingshan emphasized each word. He came from a different world. He had the same love and hatred as the people of this world, but there was one thing that was different. He had no loyalty. He would not be loyal to anyone, no matter how benevolent, noble, or terrifyingly powerful the person was. If it were a one-on-one battle, the current Li Qingshan was confident he could defeat or even kill Yang Jun within 10 moves. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Jun was just about to issue an order to capture Li Qingshan. Even if the Drawn Rains village was not to be trifled with, there was no need to worry about the news of him being destroyed in the depths of the mountains. Li Qingshan's body tensed up as well. He planned on capturing the ringleader first. He would deal with the blow and capture Yang Jun first. Suddenly, someone said, "Young master, he seems to be carrying the stone splitter bow on his back." What? The stone splitter bow? Yang Jun stopped and studied the great bow on Li Qingshan's back. He had some understanding towards the weapons of famed figures near Qingyang City. "Where did you get this bow from?" "The hunting chief obviously gave it to me," said Li Qingshan. Yang Jun's expression wavered. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard in the sect, so he knew everything he needed to know. The person who could obtain this weapon was probably Huang Binggu's successor, the next hunting chief of the Drawn Rains village. If someone like that died, the Drawn Rains village would never just let the matter rest. They would be able to find out about their activities in the region without any effort at all. If they really did everything they could for revenge, the hidden arrows and traps would be difficult to deal with. He could not provoke trouble like this over a moment of anger. He swung his hand. "Kid, don't let me run into you again." In the blink of an eye, they all vanished. Only Li Qingshan remained on the mountain path. He could not read minds, but he could guess that they feared the Drawn Rains village. When strangers saw you, they would never see you as a person. Instead, they would see your influence, power, and wealth. Li Qingshan had reached the level of a third-rate master, but he had relied on the bow on his back to escape danger. He was furious. He thought to himself, "If I don't get my revenge, I'm not human. I, Li Qingshan, will never allow anyone to bully me, nor will I rely on someone else's reputation to live." Originally, he didn't quite agree with Oxen's theory that a man should be more broad-minded. But now, he realized that a lot of deadly feuds were formed because of a single glare, and they wouldn't stop until one of them died. After over a month, Li Qingshan returned to Crouching Ox Village once again. Before he even stepped through the door, he heard something inside. Is there a thief? It's also because I live in a remote place. I'd like to see which petty thief dares to steal from me. The anger in his heart had not yet subsided. He quickly walked in and grabbed the man. The man turned around in pain. Their eyes met, and both of them were stunned. Li Fugue. Erlang. What are you doing in my house? Erlang, you're not dead? Li Qingshan looked at the room. Although it had been more than a month, it was still spotless. He knew that Li Fugue was not stealing, but helping him clean the room. Of course I'm not dead. Why do you say that? Only after asking around did he find out that Li Qingshan had returned from Cypress Stream Village without any news. Everyone in the village had seen him get into a conflict with the people of the Drawn Rains village at the market, so they all thought that he was done for. Li Fugue even helped him burn some joss paper and cried. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. I'm alive and well, aren't I? Hunter Huang of the Drawn Rains village invited me to the village as a guest, so I stayed for a while longer. Li Fugue never thought that he would actually be able to come out alive after entering a dangerous place like the Drawn Rains village. As for the fact that Hunter Huang had invited him over as a guest, he did not really believe it. In his eyes, although Li Qingshan was powerful, he was still nowhere close to someone like Huang Binggu. He did not know what to say either. He only muttered, "That's good. That's good." It did make Li Qingshan feel rather touched. He had not helped the wrong person back then. However, Li Fugue's expression suddenly became worried. You should leave quickly. Don't let the villagers know. What now? The eldest son of the village head's family has returned. He says he wants to make trouble for you. Li Long. Village head Li's eldest son, as well as Li Qingshan and Li Bao's elder brother. The name was not unfamiliar to Li Qingshan. Instead, the villagers had almost grown calluses from hearing it. Originally, Li Long was only a few years older than him. However, it was said that when he was playing outside when he was young, he caught the eye of a noble and was taken to Qingyang City to learn martial arts. He would only return home during festivals and festivals. He had seen Li Qingshan, the cowherd, a few times, but he had never even spoken to him. In the eyes of the villagers, he was an important figure who had emerged from the Crouching Ox village and arrived in Qingyang City. He had made a name for himself. Every single family had a daughter, and they all hoped to marry her off to him. Together with Caretaker Lu's son, Little Caretaker Lu, they were known as the two talents of the Crouching Ox. Of course, with the sudden rise of Li Qingshan, perhaps they should be known as the three talents of the Crouching Ox. However, Li Qingshan had never seen the world. He had never set foot in Qingyang City, so it was rather difficult for him to become the third talent. Li Qingshan said, "You think I'm afraid of him?" Not only was he not afraid, but he even wanted to see for himself. He ignored Li Fugue's advice and made his way to Village Head Li's home. In Village Head Li's home, a young man with a buzz cut lectured. Village Head Li, just anyone is bold enough to bully us. You really are regressing the more you live. Then he pointed at Li Hu and Li Bao. You two are grown men, yet you allow him to bully you all the way to your doorstep. He had basically grown up in Qingyang City, so his horizons and experience were extremely abundant. He had already begun to treat himself as a Qingyang citizen. Right now, he viewed the matters of the village from the perspective of a city dweller. He felt a natural sense of disdain, not just towards Li Qingshan, but towards everything in the Crouching Ox village. He was not young, but he had never married. His family had once tried to find a partner for him in a hurry, but he rejected all of them. Right now, he was no longer someone that village girls could match. Village Head Li, who was awe-inspiring in the village, only said meekly, "Don't be angry, my son. He's already dead anyway. He's seeking his own death by provoking the Drawn Rains village. There's no need for me to go through the trouble of teaching him a lesson." Li Hu shrunk his neck and meekly, but Li Bao said, "Big brother, you won't let us join the Iron Fist and learn martial arts, so of course we'll be bullied in the village." Li Long shot a glance at him. That's because you don't have enough talent. Li Qingshan's not dead. Li Qingshan's back. At this moment, someone suddenly called out from outside. Li Long suddenly stood up. If this news only kicked up a commotion in the peaceful village, then Li Qingshan has gone to village head Li's home. Would kick up a great commotion, drawing the entire village to move out once more. They wanted to see the battle between the first and third prodigies of the Crouching Ox village. Under the scorching sun, Li Qingshan and Li Long stared at each other. The villagers all held their breaths, as if they were afraid of startling them. Li Hu and Li Bao stood beside Li Long, boosting his momentum. Li Long waved his hand, dismissing the two of them. Li Erlang, it's been so long. You've grown so big already. This was completely the tone of a senior speaking to a junior. However, the villagers all believed he had the right to speak like that, so they discussed quietly. Erlang's in big trouble now. Yeah. Li Long can't be compared to patch-haired Lu and those scoundrels. Even though Huang Bingge had a sickly body, the feeling he gave off was that of a tiger's bones standing tall and mighty. He was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, in their last exchange, Huang Bingge had made a tactical error. He wanted to fight him head-on, using his weakest point to attack his strongest point. Of course, he would not have won. Otherwise, even if he did not use archery, as long as he had a weapon in his hand, he would not have been able to defeat him. Li Long said, I heard you wanted to see me? Li Long also had a good eye and thought, this Li Erlang's posture is calm and steady. One look and you can tell he's trained in martial arts. He doesn't seem like a normal brute, and his aura seems to be a bit like Master's. He immediately shook his head, finding this thought funny. What kind of person was his master? How could he be mentioned in the same breath as this kind of brat? You dared to humiliate my family when I wasn't home. You really don't know how the word death is written. Oh, then I'd like to learn. Before Li Qingshan finished speaking, Li Long gave a loud roar and rushed forward to attack. With a metal tree piercing the clouds, he attacked Li Qingshan's chest. Cries of alarm came from all around. Li Fugue called out, Erlang, be careful. Li Qingshan's body did not move. It was unknown if he could not dodge or if he was stunned. Li Long felt disdain in his heart. So he was just pretending. Just now, it seems I've misjudged him. With a muffled bang, the fist landed on Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan used the ox demon stomps the ground, his 2 feet seemingly rooted to the ground. He did not move at all. Seeing that we're from the same hometown, I'll let you have 3 punches. Li Long was stunned. Although he had only used 30% of his strength in this punch, there was no one in the same sect who dared to take it head-on. Now that it had been taken by an unknown brat, he was even more furious when he heard Li Qingshan's words. He actually dared to be so careless. In the blink of an eye, he sent out a second punch, using 70% of his strength. He thought, don't blame me for not showing mercy this time. His fist carried a fierce gust of wind as it landed on Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan shuddered and said, you haven't used your full strength yet. Hurry up, this is the last move. Li Long stared at Li Qingshan as if he had seen a ghost, but he did not believe it. With a loud shout, he exerted all the power in his body, the muscles and tendons on his arms bulged, and suddenly they became a fist bigger, faintly revealing a greenish-black color, like black iron. In normal fights, even if it was a life-and-death struggle, he wouldn't dare to do this. He was afraid that he would use too many moves and expose his flaws. But now, he couldn't care less. He used all his strength to throw out his strongest and most ferocious punch. After taking the punch head-on, Li Qingshan's body swayed, and he finally took a step back. His face turned red, and the blood in his body surged. This punch still has some strength. 3 punches have passed. Now it's my turn. He raised his hand and punched. Iron chain crossing the river. The wind from the punch hit him in the face, and Li Long turned pale with fright. He crossed his arms, and used the strongest defensive move of the iron fist. Immediately after, he felt as if he had been hit by a raging bull. The iron bridge was washed away by the torrential flood, and his body flew out involuntarily. Even when he fell to the ground, he still couldn't believe it. I actually lost in one move. How could he have such great strength? Second punch. A black shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight and shrouded his eyes. Li Qingshan was already in front of him. Li Long wanted to block, but his arms were in so much pain that he couldn't lift them. Li Qingshan's punch came from above and landed on Li Long's stomach like a pile driver. Li Long instantly arched up like a shrimp and spat out a mouthful of acid. Third punch. It went straight for Li Long's face. The villagers cried out in alarm. They were stunned by this sudden turn of events. The number one hero of the village, Li Long, whom they had been talking about for many years, was actually defeated in an instant. Moreover, he was defeated so thoroughly. The two brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, couldn't believe that their big brother, whom they had always admired, was actually so vulnerable. Village Chief Li shouted at the top of his lungs, "Show mercy!" The wind from the punch hit his face, but there was no sharp pain. Li Long slowly opened his eyes, only to see Li Qingshan's fist firmly stopping on his head. Only then did he realize that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Just now, at that moment, he felt as if he was facing his invincible master, and he could only close his eyes and wait for death. Village Chief Li threw himself at Li Qingshan, and a skinny hand tightly grabbed his arm. Erlang, for the sake of your dead parents, let my Xiaolong go." "Dad, go away, let him come at me." Li Long struggled to get up. Li Qingshan said, "Seeing that you are somewhat filial, I will remember this punch." He was quite satisfied with the few punches he had just now, not because he was proud of his strength, but because of his strategy. Li Long had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, and it was not in vain. His combat experience was above Li Qingshan's. If they really fought, the other party would not fight him head-on, and it would take a lot of effort to win. Therefore, he simply let him punch 3 times. Defending against such punches was what he was best at. Wherever Li Long's punches hit, he would focus his mind there, and the true qi in his body would also circulate there. After Li Long's 3 punches, not only was his mind injured, but his physical strength was also at its lowest. If he could not dodge, he could only block Li Qingshan's punches, and the result would be the same as just now. Li Long stood up with the help of Li Hu and Li Bao. "Are you really Li Erlang?" "That's impossible." He only had a very vague impression of Li Qingshan. Other than his somewhat eccentric personality, he was not an important person. Even according to his father's description, Li Qingshan was just a hot-blooded youth who was forced to suddenly burst out with ruthlessness. This kind of thing was not rare to him, but he never knew that he had such martial arts. It was as if a child in the mountains had gone out to work hard for many years and finally earned a family business. After achieving success and fame, he returned to his hometown in glory and enjoyed the worship of the villagers. But suddenly, an inconspicuous country boy appeared and was even richer than him. The disappointment in his heart could not be any greater, and after the disappointment came anger. "I am not Li Erlang, I am Li Qingshan." Since he no longer recognized that big brother, then Li Qingshan was not willing to be some Erlang. Li Long said fiercely, "Then do you know who I am?" "Of course I know." "Then do you know who my master is?" "Who?" "Obviously the master of Qingyang City's Iron Fist, known as the Iron Lion in the Jianghu, old hero Lu." Caretaker Lu suddenly stood out from the crowd and said with an extremely high and respectful tone. Li Qingshan frowned. "I've never heard of him." "What Iron Fist?" "Old hero Lu?" They all sounded like third-rate goods, but he had forgotten that he himself was third-rate. How ignorant. "You haven't even heard of my master's name. Looks like you haven't heard of the 4 great masters of Qingyang, the dragon, the tiger, the lion, and the bear." Li Long called out. "Don't tell me the dragon in there is you." Li Qingshan widened his eyes. This was the second time he had been accused of being ignorant today. All he knew was that in the wuxia novels of his past life, people who used animals as nicknames were all trash. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards were all useless. Only true masters who used directions as nicknames were nicknames, such as Eastern Heretic, Western Venom, Southern Emperor, and Northern Beggar. Of course not. Li Long almost laughed out of anger. In the government office of Qingyang City, the advisor held a small booklet and introduced the fat official one by one. "Sir, apart from these local aristocrats and landlords, There are 4 other places and 4 people that you can't offend. The fat official said in irritation, I might as well not offend a single person in the entire Qingyang city. The advisor ignored his feelings. These 4 places are a sect, a village, and a stronghold. What do you mean by a sect, a village, and a stronghold? The sect is the Iron Fist, the sect is the Dragon's Gate sect, the village is the Drawn Rains village, and the stronghold is the Black Wind stronghold. The dragon, the tiger, the lion, and the bear are the leaders of these places. Sir, if you offend these aristocrats, you'll be chased out of Qingyang City at most and lose your position as district magistrate. However, if you offend them, you might lose your life for no reason. As it turned out, the group of people on the mountain path today were sent by the Dragon's Gate. The arrogant guy was the young master of the Dragon's Gate. No wonder he was so arrogant and despotic. Li Long said in surprise, you know, sickly tiger? Afterwards, he naturally saw the bow on Li Qingshan's back. As Huang Binge rarely visited Qingyang City, he could not be certain that it was the stone-splitter bow. Li Qingshan nodded and said nothing more. Li Long said, don't tell me your martial arts are also his. No, and it's none of your business. If you want revenge, feel free to come. Li Qingshan did not want to use Huang Binge's name to intimidate others. Li Long's expression changed. He thought, this Li Qingshan's martial arts are already third-rate, so just what kind of person is his master? And he's connected to Huang Binge. I only have a small dispute with him. Even if I kill him, what benefit will I get? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Li Long made up his mind. Suddenly, his expression changed. He smiled slightly, although his smile was rather forced. Erlang, we're fellow villagers, so what kind of grievance is there for revenge? Li Qingshan was taken aback instead. Originally, he thought what would happen next would be him provoking the elders after beating up the young, forcing him into a corner like a swarm of bees. Afterwards, he would achieve a minor accomplishment in his abilities and kill them all. He never thought Li Long would actually be so fickle despite how reckless he seemed. Moreover, he was quite thick-skinned as well, actually changing his tune. He had basically witnessed the slippery side of the people of the Jianghu. Li Long smiled. And exchanging 3 punches for 2 punches, so I've profited. I can let you earn some more. Li Qingshan could tell that he originally wanted revenge. He had only changed his mind after hearing Huang Binge's name. When he thought about how this was the second time he had to escape trouble like this today, he felt very mixed emotions. He hoped that one day, he could also be like Huang Binge. No, he wanted to be even stronger than Huang Binge. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, if someone heard his name, they would still feel deep veneration, not daring to act recklessly. Li Long smiled awkwardly. There's no need for that. Don't just stand there. Let's talk inside. Our Crouching Ox village has produced such a young hero. I just happen to want to get to know him better. Then, he cupped his fists in all directions. Fellow villagers, please go ahead. If I have the time, Li Long will visit each and every one of you. The villagers looked at one another. The outcome had truly exceeded their expectations, but since Li Long had asked them to leave, they dared not disobey. They just silently passed the title of the greatest hero of the Crouching Ox village to Li Qingshan. Since he had lowered himself so much, it was difficult for Li Qingshan to turn him down. Just like he had said, there was no particularly great grievance between them, and he also wanted to understand some information about Qingyang City, especially the Dragon's Gate sect. Under many gazes of respect, Li Qingshan was invited into village head Li's home. He was completely different from the nervousness he felt when he attended the banquet at caretaker Lu's home. He was relaxed and light-hearted. In the eyes of others, he possessed an air of arrogance. This was the change in mentality and bearing that came from his own strength. Qingshan, with how impressive your martial arts are you interested in finding a job in Qingyang City? Our Iron Fist sincerely invites all the heroes of the world to gather. With your martial arts, my master will definitely like you. Li Long tried to rope him in right from the beginning. I'm skilled in martial arts. Can I join the Iron Fist just because I want to? Li Qingshan found this person's breadth of mind rather admirable, but little did he know that Li Long was conflicted inside. Although Li Qingshan had punched him twice, there was no great grievance between them. If he could rope him into the gang, he would be able to help each other out as fellow villagers, which would be beneficial to his status in the sect. Of course I need to be vouched for. Don't worry, I can vouch for you. Our Iron Fist is a great clan with a great business. Our influence is not limited to Qingyang City. Our headquarters is located in the Clear River Prefecture. As long as your fists are tough enough and your contributions are great enough, you won't have to worry about development. Women and silver will be at your fingertips too. Li Hu and Li Bao were both extremely envious. They could only blame their elder brother for not vouching for them, preventing them from enjoying the women and silver in the city. Yeah. My family's Lu Ning is a caretaker in old hero Lu's estate. He'll be able to look after you when the time comes. Caretaker Lu followed them in as well. He felt fortunate that he had not offended Li Qingshan too much in the past. Who would have thought that the cowherd from back then would become so powerful in just a few months? As Li Long said that, Li Qingshan gradually understood that although the Iron Fist accepted disciples, it was more like a gang, entrenched in the city. The Iron Lion, old hero Lu, should be a branch leader or a branch sect master. Li Qingshan said, "May I ask what rate old hero Lu's martial arts are in the Jianghu? If you ask someone else, they really might not be able to answer you. My master's Iron Fist has reached perfection. He can be described as a second-rate master." Then how do I compare to him? This? Li Long never thought Li Qingshan would compare him to the peak of Qingyang right off the bat, and he was even comparing him to his master. He became rather displeased. I'm not trying to boast, but while your martial arts are impressive, you're only at the peak of the third rate. You're nowhere near my master's opponent. Then what's the difference between second rate and third rate? My master once said that a person who has just grasped the rudiments of martial arts can take on 3 to 5 strong men. An expert of the Jianghu can take on 3 to 5 such people, and so on and so forth. Although it's not absolutely accurate, that's the general idea. Once it exceeds this number, it'll be difficult for 2 fists to take on 4 hands. However, this is only in terms of direct confrontation. If you use the method of sneak attacks, a first-rate expert who is proficient in Qinggong can kill dozens of second-rate experts. However, dozens of trained ordinary archers can also kill first-rate experts. Li Qingshan roughly understood his strength. Those ginseng foragers were originally people who had practiced martial arts. Back then, he could be regarded as an expert of the Jianghu, so although he won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. After some cultivation, he barely managed to reach the level of a third-rate master. Only after drinking the spiritual alcohol did he become a true third-rate master. Li Long's martial arts could be regarded as decent, but he was not a master. As a result, he was not his opponent at all. Apologies. I've already promised Hunting Chief Huang of the Drawn Rains village that I'll join them. I'm afraid I can't accept your invitation. He could not help but think of a few months ago, when he could not even sleep peacefully in the cowshed. His brother and sister-in-law viewed him as a thorn in their side, wanting to chase him out no matter what. Yet now, people were inviting him everywhere. As expected, Li Long thought. He said in pity, the Drawn Rains village doesn't have much to offer. Out of the 4 places in Qingyang, our Iron Fist is the most at ease. They're all in the mountains, so how can they compare to us, who are so close to the bustling world? Whatever. Whenever you change your mind and come to Qingyang City, feel free to come to Iron Fist to find me. Just mention my name. Li Qingshan could not help but smile. Sure enough, there were not a lot of people who wandered the Jianghu for the sake of justice. He asked about many more things, and Li Long answered everything he knew. Seeing how he was so loyal, Li Qingshan was not a tactless person, so he showed some respect. Brotherly, it's not a festival right now, so why have you returned? Li Long suddenly lowered his voice. Even if you didn't ask, I'd tell you anyway. I've returned this time for something major that threatens the Crouching Ox village. The Black Wind stronghold might treat the Crouching Ox village as a target to plunder. Steward Lu stammered, no. I don't think so. The Black Wind stronghold is very far from here. They've never been here before. He was the largest household in the village, so he was the first person the Black Wind stronghold came to look for. I heard that the villages closer to the Black Wind stronghold have strengthened their defenses and built walls. That's why the bandits are so far away. It's almost winter, so they need to store food to get through the winter. Steward Liu, your granaries are all full, right? Don't tell me the government doesn't care? Only now did Li Qingshan learn that the mountain bandits also had an autumn hunt. For hunters, autumn was when the wild beasts were fat, but for the bandits, it was when the commoners who had just reaped the fruits of their labor were at their fattest. The government collects money every year, saying that they want to suppress the bandits, but they never do anything. Steward Liu said, Then what should we do? Nephew, why didn't you bring more people back? Li Long glanced at him in annoyance. He was also willing to bring more people back, but he was only one of the sect master's disciples, not the leader of the Iron Fist. It was fine for his brothers to eat and drink with him, but it was impossible for them to fight the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold. However, it was all thanks to Steward Liu that he was able to become the Iron Lion's disciple. Because of this old friendship, it was not appropriate for him to reprimand him. He only said, I alone am enough. This time, it definitely won't be the leader of the Black Wind stronghold himself. It's most likely one of the leaders. As long as I mention my master's name, he'll have to give me some face. However, I'll also need some people to keep up appearances. Qingshan. Li Long looked at Li Qingshan expectantly. With such an expert by his side, he felt a bit more confident. Li Qingshan deeply doubted this explanation. How could someone who had come all the way here just retreat after hearing his name? However, he would not let this small village that had raised him be trampled by others. He cupped his fists and said, It's my duty. With his promise, Li Long also calmed down. With the help of a third-rate expert, this matter would be much more assured. This was also the key reason why he was willing to tolerate Li Qingshan to this extent. Village Chief Li and Steward Liu arranged for some workers and servants to make preparations. They also equipped some weapons. Although the news was still sealed, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Steward Liu said with a trembling voice, Nephew, should we go into hiding? Li Long said, There's no need to avoid this. They're here to plunder. They won't commit murder or arson for no reason. But Steward Liu, I'm afraid you'll have to bleed a little this time. Steward Liu let out a long sigh. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a misfortune. If it was a misfortune, it couldn't be avoided. He could leave, but his family business couldn't. They waited quietly in the room. The two brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, were still sweating from fright as they held their weapons. They constantly thought of the various terrifying rumors regarding the Black Wind Mountain. Li Long glanced at his brothers before glancing at Li Qingshan, who remained unfazed and resting with his eyes closed. He sighed inside. If you had even half his courage, I'd be willing to take you into Qingyang City. Clang! 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 Before the sky had even darkened, a gong suddenly rang out from outside the village. It was a scout stationed outside the village, a clever and nimble junior chosen by Steward Liu. They're here, Li Long said. Li Qingshan snapped open his eyes. How bold of these bandits to actually plunder in broad daylight. The gong suddenly stopped. They hurried to the entrance of the village and saw a cloud of dust approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before them. There were several dozen people. Whether they were tall or short, fat or skinny, they all had vicious expressions. The person in the lead rode a pony that could travel on mountain roads. He actually held a bloody head in his hand. Xiao Lu. Steward Liu called out. The head belonged to the junior he had sent out to investigate, but it had actually been killed just like that. He became so frightened that his stomach and legs weakened. He looked at Li Long. Didn't you say they wouldn't kill people for no reason? Li Long's eyebrows furrowed. He said softly, They're trying to kill to establish their might. Afterwards, he clasped his fist and said loudly, I'm Li Long of the Iron Fist. May I ask which boss of the Black Wind stronghold has come? This is our third boss. If you're sensible, hand over your money and food. Don't make us waste our time, or we'll burn down your shitty village. A bandit called out, and the other bandits followed suit. They fiddled around with the weapons in their hands as they smiled scornfully. It was like they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The third boss had a full beard and a fierce-looking face. He tossed the head to the ground and it rolled to Li Long's feet. Iron Fist, if the Iron Lion was here, I'd leave immediately without another word. Who do you think you are? When Li Hu and Li Bao saw the cloud of dust, they were so frightened that their faces turned ashen. Their legs trembled, and at this moment, they even weakened and fell to the ground. The bandits laughed loudly. The third boss is so impressive. Li Long's expression changed and he gasped. It was rumored that out of all the bosses of the Black Wind stronghold, the third boss was the most savage and temperamental. He would plunder and plunder without hesitation. In the eyes of the villagers near the stronghold, he was someone even more terrifying than the master of the Black Wind stronghold. However, since the third boss had asked him what he was, it proved that he was still fearful of the Iron Fist and asked about his relationship with the Iron Lion. The situation was out of his control, so he could only hold back his anger. I'm Master's final disciple. I knew you were coming, so I didn't want you to return empty-handed. I've given you a small gift, so please spare the Crouching Ox village for my master's sake. Caretaker Lu offered up an embroidered box with trembling hands. The third boss lashed out with his horsewhip, and the embroidered box flew into his hands, demonstrating his impressive martial arts. He opened the box, and it was filled with shiny silver. However, his face gradually darkened instead. 100 taels? Are you trying to send off a beggar? Be great king, we've already done our best. Before nightfall, I want to see 1,000 taels of silver and 1,000 caddies of rations. Otherwise, humph. When the third boss reached there, he suddenly licked his lips and smiled obscenely. My brothers also want to borrow a few women. Don't worry, we're not robbing them, we're just borrowing them. Once we're done, we'll return them to you next spring. The bandits all laughed obscenely. Any woman that can become the wife of our third boss would be lucky. When spring comes, perhaps that woman won't even want to return. Li Long knew the best. No woman could return from the Black Wind stronghold. They had all been raped to death. He said loudly, does the third boss really not care about the Iron Fist at all? Caretaker Lu was even more stunned by this number. He was stunned speechless. Don't make me wait too long. The third boss did not even look at Li Long. He turned his head and ordered his subordinates, hurry them up. The 20 or so bandits laughed as they walked around Li Long's group. They entered the village and knocked on every door. If anyone dared to open the door, they would break it down. Hundreds of villagers were chased out like sheep. They gathered together in fear. The barking of dogs and the wailing of women and children filled the air. The third boss laughed as he looked at this scene. Let's rest in this village tonight. This child is only 14 years old. He hasn't done anything bad in his life. Suddenly, an extremely calm voice sounded. It was so calm that it did not seem suitable for the current situation. However, within that calmness, there seemed to be an uncontrollable killing intent suppressed. Li Qingshan picked up little Six's head from the ground and gently closed his eyes. The third boss narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He did not notice Li Qingshan. From the beginning, when the head was thrown, Li Qingshan's head was lowered and his body was trembling. He thought that it was fear. However, Li Qingshan was no longer trembling. He slowly said, this is a very good and clever child. His parents also love him very much. The third boss yawned. What are you trying to say? The bandits roared with laughter, as if they had heard a hilarious joke. However, the third boss sensed something terrifying from Li Qingshan's body and didn't laugh out loud. The head fell to the ground and the bowstring was fully drawn. Die. Li Qingshan attacked in an instant. His angry roar couldn't drown out the sound of the bowstring, and the arrow shot towards the third boss with his monstrous rage. A black light shot through the air, and the enormous force sent the third boss flying high into the air before he fell heavily to the ground. The power of the three-stone bow was astonishing, and Li Qingshan's movements were smooth. At such a close distance, only a second-rate expert or higher would be able to dodge it, but the third boss was clearly not one of them. The noisy village instantly quieted down. The bandits all stared with wide eyes, unable to believe this scene. The grand third boss had actually been killed by a teenager. The villagers looked at him as if he were a god. To them, the bandits were terrifying demons, and the third boss was the leader of these demons. Now that Xianxia had killed the third boss with one strike, he was like a god. The situation had reversed, but there was no joy on Li Long's face, only fear. Third boss. Third boss. A few bandits surrounded the third boss, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a fierce expression, he pointed at Xianxia and said, "Kill him." He could be considered a third-rate expert, so he reacted in an instant. Although he couldn't dodge the arrow, he avoided a vital point. The arrow pierced through his right shoulder, shattering all the bones nearby. His right hand could be considered crippled. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted nothing more than to skin Xianxia alive. The bandits reacted and picked up their swords, and halberds, roaring as they charged at Xianxia. A gust of wind blew behind his head as a short javelin stabbed towards the back of his head. Without turning his head, he slightly tilted his head and grabbed the javelin. He turned around and threw it. The javelin shot back with 10 times its original speed, nailing the attacking bandit to the door. A halberd, a goose feather saber, and a red-tasseled spear all stabbed towards him at the same time. Xianxia grabbed the shaft of the spear and pulled hard. The two bandits lost their balance and fell towards him in fright. A pair of iron arms were already waiting for them and struck their chests like iron hammers. Muffled sounds were heard and the two bandits were sent flying while vomiting blood. Seizing this opportunity, the Yanling saber stabbed into Xianxia's chest. The ice-cold saber and sword touched his lower abdomen. It looked like the saber was about to pierce through Xianxia's body, but it was unable to move even an inch further. Xianxia's pair of iron palms struck the bandit's head with the force of 2 piercing winds. When he put down his hands, the bandit collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his soul. Blood slowly seeped out of his 7 orifices. He strode towards the third leader, but the battle cries behind him were already deafening. With a flick of his toes, he hooked the halberd and held it in his hand. There was no technique, no apprehension, just a sweep. The strong wind stirred up a semicircle of dust and rushed towards the mountain bandits. The tip of the halberd broke and flew up, piercing the ground. Several weapons flew up, followed by a series of blood-curdling screams. Some people tried to block, but they couldn't block the sweeping force of the halberd. Smoke and dust scattered in all directions. 4 bandits fell to the ground. Only a short bandit was swept across the face and died on the spot. The other 3 bandits all had their chests cut open and were screaming on the ground. Fresh blood sprayed on the ground as if it was worthless, and the rich color flowed everywhere. Xianxia glanced at the broken halberd and muttered, "What a poor weapon." He threw it to the ground. But he didn't know how many hard bones and steel he had forcibly swept through in that instant. How could a normal weapon withstand such an attack? In the blink of an eye, 8 bandits were dead or seriously injured. The bandits behind them screamed in fear and stopped. They held their weapons and didn't dare to move forward. They were stunned by this tragic scene. The originally ordinary youth seemed to have turned into a terrifying killing god in a flash. Xianxia continued to walk towards the third boss. His face was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with a red light that even he himself didn't notice. However, his mind was rapidly analyzing the situation. He didn't let his anger get to his head. Only the third boss could be considered a third-rate master here, so he heavily injured him as soon as he attacked, eliminating the greatest threat. There were a few masters among the other bandits, but most of them were at the level of the ginseng foragers. They had only practiced some martial arts and were enough to bully commoners, but they were definitely not his opponent. I'm going to die here. The third boss propped himself up and moved backwards. He gazed at the approaching Xianxia in fear. He was like a humanoid demon from legends who would suddenly transform and bare his vicious fangs. No matter how many people were around him, they were unable to protect his safety. If I die, the entire Crouching Ox village will die with me. Do you know who my eldest brother is? Li Long's expression became even uglier. He went up and grabbed Xianxia. "Xianxia, don't be rash." The third boss took the opportunity to climb onto his horse. He pulled on the reins and the horse galloped away. The other bandits didn't need him to say anything. They all followed him like a swarm of bees. They didn't even care about the injured bandits. Li Qingshan broke free from his restraints and grabbed Li Long's throat tightly. He lifted him up. "Do you want to die too?" Li Long said with difficulty. I can't kill the boss of the Black Wind stronghold. Have you heard of Elm Village?" Elm Village. Caretaker Lu, who had collapsed on the ground and was scared half to death, suddenly cried out involuntarily. "What Elm Village?" Li Qingshan relaxed his grip. "The people of Elm Village have always practiced martial arts. They're fierce and fierce. They once killed a boss of the Black Wind stronghold. However, not long after, the master of the Black Wind stronghold personally led 5 bosses and slaughtered over 100 people in the village, regardless of age or gender. They piled them up into a mountain of corpses. The master of the Black Wind stronghold personally led the bosses to offer sacrifices to their fallen brothers. Do you want something as tragic as that to happen in Crouching Ox Village? Then are we just going to let them trample over and humiliate us?" Li Qingshan growled. "Qingshan, I know how you feel, but the situation is stronger than you." "Then let me become even stronger." The expressions of all the villagers changed. At this moment, they heard the third boss leave behind an extremely vicious sentence from afar. "Your Crouching Ox Village will be massacred." Some people fell to the ground in fright. Cries and wails rang out again. There was no joy from repelling the bandits at all. An injured bandit clutched his chest as he smiled cruelly. "You'll all be buried with me." "Are you done?" Li Qingshan said. "What?" Li Qingshan released Li Long and kicked the goose feather blade beside his feet. The blade pierced the bandit's throat, and he immediately breathed his last. "I won't go back on my words." Li Qingshan finished off the other injured bandits one by one. He turned around and said to the villagers, "Nothing will happen. I promise." Afterwards, he strode off in the direction the bandits had fled in without even looking back. The sun set in the west, and the last ray of light vanished from the horizon. Darkness descended on the mountains and land. Beside the roaring bonfire, 2 bandits helped the third boss pull out the arrow. The third boss cried out in pain and slapped one of the bandits away. "Can't you be a little more fucking gentle?" The bandit's mouth was covered in blood from the slap. He stuttered, afraid to talk back. The other bandits were all dejected. Under the Black Wind stronghold's fame, it had already been a very long time since they had experienced a defeat like this. They had already grown used to gazes of fear and flattery, and they were used to taking silver and women as they pleased. "All of you, buck up. We'll definitely get our revenge. Once we capture that brat." The third boss smiled cruelly. "Cut him into 1,000 pieces." Immediately, another bandit agreed. "Who did it? Who did it?" The third boss roared. Although he was injured, he still had his cultivation. Just who was it that could actually kill someone under the watchful eyes of so many bandits? Pooh, another bandit's throat was slit and he fell to the ground. Just now, he was the first to agree with third boss that he wanted to cut Li Qingshan into 1,000 pieces. The dark forest seemed to hide a terrifying demon. A terrifying shadow instantly enveloped all the bandits. No one could see who did it. How did it happen? They didn't know if they would be the next to die. The fear of the unknown was the scariest. In the chaos, the third and fourth bandits fell to the ground. It was as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper was silently harvesting lives. The night wind was cold. An exquisite hunting knife, like a venomous snake, slithered through the tall withered grass. The blade was covered with dark grass juice, so it didn't reflect any light. Tonight, there was no moon. Li Qingshan stood in the dark forest on the hillside, watching everything. Only he could see little and holding the hunting knife, pacing back and forth among the bandits. His face was filled with anger. The words of these bandits had completely enraged him. His numb and withered heart for a long time burst forth with such strong emotions for the first time. He wanted to kill all these people. Li Qingshan saw that little and tried to get close to third boss several times, but was blocked. The blood energy of a third-rate master was already extremely strong, and could already restraining ghosts. The reason why little and could get close to him was because he used his own life energy to nourish him every day. Ah! Ah! Two screams were heard, two more bandits died. The third boss was not a useless person, he shouted, everyone gathered together, stick together. All the bandits gathered around him to ensure his safety. The blood energy and life energy gathered together like a huge flame. Even little and couldn't get close. Li Qingshan drank a mouthful of the spiritual wine in the gourd. Demon Ox's fist of great strength wasn't known for speed, nor did it have any so-called qinggong. He relied on the endurance of an ox and the replenishment of the spiritual wine to catch up. He replenished his vitality and raised the stone splitter bow. Now, it's my turn to make a move. Pung. The pitch-black night sky was startled. Just from the sound alone, one could tell that it was an extremely powerful bowstring. The sound was short and elegant, carrying with it a sharp force that could cut through the air. The arrow whistled through the darkness and the distance, piercing through the chest of a bandit and nailing into the body of the bandit behind him. Killing two birds with one stone. The moment he heard the twang of the bowstring, the bandit had already been pierced. The bandits had been through quite a few battles, yet none of them could react in time. The third boss knew that this was because the arrow was faster than sound. The person who shot it was an expert. In all of Qingyang, there seemed to be only a single person who could shoot an arrow like that with a single bow. No, it's not that person. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. The third boss glanced at his injured right shoulder and remembered the brat who had forced him into this situation. Originally, he thought he had been careless, which was why he had fallen for the sneak attack. He never thought the brat's archery would be so terrifying. In reality, Li Qingshan's archery was not particularly accurate. Moreover, he had suddenly used a heavy bow like the stone splitter bow from such a great distance. However, the bandits were all gathered together, so there was no need for him to take aim. All he had to do was shoot at the center, and there was no reason for him to miss. Third boss, it's that brat from before. He's caught up. He's trying to kill us all. The arrow came from that direction. Let's fight it out with him. No, we can't. Once we separate. As they argued, the second arrow pierced the chest of another bandit. Every single bandit's face twisted in fear. They were so flustered that they were like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The third boss ordered, it's all that brat's doing. Let's charge up and kill him together. He led the bandits as they charged up the hill, yelling and shouting. Li Qingshan stood where he was without any hesitation, shooting arrow after arrow. An arrow shot out from the top bowstring, whistling through the darkness. It pierced through 3 withered leaves as it spun, stabbing into the body of a bandit. Then, it pierced through layers of flesh until it was stuck in the bones. Just now, it unwillingly stopped moving. The immense impact of the arrow didn't even leave the bandit with a chance to cry out in agony. One of the bandits by the side halted his footsteps and looked over in horror. Before the fear in his eyes could dissipate, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and he lost consciousness. The interval between the arrows was actually so short. The bandits' charge came to a halt, and they hurriedly searched for cover. However, before they could even catch their breaths, the strange bloody marks once again appeared on their throats. They were even more accurate and terrifying than the arrows. Someone died at every moment. The morale that had been raised by fear vanished. Only when they returned to their senses did they discover that the third boss had already mounted a pony and galloped off towards the Black Wind stronghold. They immediately scattered. Li Qingshan carried the stone splitter bow on his back and felt his arms ache slightly. The power of the 3-stone bow really was extraordinary. He had only fired a dozen or so arrows, and he found it rather difficult to continue. He sucked in a deep breath and took another sip of alcohol. Little and, let's chase after them. In the Crouching Ox village, the villagers were still in a state of panic. Li Long was currently ordering people to collect the corpses. Along, how did you end up like this? An old, dignified voice rang out in the darkness. Li Long shuddered. Master, why have you come? It was the master of the Iron Fist who had shaken up Qingyang City, the Iron Lion Lu Hong. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to subdue those bandits, so I came to take a look. Lu Hong emerged from the darkness. His eyes were like rings, and he radiated dignity even without being angry. He wore large, luxurious robes and seemed awe-inspiring, like a mighty lion. He glanced at the corpses of the bandits. You've fallen out with the Black Wind stronghold. You didn't do it. What a heavy blow. Tell me, what happened? Li Long could only tell him everything in detail. When Lu Hong heard the third boss' actions, he snorted coldly. How dare he look down on me and the Iron Fist like this? If I were here, I'd definitely kill him myself. I'd like to see whether that blind bear is bold enough to fall out with me or not. When he heard how Li Qingshan had struck out, he praised, what boldness and skill. How old do you think this Li Qingshan is? Roughly 15. Li Long himself was rather surprised, so he could only say it out loud. Only now did he remember that Li Qingshan was only a teenager. What? He's only 15. Lu Hong was shocked. He was a veteran of the Jianghu. Let alone 15-year-old third-rate masters, he had even seen first-rate masters before. However, behind these talented youths were all the shadows of large clans and sections. At the very least, they had a master with unparalleled martial arts. Li Long pointed in a direction, and Lu Hong strode over. The Iron Fist was not particularly skilled in movement techniques, but he took 7 or 8 steps longer with each step than a regular person. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he did not slow down at all. Before long, he arrived where the Black Wind Mountain bandits had stopped and set up a campfire. Only a few corpses remained there now, and a few wolves were currently gnawing on the corpses. They raised their heads and let out threatening howls when they heard the noise. Lu Hong snorted coldly like a clap of thunder. The wolves howled and fled in fright. Lu Hong examined the corpses. This really is the power of the stone splitter bow. Huang Bingu has actually given away his famed weapon. Is he Huang Bingu's disciple? No, with that sickly tiger's martial arts, he can't raise a disciple like that. Though, since he's given the stone splitter bow to him, Huang Bingu probably intends for him to take over as hunting chief. No wonder he's not afraid of the Black Wind stronghold. As long as he returns to the Drawn Rains village, the Black Wind stronghold won't be able to do anything to him. It's not like they can destroy the Drawn Rains village. Does Li Qingshan really want to kill them all? The smell of blood stung his nostrils, and Li Long trembled slightly. He had practiced martial arts for over a decade, so fighting and brawling was nothing out of the ordinary for him. However, with the influence of the Iron Fist in Qingyang City, he did not have a corresponding opponent to fight him to the death. At most, he would teach a lesson to some ignorant hooligan or passerby of the Jianghu. He had never seen so many corpses before. Since we've become sworn enemies, we obviously have to kill them all. Along, it's just too easy in Qingyang City. Originally, with your talent, your skills should have been much greater than this. Lu Hong felt like it was only natural, so he taught a lesson to his disciple. Li Long stammered, unable to reply. Lu Hong continued to examine the corpses. These wounds are so strange. He discovered a bandit who had died from having his throat slit. What's so strange about it? This bandit died in a pile of people. Look at his expression and posture when he died. He doesn't seem to have reacted at all. What's this all about? Afterwards, he discovered many other bandit corpses with the same wounds. Li Long's heart shivered as he imagined the strange sight. He could not help but look around. The dark mountains and forests seemed to be hiding ghosts. Only when he saw Lu Hong did he feel much more at ease. As long as your movement technique is good enough, you can achieve that. However, across the entire Qingyang, only the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect can rival a movement technique like that. Not only does this Li Qingshan have assistants, but he's very powerful as well. No matter how experienced Lu Hong was in the Jianghu, he couldn't guess that the mountain bandits couldn't react because they couldn't see the enemy. They followed the tracks left on the ground and went deep into the mountains. The corpses of the bandits were as obvious as road signs. Some fell to the ground after being hit by arrows, while others died from having their throats slit. Li Qingshan had grabbed him by the neck. Back then, he had not been very afraid, but now, he actually felt lingering fear. They discovered another bandit's corpse. Li Long said, "The bandits are all dead. Only the third boss remains." Afterwards, they discovered a pony that had collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Before long, Lu Hong stopped and gazed below a large tree. Even he, an experienced member of the Jianghu, was extremely shocked. The blood had spread very far. The smell of blood was even heavier than around the campfire where most of the bandits had died just now. With just a single glance, Li Long could not help but vomit, as if he wanted to vomit up all the horrors he had seen tonight. For the entire night, the third boss seemed to be submerged in a nightmare that he could not wake up from. The people around him died one by one, while the god of death closed in on him step by step. The third boss circulated his movement technique and desperately fled towards the Black Wind stronghold. Although he was not as fast as the Dragon's Gate sect, perhaps the danger had stimulated his potential, so he was not slow at all. The sinister wind circled around him, chasing him closely. He did not dare to stop at all. Only when he had expended all of his inner chi did he stop. He stopped under a large tree and panted heavily. Looking down the slope, he could already see the traces of the Black Wind stronghold. Just as he smiled. Twang! The arrow whistled through the air, piercing through his thigh and nailing deep into the tree trunk. Withered leaves fell like rain. The third boss ignored the intense pain. He looked at the terrifying figure walking out of the forest with a smile on his face. He was like a hunter who had caught his prey that he had been chasing for a long time. The bowstring in his hand was still vibrating. This is the end, third boss. I admit defeat today. The Jianghu is a small place, so why not make friends? Ah. In such a dangerous moment, the third boss actually took on the attitude of a hoodlum and began to speak in the Jianghu. However, before he could finish, an arrow pierced through him. Don't mention that word, because you're not worthy. Come, speak. Tell me everything about the Black Wind stronghold. How many people do you have? How many bosses do you have? What martial arts does the first boss practice? If I tell you, will you spare me? The third boss was covered in sweat. He was in pain and fear. Li Qingshan considered it for a moment. No. I already said that you must die today. I'll give you a quick death. He did not even need to lie. He just told the third boss clearly that he wanted to kill him. He could tell him or not. The third boss said, "Fuck you. If you want to kill me, come at me. Let's see if I'll even frown." Li Qingshan smiled coldly. That's exactly what I wanted. A red light that even he did not notice flowed in the depths of his eyes. Li Long forced himself to calm down, but his eyes avoided the corpse under the tree. Master, should we continue chasing? Lu Hong waved his hand. There's no need. With such a star of evil appearing, the Jianghu will be filled with trouble from now on. He had seen many ruthless people in the Jianghu. This third boss was not inferior to them. However, it was rare to see someone so ruthless and merciless as soon as they entered the Jianghu. Who wouldn't want to vomit a few times? Only after experiencing many life and death experiences could one's heart gradually harden. Li Long said, he's only a third-rate martial artist. He relied on a sneak attack to heavily injure the third boss. Why does Master care so much about him? Lu Hong said, I can only tell you that there are many people like this in the Jianghu. Not a single one of them is weak. Any martial arts in the hands of such people can display extraordinary power. Do not carelessly make an enemy out of them. Why is that? Li Long did not understand. Could it be that being vicious and merciless meant that one's martial arts were high? The essence of martial arts lies in killing. However, Li Qingshan, who was regarded as a star of evil by Lu Hong, was currently kneeling by the stream and vomiting. His tears flowed down his face as he vomited. In the end, the third boss bones were not as hard as he had said. He told Li Qingshan everything he wanted to know in full detail. All he wanted was to die. After killing the third boss, the red light in his eyes dimmed. He seemed to have realized what he had done. He had used an incomparably cruel method to torture a living person. But that was not all. What was more frightening was that he felt great pleasure from it. What's going on with me? A cow's hoof stepped into the stream. Li Qingshan raised his head. Oxen looked at him and said with a tone that seemed to be praising and mocking, You're becoming more and more like a demon. Oxen asked, Do you still want to continue? Don't blame me for not warning you. You might really end up becoming a demon. As long as I have a clear conscience and can freely express my thoughts, I will have no regrets even if I end up becoming a demon, Xianxia said as he stood up. His confused heart was instead strengthened by Oxen's words. Oxen could not help but look at him in a different light. Even a cultivator with a firm will would feel fear and repulsion when they heard that they would fall into the path of demons and become a demon. It had already prepared itself to patiently advise him, but Xianxia was not too affected. He was still firm in his choice and did not show any signs of wavering. It was truly rare. However, this was also good. If he was the kind of person who would only care about this kind of thing, it would not be worth Oxen's effort. The age that Xianxia lived in his past life was an age of information explosion. As a shut-in, he consumed various movies and novels day and night as mental sustenance. He had come across the most diverse thoughts, as well as witnessed the most terrifying and grand spectacles. Under the impact of all kinds of information, his ability to accept things was probably something few people in this era could compare to. He would not be bound by any traditional way of thinking. This kind of advantage and strength was slowly showing itself, and he displayed a power that no magical ability or artifact could replace. No matter how strong Xianxia's cultivation talent was, it was difficult for Oxen to take him seriously. However, his personality was unique and completely different, which was why Oxen placed great importance on him. Come with me. One ox and one man advanced through the pathless mountains. Oxen did not say where they were going, and Xianxia did not ask. After he understood the strength of the Black Wind stronghold from the third boss, he immediately knew that he was no match for them. He could only become stronger. After walking for an unknown period of time, there was suddenly a sound in the forest. As he moved forward, the rumbling sound grew closer and closer, until it was like thunder. The scenery in front of him suddenly became clear. On a cliff that was dozens of feet high, a waterfall flew straight down and fell into the pool like a jade dragon, splashing snowflake-like foam. In the center of the pool, there was a big whirlpool that kept spinning, and there were many smaller whirlpools around it. Xianxia stood in front of the waterfall. Even though he had a strong will, he still felt a little shaken in the face of nature's creation. Brother Nyo, what is this? Waterfall. Of course I know it's a waterfall. Why did you bring me here? Of course it's cultivation. At this time, a broken piece of wood fell from the top of the waterfall and was instantly sucked into the whirlpool. It crashed into the rocks in the water and broke into pieces. If a person were to be sucked into it, they would definitely die horribly. Xianxia gasped. It's in here? Oxen said, if you want to cultivate the strength of a bull, this is the fastest shortcut. Whether you want to take it or not, it's all up to you. With that, Xianxia leapt into the pool resolutely. In the air, the information he had obtained from the third boss flashed through his head. The Black Wind stronghold had around 300 people, and there were a total of 7 bosses. Of course, there were 6 of them now, and 5 of them were third-rate masters. The first boss was known as the Black Bear, Xianxia. He was a true second-rate master, and he could defeat the other bosses if they worked together. Xianxia's current martial arts were only at the peak of the third rate. If he did not use sneak attacks, he would probably only be able to deal with 2 bosses working together. If he faced 3, he would definitely lose. He could only flee, let alone face the master of the Black Wind stronghold. He was a colossal figure that he could not defeat right now. The only good news was that once winter came, the mountains would be sealed off by snow. If the Black Wind stronghold wanted to carry out a large-scale operation, they would have to wait until spring at the very least. That was the time he had left. He had to become even stronger. Only then could he stop the Black Wind stronghold, protect the Crouching Ox village, and fulfill his promise. Various thoughts flashed through his head. He saw the water surface grow closer and closer, and the toughness of Xianxia's mental fortitude appeared. He immediately suppressed all of his nervousness and fear. His mind was at peace, and he quickly adjusted his position. He sucked in a deep breath and dove into the water. Oxen muttered from the top of the pool, I even said I'd take it step by step. I'd start meditating under the waterfall. Immediately, it felt a wave of resentment attack it. Little and stared at it fixedly, and Oxen felt slightly uncomfortable. Brat, don't look at me like that. The rapids slammed against Li Qingshan's body. He was like a small boat in a storm, unable to control himself. He could collide with the rocks at any time and sink. Li Qingshan was quite skilled in the water, but he was unable to unleash it at all right now. He used the ox demon forges its hide, and the pain from the water against his skin vanished. Before he could even catch his breath, a black shadow pressed towards him. The rapids pushed him towards the rocks. The huge log earlier served as an example. Even with the ox demon forges its hide, he would still die from being smashed to pieces. It was far too difficult to fend off the power of nature with the body of a human. The ox demon stamps its hooves. A mouthful of true qi sank into his dantian, and Li Qingshan's body seemed to grow heavier out of nowhere. Suddenly, he plummeted and landed on the tough bottom of the pool. The rocks cracked, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. However, when he reached the bottom of the pool, the direction of the current changed again, pulling him towards the largest whirlpool. He tried his best to stay where he was, fighting against the current. Soon, he used up his breath, and a suffocating feeling gripped him tightly. In this kind of current, it was impossible to swim out of the water. As soon as his feet left the water, he would be sucked into the whirlpool by the current. Soon, he lost his consciousness. Even the deafening roar seemed to be far away. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest, and his true qi reacted automatically. When Li Qingshan regained his consciousness, he saw Little and pressing his chest anxiously, and the yin qi triggered the reaction of his true qi. In this moment of life and death, his true qi suddenly circulated faster, rushing into his mouth and nose. The feeling of suffocation vanished, replaced by innate true qi. Li Qingshan had never expected true qi to have such a wondrous use. He nodded at Little and to express his gratitude before gritting his teeth and releasing his feet, allowing the current to suck him into the huge whirlpool. Little and paced around the surroundings of the whirlpool for a while before suddenly making up his mind. He returned to shore and knelt down, bowing to Oxen. Oxen asked, "You want to help him?" Little and nodded violently. Lu Hong and Li Long returned to the Crouching Ox village and comforted the villagers before returning to Qingyang City. The village seemed to have returned to peace, but the feeling of unease could not be shaken off. The Black Wind stronghold was like a terrifying mountain pressing down on their heads. Many people wanted to flee the village. However, Li Qingshan's promise before he left gave everyone hope. At a critical moment, the prodigy of the village, Li Long, was unable to protect them, and the important figure of the city, Lu Hong, had only arrived afterwards. Only Li Qingshan stood before them all, protecting them all alone. Afterwards, the rumored soldiers appeared and took away the heads of the third boss and several dozen bandits. Qingyang City shook up. There was actually someone bold enough to offend the Black Wind stronghold. Both the righteous and the righteous learned a name, Li Qingshan. In the government office, the fat district magistrate ordered the advisor, "Quick, report the merit to the prefect." As soon as I arrived in Qingyang City, I annihilated a group of bandits. If anyone still dares to say I'm useless, hang their heads on the city gates and let the people of the city know my power. Also, find that Li Qingshan. I want to thank him in person for saving my life and give him great riches and honor. The advisor said, "Sir, it's only right to report the merit to the prefect, but there's no need to hang their heads. The Black Wind stronghold is not to be trifled with. As for that Li Qingshan, he'll probably die." Yes, in the eyes of many people, Li Qingshan was already a dead man. Although they admired Li Qingshan's viciousness and martial arts, no one believed he was the opponent of the Black Wind stronghold. The Black Bear, Xianxia, was a figure who could stop children from crying at night in Qingyang City. He had made a name for himself even before Li Qingshan. The two of them were on completely different levels. All the advisor could do was agree. The district magistrate's desire for silver had already overwhelmed his fear of the Black Wind stronghold, so he could not persuade him otherwise. And, the Black Wind stronghold probably would not be bold enough to openly kill an official and rebel. The fat district magistrate's aura suddenly vanished. He said softly, "It's not like I killed him. There's no need for the master of the Black Wind stronghold to make trouble for me, right?" The advisor twirled his mustache. "He probably won't, but just in case." Ask your sister for reinforcements and get the prefect to send reinforcements. The fat district magistrate said, yes. He might be the prefect, but he's also my brother-in-law. We're all family. As long as he sends a hawkwolf guard, we won't have to fear anyone. Although he was chubby, his younger sister just happened to be as pretty as a flower. The prefect took a fancy to her and took her in as a concubine, so she was very doted on. His status rose as well, so he begged his sister to give him a pillow talk so that he could get a position. However, the prefect did not like him, so he casually sent him to the remote Qingyang city to become the district magistrate. Not only did it deny him the opportunity to use his connections to intimidate others, but it also kept him away from his sister. It was basically killing two birds with one stone. The advisor thought, how can the hawkwolf guard be sent over so easily? Just finding a decent guard in the prefect's estate will be enough. Then what about Li Qingshan? The fat district magistrate thought about it and said, he's my savior no matter what. When I see him, give him some silver and send him elsewhere. The Clear River Prefecture is so large, so where can't he go? In the Drawn Rains village, Huang Binga received the news. At first, he was surprised before laughing aloud. Nicely done. Ever since he had ingested the spiritual alcohol, his sickly appearance had vanished. He had become rosy and full of life. Not only had his martial arts recovered, but they had even improved drastically. Hunting chief, won't he be making trouble for the Drawn Rains village by offending the Black Wind stronghold like this? He's carrying your stone splitter bow. You shouldn't have given it to him in the first place, and he's already gone missing. He's probably already fled. Xiao He was dissatisfied. That day at the market, he had eaten Li Qingshan's fist. Although he did not dare to retaliate, he still had some resentment. Originally, he was the leader of the younger generation in the village, but when Li Qingshan came, he was completely overshadowed. Now that he was in the limelight, his heart was filled with jealousy. Huang Binga said, if the Black Wind stronghold comes knocking on our door, we'll receive whatever methods they have. However, he won't run, much less come to us for protection. I'm just a sick tiger, but he's a true tiger that has descended from the mountains. Therefore, the name, Descending the Mountain Tiger, became Li Qingshan's first nickname. When the heads of dozens of Black Wind Mountain bandits were hung on top of the city walls, Li Qingshan's name spread even further. Large patches of snowflakes floated down from the sky. In the middle of the night, a black shadow scuttled onto the top of the city walls and took down the third boss's head. Then, he urged his horse to gallop back to the Black Wind stronghold, bringing it to the chief of the stronghold, Xianxia. Xianxia was just like his nickname. Not only was he abnormally tall, his hair was also thick and black. From afar, he looked like a giant bear. With a single glance, it was obvious that this person was born with great strength. He stood up and looked around. Regardless of whether it was the bosses on the two sides or the surrounding bandits, no one dared to make a sound. Boom! His huge, bear-like palm slammed down, and the head, along with the thick rosewood table, was smashed to pieces. This is the fate of the incompetent. This is also the fate of those who dare to provoke me. Pieces of wood shot in all directions. The nearby bandits were all pierced in the face, but no one dared to make a sound or move. The second boss waved his fan and stood up. He was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. Even at this time of the year, he still wore a long robe, which showed just how deep his inner strength was. Chief, the third boss was heavily injured by a sneak attack with the stone splitter bow. That's why he couldn't defeat that brat. Stone splitter bow? Huang Bingu. A trace of vigilance appeared in Xiongxiangwu's eyes. Wasn't he seriously ill? I heard that he's recovered. Xiongxiangwu's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. On Bailao Peak, Yang Jun said, you still haven't found him? Anger twisted his handsome face. He had always been a good-for-nothing, so he didn't have that much patience. Young master, I've heard some news recently. Cheetah said. Drawn Rains village's Huang Bingu has recovered. What about it? Yang Jun said impatiently. Cheetah secretly cursed him for being an idiot. I heard that his illness is chronic, and only the spirit ginseng can cure it. Yang Jun's eyes lit up. He wanted nothing more than to immediately go to Drawn Rains village and ask about it. However, he wasn't crazy. With a sullen face, he said, "Go get my father. The spirit ginseng isn't so easily digested. Even if he ate it, he'll have to spit it out." Amidst the clamor, no one noticed that the back of Li Qingshan's house had been dug up. The porcelain jar that contained the white bones had disappeared. Snow fell, and the pond water became even more bone-piercingly cold. It didn't show any signs of freezing. Li Qingshan crawled out of the pond water, his lips turning blue. He laid down on a patch of withered grass and looked at the gray sky above the white waterfall. The breath he exhaled turned into white mist. This kind of cultivation was practically taking one's life, but Li Qingshan insisted on squeezing out all of his true qi before he was willing to climb out of the pond to rest. Only after drinking a mouthful of spirit wine did his body regain its warmth, and his exhausted true qi began to surge again. A beast was being roasted on the bonfire, emitting a thick fragrance. Little and was squatting at the side like a professional roasting master. He spun the wooden fork and sprinkled the seasoning he brought from home on top of the meat. He was completely focused. When he saw Li Qingshan coming out, he waved his hunting knife and cut off a large piece of meat. He held it up and brought it to Li Qingshan's mouth. Only when he saw Li Qingshan wolfing down the meat did he reveal a smile. Li Qingshan ate until his mouth was covered with grease. He suddenly asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" Little and was afraid of sunlight and also afraid of fire. There were many restrictions on what he could do. It was impossible for him to squat beside the fire so casually. Even though it was a cloudy day today, Little and would often hide in the locust wood plate and refuse to come out. Little and hesitated and couldn't answer. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Did you learn some supernatural power from Brother Ox? It's not easy to get something out of it. Why did you hide it from me?" Little and hesitated for a while, then he carried out a porcelain jar from the bushes with difficulty. Li Qingshan opened the lid and a bloody smell assaulted his nostrils. There was a small white skeleton inside, dripping with bright red blood. The two colors, red and white, were extremely glaring and bright. They were filled with an evil and bloody feeling. Li Qingshan frowned. "What is this?" Little and was like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Path of white bone and great beauty." Oxen suddenly appeared and said 5 words. "This is also a supernatural power?" Ghosts don't have a physical body. Although they look free and can avoid the eyes and ears of normal people, when they cultivate, they are naturally handicapped. Furthermore, they are afraid of fire and light. They are restrained by many spells. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. "White bone bodhisattva, it's the devil's path again." Although he didn't know how high a Buddhist monk who was about to become a bodhisattva was, he knew that this was probably a supernatural power that was far beyond his imagination. Li Qingshan said with a serious expression, "I'm afraid this supernatural power isn't easy to cultivate." Oxen said, "Yes, this kind of supernatural power involves the creation of life and death. Not only does it require the cultivator's soul to be extremely talented, it also requires the blood of a living being that is about to die as a sacrifice, enduring the burning of blood and qi to obtain a large amount of qi. But right now, we're only using beast blood to make up the numbers. The best thing to refine is naturally human blood, especially for martial artists with vigorous qi and qi." Li Qingshan's heart trembled. No matter who heard this kind of cultivation method, they could only think of it as an evil method or the devil's path. And no matter what legend or story, those who used human lives to cultivate were all villains, and in the end, they all died horrible deaths. He couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to cultivate this?" Little and was so scared that his face turned pale. His spiritual wisdom was gradually awakened. He also knew that this was an extremely evil devil's path. Oxen said, "Of course to help you. Could it be that this is the upper level of ghost-controlling heart sutra?" Li Qingshan's whole body trembled, no longer able to say any words of reproach. He lowered his head and could only smile bitterly. "Looks like we've all followed the wrong master. We're destined to walk on this devil's path until the end." Only then did Little and calm down. He smiled shyly. A Sika deer dashed through the forest, trying to avoid the chilly wind that followed it like a shadow. But in the end, its throat was slit by a hunting knife. Before the blood splattered to the ground, it was caught by a porcelain jar. As soon as the hot blood fell into the jar, the chilly wind rolled up a blood-drenched skeleton and sent it flying. White Bones sat cross-legged, like an old monk meditating. There was a mysterious feeling of a mixture of holiness and evil. If there was an eminent monk here, he might be able to comprehend the essence of Buddhism and Taoism, the cycle of life and death. Li Qingshan could only watch on as little and attached himself to the white bone and refined the blood energy. The blood energy rose up like blossoms of blood flames. Little and frowned. His soul trembled as he withstood a great deal of pain. Most of the demonic path's divine arts took shortcuts, but shortcuts were also dangerous. One had to pay an enormous price and take an enormous risk. The pain of having one's soul burned by blood energy was even worse than having one's body burned by fire. One had to rely on great willpower to maintain their sanity. Cultivating supernatural powers wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Li Qingshan clenched his fists tightly. He felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his heart, an unbearable heat. The pain that Little and had suffered at Witch's side was probably not even 1/100th of what he was experiencing now. He reached out to stop her. Oxen said, "This isn't just for you. You have something you want to do, a wish you want to fulfill." He is the same. This is his freedom. His wish? Yes, his wish is to help you. Oxen couldn't help but laugh at his own witty words. But as he saw that Li Qingshan wasn't smiling, he restrained his smile. "Did you know? When I agreed to this little demon, he was so happy. And now he is also very happy. As long as he can fulfill my wishes, he will have no regrets no matter what he does. Didn't you say that yourself?" After a long time, the blood energy was completely refined and fused into the white bone. A faint layer of dark red appeared on the white bone. Li Qingshan took out the spirit ginseng and a drop of ginseng liquid. He placed it between Little N's eyebrows. Little N closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Li Qingshan turned around and jumped into the cold pond once again. Only by doing so could he calm his heart. The days passed quickly. The 10,000 mountains were covered in snow. Li Qingshan went into the water every day to cultivate. Almost every day, he would get a body full of injuries before coming back up. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique and the constant nourishment from the spirit wine, his body would have collapsed long ago. Little and constantly hunted wild beasts. At first, he only used the blood of small herbivores like hares and gazelles to cultivate. Later on, he used the blood of carnivores like tigers and leopards that were full of blood energy and killing intent to cultivate. The two of them seemed to be in a competition. They practiced with all their might. The taste of the spirit wine made from the spirit ginseng also became fainter and fainter. Until a month later, the waterfall was still roaring and the whirlpool in the pond was still spinning. In the center of the whirlpool, one could vaguely see the figure of a person dancing in the water. Against the boundless torrent, as if facing countless enemies, Li Qingshan used the ox demon's fist of great strength in the water. Every move and form was the same as when he was on land. He didn't lose his form at all, but instead was filled with a heavy strength. The ox demon tramples its hooves stabilized his body. The ox demon forges its hide blocked the torrent, and the ox demon butts its horns attacked the whirlpool. His true chi also spun like the whirlpool, forming a small cyclone. The true chi flowed to his limbs and bones at an increasing speed. The pond water surged, 10 times more turbulent than usual. Li Qingshan punched out. Boom! Like thunder exploding in the water, a terrifying aura came from the water, startling countless birds and beasts. Little Ant's heart skipped a beat. It was as if some terrifying beast had been released, far more powerful than wolves, tigers, and leopards. He stared at the surface of the water. The water had calmed down, and the spinning whirlpool had actually disappeared. A smile appeared in the green ox's eyes. A tall figure jumped out of the deep pond and landed on the rock. Li Qingshan's bronze-colored body was as sturdy as an ox, as if he was carved out of rock. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. His fist smashed on the rock beneath his feet. Boom! It didn't sound like flesh hitting the rock, but more like a rock hitting another. After a moment of silence, kacha-kacha. The huge rock that had been polished by the pond water for countless years cracked, and finally shattered. Before the rock shattered, Li Qingshan had already jumped to the edge of the pond. Looking at his hands, he muttered, "This is the strength of an ox?" He felt as if there was endless power in his body. His entire body seemed to have been reborn. If he met a third-rate expert like the third boss again, he would only need one hand to crush him to death, and he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his body. Oxen said, "You've finally learned the basics." Li Qingshan picked up the stone-splitter bow and drew it like a crescent moon. The originally tough metal bow was now as soft as a regular wooden bow. Twang! 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 Li Qingshan plucked the bowstring again and again. He had actually used the rapid arrow technique with a three-pickle bow. With this series of shots, the bowstring boomed. The sound of it vibrating seemed to cut through the air. Li Qingshan felt like he still had power to spare, so he did not stop. With a great roar, he shot up, down, left, right, and in all directions. Power, endless power. It was as if as long as he wanted it, he could do anything and defeat all enemies. Now this was the feeling of a supernatural ability. It did not belong to any martial arts of the mortal world. Little and watched on from one side. He was filled with endless admiration. Little and, "It's time to leave the mountain." Li Qingshan picked up the porcelain jar and made his way out of the mountain. He did not go to the Black Wind stronghold, but to Qingyang City. The sound of the waterfall faded away, and the water surged again. The whirlpool spun again. Li Qingshan did not return to the Crouching Ox village. At the very least, the small village was still safe and sound right now. He did not go to the Drawn Reins village either. He did not want to bring his troubles to others, nor did he directly attack the Black Wind stronghold. He had already fallen out with the Black Wind stronghold, and once spring arrived, the Black Wind mountain bandits would probably move out and massacre the small village that had raised him. He sneered inside. "You treat me as an enemy, so why wouldn't I treat you as an enemy? I will definitely kill my way into the Black Wind stronghold and take the head of the famed master of the Black Wind stronghold. Only then will I feel at ease after I make him guilty of all his crimes and die a horrible death." Why did he train so hard? It was to kill all of his enemies. However, before that, he needed to make some preparations. He did not even have a suitable weapon on hand. He would be at too much of a disadvantage if he were barehanded. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit, not to mention the fact that the 200 bandits of the Black Wind stronghold were not 200 rabbits. Every single one of them had taken lives on their hands. They were extremely vicious. Once he charged in, it would no longer be a fight of the Jianghu. Instead, it would be a fight on the battlefield. If he were still careless, then there would be something wrong with his head. The arsenal of arms in Qingyang City was an extremely renowned weapon store. He planned on checking it out, but he had to spend money to buy weapons. Not only was he penniless right now, but he did not even have any decent clothes on him. His clothes were tattered, bearing his chest, which attracted the attention of passers-by. Was he not afraid of freezing to death dressed like this in weather like this? Li Qingshan cultivated in the icy pool every day, so how could he be afraid of this little bit of coldness? But no one treated him like a beggar, because his face didn't have the self-abased and wretched look of a penniless person. Instead, it was brimming with strong self-confidence, as if no matter what difficulties he encountered, he could use his hands to solve them. As he strolled around, he admired the city that was filled with a classical style. He did not go out of his way to hide the fact that he was a country bumpkin. A carriage suddenly sped over. The driver waved his whip and yelled, "Piss off! Piss off!" He watched as the passers-by dodged in a mess and laughed complacently. Everyone felt indignant as they watched the carriage drive off into the distance, but no one dared to say anything. This was a great aristocrat of Qingyang City. Let alone chasing away pedestrians, even if the carriage of the Zhang estate killed someone, they would just have to pay compensation at most. The coachman suddenly saw a ragged silhouette in front of him, as if he could not hear his voice and did not know how to dodge. He cursed loudly, "Stinky beggar, get lost." He did not pull the reins and let the carriage crash into him. The pedestrians also called out to be careful. Just as the carriage was about to collide with the beggar dodged sideways and dodged by a hair's breadth. Before the coachman could react, the carriage came to an abrupt stop and he flew out like a cloud. Things were rolling around in the carriage, and a woman's screams could be heard. The two horses pulling the carriage raised their hooves and neighed loudly, but the carriage seemed to be enchanted. It was fixed in place, squeaking but unable to move a single step forward. The coachman stood up with a carp flip. He was actually quite good at this. Just when he was about to curse aloud, he saw the passers-by staring at the back of the carriage dumbfounded. Li Qingshan grabbed the frame of the carriage with one hand as his feet were planted deeply into the ground, but he did not move at all. He did not move, so the carriage obviously could not move either. The coachman gulped. What kind of power was this? A young man in embroidered clothes reeking of alcohol leapt out of the carriage. Lai Fu, what the hell are you doing? However, Lai Fu pointed at Li Qingshan and cursed, "Stinky beggar, stay away from my carriage. If you touch me, I'll chop off your hand." He was drunk, so he did not notice that Li Qingshan was currently grabbing his carriage. I'm not a beggar. I'm Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stated his name. He wanted to teach this wastrel and this arrogant servant a lesson. What Li Qingshan? The young man's eyes were dazed and filled with disdain. Towards the end, his tone suddenly changed, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. He sobered up too. Which Li Qingshan is it? Li Qingshan said in confusion, you recognize me. The coachman wailed, young master, it's the descended tiger. His face that was originally flushed red suddenly paled. Descended tiger? What's that? Just as Li Qingshan frowned, the young master knelt down with a thump. No, it's this lowly one who has offended you. Please spare me, young hero. Afterwards, he removed the money pouch from his waist and offered it up with both hands. Treat this money as my apology to the young hero. The bystanders had never seen the young master of the Zhang family behave in such a subservient manner. They all raised their eyebrows, but when they heard the words descended tiger, their gazes towards Li Qingshan immediately changed. There was admiration mixed with fear. Li Qingshan weighed the money pouch in his hand. There really was quite a lot of money inside. It was enough for him to buy a set of decent clothes, eat a full meal in the best restaurant, and have a good night's sleep in an inn. But how strange. It's not like I plan on killing you. At most, I'll just give you a few light punches. I don't even dare to use force, so why are you so scared? He could instinctively sense that the reason why the young master was so scared of him was not because of his skill in stopping the horse. However, when he saw how the young master was scared to the point of wetting his pants, he lost all interest in teaching him a lesson. He picked up the money pouch and walked away. Only when he saw Li Qingshan walk away did the young master climb up from the ground as his legs weakened. He glanced at the end of the street in fear. Li Qingshan was actually right in front of him. That was a terrifying figure who had killed several dozen people. No matter how arrogant and despotic he was not bold enough to act up before a person like that. His face reddened from the mockery of the pedestrians. When he turned around and saw the carriage driver hiding to one side, he became even more furious. He went up and kicked him wildly. You're still trying to hide? That's what I told you to hide. That's what I told you to not drive properly. Although the carriage driver was skilled in martial arts, he did not even try to dodge. All he did was beg for forgiveness softly. Li Qingshan held the money pouch and felt even more at ease inside. Although the money had come rather mysteriously, he suddenly remembered that the matter at hand was to investigate some information and understand the changes in the Black Wind stronghold. He just happened to have a fellow villager who lived in Qingyang City. He was also a person of the Jianghu. He asked a few people and arrived before the Iron Fist. At the entrance stood two towering, bald men with arms as thick as a regular person's thighs. They glanced past the passers-by with shining eyes. Before the passers-by could even approach the entrance, they would move far away and pass by on the other side of the street, which demonstrated the might of the Iron Fist. Seeing a beggar in ragged clothes walk up to the entrance, the man said rudely, "Piss off. This isn't a place for you to beg." The other man stopped his companion and studied Li Qingshan up and down. He mocked, "Kid, you seem like someone who knows how to talk. How did you end up like this?" He could tell that Li Qingshan's body was sturdy and unafraid of the cold. Li Qingshan said, "I'm looking for someone. Please pass on a message." He's called Li Long. Tell him that I'm from the same hometown as him. I'm called Li Qingshan. The two men were originally unconcerned. Only when they heard the two words Li Long did they become cautious. He was the beloved disciple of the sect master. When they heard the two words Li Qingshan, their faces changed drastically. The descended tiger, Li Qingshan. Only then did Li Qingshan understand that the descended tiger referred to him. He grumbled and sighed, what kind of stupid nickname is that? The people of the Jianghu were uncultured, but he did not want to be associated with wolves, tigers, and leopards. Little, hunting chief, your body. My body has recovered. Have the people of the Black Wind Stronghold and the Dragon's Gate sect left? They still refuse to leave. They insist on seeing the Stronghold Master. Just say I'm heavily ill, so it's inconvenient for me to see him. If anyone dares to barge in, don't hold back. Shoot them dead. Huang Bingo placed his hands on the stove. How bold of you, hunting chief Huang. You want to shoot even my people dead? A voice suddenly rang out from outside. The door shattered, and a fierce gust of wind swept in. A refined, middle-aged man with a sword hanging from his waist stood at the entrance. However, his gaze was as sharp as a sword, flickering with light. He was not as gentle as he seemed on the surface. Huang Binga dared not tarry either. He leapt up and clasped his fist. Sect Master Yang, long time no see. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, there was only a single person who could be referred to as a sect master. He was the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Xianxia. His Dragon's Gate sword style was renowned, and his movement technique was wondrous. In terms of martial arts alone, he could be regarded as the greatest in Xinjiang. If the descendants of the nearby large sects and clans wanted to practice martial arts, they would all be sent to the Dragon's Gate sect. When the descendants of these aristocrats gathered together, it was inevitable for them to be arrogant and despotic, but at the same time, they were an extremely great organization. Speaking of which, even the orthodox organizations of Xinjiang, Xianxia studied Huang Bingu. You really have recovered. No wonder even the elders of my sect refuse to see you. I'll cut to the chase. Where's the spiritual ginseng? Xianxia said, I've never seen any spiritual ginseng before. Does Sect Master Yang want to take advantage of my drawn reins village because there's no one here? Several dozen hunting bows pointed at Xianxia. The hunters in the village had already reacted. Xianxia said, if you have another stone splitter bow, you might be able to make me stay. Why don't you try, hunting chief Huang? Huang Binga squinted his eyes. What are you trying to say? Xianxia said, Stronghold Master Xiong is right outside. Your stone splitter bow killed his third boss. Do you want to provoke us as well? Huang Binga sneered loudly, the mighty leader of the righteous path of Xinjiang is actually working together with the most vicious bandit leader. Do you really not care about your dignity at all? That's right, I forgot, there's no difference between the two of you. You're all bullying the weak and the kind. In fact, Sect Master Yang is better at making money. Anger flashed across Xianxia's face, and he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. However, the sounds of bowstrings being pulled taut around him made him stop. He coldly threatened, hunting chief Huang may not be afraid, but if a battle really breaks out, I want to see how many people in this manner will survive. Huang Binga said, I've already eaten the spirit ginseng. Sect Master Yang, even if you say anything more ruthless, you can't take it back. Xianxia said, the spiritual ginseng really is in your hands. Don't try to trick me. The spiritual ginseng is not something that can be digested in a day, nor can it be kept for yourself. You've already used it for so long. If you hand it over now, I might help you fend off the Black Wind Stronghold for your sake. Huang Binga said I ate it, so I ate it. If hunting chief doesn't believe me, feel free to snatch it. The bowstrings were fully drawn and the swords were unsheathed. A great battle was about to begin. At the side, Xiaohei suddenly said, we've never seen any spirit ginseng before. Our hunting chief's illness was cured because he drank the wine that Li Qingshan gave him. If you want to find someone, go find him. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Huang Binga flew into a rage and shouted, shut up. Xiaohei hardened his tone and said, hunting chief, he's just an outsider. He gave you the spirit wine and took the stone splitter bow. We don't owe them anything, so why risk our lives to protect him? I'm just thinking for the manor. Xianxia smiled and said, so that's how it is. I've wronged Brother Huang. No wonder that brat's martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. I'll take my leave now. He used his qing gong and floated away. If Li Qingshan was here, he would know that this person's qing gong was 10 times better than his son Yangjun and his group of disciples. The hunters did not dare to shoot. Without orders. Xianxia said from afar, hunting Chief Huang is indeed good at managing his subordinates. The disciples of the manor always consider the bigger picture. Huang Bingge's expression became even more unsightly. The leader of any faction had to have absolute authority. As long as he made a decision, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, his subordinates would not easily disobey. Li Qingshan saved my life before. He gave me the spirit wine despite the risk. He trusted me. Otherwise, no one would know that he had the spirit ginseng. You're setting me up for injustice. Xiaohei knelt down and said, Xiaohei is willing to accept death. The group of hunters gathered around and advised, Hunting Chief, Xiaohei is doing this for the sake of the manor. So many days have passed, and Qingshan has already escaped to who knows where. There's no need for us to resist. Li Qingshan looked at the large man who scrambled off to report the situation before looking at the trembling man at the entrance. He asked in confusion, am I that scary? The man left behind could only blame himself for being too slow, allowing his companion to beat him to it. As for whether he was scary or not, he dared not answer the question. All he knew was that the young man before him had personally killed several dozen mountain bandits. He had even obtained inside information that he had tortured and killed the famous third boss of the Black Wind stronghold in Xinjiang to death. If a person like that was not scary, what was scary? One was a ferocious-looking man of the Jianghu in his 30s. Any regular person would feel fear when they saw him, while the other was a 15-year-old boy who still had not shed his childishness. He did not seem ferocious at all. However, when the former saw the latter, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. It was rather strange. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that his reputation had already been established. Although it had started with the rather unpleasant nickname of Descended Tiger, it was enough to deter thieves and robbers. A while later, Li Long came out to receive him. When he saw Li Qingshan, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was afraid to make eye contact with him. He thought of the bloody scene he had seen in the mountains a few days ago, and an unsuppressible fear rose up in his heart. He smiled unnaturally and said, it's Qingshan. Our sect master invites you. Li Qingshan followed him in and made his way around the screen wall with the word martial written on it. He passed through the courtyard and arrived in the training grounds. All he saw were 2 rows of bare-chested men, welcoming him. However, their expressions were unfriendly. The sect master of the Iron Fist, Lu Hong, sat boldly on the armchair and said sternly, You're the Descended Tiger, Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan frowned. Both because of this display of might and because of his nickname of the Descended Tiger, if someone told him right now that he could get a better nickname as long as he killed someone, he would definitely charge over and finish them off without the slightest hesitation. The sect master is asking you a question. The man closest to Lu Hong called out loudly. His muscles bulged and were covered in tattoos. His temples bulged slightly, clearly a master of both internal and external martial arts. Li Qingshan estimated that this person's strength surpassed the third boss. No wonder he was bold enough to speak to him like that. The Iron Fist was able to reign supreme in Xinjiang City, so they definitely had something up their sleeves. Li Long said in a hurry, Please calm down, first senior brother. Qingshan is from the village. He's inexperienced. Then he tugged on Li Qingshan's sleeve. Why don't you greet my master? Li Qingshan clasped his hands casually. Greetings, old hero Lu. However, he did not show much respect. Lu Hong frowned, and the disciples of the Iron Fist on both sides became furious. Li Long blamed him for being insensible. You've already offended the Black Wind stronghold. Only by asking Master to make a decision and then getting Huang Binggu of the Drawn Rains village to step forward can you settle this. Master is a mighty second-rate master. Isn't he worth a bow from you? This is our first senior brother. People in the Jianghu call him. Li Qingshan waved his hand and interrupted him. There's no need to remember the name of a small fry. He was not an impolite person, but someone had been impolite to him first, so he definitely would not be polite. Eldest senior brother, please don't be angry. Li Long tried to stop eldest senior brother, but eldest senior brother grabbed his shoulder and threw him aside like he was grabbing a chicken. Then, eldest senior brother punched Li Qingshan. Wang Lei, stop! Lu Hong shouted. Eldest senior brother's fist stopped firmly in front of Li Qingshan's face. He shouted, Master, let me teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Li Qingshan was annoyed. I wanted to ask you something, but since you're so busy, I'll take my leave first. If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of pretending? Brat, you're going to die soon. As expected, Li Qingshan stopped. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Hong said, the Black Wind Stronghold is looking for you everywhere. It's fine if you hide, but if you dare to show your face in public, you'll definitely die. Li Qingshan said, then, according to the normal development, I'll ask you how I can escape this disaster. As long as you agree to join Iron Fist, I have a way to save your life. This was Lu Hong's goal. Iron Fist was a gang, not a sect. It didn't require the members to be disciples. The talent and strength that Li Qingshan showed at such a young age was enough to move anyone in Jianghu. However, as a veteran of the Jianghu who had made a name for himself a long time ago, Lu Hong obviously would not beg Li Qingshan to join him. Perhaps he would try to take him down a notch first, cutting down Li Qingshan's reputation a little so that he would understand the immensity of the world. Then, he would try to persuade him with kind words so that he could understand the bright future of joining the Iron Fist school. But Li Qingshan's rudeness had angered him. But now, I've changed my mind. Do you really think that after killing dozens of bandits and a leader of the Black Wind Stronghold, you're someone important? Li Qingshan said, that's great. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Stop right there. Lu Hong finally moved. When he didn't move, it was fine, but when he moved, he was like a furious lion roaring. With one step, he landed in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had goosebumps all over his body. It was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He instinctively became vigilant. He chuckled and said, you are a Jianghu man after all. If you can't win with words, you will try with force. Take this old man's fist. Although Lu Hong originally wanted to recruit Li Qingshan and didn't want to be enemies with him, it was impossible for him not to teach a lesson to a junior who dared to be so rude to him. Perhaps he thought that the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold, Xianxia, was on the same level as the third leader, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. If that was the case, he would have to show him the absolute difference between a second-rate expert and a third-rate expert. Wait. What, are you afraid? Lu Hong asked in a deep voice. Master is mighty. Eldest senior brother Wang Lei raised his fist and shouted. He looked at Li Qingshan with a mocking expression. The other disciples followed suit and shouted, faction leader is mighty. Li Qingshan said, I once let Li Long hit me 3 times first. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and revealed a dangerous killing intent. That was because my disciples' martial arts were weak. What, you also want to let me hit you 3 times first? No. Before Lu Hong's expression softened, Li Qingshan continued, seeing that you are an old man, I want to let you hit me 10 times first. Great humiliation. These were the only words in Lu Hong's mind. At that moment, he really wanted to kill Li Qingshan. Then come. Wait. What do you want now? Old hero Lu, you are also a well-known figure in the pugilistic world. I can't let you hit me for nothing. Li Qingshan thought for a while. 1 punch for 10 taels of silver. That's not expensive, right? I have no enmity with you. If I fight with you, even if I win, I won't get a single copper coin. Instead, I will make an enemy out of nowhere. Coincidentally, I don't have money to buy weapons, so I have to find a way to earn some. After thinking about it, only this divine power counts as a skill. This sentence completely angered Lu Hong. It was as if he was mixed up with a juggler. He was so angry that he laughed. Fine, fine, fine. I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend it. Li Long hurriedly went forward to stop him. He had seen with his own eyes that Lu Hong used his iron fists to split stones. If he hit a person, wouldn't that person be smashed into meat paste? Moss. But it was too late. Bang, 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 bang. The shadows of the fists were like galloping horses, fast and heavy. In an instant, 5 punches landed on Li Qingshan's body. Before Li Long could say the word fu, the biting cold wind from the fists blew so hard that the people nearby could not open their eyes, let alone go forward. The momentum of the fists came and went quickly. While everyone was still immersed in the power of the 5 punches, Lu Hong was already standing with his hands down. He sighed softly. Sigh, I broke my vow to kill again today. Li Long was dumbfounded. He couldn't even say the words mercy. Eldest senior brother Wang Lei was the first to react. He shouted, Master is mighty. 50 taels of silver. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his mouth. Lu Hong's eyes widened. However, he heard Li Qingshan praise him. What a heavy punch. I almost couldn't take it. His complexion remained the same. He did not seem like he could not take it at all. Instead, he seemed like an unscrupulous merchant, tricking customers into buying more and making more money. That was indeed the case. After cultivating the strength of an ox, the ox demon forges its hide had undergone an earth-shattering change. The original ox demon forges its hide gave people the feeling that it was just a powerful external martial art. Now, it could be considered to have the true power of the supernatural power. A tough membrane formed between his skin and flesh. When the heavy punch that could shatter rocks landed on him, it felt like it had landed on rubber. All of the force was nullified, and the dense inner force in the fist was dissolved by true qi as soon as it entered his body. The punches of second-rate masters could no longer harm him. With ease, he had earned 50 taels of silver in a second. Even robbing the rich to help the poor was not that quick. And, unless he had no other choice, he did not want to do something as shady as climbing over walls. Though, does this count as a business of flesh? Before he could think too much about it, the iron lion bellowed out and lunged over. Just how many years had it been? Ever since he returned to Qingyang City to retire, he had never been so humiliated, and he had done it before so many disciples. The heavy punches were like a storm, swallowing up Li Qingshan. 80 taels, 90 taels, 100 taels. You still want to fight? 300 taels. 500 taels. Li Qingshan's voice rang out clearly from the storm, constantly stimulating Lu Hong's nerves. The disciples had already become dumbfounded from this. In the beginning, Lu Hong had been full of vigor, but he was old after all. His stamina was waning, so before long, he began to pant and sweat like rain. Li Qingshan could not bear to watch this. He wanted to say, Sir, you can't get through my defenses. However, when he thought of his money-making plan, he could only hold back his benevolence and allow him to continue beating him up. Just the 2 words iron fist were enough to completely overwhelm Li Qingshan. This was not to say that fists were completely inferior to weapons. As a matter of fact, to masters of martial arts like him, fists were even easier to unleash their inner force, shattering the enemy's organs in a single stroke. It also possessed the effect of shaking up the enemy. As long as he gained the upper hand in close combat, it would be extremely easy for him to kill his opponent. However, he just happened to run into a freak like Li Qingshan. Lu Hong did not lose because his skill was inferior, but because he practiced martial arts, while his opponent practiced supernatural abilities. Lu Hong breathed heavily as he punched Li Qingshan's chest powerlessly. Li Qingshan said, That should be enough. He glanced at Li Long. I'm just practicing a new divine ability. Li Qingshan couldn't say that, so he said respectfully, It's just a hard body technique. That. Just now, old hero Lu, you punched me more than 100 times, so I'll only charge you 1,000 taels. His words were much more polite than just now, like a salesman who treated his customers as his god. The other disciples were still in shock, wondering if they were dreaming. You. Big senior brother was just about to scold Li Qingshan, but when Li Qingshan glanced at him, he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he fiercely glared at Li Long. Didn't you say that he was a third-rate master? Li Long also felt wronged. Back then, Li Qingshan was indeed a third-rate master. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Now, this was the only explanation. No matter what, he couldn't believe that Li Qingshan had improved to this level through hard work during this period of time. Lu Hong waved his hand, "Go get the money." "Master. Don't talk nonsense." Lu Hong handed 1,000 taels of silver notes to Li Qingshan. "Just now, I've been rude. Li. Young hero, please don't take offense. Take this money as my apology." Li Qingshan was startled. He didn't expect Lu Hong to change so quickly. As expected of Li Long's master. Originally, he thought that Lu Hong was angry because of the humiliation. "Young hero, you're extraordinary and your martial arts are excellent. If you continue to sink in the wilderness, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? Why don't you join my Iron Fist? I definitely won't disappoint you. As for that Black Wind Stockade, I'll help to say a few words. I think that Black Bear will give me some face. Who doesn't die in Jianghu? Are you saying that only your master is allowed to kill people? As the saying goes, a porcelain pot doesn't touch an earthen pot." As Lu Hong spoke, his tyrannical aura was swept away. He looked like a kind old man who cared about his juniors. The disciples had never seen Lu Hong like this before, and they all widened their eyes. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that he and Lu Hong were now on the same level. In fact, he was even a little higher than Lu Hong. Unlike when he entered the door, Lu Hong's eyes were looking down on him. All of this was because he had shown an outstanding martial arts. Since the other party had become polite, he returned the courtesy. "Just now, I was rude and offended old hero Lu. This money was just a joke, please take it back." After the two of them made some concessions, he put the money into his bosom, feeling much more at ease. "Thank you for your kind intentions, old hero, but I have no intention of joining any gang for now. I haven't been hiding during this period of time, I've been training. I'll personally remove the tumor that is the Black Wind Stronghold. I'm just here to gather some information." Lu Hong said, "The Black Wind Stronghold has existed for so many years, so how can they be uprooted so easily? I'm confident that I'm not much weaker than the Black Bear, but if I take on the Black Wind Stronghold alone, only death awaits me. Being trapped in a battle formation is not a one-on-one battle. Even my strength won't be enough." Martial arts were not the only things that mattered in the Jianghu. There was also influence. He recognized Li Qingshan's martial arts, but he was still a loner without any influence. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. "I have my own plans." Lu Hong could not dissuade him any further, so he told him about the recent changes in the Jianghu near Qingyang in detail. When Li Qingshan heard that the Black Wind Stronghold had gone to make trouble for the Drawn Rains village, he said, "Old hero Lu, I have something to ask of you. Please spread the news as much as possible that I, Li Qingshan, am in Qingyang City and have not fled. I will take responsibility for my own actions, and I will never drag others down with me." "All right. You really are a young hero. I believe that you're not afraid of anyone in Qingyang City." Lu Hong said, "Also, the Dragon's Gate sect has sent many people to the Drawn Rains village. They want to see Hunting Chief Huang. May I ask what they want?" Li Qingshan thought about it and realized it was about the spiritual ginseng. However, when he thought about how he still had an old grudge with the young master of the Dragon's Gate sect, he could not help but sneer. "Thank you for your advice, old hero. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first." Lu Hong sent Li Long to see Li Qingshan off. His face suddenly changed, and he smashed a wooden pillar in the training grounds with a punch. "If anyone spreads word of what happened today, don't blame me for being merciless." The first senior brother, Wang Lei, called out, "Master." However, he said nothing. Lu Hong saw how the other disciples were all filled with grievance and indignation. Lu Hong's change from arrogance to deference made the disciples feel like they had lost face. Lu Hong sighed. "Do you think I was too fawning on those in power earlier? However, we were indeed rude in the first place. But, weren't you the one who ordered us to do this? If he was just a third-rate martial artist, then he was just being arrogant and rude just now. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't be able to say that I was wrong. But he isn't. We've misjudged him. Putting on such a stance in front of a second-rate martial artist or even someone even stronger is us being rude and offending him. There have been countless killings in the martial world because of this. Isn't a battle like that foolish? In the Jianghu, the strong are revered. If I didn't understand that, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. You've been living far too comfortably in Xinjiang City. Even when there are masters passing by, I'm the one who comes forward to take care of them, protecting you. As a result, you don't even understand something as simple as that. If Li Qingshan were present, he would definitely laugh aloud at the sky. As it turned out, the weak were rude. Not only were they rude, but they were also unreasonable and powerless. Compared to determining the right and wrong of everything in the world, this principle was much simpler and more practical. However, this was the logic of an experienced member of the Jianghu. He would never take advantage of his seniority. When it was time to submit, he would submit. It was exactly this logic that allowed him to live out his remaining years in peace. The disciples all lowered their heads and accepted his teachings. Then, they recalled the reason for Li Qingshan's fame. With his powerful martial arts and vicious methods, if they really fell out with him, none of them would be able to make it out of this courtyard alive. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction, maintaining his dignity among the disciples. In the end, he concluded, in the Jianghu, no matter how great your martial arts are, you won't be able to make it far if you blindly act tyrannically. Someone's going to be out of luck this time. His words were very profound. No one knew whether he was talking about the Black Wind stronghold or Li Qingshan. However, under Li Long's lead, Li Qingshan made a beeline for the arsenal of arms. With silver in hand, he was filled with confidence. He stepped through the door. "Boss, I want to see weapons." He glanced at Li Qingshan, and when he saw Li Long, his expression immediately eased up a lot. He placed down the account book in his hand and clasped his hands. "So it's young hero Li of Iron Fist. I brought a friend to look at weapons. The ones outside are all inferior. Come, come, come. Please come in." It was impossible for a business owner to avoid making contact with a local tyrant like Iron Fist. Li Long could be regarded as having some fame on the streets of Xinjiang City. All the shopkeepers would show some politeness when they saw him. Stepping into the hall, a variety of weapons greeted their eyes. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents were all available. It really was a large weaponry store after all. "May I ask what weapon this young hero is proficient with? Is it a blade or a sword? We have high-quality forged blades and forged swords of all sizes here. If you're not satisfied, you can even have them made for you." As the shopkeeper introduced, he ordered people to take out high-quality blades and swords. Every single one of them flickered with light and were extraordinarily exquisite. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Seeing that Xiaochen was a martial artist, he didn't want a weapon that he was good at, but instead wanted a heavy one. But he immediately laughed, "Yes, yes, yes. Who cares what you want, as long as you can sell it." This was something that Li Qingshan had carefully planned out. If he wanted to break through the Black Wind stronghold, then it would really be a battlefield. If he wanted to use his strength to the fullest, he could only use the heaviest and longest weapon, using it to suppress the enemy's advantage in numbers. A strong worker came forward with a ghost head broadsword. The shopkeeper said, "This broadsword weighs 35 pounds and is 5 feet and 3 inches long. It can easily break a hair. Are you satisfied, young hero?" Li Qingshan grabbed the handle of the broadsword and waved it around. The broadsword in his hand was as light as a feather, too light, heavier. The shopkeeper was speechless. How much strength did he have? Two workers came forward with a green dragon halberd. The shopkeeper said, "This halberd weighs 62 pounds and is 8 feet and 6 inches long. Look at this crescent moon. Unless it's an experienced blacksmith, it can't be forged like this." Li Qingshan flicked the tip of the halberd. "This is fine, but it breaks too easily. Besides, is there no heavier weapon?" He could still remember the scene when he swung the halberd and the halberd's tip broke. Of course, that was mostly because he didn't know any halberd techniques and used it carelessly. But he wasn't going to deal with just one or two enemies. The shopkeeper stared at him, but for the sake of Li Long, he didn't refute the words easily broken. He thought to himself, just what do you use a weapon for? He wanted to embarrass Li Qingshan, so he waved his hand and said, then please follow me to the armory. There's a weapon that you'll definitely be satisfied with. Li Qingshan became curious as well. He followed the shopkeeper to the backyard, passing through the training grounds for testing weapons and arriving in the armory. The weapons in there were even more dazzling and varied, but the one that stood out the most was the huge, black spear in the center. The spear seemed to be forged from pure iron. The spear tip and the spear body were one, and there wasn't even a tassel. Only a tiger's head was cast at the joint, biting the spear tip and emitting a rough and bold domineering aura. This spear is called the Overlord Spear. It's 12 feet long and weighs 142 pounds. It's the heaviest weapon in our shop. If you want to buy it, we also have a set of the Overlord Spear technique. Alright, this is it. Li Qingshan walked forward and picked up the Overlord Spear. A cold and heavy feeling pressed down on his palm. With a shake of the spear, it was like a soaring flood dragon, emitting a buzzing sound. The shopkeeper and the workers were speechless. Being able to pick it up was one thing, but being able to use it was another. If one couldn't even move an inch while holding the weapon, then it would just be a joke. However, being able to shake the great spear meant that the user had the strength to control it. Just how much strength was needed to do that? This was the most suitable weapon in Li Qingshan's mind. With this weapon, he would be able to give the Black Wind Mountain bandits a pleasant surprise. He would show them what it meant by an inch longer, an inch stronger. However, he didn't know any spear techniques, so he asked, "Where's the spear technique?" The shopkeeper said, "If you are determined to buy it, then this weapon is not cheap. Let's not talk about how much effort the craftsman put in, but with so much iron." Li Long said, "Cut the crap. How much do you want? Just say it. Do you dare to ask for more?" The shopkeeper stretched out 5 fingers, "Since young hero Li has said so, then I will only take the cost. 500 taels." Li Long immediately reprimanded, "What? 500 taels? Are you crazy? Aside from me, who else would want to use this black iron rod? It's just gathering dust here. I don't think it's even worth 100 taels." As the two of them were haggling over the price, Li Qingshan's eyes were looking around the armory. A bright light caught his attention. In the dark armory, the weak light was extremely eye-catching, as if it was unwilling to be buried in the dust. Li Qingshan looked around and saw that no one else seemed to notice the speck of light. He knew his eyes were different from regular people, so he made his way over like it was a coincidence. He arrived on the weapons rack and picked up a wooden box. Opening the box, he saw an exquisite knife lying inside. It was only 3 inches long and was covered in a layer of faint blue light. He asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is this?" The shopkeeper was startled, "Young hero, you really have good eyes. This is our shop's treasure. A disciple of a famous family who had fallen on hard times left this knife here. It is extremely sharp and I spent 100 or 200 taels to buy it." Li Qingshan casually put the knife back into the box and said, "It's a pity it's too light and too small." That's not true. It's precisely because this knife is light and small that it's hidden. It can be used to defend oneself at a critical moment. Li Long said, "You're bragging again. No matter which one we pick up, it will be your shop's treasure. We can just treat this knife as a bonus. I won't haggle over these few taels of silver with you." "How can that be?" The shopkeeper cried out in shock as if someone had stabbed him with a knife. In the end, one big and one small, along with the spear and knife, settled on a price of 400 taels of silver. The shopkeeper had a pained expression on his face as he handed the items over to them. However, his heart was filled with joy. These 2 pieces of trash had finally been sold. There was no need to talk about the Overlord Spear. After it was forged, no one would be able to use it. It was a waste of so much iron and it was a waste to reforge it. He cursed the blacksmith for this spear. However, the origin of this knife was true. A young man in dire straits had brought this knife to his door and was sent away by him for 10 taels of silver. However, he quickly regretted it. This knife was indeed a good knife that could cut through iron like mud. However, it was too small. Could it be that someone would buy it for a few dozen taels of silver and use it as a flying knife? Li Qingshan did not know any spear techniques. The Overlord spear technique was quickly delivered to his hands. As expected, it was the most common spear technique in Jianghu. However, the names of the moves were extremely domineering, such as sweeping away 1,000 army and Overlord rampage. Li Long only took a glance and no longer looked at it. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, looked at it from beginning to end. He carefully pondered for a while before coming to the practice field and practicing each move. Spear techniques were much harder to practice than knife techniques. However, after he cultivated the strength of an ox, not only did he increase his strength, he also gained a deeper understanding of the principles of martial arts. Weapons were just an extension of the limbs. At first, Li Qingshan's movements were very slow. However, as time passed, his movements became faster and faster. A great spear danced like a black dragon, coiling around Li Qingshan's body. The practice field was filled with a violent gale. Li Long retreated a few steps back. He was shocked speechless by the power of the spear. It was as if he was really a peerless general, using his own strength on the battlefield to fend off an army of thousands. Wherever the spearhead pointed, a cold light would shoot in all directions, blood would splatter everywhere, and ghosts would wail and gods would howl. Although he did not hear what Lu Hong said, he understood why his master suddenly became respectful towards Li Qingshan. At such a young age, he already had such amazing martial arts skills. He only looked at the spear manual once, yet he was able to master it thoroughly. In addition, he also had incomparably ruthless methods. Such a person, as long as he did not die prematurely, would become a famous figure in Jianghu in the future. His future would be far above that of a second-rate expert. He might even be able to comprehend the innate realm and reach a realm that he could not even imagine. If Li Qingshan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely praise him for having a good eye. He was a true innate master, but this ox demon's fist of great strength did not place much emphasis on qi, and he had only cultivated it for a short time, so it did not show. His mind was completely immersed in the spear technique. When he was excited, he shook his wrist, and 7 spear flowers bloomed. They were like flowers in full bloom, bright and dazzling, shaking the air and making banging sounds. Li Qingshan suddenly retracted his spear, and the wind stopped. His muscles relaxed, so satisfying. Although he was not a master of the spear, after all, no matter how good his comprehension was, no matter how profound his supernatural powers were, he could not compare to a true master of the spear, who had decades or even a lifetime of practice. But no master of the spear was his match. As long as their weapons collided, the Overlord spear that weighed 142 kilograms, in addition to his ox demon's great strength, would send any weapon flying. A crack between the thumb and forefinger would be a light injury, and the bones in his hand or even his arm could be broken. This was why he had to find a heavy weapon. As the saying goes, 1 man can defeat 10 men. After testing the spear, Li Qingshan was still not satisfied. "Shopkeeper, I need 2 more things. One is a feather arrow, and the other is armor. You don't seem to have them here." He had already decided to use his advantage to the fullest. Although his ox demon forges its hide could block the fists of a second-rate master, or even the swords of a normal person, it could not block the weapons of a third-rate master infused with inner force. Blunt weapons and sharp weapons were 2 different things. With his strength, even if he wore a few dozen kilograms of armor, it would not be a burden, but his defense would greatly increase. When he rushed into the enemy's lair, he would not have to worry about the enemy's numbers. The shopkeeper said awkwardly, "These are all military equipment, not normal weapons. Normally, they are not allowed to be sold. I'm afraid they can only be found in the city's arsenal." Actually, this was not the main reason. Most of his customers were people of the pugilistic world. Who would wear heavy armor when they walked the pugilistic world? There were even fewer people in the pugilistic world who used bows as weapons. Otherwise, with the profit-seeking nature of the merchants and the strong background of the arsenal of arms, as long as there was money to be made, there was nothing they wouldn't sell. Li Qingshan nodded. "All right, then I'll bid you farewell." The shopkeeper said, "Wait, may I know young hero's name? Why have I never seen you before?" "I'm Li Qingshan. This is my first time in Qingyang, so of course you haven't seen me before." "The descending tiger, Li Qingshan." The shopkeeper was shocked. How could he not know about the person who had caused such an uproar recently? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and made up his mind to change his nickname. He went to the silk shop to buy a set of good clothes and booked a room in the best inn in the city. Li Qingshan washed up and changed his clothes. When he came out again, Li Long also praised him, good. He had changed into a set of navy blue warrior's clothes, which accentuated his well-built figure. He seemed extremely valiant, but it was not just the clothes that made the man. After experiencing slaughter and arduous cultivation, he was in high spirits, like a treasured sword that was gradually sharpening its edge. His bronze-colored face still couldn't be said to be very handsome, but the corners of his face were clear like a stone carving. As he looked around, he really had the flavor of his nickname Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain, and he was awe-inspiring and didn't allow others to belittle him. At this moment, 2 bailiffs suddenly arrived. When they saw Li Qingshan, they bowed in a hurry. They did not even dare to look at him directly, completely unlike the arrogance they would show to regular citizens. May I ask if you are young hero Li? Our district magistrate wishes to see you. The carriage has already been prepared. Li Qingshan was stunned. He did not know what the district magistrate wanted him to do. Could it be that he wanted to reward him for killing the bandits? He immediately agreed. Since he was the district magistrate, he had the responsibility of suppressing the bandits and pacifying the people. If he could send some people, then he would be more confident. Entrusting the overlord's spear to Li Long, Li Qingshan followed the bailiffs to the front of the yamen. A fat figure came out to greet him, grabbing Li Qingshan's hand. He looked him up and down, his face full of admiration. Li Qingshan withdrew his hand with a face full of discomfort. Sir, why are you looking for me? Little benefactor, have you forgotten about me? That day on the mountain, the tiger. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered. So it was you. This official is Yi Duchuan. I have been looking for little benefactor for a long time. Please come in. Yi Duchuan welcomed Li Qingshan into the hall behind the yamen. His face changed. Why are you still wandering around the city? Quickly escape. Li Qingshan said, why would I escape? The advisor said, do you really have no idea what's good for you? The people of the Black Wind Mountain are searching for you everywhere. If you don't hide your tracks properly and show your face in public in Xingyang City, someone will come knocking tomorrow to take your life. As he said that, he shoved a bag of silver and other items into his hands. We've already prepared a horse outside. You can hurry to Clear River City right away. Don't stop along the way. There's a letter in there. Take it to the prefectural yamen and hand it to the district magistrate. Ouch. Yi Duchuan kicked the advisor. That's what I wanted to say. I'll get my younger sister to ask the prefectural magistrate to guarantee you a prosperous future. No matter how powerful the people of the Black Wind Mountain are, they won't be able to chase you there. Then he sighed. Originally, I wanted to keep you as a constable so that you can lend me a hand and collect more bandit-suppressing silver. Cough, cough. The reinforcements I've asked for haven't arrived yet. Perhaps they've been delayed on the way here? This place is just too remote. The advisor thought the prefectural magistrate would love nothing more than for you to die a clean death. Why would he send someone for you? Originally, Li Qingshan found it hilarious. Yi Duchuan was short and chubby. He wore a set of great, red official robes, which made him seem extremely like the corrupt officials in dramas and novels. Even if they were slightly better, they would just be mediocre, while if they were slightly worse, they would just oppress the good. However, when he saw how eager he was to pave a path for him, he was touched. No matter how many crafty and despicable people there were in the world, there would always be people who knew how to repay kindness. Originally, when he left the mountain, his head was filled with thoughts of how he could uproot the Black Wind stronghold and slaughter them all before avenging the humiliation from the young master of the Dragon's Gate. His thoughts were written all over his face, and he radiated with murderousness. As time went on like this, his vicious, murderous side would definitely gain the upper hand. However, Li Long always helped him out because they were from the same hometown, while Yi Duchuan earnestly wanted to repay him for saving his life. Neither of them could be regarded as righteous people. They were just ordinary people among the masses, but it was exactly these people that allowed him to see that human nature was not just limited to evil. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sir Yi. There's no need to call me a benefactor. You can just call me Qingshan. However, I didn't come back this time to escape. You're not going to escape? Yi Dachuan said furiously, Kid, you don't know your place. Do you know just how great of a risk I've taken by letting you enter the government office? The advisor also tried to persuade him, yeah, you should escape. Li Qingshan smiled. I can escape, but Crouching Ox Village can't escape. As for you, Sir Yi, you can't escape either, can you? Since I'm bold enough to remain here, I obviously have some confidence. He opened the bag and saw a few silver ingots. He grabbed them and squeezed them casually. Yi Dachuan and the advisor widened their eyes as they watched the silver ooze out of Li Qingshan's hand like mud. They were not people of the Jianghu, so they had never seen martial arts like this before. Immediately, their evaluation of Li Qingshan increased by another level. Yi Dachuan hesitated. With your martial arts, you might really be safe as long as you remain in Qingyang City. I'll introduce you to a few more people. I don't think the bandits of the Black Wind Mountain will be bold enough to attack the city. He wanted Li Qingshan to stay behind very much. By then, if any aristocrat dared to look down on him, he would send Li Qingshan to beat them up. He would be able to collect whatever amount of silver he wanted. Li Qingshan said, Sir, you said you want me to become a sheriff? Yes, yes, yes. Yi Dachuan beamed with joy. He had already begun fantasizing about the awe-inspiring might of running around with Li Qingshan. Yi Dachuan was stunned by his ambition. He had always wanted Li Qingshan to stay alive under the threat of the Black Wind stronghold. It would be best if he could use him again. He had never thought about taking the initiative and provoking the Black Wind stronghold. He wanted to persuade him to stop dreaming. I'm not collecting money to suppress bandits, but to fill my own pockets. When the time comes, I'll scare those aristocrats and collect the money. Wouldn't it be great if everyone gets a share? However, he saw Li Qingshan's determined gaze. Although his face was still rather childish, it was filled with confidence and high-spirited righteousness. He could not bring himself to say any more words of advice. This young man possessed a power that could move people's hearts. Yi Dachuan hesitated and struggled for quite a while before suddenly slamming the table. All right. If you really have the confidence, I'll gamble with you. Sir, you mustn't. There are a few people in those places that you can't afford to offend. The advisor rushed over. Yi Dachuan said, Go away. I'm also hot-blooded. What can't I afford to offend? I'll definitely offend them. His face was hot-blooded, but his mind raced. Li Qingshan killed 20 or 30 people from the Black Wind stronghold alone, including a boss. The Black Wind stronghold has around 200 people, so that's 10 times that. Can't I recruit 160 or 70 people? It had to be mentioned that Sir Yi, who had neither wandered the Jianghu nor fought in battles, was rather naive in his calculations. However, once he began to fantasize, he could not care too much. If he destroyed the Black Wind stronghold, he would like to see just who would still call him an idiot, someone who had risen to power through nepotism. He would like to see just who would still be bold enough to not pay him. If he allowed his sister to talk to him, perhaps he could even be promoted and leave this damned place. Most importantly, the Black Wind stronghold had plundered this place for so many years, so they must have accumulated quite a lot. Perhaps they had 5,000, no, 10,000 taels of silver. He thought about the silver that had piled up like a mountain. Sir Yi could not even maintain his hot-blooded image anymore. He almost drooled. At dusk, the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Qingyang City, the Qingyang restaurant, was brightly lit. There were over a dozen tables of luxurious banquets that even made Yi Dachuan's heart ache. They had invited various people in Qingyang City, all of whom were either rich or noble. Yi Dachuan followed the principle of no sacrifice, no gain. This time, he had put in a lot of effort. Of course, the main reason was that no matter how he tried to persuade the restaurant manager, the smile on his face didn't change, but he still refused to let Sir Yi pay on credit. Therefore, he sat on the main seat with an ugly expression. Li Qingshan stood at the side like a bodyguard, willing to serve as a foil. Seeing Yi Dachuan's ugly expression, he smiled and said, "My lord, you don't have to feel bad about the money. Haven't I already taken it out? It turned out that in the end, Lord Yi really couldn't take out that much money. It was Li Qingshan who paid. He wasn't a narrow-minded person. As long as people treated him sincerely and courteously, he would be much easier to talk to than ordinary people. He had the heroic spirit of someone who didn't care about money. But if someone were to put on a high and mighty attitude and try to take him down a notch, then please forgive him for not having such a good temper. Yi Dachuan said embarrassedly, "Wait for me to raise the money, I will definitely return it to you." As the county magistrate, he had lost face and was afraid that this powerful subordinate would laugh at him. Li Qingshan waved his hand and said, "This is also because my lord is helping me. Don't mention the money again." The advisor went downstairs to welcome the nobles. The wooden stairs made dong 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 sounds non-stop. Everyone who came up bowed to Yi Dachuan and said in a seemingly respectful manner, "My lord Yi." Then he took a deep look at Li Qingshan and cupped his hands, saying, "This must be the tiger from the mountain who killed dozens of mountain bandits with his own hands. His name is well known, well known." They were all well-informed people and knew very well who was the main character today. It wasn't this Yi Dachuan who had no foundation or means, but this young man who killed dozens of mountain bandits with his own hands. They weren't afraid of Yi Dachuan, and they weren't even afraid of Li Qingshan. But the combination of these two people's fame and power made them feel a little tricky. They probably couldn't treat the county magistrate like they did in the past. Heavy footsteps stepped up the stairs. Before the person arrived, the advisor shouted at the top of his voice, "Old hero Liu of the Iron Fist has arrived." Everyone's eyes were focused on the stairs. Many people even stood up. The degree of respect they showed was not something that Yi Dachuan, the empty shell of the county magistrate, could compare with. Iron Lion Lu Hong walked up the stairs with his two disciples, Wang Lei and Li Long. As expected, he looked around arrogantly. The aristocrats all surrounded him and called him Old Hero Liu and Old Brother Liu according to their age and status. Even the two disciples beside him received countless praises. Many aristocrats said and glanced at Li Qingshan as if to say, "We know the Iron Fist. Although you are fierce, you can't act recklessly." In their eyes, although Li Qingshan was powerful, there was still a huge difference between him and a long-established figure of the Jianghu like Lu Hong. This was what they relied on. Li Qingshan had never thought that Yi Dachuan would introduce Lu Hong as one of the important figures. However, with some thought, he knew that even if no one took Yi Dachuan seriously when he became the county magistrate, there would still be a welcoming ceremony for the important figures of Qingyang City. Otherwise, they would be looking down on the prefect. Obviously, the greatest local tyrant of Qingyang would be present at an event like this. Seeing Yi Dachuan's awkwardness, Li Qingshan hesitated over whether he should stand up or not. He placed his hand on his shoulder and told him to sit still. At this moment, a shocking sight appeared. Lu Hong left the crowd and arrived before Li Qingshan. He smiled, "Young hero Li, we meet again." His gentle attitude made people wonder whether this was the Iron Lion Lu Hong they knew. Wang Lei bowed awkwardly as well. He no longer dared to act rashly towards this young man who was much younger than him. Yi Dachuan was just about to introduce Li Qingshan, but he was stunned when he saw this. "You know each other?" Lu Hong patted Li Long's shoulder. "He's from the same hometown as my disciple, so we've known each other since young. It was Li Long who brought him to Qingyang today to buy this outfit." Ever since he arrived upstairs, he saw Li Qingshan as soon as he saw him. He wore a set of Navy warrior's clothes and stood by the window with his arms behind his back. He stood out like a lone pine tree on a cliff, standing out like a crane among chickens, drawing attention. Even with his slight dislike towards Li Qingshan, his eyes could not help but light up. He praised and sighed, "What a handsome young man." The men of the Jianghu did not particularly like men who were overly handsome. Instead, someone like Li Qingshan could be treated as a benchmark in his eyes. Li Long's talent was already extraordinary. He had taken a liking to him and accepted him as his final disciple, but compared to Li Qingshan, it was like comparing wormwood to a pine tree. I wonder who saw through him and unearthed this fine piece of jade. Why didn't I see him when I first came to Crouching Ox Village? Never did he think that when he accepted Li Long as his disciple, Li Qingshan was still in swaddling clothes. Even though the various changes the abilities had brought to Li Qingshan, He could also see that Li Qingshan's talent was not bad in the first place. Coupled with his wisdom from 2 lives, if it were not for the fact that he had reincarnated into a remote place like Crouching Ox Village, he would have been valued by others a long time ago and achieved some accomplishments. Although heroes were not afraid of low birth, no one could deny the importance of birth. Originally, they wanted to rely on Lu Hong's influence to fend off Li Qingshan, but never did they think that Li Qingshan was even more familiar with Lu Hong, as if they were of the same generation. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, their gazes became much more cautious. However, Yi Duchuan was overjoyed inside. So the government guards came from you. Qingshan once saved me from the jaws of a tiger, so I've finally found him today. I'm inviting him to be a constable. Originally, Lu Hong found this strange as well. How did Li Qingshan come into contact with County Magistrate Yi as soon as he arrived in Qingyang City? Just now, he understood. So Qingshan is the young hero who chased away the tiger you spoke of, County Magistrate. Sir Yi is recruiting people of talent, regardless of birth or age. It's only a matter of time before he makes a name for himself in Qingyang City. Li Qingshan said in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, "You're too kind, old hero Lu. I just want to borrow Sir Ye's power to do some things for the people of Qingyang and remove a cancer." The time had come, and all the guests had arrived. Yi Duchuan stood up and toasted them. He first said some pleasantries like, "It's my honor that everyone has come," before getting straight to the point. He was furious and sorrowful. "I've invited everyone here this time because of something that has to do with the survival of our Qingyang City." That's right, it's the cancer that is the Black Wind stronghold. The bandits of the Black Wind Mountain are extremely vicious and have committed countless crimes. They've stolen so much silver, who knows how many people they've killed. He was extremely furious that the bandits were actually richer than him, the district magistrate. The advisor kicked him under the table, and he coughed gently and changed his words in a hurry. Now, they want to slaughter the Crouching Ox Village. As the local magistrate of Qingyang City, I can't tolerate this. Everyone must have heard of the person beside me, the descended tiger. Li Qingshan. He placed special emphasis on his renowned nickname, the descended tiger, which made the corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitch. This young hero is also the sheriff of me, or even the entire Qingyang City. Not only did he personally kill the 3rd boss of the Black Wind stronghold and several dozen bandits, but he also wants to destroy the entire Black Wind stronghold right now. I hope everyone can contribute money and effort to make this happen. Only then will he not let down the heavens and the earth. With that, he drank all the alcohol in his cup. Qingyang City did not have any soldiers for the district magistrate to deploy. Even the bailiffs were old, weak, sick, and disabled. However, the large clans all had large courtyards with high walls and many guards. As a result, most of the security of Qingyang City was actually maintained by the Iron Fist gang. If he wanted to deploy soldiers, he could only borrow people from the aristocrats. As long as each family provided 4 or 5 people, it would basically meet District Magistrate Ye's expectations. However, the aristocrats were unable to drink anymore. They looked at one another. Was the district magistrate serious this time? Asking for money was normal. Which district magistrate did not need money? However, asking for people was not normal. Apart from the previous few district magistrates who would walk around the mountains with a group of people after receiving money, the latter district magistrates did not even bother putting on any airs. They just said the timing was not right. As for when the timing was right, only the heavens knew. The restaurant was in an uproar. The aristocrats did not even want to fork out money, let alone people. If they died or were injured, they would have to spend money to comfort them. Furthermore, they had offended the Black Wind stronghold. Who knew where Crouching Ox Village was? Whether it was destroyed or not had nothing to do with them. It was not like the Black Wind stronghold could touch them, and there would be endless deaths of other people's children. A middle-aged gentleman who looked to be in his 40s or 50s said, "Lord Yi, we all understand your concern for the common people. We can't just watch and do nothing. We have to do something. However, it's impossible for us to send people. Even if we agree, the guards won't agree." He very implicitly stated his position. "Seeing that you have the strength now, everyone can give you some money as a token." You take this money and stay here obediently. Don't cause trouble for us. I'm finally going to get money. Yi Dachuan felt that this was a bit unbelievable. He really wanted to pinch his thigh to see whether he was dreaming or not. Ever since he became the district magistrate, he had been asking for money everywhere, but no one took him seriously. He could not even ask for a single tael of silver. Success always came too suddenly. Yi Dachuan calmed himself down and glanced at Li Qingshan. He began to consider whether he should stop while he was ahead. Li Qingshan frowned. He could not blame these aristocrats for being selfish. Most people were like that. Coupled with the actions of the previous district magistrates, it was already rare for them to be willing to pay. Since he could not use this power, there was no need to force it. He said, "Then thank you all." "Father, don't give him money." A young man stomped up the stairs and stared at Li Qingshan fiercely. Li Qingshan immediately remembered that this was the young man who had raced on the road and knelt down to give him money. Why did he suddenly become so bold? Was he relying on the presence of the adults? "Don't mess around. This is not a place for you. Leave," the middle-aged aristocrat berated. However, the young man did not back down. Instead, he said arrogantly, "My senior brothers are here." "The people from the Dragon's Gate sect are here," one of the aristocrats shouted. His voice was filled with surprise. "My son practices martial arts there." "Yeah, me too." The aristocrats were overjoyed. They whispered to each other, rejoicing that someone stood up for them and that they did not have to pay this sum of money. However, Li Qingshan's expression suddenly turned cold. The humiliation he suffered on the mountain path that day came back to him. A group of people of all ages came up the stairs. All of them were dressed in white and carried swords. They gathered together and looked as if there was no one else around. It was truly an awe-inspiring sight. The person in the lead was the young master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Yangjun Magistrate. "You invited everyone to the banquet. Why did you ignore the Dragon's Gate sect? Are you looking down on us?" Yangjun looked around. When he saw Lu Hong, he nodded his head slightly. It could barely be considered a greeting. When he saw Li Qingshan, his eyes lit up. Then, he exploded with extreme hatred. "You really are here. It took us a long time to find you. You were looking for me?" Li Qingshan found it strange. Looking at the other party's expression, it was as if he had deeply offended them. However, since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he would not let them go easily. It was a pity that he did not have the great spear with him. Otherwise, who knew how many people would die or be injured with a sweep of the spear? "I only regret not killing you with one slash. Today, I will make you spit out everything you ate." Yang Jun looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at a mortal enemy. He knew that the spirit ginseng had been taken by Li Qingshan, so he immediately flew into a rage. The spirit ginseng had missed him by a hair's breadth and ended up in this country bumpkin's hands. Although the spirit ginseng could not be digested so easily, it had definitely lost most of its medicinal properties after such a long time. Otherwise, how could this country bumpkin have the strength to kill the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss? That should have been his. In his eyes, Li Qingshan was an extremely despicable and hateful thief. Li Qingshan had stolen something that belonged to him, so how could he not gnash his teeth in hatred? He would definitely cut Li Qingshan to pieces. Yi Dachuan stood up in a hurry. "Young hero Yang, let's talk this out. Qingshan is this county's constable. How can you shout about killing him?" When he saw the Dragon's Gate sect coming at him aggressively with all of them wielding swords, he immediately felt weak. As the saying went, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. When the swords came stabbing at him, no matter how skilled Li Qingshan was, how was he supposed to block them? Yang Jun said with a dark expression, "Lord District Magistrate, this person stole something extremely important from our Dragon's Gate sect. We are here today to apprehend him. Please do not stop us. Otherwise, be careful that swords are blind." Then, without waiting for his reply, Yang Jun ordered, "Take him down." He was extremely arrogant and despotic. Then, he smiled sinisterly. "Don't kill him. I will slowly interrogate him about the whereabouts of the item. The dozen or so people pressed forward, and the aristocrats moved to the sides with a whoosh. The district magistrate and the advisor fled, and only Lu Hong was left at the large round table, drinking leisurely. Among those present, only Lu Hong understood Li Qingshan's strength the best. However, the relationship between Iron Fist and the Dragon's Gate sect could be deduced from Yang Jun's attitude just now. Iron Fist took the path of the lower class, accepting disciples from the common folk. Meanwhile, the Dragon's Gate sect took the path of the upper class, and most of their disciples were from wealthy families. Although they were not as incompatible as fire and water, they had never seen eye to eye with each other. That was why he refused to say a word of warning. He could not wait for more people from the Dragon's Gate sect to die, especially that arrogant and despotic Yang Jun who disrespected him. However, he was also guessing what the important item was. He seemed to have heard some rumors. Qingshan stood at the window like a lone pine tree, as if he did not see the Dragon Gate sect disciples approaching. Dragon Gate sect knows that I have the spirit ginseng. Who told you? Huang Binggu? To think that I saved your life. The anger of being betrayed rose within him, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing his white teeth. Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat as he watched from the side. What a heavy killing intent. Bang! He lifted his leg and kicked the heavy square table in front of him. The square table was wide and big, and it could accommodate at least 10 people. It was made of jujube wood and weighed more than 100 kilograms. It was sent flying by his kick, and with an extremely fierce momentum, it crashed into the disciples of the Dragon sect. Cheetah was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He didn't even think that there would be such a move. He looked at the square table coming at him in shock. His reaction was fast. He immediately abandoned his sword and waved his palm. He circulated all the inner force in his body and slapped the square table. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Qingshan sneered. Chida's arms broke at the same time, and his chest caved in from the impact of the square table. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, the sound of bones cracking rang out. The square table did not stop moving. It carried 7 or 8 Dragon Gate sect disciples with it, smashing through the railing and falling down the stairs with a loud crash. There were guests downstairs as well. When they saw the Dragon Gate sect disciples going up the stairs majestically and murderously, they were wondering who was going to be unlucky. They craned their necks to watch the show. Suddenly, they saw a table and 7 or 8 Dragon Gate sect disciples fall down, and they screamed and fled. It was only when the table fell to the ground that they surrounded Cheetah, still in a state of shock. When they saw that Cheetah was no longer breathing, they saw that the other Dragon sect disciples did not die on the spot because Cheetah blocked them. However, their tendons and bones were broken from the impact, and they groaned in pain. They were all dumbfounded. When had they ever seen a Dragon Gate disciple like this? Who was upstairs? For some reason, Li Qingshan thought of bowling. Those Dragon Gate disciples were all dressed in white. Didn't they look like bowling pins? Unfortunately, they did not hit all of them. As the remaining 5 or 6 Dragon Gate disciples were closer to the side, they did not hit the table. However, they were covered in cold sweat from the shock. They stood there in a daze, not knowing how to react. These disciples of rich families practiced martial arts and had never experienced a real battle. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Almost no one could react to it. In that instant, the situation reversed. The initially aggressive Dragon's Gate sect was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Only Lu Hong was able to clearly see Li Qingshan's movements. He had a grave expression on his face as he thought about whether or not he would be able to block it, and whether or not he would be able to dodge it. His conclusion was worrisome, and his brows furrowed even tighter. The mocking smile on his face deepened. Today, he had lost a lot of face to Li Qingshan, but now he seemed to have regained a lot of it. Li Qingshan ignored the others and strode towards Yang Jun. Yang Jun was lying on the ground. Li Qingshan had kicked the square table at him earlier. However, with the Dragon's Gate disciples blocking the way, he had time to react. At the critical moment, he lay on the ground and escaped the disaster. Even now, he still could not believe what had happened. The people he had brought were all experts in the sect. There were 3 third-rate experts among them, and the others were rare experts. However, more than half of them had died in a single move. His act of denouncing Xiaochen had become an extremely ironic joke. As he watched Li Qingshan approach, he suddenly thought of the dozens of mountain bandits who had died in Li Qingshan's hands. He thought of the terrifying infamy of the person before him and remembered that his martial arts were far from enough. He drew his sword in a frenzy. Kill him. One sword stabbed at Li Qingshan. At the same time, 5 swords flashed with cold light as they stabbed at Li Qingshan from the front, back, left, and right. The stunned Dragon's Gate disciples reacted as well. They were fellow disciples who practiced together all year round. Although they did not have much actual combat experience, their teamwork was not bad. The speed of this attack was exactly the same, trapping Li Qingshan in a net of swords. Be careful of the sword formation. Li Long shouted a warning, but it was already too late. At the same time, 6 swords stabbed into Li Qingshan's body. Delight appeared on the faces of the owners of the swords. They did not expect it to work so easily. Our Dragon's Gate sect's sword formation is indeed extraordinary. It was unknown whether it was mockery or pity on Lu Hong's face. He was too inexperienced and had too little experience in fighting in the Jianghu. He was supposed to win, but he gave his opponents the perfect opportunity to surround and attack him. He had dug his own grave. However, the fall of every young talent caused a veteran like him to feel regret. He also felt somewhat relaxed. He wanted to proudly say, "Look, the older the ginger, the spicier it is." The strongest might not be able to live to the end. The tip of the sword stabbed into the skin by an inch and could not go any further. The swordsman's delighted expressions turned into shock. They exerted strength madly, but they only bent the tough swords. Lu Hong was shocked. Could it be that he has already trained his external defensive martial arts to the point where he is impervious to weapons? Furthermore, a fine steel sword infused with inner force was not something that ordinary weapons could compare to. This youth had given him too many surprises. Li Qingshan said slowly, "No wonder people say that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Such a combined attack is no weaker than a full-powered strike from a peerless expert." A strange red light that was hard to see with the naked eye flowed in his eyes. However, how can such weak and powerless swords injure me? His quintessence spewed out, and his swords shattered. All the swordsmen were sent flying back, vomiting blood. However, only faint white marks were left on Li Qingshan's skin. Yang Jun felt an extremely surging quintessence rush into his body. The inner force that he had cultivated for so many years could not stop it at all. It rampaged through his body, tearing his tendons and meridians apart. Just as Yang Jun was about to fall off the building, a figure flashed and appeared behind him. With a wave of his sleeve, Yang Jun landed steadily on the ground. Li Qingshan's expression turned grave and vigilant. Although he saw the person's movements clearly, he could not keep up with such a movement technique. Although his defense was shockingly high, his speed was his weakest point. Yang Anji grabbed Yang Jun's pulse with a cold expression. Yang Jun's meridians were in a mess. His martial arts could be considered crippled. Yang Jun called out "Father" and fainted. Yang Anji looked at Li Qingshan again. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent, and he no longer looked like a scholar. His heart was filled with hatred and regret. He had come to the restaurant earlier, but he thought that Yang Jun and his disciples would be enough to capture Li Qingshan. If he had seen Lu Hong, it would have been rather difficult for him to speak. As a result, he had remained hidden in the restaurant the entire time, just in case. However, he never thought the situation would change so quickly. From the moment Li Qingshan kicked away the square table and cleared out half of the Dragon's Gate disciples, he wanted to take action, but Li Qingshan fell into the sword formation right afterwards. He was doomed. Even Lu Hong, someone who had witnessed the power of Li Qingshan's martial arts, believed that Li Qingshan was dead for sure, let alone him. As a result, he stopped himself, but it was already too late. Lu Hong chuckled. "Brother Yang, long time no see. Why have you suddenly caused such a great disturbance? What's the reason?" Li Qingshan saw that Yang Anji bore some resemblance to Yang Jun, and from what Lu Hong had said, he knew that the person before him was the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, the greatest of the martial arts society of Qingyang. After all, Xianxia had been in Jianghu for many years, so he had a firm will. Unlike those rich disciples, he immediately put down his son and didn't even look at Lu Hong. Instead, he said to Li Qingshan, "I originally wanted to persuade you to hand over the item. I didn't intend to hurt you, but now I've changed my mind. My son has no enmity with you, so why are you so ruthless?" Towards the end of his words, he couldn't hold back his monstrous anger. Hearing this, Li Qingshan laughed. "You don't plan to hurt me? No grudges?" If his martial arts were slightly weaker and he fell into Yang Jun's hands, he wouldn't know how much torture and humiliation he would suffer. On the mountain path, the threat and humiliation from a superior expert might not be considered as enmity. Perhaps Yang Jun felt extremely wronged. "Yes, I only said a few words to you. I didn't really chop off your hand." The Dragon's Gate sect was arrogant and overbearing, but in everyone's eyes, Li Qingshan was 10 times more arrogant and overbearing than the Dragon's Gate sect. With a single sentence, he had decided the fates of the two great organizations of the Jianghu that had occupied Xinjiang for a very long time. However, Xianxia's face no longer showed any anger. He recovered the calmness and rationality that a swordsman should possess. Based on his instincts, he had determined that Li Qingshan was one of the few powerful opponents he would face in his life. However, he had absolute confidence. His agile and graceful movement technique countered Li Qingshan's external martial arts the most, just like how Li Qingshan countered Lu Hong's iron fists. No matter how great his strength was, it was useless if he could not land a hit. Li Qingshan could block the swords of regular Dragon's Gate disciples, but he could not block the sword of a mighty second-rate master like him. Li Qingshan understood this extremely well, and he could clearly sense that the sword Xianxia carried was different from the fine steel swords regular disciples carried. However, against an opponent like that, fleeing was impossible. All he could do was face him head-on. The two of them faced off, and the restaurant suddenly fell silent. The killing intent was suffocating. Clang! Xianxia drew his sword from its sheath, and a cold glow swept towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. The blade actually shone with a faint layer of light, just like the knife he had obtained today. The person had a name, and so did the sword. This was a famed sword that everyone in Xinjiang City knew about. The Soaring Dragon Sword was a treasured sword that had been passed down through the Dragon's Gate sect for several generations. Only the sect master had the right to wield it. The person was powerful with a name, and the sword was sharp with a name. Even in the hands of regular people, the sword could slice through metal like mud. In the hands of a true swordsman, it would be a true murder weapon. This is a spiritual artifact. Returning to before the banquet, Oxen said as he looked at the knife in Li Qingshan's hand. "What's a spiritual artifact?" Li Qingshan fiddled around with the knife in his hand. "Have I really picked up a treasure?" In his previous life, he had often read about such things in novels. They would randomly stroll around a grocery store and pick up a peerless divine artifact. From then on, they would be able to kill anything that stood in their way. Oxen smiled disdainfully, shattering his fantasy. "This item barely has a layer of spiritual chi attached to it, so it can't even be considered a low-tier spiritual tool. It's most likely used by apprentices who have just started learning tool forging. However, at your level, it can be considered a treasure." However, the ridicule in the ox's eyes became more and more intense. This thing could only be used as a flying knife. Whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary martial artist, it was a useless piece of trash. Li Qingshan carefully put away the knife. This was the first spiritual tool that he had obtained. It had a great commemorative value. After all, it was considered a rare item. However, he did not expect to see another one in the blink of an eye, and it was in the hands of the enemy. The shopkeeper of the arsenal of arms was also among the aristocrats. While the other aristocrats were fleeing in panic, he stared at the flying dragon's sword with infatuation. If this sword was in the arsenal of arms, even if Li Qingshan took out all of his silver and knelt on the ground to beg him, he would not sell it. Just when everyone thought that Li Qingshan would charge forward like just now, he rolled to the side to avoid the sharp edge of the sword and arrived at a corner of the restaurant. Xianxia changed his moves even faster. With a flick of his wrist, the light of the sword moved like a shadow, pressing towards Li Qingshan. Separated by a few feet, the cold air pierced Li Qingshan's skin, making him feel cold. Wherever the two went, the aristocrats all screamed and ran, thinking that they were going to be used as meat shields. Li Qingshan was not that shameless. He reached out and grabbed a square table, using it as a weapon. The large square table was as light as a feather in his hands. A strong wind blew and the candles flickered. Xianxia did not put this power in his eyes at all. Wherever the light of the sword passed, the square table was cut into pieces like tofu. In the blink of an eye, only one leg of the table was left in Li Qingshan's hands. Li Qingshan seemed to be at his wit's end and threw the table leg out. Perhaps it was because he was panicking, but he missed and it flew past Xianxia's head. Xianxia's sword was like a rainbow. Li Qingshan's back was pressed against the wall, unable to retreat or dodge. The restaurant suddenly became pitch black. The table leg that flew out from Li Qingshan's hand struck down the last light. Trying to escape. "It's too late," Xianxia shouted. However, he did not see that when the darkness descended, Li Qingshan's face did not show panic, but a smile. Bang! Li Qingshan clapped his palms together and caught the flying dragon's sword in a hair's breadth. Xianxia sneered. It was wishful thinking for him to catch the sword with brute force while he was flying forward. The sword's edge suddenly pierced forward. As the sword and palm rubbed against each other, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing could be heard. The tip of the sword was only 3 inches away from Li Qingshan's throat. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. A cold wind came from the back of his head, making him feel a life-and-death crisis that he had not felt for many years. This is impossible. This was the first thought that came to his mind. Although he could not see, his other senses were still there. Someone was so close behind him. How could he not sense it? How strong was the qinggong? Could it be a hidden weapon? If the lights in the restaurant were still on, everyone would be able to see a small knife flying towards the back of Xianxia's head. It really did look like a hidden weapon. However, if someone could open their spirit eye like Li Qingshan, they would see that the small knife fitted perfectly in Little N's clean, white hand. Little N cultivated the path of white bone and great beauty and bathed himself in fresh blood every day, so he was no longer afraid of blood and qi at this level. He could truly get close to experts, but he still lacked a suitable weapon. If he used a regular hunting knife, with Xianxia's strength, even if he did not train in external martial arts, his protective inner energy would still be able to knock the knife away. It would be difficult for him to deal any fatal damage. However, things were different now. In Little N's hands, the spiritual knife was not just a piece of trash. Instead, it was a divine weapon for assassination. Li Qingshan had used himself as bait to lure Xianxia here. He and Little N had not made any prior preparations, nor had they communicated with each other. They had absolute trust in each other, and as expected, Little N did not disappoint him. Their cooperation was perfect. Xianxia was also impressive. He lowered his head and dodged the knife in the nick of time. The blade practically scraped his scalp. He was shocked, but he did not panic. As long as he continued to exert force and killed Li Qingshan, he would be able to deal with the hidden weapon expert behind him with ease. The small knife suddenly turned and stabbed downwards. It was not a hidden weapon. Xianxia's mind was immediately thrown into disarray. This was because he still had not sensed the presence of a living person behind him. A chill rose up in his heart. He ignored everything else and tried to pull back his sword to defend himself. Li Qingshan bit down on the tip of the sword with both hands and snickered coldly. It was easy to stab, but the first thing to be pierced would definitely be your head. Want to pull back? Then don't even think about it. As long as the sword existed, the person existed. This was probably a lesson that every swordsman had learned, not to mention that this was a treasured sword passed down from their ancestors. The sword was left in Li Qingshan's hand, but he was sent flying with extremely graceful movements. He could no longer be graceful. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely pathetic. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Xianxia swung his sword, forced Li Qingshan to the wall, and then retreated after being assassinated, only a few breaths of time had passed. The aristocrats were all panicking and could not react in time. Only Lu Hong sniffed and smelled blood. His heart was filled with shock. Xianxia was injured? How did this brat injure him? At the last moment, Xianxia had decisively abandoned his sword, but he had also paid a heavy price. Little and still used the spiritual knife to pull out a foot-long wound on his back. Fresh blood was flowing out. Li Qingshan had some admiration for his decisiveness. For the first time, he experienced the emotions described in the books. Even if they were mortal enemies and wanted to kill each other at all costs, they would still be shocked by the skills displayed by the opponent during the confrontation. However, in a battle, he would not be entangled in such emotions, nor would he be entangled in all the right and wrong. Since they had become mortal enemies, killing the other party at all costs was the right thing to do. The Descending Tiger. Xianxia suddenly thought of the nickname he had originally looked down on, the Descending Tiger, Li Qingshan. Now, what was lunging at him was not a human, but a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Having lost his treasured sword, he was like a child, unable to fight back. He retreated rapidly. The chilly wind swirled up from behind him once again, taking his life. Li Qingshan no longer had any qualms. He swung the ox demon's fist of great strength as he pleased, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. It forced Xianxia to dodge everywhere. Little Anne, who danced about in the darkness, was everywhere, vicious and insidious. One was tough and the other soft, one yang and one yin. They worked together wonderfully. Xianxia was impressive as well. Although he was injured, he still used his supreme movement technique to move about and dodge. However, a few more wounds appeared on his body, and the blood on his back flowed even more profusely. The smell of blood was so heavy that even regular people could smell it. Where is Li Qingshan? Suddenly, there was an explosive bellow from downstairs. It was filled with powerful inner force, so loud that it was like a clap of thunder. Over a dozen torches rose up, illuminating the upper floor. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He signaled to Little Anne, and the dagger immediately flew back into his sleeves. He did not want anyone to know about the secret for now. Only then did everyone see Xianxia's appearance. They were all stunned speechless. Before the torches were extinguished, Xianxia had been unstoppable, almost about to kill Li Qingshan. This was in line with their understanding. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he was still a first-rate figure in the Qingyang Society of Martial Arts. However, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia had actually been defeated, and he had been defeated so miserably. Xianxia recovered his sight as well. He retreated to Yang Jun's side. His face was pale, and his expression was vicious. He wanted to skin Li Qingshan alive. He grabbed Yang Jun and broke out of the window. Li Qingshan said that it was a pity, but he didn't care too much. He stepped onto the windowsill and looked down. Li Qingshan is here. At first glance, he saw the black bear's tall and strong figure, and the black bear also saw him. Their eyes met, and sparks flew. Xianxia! Lu Heng exclaimed. Although his foundation was in Qingyang City, he had met this vicious person once before. The Black Wind Mountain bandits have entered the city. Someone shouted. First, the aristocrats in the restaurant fell into chaos. Then, the shouts spread far and wide. Li Qingshan gazed over from the tall building. All he saw was that the entire Qingyang City seemed to be in a state of panic. Xianxia also stared at Xianxia in shock. The two of them had received the news together and rushed over to Qingyang City. One wanted revenge, while the other wanted to steal the spiritual ginseng. The Dragon's Gate sect used their superior movement technique to arrive first. They wanted to take the spiritual ginseng and avoid any accidents. Li Qingshan had been silenced by the Black Wind stronghold, which only demonstrated that Xianxia's "I didn't want to harm you in the first place" was just bullshit. However, Li Qingshan's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Xianxia said, "This kid's martial arts are no weaker than yours or mine, and he still has dirty tricks up his sleeve. Be careful, Stronghold Master." Originally, he did not want to have too much to do with the Black Wind stronghold, but now, all of Li Qingshan's enemies were his friends. The Dragon's Gate sect has colluded with the Black Wind stronghold to attack Qingyang City. Everyone here is a witness. Li Qingshan used true qi to project his voice into the distance. Xianxia shuddered. He ground his teeth. Li Qingshan, I will never forgive you. That single sentence stripped the Dragon's Gate sect of their reputation as a righteous sect, reducing them to the status of accomplices of bandits. If you're bold enough to do it, then don't be afraid of others talking about it. Alright. Stronghold Master Xiong, you've delivered yourself to me. You've saved me quite a bit of trouble. Li Qingshan wrapped his hand around Xianxia, trapping him within. Taking advantage of the defeat of the Dragon's Gate sect, he said that with great pride. How bold of you. Xianxia's face changed. He leapt up and flew towards Li Qingshan. With his huge body, his movement technique was actually quite impressive. Just when Li Qingshan was about to strike, a figure flashed past him. Lu Hong used the charge of the Iron Cavalry to forcefully clash with Xianxia in the air. Xianxia landed heavily on the ground, while Lu Hong used the force to return upstairs. Blood surged through both of their faces. Xianxia was furious. You. Lu Hong said, Stronghold Master Xiong has come to Qingyang City to make a mess. Aren't you showing me no respect? Just like how every wild beast had their own territory, the people of the Jianghu treated this with even greater importance than wild beasts. They would never allow others to trespass on it. The actions of the Black Wind Stronghold had already displeased him as a local tyrant. Of course, if he were a regular person, Lu Hong might not have been willing to stand up for Xianxia when he had mobilized so many people. However, just now, Li Qingshan had already demonstrated the strength to make others help him. The second boss, who was dressed like a scholar, said with a sunken voice, the Iron Fist is opposing our Black Wind Stronghold. Aren't you afraid of the destruction of your entire sect? Lu Hong called out, where are the disciples of the Iron Fist? With that, figures surged out from the streets and alleyways, surrounding the restaurant. They were all disciples of the Iron Fist. They had rushed over after hearing the news. With a single call, hundreds of people responded, and their bearing surpassed Li Qingshan's. The reason why the people of the Jianghu could behave so arrogantly in their own territory was not just because of their martial arts, but also because of the powerful organization behind them. Even if Xianxia and Yang Anji worked together, they would have to think twice. Yang Anji suddenly said in a loud voice, Sect Master Lu, don't you want to know what I'm here for? Lu Hong raised his eyebrows, showing an interested expression. However, Li Qingshan frowned, but he could not stop Yang Anji from speaking. It's for a stock of spiritual ginseng that appeared in the Bailao Peak. As long as a martial artist absorbs a little of its medicinal properties, their martial arts will improve greatly, and they will have a high chance of advancing to the innate realm. Now that it's in his hands, his martial arts can improve so quickly. Yang Anji pointed at Li Qingshan, his face full of viciousness. He had revealed the location of the spiritual ginseng in front of hundreds of people, and the news would definitely spread like wildfire. At that time, countless people in the Jianghu who longed for the spiritual ginseng would gather like beasts smelling blood. No matter how strong Li Qingshan was, he would be torn to pieces. Everyone's eyes involuntarily looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan lowered his eyebrows and did not say anything. He knew that it was futile to defend himself. His martial arts undoubtedly confirmed Yang Anji's words. The worst-case scenario he was worried about had happened, but his heart did not become flustered. Instead, it was unexpectedly calm. I'm already so old. I don't want to improve my martial arts and dominate the martial arts world. As Lu Hong said so, his eyes were searching Li Qingshan's body. Obviously, he did not mean what he said. There was no one in the martial arts world who did not want to improve their martial arts. The spiritual ginseng also has the effect of prolonging life. Don't you care, sect leader Lu? As long as you give the order to capture this brat, the spiritual ginseng will be yours. At that time, Stronghold Master Xiong and I will only seek revenge. We will not fight for the spiritual ginseng. Besides, we won't be able to fight for it even if we want to. Yang Anji demonstrated the terrifying aspects of a sect leader other than martial arts. As expected, Lu Hong was very tempted. Xianxia's eyes also lit up. No one knew what he was thinking. In the blink of an eye, it was Li Qingshan who faced everyone again. His eyes were calm, but his mind was anxiously thinking of a way to escape. He did not think that Lu Hong would have any sense of loyalty toward him. Wasn't the reason he was in such a situation because he believed in loyalty? Of course, this was not a hopeless situation. As long as he was willing to give up the spiritual ginseng, he could naturally escape easily. However, he would not do that unless he had no other choice. The magical power of the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers did not focus on chi refinement. The spiritual ginseng could be said to be the greatest guarantee for him to become a so-called innate master. The stalemate was broken very soon. Xianxia bellowed out and flew up the stairs again. Lu Hong lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. He did not move at all. At the very least, it was not impossible for him to make up his mind to watch from the sidelines or even kick him when he was down. Xianxia used this opportunity to apply some golden salve and control his wounds. He was about to strike. Just as Li Qingshan was about to be surrounded by 2 great masters of Qingyang, his muscles tensed up. He was ready to strike. Xianxia half knelt on the ground in a sorry state. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the top of the restaurant. A tall figure stood there, and the bowstring of the great bow in his hand was still trembling. Although it was not as good as the stone splitter bow, it was still a rare, hard, metal bow. His eyes narrowed. Huang Bingu. Huang Bingu said, "Stronghold Master Xiong, this arrow is just a greeting. I hope you know how to retreat, or don't blame me for being merciless." Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that Huang Bingu was not boasting. Just now, if Huang Bingu struck out with his full strength, it was extremely likely for him to be shot to death on the spot since he could not turn around in the air. A divine archer who occupied an advantageous position and launched sneak attacks was just too terrifying. Xianxia said, "You really want to stand up for this kid?" Huang Bingu said, "The spiritual ginseng was indeed found by Li Qingshan, but I've already consumed it and cured my chronic illness of many years." "Sect Master Yang, you found the wrong person." Behind him stood over a dozen headhunters and over a dozen powerful bows. The 4 leading figures of the martial arts community of Qingyang had appeared together, all for the sake of Li Qingshan, whether they were friend or foe. The disciples of the Iron Fist sect were all amazed, while the nearby residents mustered up their courage and opened a sliver of a window, secretly watching this rare sight. The torches danced wildly in the cold wind. Xianxia, Xianxia, Lu Hong, Huang Bingu, and Li Qingshan's expressions flickered. However, they seemed to be frozen without moving. Each of them had their own worries and considerations, holding each other back. No one dared to strike out carelessly. Li Qingshan suddenly laughed aloud. His laughter traveled very far in the cold wind. "Stronghold Master Xiong, this is your only chance to kill me. Why don't you do it? Once I personally kill you, the macaques under your command will still have the opportunity to flee. If you miss out on this opportunity today, I'll just come back in the future and uproot your Black Wind stronghold, leaving not a single one alive." Arrogant. When everyone present heard this, they felt that it was an ear-piercing arrogance. The Black Wind stronghold had wreaked havoc in Qingyang for many years. Apart from the Drawn Reins village who stood aloof from worldly affairs, the Dragon's Gate sect and Iron Fist both wanted to destroy them very much. However, Xianxia and Lu Hong had both considered that they only had a chance if they worked together. However, even if they succeeded, they would have to pay a heavy price. But now, Li Qingshan actually said that he wanted to destroy the Black Wind stronghold by himself. Even though he had a good opinion of his martial arts, he still felt that he was too arrogant and ignorant. Xianxia's face bordered on fury, becoming more and more like a black bear. "Then I'll be waiting for you. If you don't come, I'll make sure not a single person in Crouching Ox Village survives." In the end, he threw down a vicious threat. "No matter who it is that dares to help you, I'll exterminate their entire clan." He left in a hurry with his people. The disciples of the Iron Fist stepped aside and did not stop him. A group of bandits actually treated the entire Qingyang city like it did not exist. They really were lawless. Xianxia also used his movement technique and vanished into the night. His voice rang out from afar, "Just you wait, Li Qingshan. Your enemies will only increase. Your death won't be far away." Lu Hong clasped his hands at Li Qingshan and left with his people. Meanwhile, the aristocrats were willing to donate 10 times the amount of money for suppressing bandits as long as they spared the disciples of the Dragon's Gate sect and did not involve them. The messy restaurant had already become empty. Only Li Qingshan stood by the window, holding the soaring dragon sword he had obtained from Yang. Huang Binga brought people over. Li Qingshan turned around and said, "Hunting Chief Huang, I want an explanation." 2 hunters brought over Xiaohei who had been tied up firmly. Huang Binga said, "Kneel and speak." Xiaohei told him the entire story in detail. In the end, he said, "Just kill me. I won't regret it." Huang Binga said with difficulty, "I've watched Xiaohei grow up. I can only blame my lack of discipline for this. Please spare him this time." He drew the hunting blade from his waist and stabbed it into his own shoulder. "Hunting chief," Xiaohei said in a hurry. "Xiaohei, there are some things that you can't do. I, Huang Bingu, have killed countless people in my life, but I've never been ungrateful, nor have I ever repaid kindness with enmity." Huang Bingu extended his hand, and the hunting chief behind him handed another hunting blade to him with a pained expression. Huang Bingu stabbed it into his left shoulder. Tears streamed down Xiaohei's face. He was filled with shame and regret. Ever since he was young, his respect and admiration for this man surpassed even his father's, yet now, he had to watch him suffer for him. Huang Bingu stabbed the hunting blade into his chest. 3 blades and 6 holes, a life for a life. This was the explanation that a person of the Jianghu could give. A hand firmly grabbed Huang Bingu's wrist, and the blade could not stab any further. Li Qingshan was stunned at first before coming to an understanding. The hunting chief wants to take all the blame for this and then end it all with his death? It's useless. Even if they are skeptical, they will still come to me. Huang Bingu let out a heavy sigh. As someone who had traveled the Jianghu, he knew how terrifying this matter was. A secret manual or a treasured sword could stir up a sea of blood in the Jianghu. The lives of those first-rate, or even super-rate experts, were all used as if they were worthless. The red glow in Li Qingshan's eyes disappeared, and he actually revealed a smile. It was not a wild laugh, but a hearty one like a normal youth. "But I'm not afraid of him." These words were said in a hearty and confident manner. Without waiting for Huang Bingu to remind him, he continued, "Is my tiger bone wine ready? I'll have someone send it over tomorrow." Li Qingshan said no more and walked down the stairs. When he was outside the building, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Raising his head, he saw snowflakes drifting down from the pitch-black sky. A clear shadow flew out from the locust wood tablet and danced around him. Li Qingshan said to himself, "I'm not afraid of enemies, I'm afraid of betrayal." He saw Little and looking at him with a confused expression. He could not help but laugh. "You won't understand even if I tell you. In any case, you won't betray me, right?" Little and might not understand the meaning of betrayal in Li Qingshan's words, but he understood the anticipation in his eyes and hurriedly nodded. "Let's go. Tonight isn't over yet." Li Qingshan's eyes burned with a raging flame, as if it could melt this world of ice and snow. Old Knickers drank a mouthful of aged wine and turned on the charcoal in the stove to resist the pervasive winter chill. He had never had a wife in his life and had been the armory guard for several decades. His neighbors had all forgotten his name, only remembering that his surname was Zhang. They all called him Old Zhang or Old Cutoff. Then, for some reason, the children around him began to call him Old Knickers, causing this old man who had been single his entire life to be tainted with a bit of vulgarity for no reason. It was already very late at night, but he still had not slept. As usual, he reviewed his life, as if he was ruminating on the most brilliant parts of his memories, chewing them over and over again while he was tipsy. As for whether these memories were real or fake, they were just like his name. Not only bystanders, but even he himself had no way of distinguishing them. Thump thump thump. Several loud noises interrupted his recollection. He unhappily opened the door. Who is it? Why is it so late? Then, he saw a teenager standing in front of the door, giving him an apologetic smile. The county magistrate, Lord Yi, sent me to the armory to retrieve a few things. This is the document. Old Knickers shivered all over. Although there were many false parts in his memories, at least some of them were real. He had really been a soldier and fought in battle, and he had seen the scene of real swords and guns being used to kill people. Although the teenager before him was very young and amiable, he smelled a familiar aura, murderous intent. Murderous intent lingered. It was a feeling that only fierce soldiers who had taken dozens of lives in the army would have. If he encountered such an enemy in battle, he would definitely stay as far away from him as possible. He did not even look at the document in detail. With trembling hands, he took out the key, picked up the lantern, and opened the armory door. The armory door was about 3 meters tall, forged from pig iron. 36 iron nails were lined up neatly, and a pair of tiger heads had iron rings in their mouths. Old Knickers forcefully pushed a few times, but the door did not budge. He awkwardly said, "It seems to be frozen." The teenager placed his hand on the cold iron door and gave it a light push. The iron door opened with a rumble, and he stepped into the armory alone. Old Knickers shrunk his body and waited outside the door. Over the past few years, this was the first time someone had come to the armory to retrieve something. What did he want? And what did he want to do with it? While he was thinking, he heard a clanging sound coming from afar. A figure stepped out of the armory. The black armor wrapped around his sturdy body, giving off a cold and murderous feeling. The armor skirt fluttered along with his movements. Xianxia patted the 3 quiver of arrows on his waist and carried the soaring dragon sword and stone splitter bow on his back. He rested the shockingly heavy and extraordinarily large tyrant's spear on his shoulder and vanished into the snowy darkness. All he left behind was a string of deep footprints in the snow. In the yamen, the advisor said to Yidachuan, "Sir, Xianxia won't listen to your advice. There's nothing we can do." As it turned out, Yidachuan saw how the aristocrats refused to assist him due to the Black Wind Stronghold's influence. He calculated that he would definitely lose against 200 people alone, so he tried to persuade Xianxia to stay and think things over. However, how could Xianxia listen to him? He forcefully took the documents and left. Yidachuan paced around the room. Suddenly, he stopped and stamped his foot. "Gather people for me?" The advisor said in a troubled tone, "How do we have people?" Yidachuan bellowed anxiously, "Those country bumpkins actually dared to get their disciples to kill an official right in front of me. The Dragon's Gate sect is a den of thieves. Tell them that whoever refuses to send anyone is a traitor." He understood now. If Xianxia died, then he could no longer be the district magistrate. The Black Wind Stronghold and the Dragon's Gate sect might even vent their anger on him. The advisor said, "Sir, please reconsider." If he did that, he would offend all of the aristocrats of Qingyang. Yidachuan kicked him in the bottom. "Why aren't you going?" The advisor could only obey. As soon as he left the hall, over a dozen pitch-black figures blocked his way. He had no idea when they had entered the yamen. The advisor was surprised. Using the weak lantern light in the hall to look over, he saw that the dozen or so people all had bows and arrows on their backs. So it's the Drawnrain's village. "Good men, what business do you have visiting so late at night?" Huang Bingu's shoulder was wrapped in white cloth, but his bearing remained steady. He patted the advisor's shoulder and said, "Sir Yi, Huang Bingu of the Drawnrain's village is willing to lend a hand." After Xianxia left, Huang Bingu and the others found an inn to rest. Before they had even fallen asleep, they received news that Xianxia had left the city in full armor. Of course, Huang Bingu would not think that he was running away. He suddenly stood up and said, "I'm going out for a while. When I'm not around, Little Black will be in charge of everything." Everyone knew where he was going. Xiaohei said, "Chief Hunter, we'll go with you." After experiencing this, his face lost a lot of the frivolous childishness of youth and gained a lot of the steadiness of an adult. "Prioritize the village." Xiaohei said, "The name of Drawnrain's village was not obtained by compromising. We have formed a great grudge with the Black Wind Stronghold, so we will definitely not be able to live in peace for long. We can only place our bets on that person. If you want me to take responsibility, then this is my idea." Huang Bingu said, "Good. I didn't suffer those 2 slashes for nothing today." Qingyang City that had just quietened down became noisy once more. In Iron Fist, Iron Lion Lu Hong was also awake. Instead, he was thinking about everything that had happened today. Li Long stepped through the door and knelt down. "Master." Lu Hong frowned. What are you doing? Li Long said, please save the Crouching Ox village, master. The Black Wind stronghold had not massacred the village before because they wanted to capture Li Qingshan, the main culprit, first, and also because of his connection with Iron Fist, which was why they had not struck so easily. However, after tonight, everyone would fall out with each other. The Black Wind stronghold would definitely take revenge madly. They would definitely swing their blades. Lu Hong said, go fetch your father's family and caretaker Lu's family. However, Li Long remained kneeling. Please save the Crouching Ox village, master. Didn't you dislike that place? But that's my hometown. Lu Hong sank into his thoughts for a while as if he was considering the pros and cons of every aspect. Suddenly, he stood up. Go, gather the disciples. He had already considered the spiritual ginseng that Li Qingshan had brought with him and the wealth of the Black Wind stronghold. Li Long was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Yi Duchuan used his position as district magistrate and borrowed Li Qingshan's prestige and the might of the Drawn Reins village to order the aristocrats to send people. However, there were still some aristocrats who resisted, unwilling to send people. Just as Huang Bingge furrowed his brows and considered whether he should kill them to establish his authority, Lu Hong strode over. He clasped his hands. Hunting Chief Huang, I've heard a lot about you. Afterwards, he said to the aristocrats who resisted, today, I, Lu Hong, swear that I will eliminate a great threat for Qingyang City. If you are willing to assist me, I, Lu Hong, will never forget. What he was trying to say was, even if you are unwilling, I will never forget. Given the current situation, the aristocrats finally dared not resist forcefully anymore. They sent people over reluctantly. Although they were reluctant, they did their best when they sent people. Xianxia words lingered in their ears. If they did not kill the snake this time, they would be waiting for revenge. As a result, they could only do their best. And, with two powerful people like Huang Bingge and Lu Hong watching over them, they really did feel like they had an opportunity to flatten the Black Wind stronghold. The Black Wind stronghold wreaking havoc was not completely unrelated to them. Just like caretaker Lu's nickname, Half-Village Lu, most of the land in Qingyang City had been annexed by these aristocrats and local tyrants. Many of the villages that the Black Wind stronghold had plundered were their assets. As for kidnapping and demanding ransoms, who knew how much they had done? Otherwise, they would never have been willing to collect money from the previous district magistrates for suppressing bandits. Xianxia had never thought that his threat would instead force the aristocrats into becoming mortal enemies. Yi Duchuan gazed at the people who had gathered in disbelief. It had completely exceeded his initial expectations. There were actually 400 or 500 people. He watched over them in the center with his identity as the district magistrate, while Huang Bingge and Lu Hong commanded him. He had never done something so valiant in his life. His heart that had been blinded by fame and fortune actually began to burn with a sense of bloodlust. The advisor was dumbfounded as well. He thought of a phrase written in a book that was originally very distant from him, with a call from above, followers will gather, and the entire world will rebel. Perhaps all that was needed in the world was a single warrior, a single hero, and they would be able to turn the impossible into the possible, guiding everyone and completing so-called miracles. However, this hero who led the way would usually not have a good outcome. Old Knickers opened the door to the armory with trembling hands. Armor and weapons were taken out one by one, equipping this group of bandits. With a clang, they set off on their journey. Huang Bingge thought, hopefully I can make it in time. This gathering had already taken up far too much time. Lu Hong thought, kid, you better hold on a little longer. Though, if you die, I'll avenge you. Li Qingshan advanced quickly in the darkness. His equipment weighed 100 or 200 kilograms, but not only did it not make him feel like it was tiring, but it instead gave him the pleasure of releasing his strength. His armor was cold, but his blood burned hotter and hotter. His footsteps became faster and faster, and in the end, he was practically sprinting through the wilderness. His heavy footsteps were like war drums, thumping loudly. He did not know how long he had walked in the deep mountains and old forests, but his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. His gaze pierced through the wind and snow like a sharp sword, shooting towards the ravine. A stronghold was creeping in the darkness, and a few faint lights could be seen. The Black Wind stronghold was right in front of him. However, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to go forward. He untied the wine gourd and drank it all in one gulp. The strength he had expended instantly recovered, and there was even a scorching aura rampaging through his body like a wild horse. The assembly hall of the Black Wind stronghold was brightly lit. The important figures of the stronghold gathered together, currently discussing the matter regarding Li Qingshan. First boss, what do we do now? The kid is currently hiding in Qingyang City, and he's under Huang Binggu's protection. Yang Lanji has spread the news of the spiritual ginseng. Who can protect him? He'll die sooner or later. If he dies to someone else, our Black Wind stronghold won't be able to regain our prestige, and the spiritual ginseng will end up in someone else's hands too, said the scholarly second boss. Sure enough, Xianxia's eyelids twitched. His desire for the spiritual ginseng was no less than anyone else's. Didn't he say he'd come himself? By then, I'll smash him to a pulp. The seventh boss was a bald fatty. His face was vicious as he swung the huge hammer in his hand. The bosses all looked at one another and sneered, "Seventh brother, only you believe he'll come." As long as they had some brains, they would never believe someone would actually be bold enough to barge into their Black Wind stronghold alone. If he doesn't want to come, we'll force him to come. Although the snow has sealed off the mountains, making it inconvenient for us to mobilize on a large scale, we just need to send a group of people, and it'll be enough to slaughter the Crouching Ox village and regain the prestige of the Black Wind stronghold. By then, we'll find a few relatives and friends who are close to him and slice them off. We'll send them over piece by piece. I refuse to believe he'll still be able to sit still. The second boss revealed his vicious plan. The bosses all cheered, praising him greatly. The second boss smiled proudly as well. Thump. With a great sound, the entire stronghold seemed to shake. A bandit rushed in and said, "Oh no, boss. Someone smashing at the stronghold gate." In front of the stronghold, over a dozen bandits guarding the gate stared at it in fear. The gate, made from a few thick logs, was unable to give them any sense of security at all. Thump. Another great sound rang out. The logs trembled and splinters flew into the air as if a huge beast wanted to barge in. Under the constant, violent collisions, the gate caved in and cracked. Boom! The huge logs scattered, and a piece of wood struck a bandit in the chest. He immediately vomited blood and collapsed. However, the mountain bandits did not have the time to pay attention to their companions. Instead, they stared blankly at the entrance. A tall figure stepped into the Black Wind stronghold amidst the wind, snow, and dust. Stop right there, this is Black. A bandit who seemed to be the leader of the group endured the fear in his heart and spoke, but before he could finish speaking, an arrow shot out from the smoke and dust, ending his words and life. Li Qingshan raised his stone-splitter bow and said calmly, "I know." When the dust settled, the bandits discovered that there was no army or huge beast standing in front of the stronghold gate. Instead, there was only a young man wearing iron armor and holding a large bow. The fear in their hearts immediately faded a lot. Someone brandished his saber and shouted, "He's only one person. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The stronghold master will reward us handsomely." More than a dozen bandits wielding all sorts of weapons howled as they charged forward. Li Qingshan calmly took out 3 arrows from his quiver and knocked them on the bowstring. In an instant, he pulled the bowstring to its fullest. The bowstring hummed, and the sharp arrows pierced through the 3 bandits at the front with the force of splitting rocks and piercing clouds. They fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Li Qingshan drew his bow like a spring and shot out arrows, killing 12 bandits in a row. "I'll kill you." There were still 4 bandits who charged forward, roaring as they slashed at Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan put away his bow and continued forward as if he did not see them. A whirlwind spun around him, carrying with it the sharp edge of a blade. The 4 bandits simultaneously spat out blood from their throats and fell to the ground. One of the bandits was skilled, and when he saw the small blade, he wanted to block it with his saber. However, the small blade cut through his saber like it was tofu. Li Qingshan stepped over the corpses of more than a dozen bandits and continued forward. Finally, he stopped at the empty space in the middle of the stronghold. He saw bandits rushing out from the barracks of every stronghold when they heard the news. They all held torches in their hands, and they were extremely eye-catching in the darkness. He drew his bow and shot out arrows in rapid succession, each one faster than the one before. The effects of the spiritual wine gradually took effect in his body, and he became slightly tipsy. However, it was as if the gods were helping him, and not a single arrow missed its mark. The Hall of Honor landed at the highest point of the Black Wind stronghold. The leaders of the Black Wind stronghold rushed out of the Hall of Honor and looked down from the platform. All of them exclaimed in surprise, "He actually dared to come. And he came so quickly." Li Qingshan suddenly saw that the bandits were no longer charging forward, but were retreating in an orderly manner. He raised his head and saw Xianxia. He laughed loudly, "Stronghold Master Xiong, a guest has come, and you, as the host, are so slow. I couldn't wait any longer, so I killed a few dozen of your minions to relieve my boredom. You won't blame me, right?" A gust of true qi gushed out, and the laughter traveled 10 miles, echoing through the mountains and drowning out the sound of the wind and snow. It sounded like thunder in the ears of the bandits, and those who were weaker immediately fell to the ground with cries of pain, blood flowing from their ears. "I accidentally killed a few more." Li Qingshan covered his mouth and burped. The bandits were shocked, and Xiongxiangwu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The strength of Li Qingshan's inner force was far beyond his imagination, and it seemed to be even more exquisite than normal inner force. It was definitely not like the rumors said, that he was just an external martial arts master. This must be the effect of the spiritual ginseng. This day next year will be the day you die. No, I will capture you alive and torture you for 7 days and 7 nights. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, "I don't have the leisure to deal with you. Quickly come down and accept your death." He raised his hand to draw his bow, and the smile on his face disappeared. His right hand turned into a blur, and he mechanically executed the action of drawing an arrow. 7 arrows formed a line. It was the rapid arrow technique that he had learned from Drawn Rain's village, and he shot it towards the platform. Dodge. Xiongxiangwu's warning was too slow. One of the bandits was hit, and he fell from the platform. There were 3 arrows stuck in his body, and he only managed to dodge the first 4. "Sixth boss." The bandits cried out in alarm. Li Qingshan touched his bow again, and found that all 3 quivers had been used up. He tossed the large bow and quiver to the side. "He has no more arrows. Everyone, don't be afraid, kill him." The bandits bellowed out to boost their morale. They swarmed over like a black mass, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Layers upon layers of figures and weapons surged over, drowning Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan hooked the Overlord spear at his feet, and with a clang, he placed it on his shoulder. He spun around like a whirlwind, and the 140-gene Overlord spear danced like a black dragon, carrying with it a low hum as it tore through the air. 5 bandits were sent flying at the same time, either their heads exploded, or their chests were crushed. They could not be more dead. With Li Qingshan's lethal weapon in hand, he was basically a walking death trap. He would never leave a single person alive. The bandits behind him were smashed into the ground, and there was also a series of groans and cries. Li Qingshan looked towards the platform, "Don't let your minions die for nothing. Quickly come and fight me." Xiongxiangwu looked at the casualties of his subordinates, but he did not have the slightest intention of making a move. Instead, he laughed coldly, "Fight you?" Looking down from above, he could clearly see a dozen or so bandits dressed in special clothing, mixed in with the crowd, approaching Li Qingshan. They did not raise their weapons like their comrades, but instead lowered them. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. A terrifying killing intent was like a venomous snake baring its fangs. And the experts that he would take seriously were clearly only on the platform. Before he could think carefully, the dozen or so bandits raised their hands and shouted, "Get out of the way." The bolts tore through the air. They were no weaker than the stone splitter bow. With a clang, they pierced the armor and stabbed into Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan immediately froze up. Xiongxiangwu sneered. "Do you really think you're worthy of fighting me? Dying like this would be letting you off easy." He had gone to great lengths to obtain these crossbows. He had spent a great deal of time training these crossbowmen as well. They were the true trump cards of his Black Wind stronghold. He had gone too far. The Other organizations of Qingyang City treated him as a thorn in their side. If they were not prepared, they would not be able to sleep at night. Even first-rate masters would struggle to escape death from the sneak attack of over a dozen crossbows. And then? Li Qingshan, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly raised his head and asked. The bolts struck the armor, but they failed to pierce his tendons. He had also become covered in cold sweat. If it were not for the armor, which nullified the force of impact, he definitely would not have been able to block the crossbows with his ox demon forge as its hide. Even with that being the case, it took him quite a while to recover. Crossbows were truly a divine weapon for killing masters. Protect the crossbowmen. Fire again. The second boss ordered loudly. The bandits surged forward, and the crossbowmen changed their bolts in a hurry. Crossbows were easy to use, but they were nowhere near as fast as bows, so they were extremely easy to damage. However, with this kind of command, they could unleash their greatest power. They could command the bandits like an army. Total annihilation. How could Li Qingshan be willing to become a target? He identified the place with the most bandits and used the tyrant spear style, charging over like a chariot. The might of the spear surged, sucking in over a dozen bandits. He was like a black dragon that had swallowed its prey in a single gulp. When it spat out again, it was over a dozen corpses. With just these people, how could they stop him? Before a crossbowman could even draw the bowstring, his chest was pierced by the spear. His 50-kilogram body was thrown into the air, slamming into another crossbowman in the distance and killing him. Li Qingshan became one with his spear and rushed left and right in the crowd. He only attacked and did not defend. When the swords, swords, and halberds landed on his body, they were immediately repelled by his armor and could not harm him at all. When he swung his great spear, it pierced through the chest and head. In a short moment, he had killed dozens of bandits, and more than half of the crossbowmen had been killed. He stood among the bandits, his iron armor pierced by more than 10 crossbow bolts and soaked in blood. A fierce and murderous aura arose spontaneously, scaring the bandits to death. One of the bandits tried to launch a sneak attack from behind. He turned around and glared at him, a red light flashing in his eyes. Before he could make a move, the bandit's face suddenly turned ashen, and he was scared to death. Xianxia's heart ached and he flew into a rage. Even if he won this time, his vitality would be greatly damaged. The faces of the other leaders were also unsightly. This Li Qingshan's martial arts were so high that it could be said that it was beyond their imagination. The second leader said, "Leader, don't be anxious. This Li Qingshan has a great spear and armor. Although he looks invulnerable and powerful, he has to carry several hundred kilograms of weight. Even if his martial arts are high, he cannot last for long. Why don't we wait until he is tired and then make a move? We can just recruit more subordinates." In a battle between experts, it was rare for a battle to last for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, it was rare for a battle to last for more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. This was because a battle was fierce and dangerous. One careless move could determine life and death. Martial artists had to burst out their physical strength and willpower in an instant, suppressing their opponent with a spurt of energy. Xianxia calmed his heart. He thought that even if it was him, after shooting the stone splitter bow dozens of times and charging with this kind of equipment, he would not be able to last long. Even if a person had great abilities, once their physical strength was exhausted, they would be at the mercy of others. This was the fearsomeness of a battle formation. It was not just a saying that ants could bite an elephant to death. However, who would have thought that not only was Li Qingshan not tired, he became more and more courageous as he fought. The gourd of spiritual wine he had drunk had a shocking medicinal effect. As it burned in his body, energy continuously surged out. The overlord's spear in his hand turned into a blur. The spear moved with him as he killed to his heart's content. His entire body was bathed in blood. Furthermore, the ox demon's fist of great strength that he cultivated was not something that a mortal martial art could compare to. The thing that bulls were most praised for was not their strength, but their endurance. Seeing more and more bandits die and corpses litter the ground, the second leader's forehead was covered in sweat. What's going on? The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It was as big as a goose's feather as it fell to the ground, covering thousands of mountains. The bandits that fell towards Li Qingshan were immediately swept away by the fierce spear wind. A bandit was sent flying and landed on the ground, dyeing the snow red. The remaining bandits no longer had the slightest bit of ferocity and retreated in panic. Li Qingshan paused the spear in his hand. What a heavy snow! Xianxia decisively ordered. Attack! Together with the other leaders, they flew down together. The bandits' morale was immediately boosted. The seventh leader smashed down with his hammer. The air whistled, and before it even smashed down, it brought along a violent gust of wind. Its power was astonishing and terrifying. He was born with great strength that could kill tigers and bears. The second leader said, "Don't fight him head-on. Come at me." Li Qingshan used the move Overlord carries the cauldron, and the Overlord spear swept upwards. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the hammer and spear collided. The hammer flew back and smashed into the seventh leader's head, causing his brain to burst out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the fourth leader whipped at Li Qingshan's waist. The fifth leader used a demon-headed blade to hack at Li Qingshan's back. The second leader, however, used an iron fan to hide in the momentum and viciously pointed at the back of Li Qingshan's unguarded head. However, the most dangerous thing was still Xianxia's palm that was reaching for his face. Even if Li Qingshan could block these attacks with his ox demon forges its hide and iron armor, the impact would still be unbearable. His body would slow down, and he would fall into a trap if he was not careful. He finally understood why even a veteran like Lu Hong's expression changed when he said he was going to flatten the Black Wind stronghold. He refused to believe it. The danger was unimaginably great. Ox demon stomps the ground. An idea occurred to him. True Qi surged into his right foot, and he stomped heavily on the ground. Within a radius of 3 meters, a small earthquake occurred. The ground cracked and sunk, and shockwaves rolled in all directions. Martial arts focused on strength from the ground and rooting under one's feet. As long as one had not become an immortal that could ride the wind and soar the clouds, they would not be able to leave the ground under their feet. The attacks of the leaders were like the wind, but their feet were firmly planted on the ground. As soon as Li Qingshan's foot landed, they immediately became unsteady. They felt a shockwave attack their feet, and they felt dizzy and wanted to vomit blood. Their attacks were also scattered and powerless, and when they landed on Li Qingshan, they were no longer effective. Only Xianxia's martial arts were the highest, and his palm and claws still maintained their power. Li Qingshan laughed and quickly retreated, avoiding Xianxia's claws. He crashed into the fourth leader behind him, and at the same time, he stabbed his spear at Xianxia's chest. The fourth leader screamed in pain. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he was sent flying. Xianxia pulled back his palm and twisted his body, temporarily avoiding Li Qingshan's dragon-like spear. The fifth leader's martial arts were the weakest, and he had not recovered yet. Li Qingshan let go of the spear and grabbed his head, swinging it to the ground. With a bang, it was like a watermelon being split open, and red and white blood flowed out. He then pulled the Overlord's spear back, and held it horizontally in front of him, assuming the stance of the Overlord's cross. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the attacks of the Black Wind stronghold, and even killed the 4 leaders. Third-rate experts were as weak as children in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. The remaining bandits were stunned as if they had been immobilized. They did not expect their own stronghold to be so weak as the village they had wreaked havoc in. The snow was getting heavier, and the ground was dyed red with blood. Then, it was covered in snow and frozen, forming a tragic scene of red and white. Li Qingshan kicked away the corpse by his feet and grinned. "It's much quieter now. Come, Chief Xiong, I'll give you a quick death." He tilted his head slightly. "And the one behind me. Come at me as well." The second boss, who was dressed like a scholar, no longer had any hint of elegance. The scarf on his head had fallen off, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He had managed to escape from Li Qingshan's hands thanks to his decent movement technique, but his courage had already been shattered. When Li Qingshan glanced at him, he took a step back as if he had been struck by lightning. "Chief, I don't want to die here. I can't let my strategy go to waste." After saying that, the second boss turned around and fled. His body was light, and with a few leaps, he arrived at the entrance of the stronghold. The other bandits scattered as well, fleeing towards the stronghold's entrance. Trash. All of you are trash. Xianxia cursed loudly. If it were not for Li Qingshan stopping him, he would have personally killed these traitors. The instant the second boss was about to escape from the Black Wind stronghold, a dark green blade silently slid past his neck. Firstly, he was not as skilled as Xianxia, and secondly, he had already lost his courage. He only cared about running for his life, so how could he guard against the small blade in the darkness? Blood sprayed out, and his pupils dilated. Even at the moment of his death, he did not know who had killed him. The other fleeing bandits all followed in his footsteps. The pitch-black stronghold's entrance seemed to have become the border of death. Xianxia could not see what had happened in front of the stronghold's entrance. He could only vaguely hear the sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. He knew that those people had probably died. He felt a chill run down his spine. What did you do? Li Qingshan smiled in a flamboyant manner. I killed you, of course. After cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty, Little and was no longer afraid of blood. However, just now, when he fought, his killing intent surged into the sky like a battle formation. Little and could only wander around in the surroundings, unable to get close. However, it was perfect for him to launch a sneak attack. Those bandits that were running around in the dark were simply the best prey. They didn't have the slightest ability to fight back before him, and they stretched out their necks one by one to be executed. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The foundation he had built up for so many years had been destroyed in a day, destroyed in the hands of this brat. All the mountain bandits were guilty of crimes, and he was the only one left. The large Black Wind stronghold was reduced to a ghostly wasteland in an instant. Only the howling of wind and snow remained. Li Qingshan raised his spear and said, "Come." Staring fixedly at Li Qingshan, Xianxia reached his trembling hand into his bosom and took out a pale yellow paper talisman with great care. He had obtained this talisman by accident and it was not easy. It was the real life-saving straw. He did not expect that it would come to this, so he did not have the time to use it. But now, he could not care so much. Li Qingshan could clearly see the bright light on the paper talisman. His heart trembled, and the tip of his spear trembled. True chi gushed out, and he used the final move of the Overlord Spear technique. It was also the most powerful move, world domination. He charged forward, piercing through the air. Xianxia bit the tip of his tongue and spat it on the paper talisman. He flipped his hand and pressed it against his chest. A ball of light exploded, enveloping him. He shouted, "I'm going to kill you." Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The invincible Overlord Spear was blocked by a layer of golden light, unable to move an inch forward. Little and wanted to help Li Qingshan, but under the illumination of the golden light, he could not take a single step forward. Xianxia grabbed the tip of the spear, and Li Qingshan felt a huge force that was not any weaker than his own. He almost lost control of the spear. He immediately used the ox demon. Stomps its hooves, and his feet bit the ground. His gaze was as resolute as a dragon, and he did not take a single step back. The two wrestled, and the iron spear, which was as thick as the mouth of a bull, was twisted into an exaggerated arc. The distance between them gradually closed. 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. Xianxia suddenly raised his palm and slapped down on Li Qingshan's head. His hand was shockingly large, like a bear's palm fan. It did not match the proportions of his body, and now it was enveloped in a layer of light, making it seem even larger. Before the palm even arrived, the whistling wind forced Li Qingshan to be unable to breathe. He let go of the Overlord Spear and retreated. He was scratched by the edge of the palm, and his heavy armor was torn apart like paper. He felt an intense pain in his chest, and it was even more severe than when he was cut by a sword. Bang! Xianxia seemed to be unable to control his own strength. He slapped the ground, and a loud sound rang out. The ground collapsed, and the momentum was even greater than Li Qingshan's just now ox demon stomps its hooves. Li Qingshan finally could not help but be shocked. What is this? How could Xianxia explain? He roared, "It's time for you to die." Vajra Strength Talisman. Once used, it's as if there's a Vajra protecting your body, giving you infinite strength. Oxen appeared out of nowhere and explained indifferently. A bull that could talk. Xianxia was instantly stunned. Brother Bull, why are you here? Oxen said, hurry up and kill him, we still have important matters to attend to. All right. Li Qingshan grabbed the remaining armor on his body and tore it off. He strode toward Xianxia. What Vajra protection? Watch me break your turtle shell. Xianxia's fan-sized palm slammed down, thinking that Li Qingshan was seeking his own death. The true qi in Li Qingshan's body surged violently. Ox Demon Fist of great strength struck out with all his strength. The fist and palm collided, and a loud sound rang out. Under Li Qingshan's feet, the ground collapsed, and the rock shattered. All the bones in his body groaned in pain, and his muscles became numb. However, he did not care, and shouted, again. He punched out again. Boom! The giant palm slammed down, and Li Qingshan sank a few more inches into the ground. Xianxia wanted to smash Li Qingshan into pieces, but Li Qingshan was like a piece of pig iron. No matter how many times he tempered him, he became more and more courageous. The fist and palm clashed more than 10 times, and Li Qingshan's calves were all buried in the ground. Blood seeped out of his mouth and nose, but his expression became more and more determined. Xianxia was, after all, borrowing external force. Although he had infinite strength, his speed of recovery could not keep up. Finally, he revealed an opening. How could Li Qingshan let go of this opportunity? He punched out again, but it was once again dissolved by the spirit light. It's useless, you can't hurt me. Xianxia laughed wildly. Let's see how many punches you can block. Li Qingshan did not give his opponent any time to breathe. His true qi exploded, and he continued to punch out more than 10 times. The spirit light trembled and became fainter. Xianxia retreated, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the spirit light could not completely dissolve the fist force, and his lungs were injured. Xianxia was beaten until he knelt on one knee. He angrily and unwillingly said, You. Die. Li Qingshan pulled out the flying dragon sword on his back and poured all of his true qi into it. The sword vibrated, and a foot-long sword ray appeared. He slashed down with all his strength, cutting into the spirit light. After a moment of hesitation, it smoothly cut down. A head fell to the ground, and it spun a few times. There was still shock and fear on its face. Li Qingshan raised the sword and said, The Black Wind Stronghold's leader has been beheaded. The Black Wind Stronghold has been destroyed. Then he flicked the sword. What a good sword! He did not use this sword from the start, but first used his fists to consume the spirit light of the talisman. Otherwise, when the spirit light was at its peak, not only would he not be able to kill Xianxia, but he would also destroy the sword. Although according to Oxen, this was also a fake spirit weapon that did not make the grade, at least it was more practical. Brother Niu, what is the important matter you mentioned? Only then did Li Qingshan remember what Oxen had said. Using beast blood was only a temporary measure to cultivate the path of white bone and great beauty. If he truly wanted to cultivate it, he needed human blood, and it had to be human blood that had just died and was still warm. The stronger the blood, the better. These bandits were great materials that Oxen had mentioned. Although he did not dare to agree, he did not mind it too much. He moved the corpses of the bandits over and piled them up into a small mountain on the empty ground. The scene was horrifying, and the stench of blood was thick and pungent. Even Li Qingshan himself felt rather shaken. He could not help but ask himself, did I do this? However, he immediately calmed down. This was karma. If these bandits did not end up like this, then the world would be unfair. As long as he had a clear conscience, there was no need for him to feel conflicted or regret. Afterwards, he followed Oxen's instructions and placed the jar containing Little N's white bones upside down on the mountain of corpses. Little N danced around nervously until he heard Li Qingshan say, Go. He turned into a breeze and dove into the jar. The mountain of corpses trembled. The blood that had been flowing downwards suddenly began to flow backwards towards the jar. The jar also began to tremble violently, and the stench of blood grew fainter and fainter. After a long while, there was a series of cracking sounds. Cracks appeared on the jar, revealing streaks of red light, as if they were congealing blood. Li Qingshan frowned and held his breath. The scene before him seemed too much like some kind of terrifying and evil ritual. It was as if some kind of demon was about to be born. With a bang, the jar exploded. A blood-red skeleton sat on the mountain of corpses. 2 balls of blood-red flames burned in its eye sockets. It was clearly an extremely strange and terrifying scene, but the little skeleton's hands were pressed together like an old monk sitting in meditation. It actually gave off a holy feeling of enlightenment, as if it had seen through life and death. The horrifying mountain of corpses vaguely seemed like a lotus throne where a Buddha sat in meditation. The pale white arms that stretched out were like pure white lotus petals. It was extremely strange. Li Qingshan called out tentatively, "Little Anne?" The little skeleton raised its head and the blood flames flickered. It turned into a blood shadow and pounced over. Its speed was so fast that even Li Qingshan was taken aback. This was even faster than Yang Anji's lightness skills. He instinctively wanted to block or even counterattack, but he stopped himself and allowed the little skeleton to barge into his arms. It then slammed into his chest with a thud and slid down. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that Little and had fallen to the ground and was shaking her head. She looked like she couldn't control her speed at all. Little and stood up and looked up at Li Qingshan. From his eyes, he saw his current appearance. It was as if he suddenly realized that he was no longer a ghost. He looked down at his tiny, bony hands, and then at his body. Then, he began to tremble violently. Then, he squatted on the ground and covered his face with his hands. Although there wasn't any sound coming out, Li Qingshan could clearly feel that he was crying. As a ghost, at least he still had a human form. No one would be able to remain calm after turning into such a horrifying, inhuman appearance. Not to mention that he was just a child. Li Qingshan felt a pain in his heart. His heart that was as hard as iron in the massacre suddenly softened. He rubbed his sour nose and squatted down with a smile. He touched Little Anne's head and said, "Why are you like this? Aren't you pretty cute? In the past, only you could touch me, and I couldn't touch you. Now it's fair." Little Anne raised his head. The blood flames in his eye sockets were a little brighter. He stretched out his arms and gently hugged Li Qingshan. He put his head on Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan spread out his arms and hugged him tightly. In the wind and snow, under the mountain of corpses, a teenager and a small skeleton were hugging each other. They seemed to feel a kind of warmth from each other's cold bodies. Oxen looked on silently from the side. There was no longer the usual mocking look in his eyes. Little and had the temperament of a child after all. His mood quickly improved. He curiously experimented with his new body. One moment, he would randomly walk on the ground. The next moment, he would pick up a single blade that the bandits had dropped and swing it wildly. Sometimes, he would leap several feet into the air, but inevitably, he would fall down with a thud and fall to the ground. Li Qingshan was greatly alarmed. He was afraid that Little Anne would fall and shatter his slender bones. However, he saw Little Anne turn over and stand up. Scratching his head, he remembered that he was no longer a ghost and couldn't fly. However, he wasn't disappointed and continued to run wildly in the wind and snow. Only then did Li Qingshan relax. He revealed a smile. Perhaps it was because he loved the house and its crow, he really didn't think that Little Anne was scary. The little skeleton's various childish movements actually had a strange kind of cuteness. However, other people definitely wouldn't think so. He turned to Oxen and asked, "Is Little Anne going to be like this for the rest of his life?" Oxen said, "There's nothing wrong with this. How many people pray to the gods and Buddha to become like this, yet they still can't? However, allowing a Yin spirit to cultivate a physical body is something that normal people can forget about. Although it's an ability of the demonic path, it isn't countered by any Buddhist or Taoist arts. Moreover, it progresses at a godly speed and is extraordinarily powerful. If this ability were to spread, I guarantee that it would be 10,000 times more effective than the spiritual ginseng in your possession. Whether it's Buddhists, Taoists, or demons, they would all come to steal it. If someone else gave you a feast, could you still blame the cutlery for not being good?" Li Qingshan could only smile bitterly. "I knew it. The path of white bone and great beauty sounds much more powerful than the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Not only was it so fast that he almost failed to react to it, but when he turned around, he saw Little and swinging the 7th boss's huge metal hammer that weighed around 50 kilograms. Then, due to his hands being too small, he lost his grip on the handle. The metal hammer flew several dozen meters away and crashed into a wall. The current Little and could slaughter the entire Black Wind stronghold alone. He would definitely be able to do so with even more ease than Li Qingshan. Moreover, the master of the Black Wind stronghold had somehow found a talisman that could contend against his strength of 1 ox. For a bandit leader like him to obtain it, it definitely could not be anything impressive. He could not help but feel a hint of doubt towards the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. He absorbed the essence blood of over 100 people, so of course he's not weak. If he wants to revert to human form, it's actually not difficult. Oxen snickered and changed the topic, ignoring Li Qingshan's doubts. As expected, Li Qingshan threw his own matters to the back of his mind. Is that true? What should I do? Oxen said, firstly, once you cultivate the path of white bone and great beauty to a certain level, you'll be able to transform into anything. You'll be able to transform into anything you want. Li Qingshan nodded. The Buddhists speak of skeletons made of powder. They've always been able to see through reality and illusion, but this probably isn't something that can be achieved in a short period of time. After all, it's an illusion. Oxen said, there's another shortcut. That's by using the blood of others. Before long, you'll be able to regrow flesh from white bones, regrow flesh, and reconstruct a physical body. Li Qingshan said in shock, doesn't that mean Little and has come back to life? Oxen shook his head. He's neither alive nor dead, neither dead nor alive, but from a mortal's point of view, there's no difference from coming back to life. All right. Li Qingshan felt excited. Don't celebrate too early. You'll have to handle this troublesome matter. You can't expose him before everyone and leave behind too many traces. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when people come knocking on your door to purge demons. Oxen said nothing more. Only when Li Qingshan turned around did he say, you can practice the tiger demon's fist of bone forging once you get back. Training an ox without training a tiger still isn't an ability. Li Qingshan paused, but he did not stop. No matter where this path led to, he would continue onwards without looking back. It was for himself, as well as for the child in front of him. Oxen placed all of his attention on Li Qingshan. He had taught Little and the path of white bone and great beauty because of Li Qingshan. Was the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers he had taught Li Qingshan really just a clumsy, mediocre ability? Li Qingshan searched through the Black Wind stronghold for spoils of war. Little and followed behind him with a series of thuds. Very soon, he found a granary. The granary was filled with food that had been plundered from various villages, prepared for winter. Who knew how many people had died of hunger and cold? Afterwards, he found a warehouse filled with various miscellaneous items, as well as an armory. The warehouse was mostly filled with things like alcohol, meat, salt, and so on. The armory was filled with regular weapons, and none of them were on par with the soaring dragon sword in his hand, so he did not take them seriously. However, he was unable to find the most important treasury no matter how he searched. Instead, he found quite a lot of silver and banknotes in the rooms of the various bosses. The Black Wind stronghold had been in Xinjiang for many years, so who knew how much gold and silver they had accumulated? There might even be talismans among them. In the end, it was Little and who was more meticulous. He discovered an extremely well-hidden mechanism in Xianxia's bedroom. Activating the mechanism, a secret door appeared. Opening the secret door, the gold and silver utensils shone with jewels and jewels, almost dazzling him. A wooden box contained a stack of silver banknotes, which amounted to over 10,000 taels. However, the most valuable items were probably the paintings and antiques that he could not name. Even Li Qingshan felt rather dazzled. He casually picked up an item, yet he would spend half a day admiring and fiddling with it, highlighting his true colors of a country bumpkin. Even with his 2 lives combined, he had never seen so much gold and silver. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the other talisman after searching for a while. He thought that if Xianxia really had such a good thing, he would have kept it with him as a trump card. He wouldn't have left it in such a place to rot. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Little and didn't care about the gold, silver, and jewelry, as if he was tired of playing with weapons. Instead, he took out the paintings from the big porcelain bottle in the corner of the treasury and looked at them. However, he didn't look like he was playing with them. Instead, he looked at them seriously. Some of the scrolls were just thrown to the ground after a single glance, as if they were fakes. Li Qingshan went up, but he saw that the paintings were either elegant landscapes, flowers, birds, and people, or they were written in some strange calligraphy style. He couldn't understand 9 out of 10 words. In any case, they were all ancient, and he couldn't tell the difference. Suddenly, he remembered that he was basically illiterate in this world. There was no chance for him to learn in the mountain village, nor was there a need for him to learn. He probably couldn't even recognize all the words. He would have to make up for this when he had the chance. However, he was very surprised. You can understand them? Little and nodded. Although he couldn't speak, he gestured at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan understood very quickly. As it turned out, Little and had remembered many things after he achieved initial mastery of the path of white bone and great beauty and turned into a skeleton. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue and said, "Looks like you might be able to remember where your home is very soon. You can appreciate paintings at such a young age, so you must have a very profound family background. Perhaps you're not from an ordinary wealthy family." Hearing Li Qingshan say that, Little and became confused instead. Even though he was naive, he knew that his current appearance was shameful. Even if he could find his way back to his home, would he be able to see his family? Li Qingshan comforted him. "Don't worry, I have a way. You'll be fine very soon. I guarantee that you'll be no different from other children." Little and immediately became happy. Although he had no idea what Li Qingshan's method was, he trusted him instinctively. Hearing this from outside, Oxen was surprised. This was not just from an ordinary wealthy family. This little ghost's soul had clearly been cleansed and strengthened by someone's power, which was why it was so tough. He was able to withstand the witch's random refinement, and his soul did not disperse. Instead, he had the ability to control objects. Perhaps Li Qingshan did not know, but Oxen knew very well just how high the path of white bone and great beauty demanded in terms of talent. Even he was rather surprised that Little and was able to grasp it so smoothly. This was probably not just because he was talented, but because he had used some sort of spiritual medicine or technique to awaken his spiritual intelligence. Little and unfurled another scroll painting, and a spiritual light suddenly rose up in the room, overshadowing the brilliance of all the gold, silver, and jewels. Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart. He sensed an extremely sharp sword chi assaulting him. It was actually 10 times more terrifying than when he faced Yang Anji's fatal strike in the restaurant. He instinctively grabbed Little and pulled him behind him. The scroll painting fell to the ground, but it did not unleash the terrifying attack he had imagined. After resting for a moment, Li Qingshan carefully picked up the scroll, only to find that it was not a painting, but calligraphy. The calligraphy was extremely messy, and he could not even recognize a single word. It did not really look like cursive calligraphy. There were no characters in the entire scroll, only random strokes and strokes. However, the force of the strokes penetrated the back of the paper, making it look extremely imposing. Every single stroke was like a sword mark left behind by a supreme swordsman on a stone wall. There was a depth to it that would not be worn away even with the passage of time. Oxen said, "Kid, you're quite lucky. You actually found a true spiritual artifact." A spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He played with the scroll painting in his hand, his heart filled with joy. He rubbed Little An's bony head. "What a good little Ann." Little An saw that he was happy, and also lowered his head in joy. "How do I use this thing?" Oxen said, "Try injecting your true chi into it." Li Qingshan had fought a great battle in the Black Wind stronghold. He had mainly relied on his own strength, so he did not consume much of his true chi. He still had more than half of it left. However, when he tried to inject his true chi into the scroll painting, the true chi in his body poured out like crazy, and all his true chi was sucked into the scroll painting. When his true chi was completely depleted, a stroke on the scroll just now lit up. With a flash of light, a skimming flew out, passing through a gold and silver treasure chest, and landed on the stone wall of the secret room. There was no shocking sound. After a while, the treasure chest split into two. Only then did Li Qingshan come back to his senses. He went forward to take a look, and saw that as long as the skimming passed by the gold and silver ingots, they would all be cut in half. The cut surface was clean and shiny. He then went to check the stone wall, and found that there was an extremely thin and deep mark on the thick stone wall. Li Qingshan finally understood why Oxen didn't like the shining knife, and even disdained the flying dragon sword, which was regarded as a godly weapon by ordinary people. Compared with real spiritual weapons, they were indeed inferior. If Xianxia used the spiritual weapon, he would be the one who died here today. However, ordinary martial artists would not be able to see the spiritual light. The antique calligraphy and paintings here were not collected by Xianxia, that uncouth man. Instead, it was the second boss who was dressed like a scholar. He could see that this calligraphy was somewhat extraordinary, but he could not tell what was so extraordinary about it. Even if he could see it, ordinary martial artists couldn't use spiritual weapons with their internal energy. Xianxia had to bite his tongue and use his blood to activate the magic charms. Once the scroll was rolled up, it didn't show any light, which benefited Li Qingshan. Oxen said, "It seems that this spiritual weapon is not complete, but only a part." Li Qingshan took a look. Indeed, many strokes were broken at the edge of the paper, as if they were cut by someone. Oxen had a good eye. This spiritual weapon doesn't seem to be made on purpose, but more like it was drawn randomly. The sword chi and sword momentum were integrated into the tip of the brush to stimulate the sword chi. If you want to, you might be able to learn a sword art from it. Also, once a spiritual weapon is cut, it will be destroyed. The person who wrote this calligraphy is really something. Li Qingshan knew Oxen's temperament very well. He was always arrogant, so saying something was already a great comment. Li Qingshan looked at the calligraphy more carefully, trying to learn a sword art from it. He thought that since Sherpatian, as an illiterate, could understand the Ode to the Gallant, which even the martial artists couldn't understand, he, as a semi-illiterate, should have some advantage. However, he couldn't find anything. The more he looked, the more he felt it was powerful, so he had to give up. Little N stared at the scroll, and the bloody flame flickered. Suddenly, he picked up a scroll on the ground and waved it in the air. A gust of wind rose in the treasury, and the scroll brought up a series of afterimages, making whooshing sounds in the air. It was as if the scroll in Little N's hand was not a scroll, but a real sword. The little skeleton holding the scroll and waving it around should have been strange and amusing, but in Li Qingshan's eyes, he could faintly see an elegant swordsman waving his sword around. He couldn't help but murmur, "Fairy tales are all lies. What do you mean by an illiterate learning martial arts faster? It's all nonsense." Oxen glanced at Li Qingshan and clicked his tongue. Comprehension. Li Qingshan didn't think that his comprehension was bad. He had made rapid progress in the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, and had even been praised by Oxen. If it wasn't a problem with him, then it could only be said that Little N's comprehension was really too high. Of course, it might also be because he knew calligraphy. After Little N finished the last move, he resolutely put away his sword. The scroll broke into pieces and turned to dust. Then, he looked at Li Qingshan. Although he couldn't even make an expression, the bloody flame was clearly flashing with the emotion of "come and praise me." Li Qingshan touched his skull. So smart. Little N immediately became happy. Seeing that Li Qingshan was a little hurt, he wrote on his palm, "I'll teach you." Li Qingshan smiled. "All right then, it seems that I still have a lot to learn. But first, I'll help you find a new home." From the antique vases, he found a thick porcelain jar and weighed it. "It seems too small." Shaoan split up into pieces again and flew in with a clatter, which made Li Qingshan leap in fright. He glanced into the jar and saw a tiny skull with a pair of blood-red flames staring at him with great interest. Alright, he thought that raising a little ghost was strange enough, but now it seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. He said, "Good night," and sealed the jar. Li Qingshan picked up the jar and stuffed the banknotes into his bosom. He only brought the scroll out. Then, he sealed the secret room again. Finally, he found some kerosene. Other than the granary and the warehouse, he sprinkled it on every camp and started a big fire. Since ancient times, killing and arson were always linked together. Even in the wind and snow, the fire quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge fire, causing Li Qingshan's face to turn red. Li Qingshan then sprinkled the kerosene on the mountain of corpses. No one knew if these corpses, which had their essence blood sucked out by little and would be noticed by others. So, he decided to just burn them as well. On the mountain path, after a difficult night of marching, the bandit hunting squad finally neared the Black Wind stronghold. Just when Huang Bingge thought it was too late, a red light suddenly shone from the horizon. He was shocked. Could it be? He immediately ordered, "Hurry up." After crossing a mountain ridge, Huang Bingge was stunned. Lu Hong was also stunned. Even the people who had rushed to the mountain ridge with them were speechless. The insufferably arrogant and infamous Black Wind stronghold was currently burning, turning into a sea of fire. Could it be that this was all done by that person? This question arose in everyone's hearts. After recovering from their shock, the squad charged down the mountain ridge at their fastest speed. They arrived in front of the Black Wind stronghold and hesitantly passed through the broken stronghold gate. Then, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. Within the sea of fire, the snow on the plaza was dyed bright red by blood and flames. All sorts of broken weapons were stabbed into the ground. Li Qingshan sat in the center, repairing himself. Behind him was a mountain of burning corpses. 400 to 500 people stopped. Huang Bingge and Lu Hong were no exception. This youth exuded an aura that made people not dare to approach him, as if he was a demon god. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. "You're here." 2 balls of fire were reflected in his clear eyes, but it made people feel as if the fire had been ignited from the bottom of his heart. No one answered him. Li Qingshan had killed people, set fires, and tested arcane artifacts. He had completely depleted all of his physical strength and true qi. As soon as he sat down, he felt a deep sense of exhaustion, so he just meditated and rested. Within the sea of fire, the best place for him to rest was this empty space. Even he had never thought he would give others such an impact. As a regular person, Yi Dachuan did not understand as much as Huang Bingge and Lu Hong. He went up and asked, "Did you do all of this?" However, he never dared to look at the mountain of corpses behind Li Qingshan the entire time. The scorching sensation and the smell of roasted meat made him dizzy. Li Qingshan nodded and leapt up. "Li Qingshan has destroyed the Black Wind stronghold here. I have fulfilled my promise to the people of Crouching Ox Village, to Sir, and to myself." Huang Bingge and Lu Hong, on the other hand, noticed the crossbows among the scattered weapons. They understood the terror of these things the best. Just what kind of martial arts gave him such strength? Lu Hong knew he could not do what Li Qingshan had done. Even if the bandits did not move at all and lined up for him to hit, he would still be exhausted, not to mention that the bandits wielded various weapons and had many masters watching over them. "Thank you, everyone, for your assistance." Li Qingshan thanked Yi Dachuan, Huang Bingge, and Lu Hong one by one. No matter what their motives were, help was help, and their reward was the remaining granaries, warehouses, and armory of the Black Wind stronghold. As for the treasury, it had always been well hidden. With the fire, even the secret door had been destroyed. If they wanted to enter again, they could only move the rubble, find the right position, and force their way in. Everyone in the bandit hunting army was beaming with joy and sighed in relief. They had originally been worried, thinking that they would have to fight the Black Wind Mountain bandits to the death. Now, they could move the spoils of war without a drop of blood on their swords. It was great. They could even brag to others when they returned. Yi Dachuan, Huang Bingge, Lu Hong, and Li Qingshan stood together and watched everyone move the items. Li Qingshan seemed to be the leader. Other than the wine gourd at his waist and the flying dragon sword on his back, Li Qingshan also had a new porcelain jar at his waist and a painting scroll on his back. Naturally, the porcelain jar contained little An. He had absorbed the essence blood of so many bandits in one go, so he needed some time to digest and absorb it. As for the painting scroll, it was a spirit artifact he had obtained. Because it was calligraphy and could emit sword chi, he named it the cursive sword calligraphy. These two items attracted the attention of the other three, but he did not say, and no one tactfully asked. No matter what it was his spoils of war, and he could not allow others to touch it. Li Qingshan said, Chief Hunting's injuries are not serious, right? Huang Binga said, don't worry, my blade is accurate. There won't be any injuries. Li Qingshan was startled, and then he laughed loudly. As expected of an experienced person. The human heart was complicated. It was moved by emotions and changed by benefits. There was falsehood in the truth, and truth in the falsehood. Right and wrong, gratitude and grudges could not be calculated, and there was no need to. With a smile, all gratitude and grudges were forgotten. Huang Bingu also laughed loudly, but he suddenly withdrew his smile. But the difficult part is yet to come. Little Black walked up and bowed deeply to this person who was about the same age as him. I've let you down. Today's scene had thoroughly shocked him. If such a person became an enemy of the Drawn Rains village, how terrifying would that be? Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and walked out of Black Wind's stronghold. It's almost daybreak. Beyond the layers of red clouds, a bright light appeared in the east, and the fire was gradually extinguished. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. By the way, Hunting Chief, did the nickname Descended Tiger come from you? Maybe? Huang Binga did not expect him to say this. Li Qingshan said, can you change it? Huang Binga was startled, then smiled bitterly. This kind of name was spread among the people of the Jianghu. He had merely happened to be there, so how could he have the right to change it? Li Qingshan didn't know that he would soon have a new title. Black Tiger Li Qingshan. Yi Dachuan felt a deep regret at not being able to find the treasury of the Black Wind stronghold in the end, but he did not show it on his face. Occasionally, his gaze would meet the advisors, and they were both excited and overjoyed. A great merit, a great merit. Even though it was Li Qingshan's doing, Li Qingshan was the constable he had found, so he, as the county magistrate, could not miss out on the credit. He was already imagining the expression of his cheap brother-in-law, who looked down on him, when he received the news. Ha 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 ha, the Black Wind stronghold that several county magistrates could not quell was quelled by me as soon as I took office. Yi Dachuan laughed wildly and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Of course, this is all thanks to you, Constable Li. I will definitely report this to the magistrate, who is my brother-in-law, to commend you for your contributions and help you get promoted and rich. Ha 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 ha. Constable Li? Li Qingshan only just remembered that he had this title. He smiled and said, thank you, Lord Yi, for your praise. Not a problem, not a problem. The army set off to return to the city. Li Qingshan had nothing to do, so he followed the army slowly. Along the way, everyone discovered that he was not as terrifying as they had imagined him to be. They gradually gathered around him, calling him constable and young hero. Even Li Qingshan, who had never experienced such treatment before, felt extremely satisfied. Compared to his mediocrity in his past life, the Crouching Ox village was in dire straits. This was what a good man should be like. He definitely did not pretend to be aloof or be indifferent to fame and fortune. Not only did he love fame and fortune, but he also loved wine, meat, and beauties. He had everything in the world. Huang Binga bid farewell and returned to the Drawn Rains village to retrieve the tiger bone alcohol that Li Qingshan wanted. Li Qingshan said, if you have any ginseng, feel free to send it over. I'm willing to buy it for a high price. After dealing with this matter, he could truly begin practicing the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Although Oxen was very secretive about it, Li Qingshan could sense that this ordinary-looking ability contained mysteries that he had yet to comprehend. And even if it really was just an ordinary ability, it was not something that any martial arts could compare to. It was extremely important to him. Although he was greedy for fame and fortune, he wasn't blinded by it. Tao Taoran had forgotten where he was. The current prosperity was just the calm before the storm. There were more and bigger challenges ahead. If he didn't prepare in advance, he would be defeated. However, not only did he not feel fear, but he even became slightly excited. He was just short of yelling for the storm to come even fiercer. This was the life that he had chosen. Although the roads were easy to travel during the day, they were unable to move quickly because they were carrying a great pile of supplies. Only when evening arrived did the group arrive at the city gates of Qingyang City. Just now, did they hear the deafening sound of gongs and firecrackers. Li Qingshan asked, "Is there a festival today?" Lu Hong said, "No, it must be to welcome you. The district magistrate has sent people back to report this beforehand." Sure enough, as soon as they entered the city, a warm aura flooded their faces. Despite it being winter, the streets were packed with people. What had happened in Qingyang City last night had shocked everyone in the city. As a result, everyone had been rather absent-minded during the day. Only when the news arrived did the entire city erupt into an uproar. Li Qingshan smiled and welcomed the crowd. At the same time, he could clearly sense a few hostile gazes from the tea house on the side of the street. He thought, "They've come so quickly. Humph, frogs at the bottom of a well. We've just destroyed a stronghold. Senior brother, when do we do it?" In the tea house, a woman in blue with a plain appearance but brimming with arrogance said, "There's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer." The senior brother who sat before her was a horse-faced man in his 30s. He was in his 30s, but his fingers were long and slender. His waist bulged, and his eyes shone brightly. He could tell with a single glance that he was a master of hidden weapons with great inner force. "We've made it just in time. If the news spreads, who knows how many people will come to steal it. Why don't we strike first and gain the upper hand? I don't think I can kill 200 bandits by myself. The descended tiger is in full swing right now, so he'll be difficult to deal with." The horse-faced man shook his head. They had only managed to come across this opportunity in Qingyang City, so they wanted to take advantage of it. It's better to be cautious in the Jianghu. It's better not to get the spiritual ginseng than to put yourself in danger. There are other people here, let them test the waters first. The long-faced man's earnest advice only made the lady in blue look down on him. "Master said that you have to listen to me when you're outside." The long-faced man was also angry. "If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag me down. If you're not Master's daughter, I would have left long ago." He was deeply aware of the dangers of the Jianghu. If he was not careful, even if he managed to get the spiritual ginseng, he would probably be killed. If Li Qingshan was a clever person, he would immediately offer up the spiritual ginseng, or he would be dead for sure. No, even if he did offer it up, the person who received it would definitely silence him to prevent the news from leaking out and being hunted down by everyone. The long-faced man looked at Li Qingshan and the crowd as if he was looking at a dead man. He took a sip of tea. Even if he couldn't get the spiritual ginseng, it would be a wonderful thing to see such a lucky young talent die in the dangerous Jianghu. It was the restaurant where the intense battle had taken place last night again. Li Qingshan sat in the seat of honor, receiving the fearful gazes of the aristocrats and cup after cup of fine alcohol. When he drank a cup, he suddenly stopped and looked at the rippling alcohol in the cup. Following his movement, the restaurant quietened down. An aristocrat asked carefully, "Arrestor Li, what's wrong?" Li Qingshan said lightly, "This wine is poisoned." He casually poured the wine on the ground. White smoke immediately rose, showing the intensity of the poison. This poison was colorless and odorless. If he hadn't activated his spiritual eyes and been careful enough to see the strangeness in the wine, he would have been poisoned by now. The aristocrat's face turned pale. He was the one who poured the wine for Li Qingshan just now. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It wasn't me." Li Qingshan suddenly stood up. When the aristocrat was about to cry for help, he saw Li Qingshan look at the waiter at the side. "You're the one who poisoned it, right?" This was almost beast-like intuition, a sensitive reaction to killing intent and hostility. "I don't think I've seen him before." "He's not the waiter here," an aristocrat said. The waiter panicked and cried out for his innocence. Suddenly, he saw a fist hurtling towards him. Before the fist had even arrived, the gust of wind from it had already rushed over, suffocating him. He could no longer afford to hide anymore. A dagger slid out of his sleeve and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's abdomen viciously. With a dull thud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the waiter's chest caved in. His body flew out of the building and landed on the street. He still held the knife tightly, its tip bent. Li Qingshan behaved as if nothing had happened. He turned around and said, "Let's keep drinking." He knew this was not even an appetizer. But no one could drink. Li Qingshan said, Sir Yi, the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Xianxia, has publicly assaulted and killed an official, and he's now fled. Have you issued a warrant for his arrest? Yi Dachuan said, yes. I will definitely mention this in the official document I send to the prefect. We cannot stay for long in a den of bandits like the Dragon's Gate sect. As a constable, I am willing to wipe out the Dragon's Gate sect and capture Xianxia. What do you think, Lord Master? The aristocrats were horrified. The Dragon's Gate sect was probably going to follow in the footsteps of the Black Wind stronghold. Fortunately, most of them had summoned their descendants back as soon as possible. Yi Dachuan looked at the sky and said, Is it too late? Li Qingshan said, Thank you for your concern, Lord Master. I'll be back soon. Since he could not drink, he would find something to do. He would not let the culprit behind all this go, the Dragon's Gate sect. He would not give his enemies a chance to rest and recuperate. Comrade Lei Feng had once taught us to treat our comrades as warm as spring and our enemies as cruel and merciless as winter. The Dragon's Gate sect sat on the Dragon's Gate mountain 5 kilometers away from the city. When Li Qingshan left the city gates, he did not take the main road. Instead, he made his way up the Dragon's Gate in a hurry. As soon as he made it out of the city gates, 2 black figures tailed him, but they were not the senior brother and junior sister. They just happened to be in the vicinity of Qingyang City and had heard the news of the spiritual ginseng. The waiter who had poisoned the spiritual ginseng happened to be their companion. He had been waiting below the restaurant the entire time, waiting to poison Li Qingshan to death and flee immediately after obtaining the spiritual ginseng. If they failed, the 3 of them would take action together. However, all they saw was the waiter's corpse being tossed out. Afterwards, Li Qingshan leapt out of the window as well, heading straight out of the city. They looked at one another. He's escaping. They could not help but follow him. Although the straight line distance was 5 kilometers, he had to traverse mountains and ridges along the way, so it was not a measly 5 kilometers. Li Qingshan strode forward, leaving behind a deep footprint with each step. When he came across ditches and ridges, he would slow down and stop for a moment. As it seemed, there was a reason why people described him as clumsy and heavy. This was because the ox demon's fist of great strength focused on practicing the body, not qi. It did not have any techniques to lighten the body or lift qi at all. He only channeled true qi into his feet instinctively when he ran, allowing him to move slightly faster. But at this moment, his situation was a little special. His spine was twisted in a strange way, and he kept adjusting his body as he ran, as if he was stretching his waist. His neck was also constantly twisting, and he was also panting heavily. His heart was beating like a drum, and white steam rose from his body, but it was actually his sweat. Running should have been effortless for him, but he actually felt like he was bearing a great burden. However, his footsteps became faster and faster. With each step, he seemed more graceful. His body bent forward as his arms drooped down. He was like a humanoid wild beast, running through the forest faster and faster. In the pitch-black forest, the trees rapidly approached him before being quickly thrown behind again. Suddenly, a precipitous hill that stood 20 to 30 meters tall appeared before him. If it were him in the past, he definitely would have stopped and thought about how he could make his way around it or climb up. But now, not only did he not stop, but he even sped up towards the hill. As soon as he reached the bottom of the hill, he lowered his body and pushed off with his feet, leaping up. He extended his hands and grabbed 2 protruding rocks. With another push, he leapt up the hill. The entire movement was completed in a single stroke, just like a vicious tiger scaling a mountain. This form was the tiger demon climbs the mountain. From the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Oxen had already passed on the tiger demon's fist of bone forging to Li Qingshan. He had spent the entire time on his way back to Qingyang City studying it. With the accumulation from the ox demon's fist of great strength, it was much easier. He grasped the method very quickly and experimented with it as he ran. These were the 3 most basic forms of the 9 forms of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. The tiger demon flexes its spine, the tiger demon stretches its back, and the tiger demon bumps its head. These were the foundations of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. The other forms used them as a foundation. However, increasing the burden on his body wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was a great thing. Although Ox Demon's fist of great strength bestowed extraordinary strength, endurance, and defensive abilities, he often felt that it was a waste. His strength was great, but if he wasn't fast enough, it would be useless if he couldn't land a hit. That was why he had no choice but to take the risk when dealing with Xianxia. With greater endurance, he could hold out for longer, but in a life-and-death battle, it was all about the speed of a spark and myriad changes in the blink of an eye. If he didn't land a hit, he would flee 1,000 miles away. There weren't many opportunities to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. With a strong defense, he could bully experts who used their fists, but if he used a sword or sharp blade, he might not be able to withstand the so-called needle-pricking cowhide. Moreover, it was better to hit someone than to take a beating. However, Tiger Demon's fist of bone forging solved these problems from the root. It allowed him to explode his strength and stamina in an instant, greatly increasing his speed. Other than Tiger Demon climbs the mountain, there were 2 other forms of Tiger Demon's fist of bone forging. Tiger Demon leaps over the ravine and Tiger Demon descends the mountain. They contained all the movements of leaping up and down, pouncing forward and retreating. It was truly like a ferocious tiger passing through the forest, coming and going like the wind. Xianxia stopped in his tracks and let his wildly beating heart slowly calm down. He closed his eyes and tried to comprehend the feeling of just now. At the same time, he was also waiting. The 2 black figures' qigong was actually quite good. After a while, they walked out of the forest. Using the bright snowy light, they immediately saw Xianxia on the hillside. At the same time, they felt a fierce and dangerous aura. Xianxia stood with his arms crossed. "You're just 2 third-rate masters, yet you're bold enough to chase after me. How bold of you. Since you've come, then leave your lives behind." Before the 2 of them could reply, he immediately shifted from stillness to lunge down. Tiger Demon descends the mountain. The descended tiger, Xianxia. However, the 2 of them remembered Xianxia's nickname at the same time. Not only did Xianxia find this nickname unpleasant, but even they found it hilariously tacky when they first heard it. However, when the shadow approached them, neither of them could laugh. They hated themselves for believing in the rumors and getting greedy. They didn't expect Xianxia, a fledgling, to be so strong. Xianxia released the news of the spiritual ginseng, but he definitely wouldn't mention the scandal of him being played mahjong. As for the matter of Xianxia destroying the Black Wind stronghold by himself, because it was too bizarre, they didn't believe it either. They only saw Xianxia return to the city with 2 famous experts and several hundred people. It was already too late to escape. Tiger Demon steals heart. Xianxia's hands formed claws and pierced into their chests. With a grab and pull, he pulled out 2 blood-red hearts that were still beating. In addition to the 3 basic moves of strength training, Tiger Demon flexes its spine, Tiger Demon stretches its waist, and Tiger Demon touches its head. There were also the 3 sweeping moves of Tiger Demon leaps over the ravine, Tiger Demon climbs the mountain, and Tiger Demon descends the mountain. The Tiger Demon fist of bone forging also had 3 moves that were purely used to kill and injure. They were Tiger Demon steals heart, Tiger Demon rips the goat, and Tiger Demon roars. It was several times more ferocious than the Ox Demon fist of great strength. Little and, come. The porcelain jar opened and Little and flew out. The blood color on his body had faded, leaving behind only a layer of red. He had basically returned to the appearance of a white skeleton. Xianxia clenched his fist. Blood dripped onto the white bones and instantly seeped in. This was the so-called blood of a living person. Such a cultivation method was evil and terrifying to the extreme. However, Xianxia didn't feel the slightest discomfort. It wasn't just because these 2 people wanted to harm him and there was nothing wrong with killing them. He smelled the thick stench of blood and a cruel delight surged from the bottom of his heart. The red light in the depths of his eyes also became more and more dazzling. In the eyes of mortals, oxen had always been relatively honest and docile creatures. Although they had their moments of violence, they couldn't compare to tigers that hunted for food. It was the same for the fist techniques named after these 2 beasts. If the Ox Demon fist of great strength had only strengthened his bloodlust, then the tiger demon fist of bone forging had completely stimulated the murderous nature in his heart. Those who were good at fighting liked to fight, and those who were good at killing liked to kill. This was the common sense of the world. Li Qingshan used his blood-stained hand to rub Little An's head and said gently, "Come out and get some fresh air." Although he didn't know how a skeleton could get some fresh air, Little An still happily climbed onto Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan took off, but he didn't know that not long after he left, another two people rushed over. They were the long-faced man and the woman in blue from the tea house. The two of them were experienced in the Jianghu after all. They were not the scions of the Dragon's Gate sect. Even the woman in blue paled slightly when she saw the scene. Humph, the three Banes of Yao. To think that these three pieces of trash would dare set their sights on the spirit ginseng. Senior brother, he left the city to challenge the Dragon's Gate sect. This is a good opportunity for us. Once both sides are heavily injured, we'll be the Oriole behind them. We'll take the spirit ginseng and leave. Shut up. The long-faced man squatted down to examine the corpse. When he heard the woman in blue's plan, he cut her off with a livid expression. Let's go. We'll leave now. The further we go, the better. The woman in blue shouted, "What did you say?" Although the three Banes of Yao are not impressive figures, they do have some skills. Ignoring the fact that the three Banes are skilled in poison, the martial arts of the first and second Banes are pretty good. Even if they worked together, I would have to put in a lot of effort. However, now that I'm on guard, I can't even withstand a single black tiger steals the heart before my heart was dug out. This Li Qingshan is not someone we can deal with. The rumors of the Black Wind stronghold might be true, the long-faced man said calmly, but his voice trembled slightly. The horse-faced man spoke calmly, but his voice was slightly trembling. He could imagine what would happen if he were to be incited to attack. We're using hidden weapons to launch sneak attacks. Are we supposed to fight him head-on? As long as we use our movement techniques to open up a distance, it will be fine. Senior brother, you're really too cowardly. Riches come from danger. If we obtain the spirit ginseng. The woman in blue chattered on. When she mentioned the spirit ginseng, her eyes lit up. Pa. There was a clear slap. The woman in blue covered her face in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me? The long-faced man said, if you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag me along. Go back and tell Master. Let's see if Master will punish me or praise me. He swung his hand and left. The woman in blue was stunned for a while, but she still chased after him. Senior brother, how can you do this? The Dragon Gate mountain was towering on the ground. The mountain was steep and precipitous. There were cliffs on three sides, especially on the east side. It was as if it had been chopped out by an axe. The cliff was several hundred feet high. It was straight up and down. Even monkeys would find it difficult to climb it. However, at this moment, the dark eastern cliff flickered with sparks of fire as it flew up quickly. After killing the three evils of Yao, Li Qingshan rushed through the mountains and forests. There were no longer any obstructions. He crossed the rivers he came across and crossed the ridges he came across. His usage of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging became more and more ingenious. In less than 2 hours, he arrived at the cliff to the east of the Dragon's Gate. The mountain stabbed into his face like a sharp sword. He immediately thought about what to do as his body and mind sped up towards the cliff. 300 meters in the air, the wind whistled past his ears, but he ignored it. His eyes were as sharp as needles as he searched the cliff nervously, searching for a rock he could grab onto. Even if it was just an extremely small protrusion, he could use it as leverage. When he ran out of leverage, he would grab onto the cliff viciously. If the cliff was treated as flat ground, then Li Qingshan would be like a huge tiger with his back hunched and 4 limbs on the ground. However, he seemed like he was walking on flat ground, graceful and at ease. Only he knew that he was treading on thin ice, putting himself in danger. The slightest mistake would make him fall from several hundred meters in the air. Even with his body of steel, he would be smashed to pieces. It was no less dangerous than the Black Wind stronghold. However, he was fearless. Instead, his blood surged. The extreme danger had squeezed out all of the potential in his body. His spirit, willpower, and vigor had all reached unprecedented heights. He finally understood where the joy of those mountaineers who risked their lives to scale the highest peaks lay. He understood why there were people who liked extreme sports. To challenge difficulties and obstacles and achieve what others could not achieve had always been the nature and instincts of a hot-blooded man. He ignored the constant signals of exhaustion from his body, and he ignored the groans from his bones that could not hold on any longer. His body overloaded instead brought him the pleasure of releasing his soul, like flying. Suddenly, a valley appeared before him. He leapt as hard as he could, and only when he saw the buildings did he suddenly realize that this was not a valley, but a mountain peak. The world in his head flipped once again. He landed on the cliff on one knee and stood up to look back. The mountains were like beasts. The tiny Xianxia city was surrounded by these beasts as if it was in danger of being ripped to shreds at any time. This was not a world where people could live in peace. It was filled with unimaginable danger. During the decade or so he had spent in the crouching ox village, he had grumbled countless times. He missed the comfortable rooms of his past life, where he could eat various foods, and spend an entire day in front of his computer. Even after the appearance of oxen, which could be described as great power, he still hesitated inside. He was comparing the two lives. Which one was better? Only tonight did he suddenly get the answer. He cut off the last shred of hesitation and opened his arms as if to embrace the world. This is the life I want. This is the adventurer's paradise. The biting cold wind made the young man's clothes flutter. On this cliff, he made an end to his past life, to the old dream that had haunted him for 15 years. I am Li Qingshan, the Li of Muzi, the Li of Li. Where in the world is there not a lush mountain? Little and crawled out of the jar as well. He stared at Li Qingshan blankly. Although he had no idea what he was thinking, he seemed to sense his will. He thought to himself, no matter where you want to go, I will accompany you until the end. Li Qingshan turned around resolutely and made his way towards the buildings and halls. That was where the Dragon's Gate sect stood. It was already quite late, but the soaring dragon hall of the Dragon's Gate sect was still brightly lit. The sect master, Xianxia, sat in the seat of honor. Beside him was the pale-faced, resentful Yangjun. The elders and core disciples of the sect stood to the two sides. They were all stern, and none of them said anything. Even the roaring flames could not warm their hearts. The Black Wind stronghold had been destroyed by Li Qingshan. This piece of news weighed on everyone's chests like a boulder. The Dragon's Gate sect was quite impressive. Li Qingshan had only returned to Xianxia City in the evening, but the news had already reached the Dragon's Gate sect in the evening. It was quite fast. Yangjun roared out with a twisted face, "That's impossible. It must be a rumor. It's only been a day. It's not like the Black Wind stronghold is made of paper. How could they be destroyed?" "Juner, stop talking. It's the army of Xianxia City, and there's Lu Hong and Huang Bingge working together too. It's no surprise that the Black Wind stronghold has been destroyed. I just never thought it would be so fast." Xianxia truly lived up to his reputation as the sect master of a sect. He was still able to maintain some composure after hearing about such a great event. An elder said, "I never thought Lu Hong and Huang Bingge would work together to help that kid. Senior brother, what do we do now? Many aristocrats have summoned their descendants back." "What do you mean help that kid?" "It's just for the treasures of the Black Wind stronghold. They won't spare the Dragon's Gate sect. This is basically an unprecedented disaster for our Dragon's Gate sect." The Dragon's Gate sect had been established for many years now. Although it had never been a large sect of the Jianghu, it did possess a very deep foundation in Xinjiang. Martial arts and influence combined to form an absolute ruling force. Right now, they were like a local tyrant who had been living comfortably, suddenly hearing that the entire world was revolting. They basically felt like the end of the world had arrived. "Senior brother, I've said long ago that we need to restrain our disciples from running amok. If they run amok like this, they'll provoke powerful enemies sooner or later and bring great trouble to our Dragon's Gate sect." Although the disciplinary elder said this to Xianxia, he was looking at Yangjun. The others all showed resentment too. "Old bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Your idiotic son has someone else's wife and daughter come looking for them. Who stood up for them? Yang Jun was furious. Normally, he would never speak to his seniors like that, but he had suddenly lost his martial arts. Even the Dragon's Gate sect that protected him might not be able to protect him anymore. He had lost his mind, so he no longer cared. You. The disciplinary elder's face reddened. All of you, shut up. Yang Anji's voice boomed through the hall. His inner force could not be underestimated. Is now the time for internal strife? No matter what happened in the past, the priority right now is to deal with the crisis before us. I've already sent disciples to guard the mountain path and pass on the news with torches. If someone attacks the mountain en masse, they definitely won't be able to hide from us. If we really can't stop them, we can only retreat through the secret passageway in the ancestral hall with our savings. We'll abandon the Dragon's Gate mountain and preserve our strength. At the end of the day, the Dragon's Gate sect was a sect that had existed for several generations. Apart from the young masters of aristocrats, there were still many loyal disciples who served them. However, these disciples never imagined that their sect master had already made plans to abandon them. Abandon the Dragon's Gate mountain. Everyone in the hall was shocked. They had thought of the worst-case scenario, but when they suddenly heard it, they still struggled to accept it. I'm only talking about the worst-case scenario, and it's only a temporary plan. I've already sent letters to all the members of the Martial Arts Society, both orthodox and evil. Everyone has already learned about the news of the spiritual ginseng. Before long, Qingyang City will be filled with people of the Jianghu. Not only will the kid be dead, but even Lu Hong and Huang Binga might die a violent death. As long as we preserve our strength, we'll be able to make a comeback before long. Yang Anji's expression changed drastically. He had not sensed Li Qingshan's arrival at all. Li Qingshan raised his leg and strode forward. He no longer seemed clumsy. Instead, he was as light and silent as a feline. The other elders and disciples were still wondering who he was. Yang Jun roared, Li Qingshan. Everyone in the hall stood up at the same time, pressing down on their swords. There was a flurry of discussion. What are the disciples guarding the mountain doing? How did you get up here? Who else? Get out here. You don't have to worry about how I got up here. I'm the only one here. Today. Li Qingshan looked around and saw that there were many people he did not know. He said, I'm only here today to kill the culprit. The rest of you can leave the hall. I'll give you 10 minutes. He turned to the side, making way for the door behind him. However, what he received in response was the sound of swords being drawn. Eerie sword light flickered. The disciplinary hall elder said, There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge in instead. To think that you dared to sneak up the mountain alone. Do you really think that our Dragon's Gate sect is a pushover? He was in charge of punishment and was known for his callousness in the Dragon's Gate sect. He looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at the disciples who had offended him. Kill him. He's our Dragon's Gate sect's greatest enemy. If not for him, the Dragon's Gate sect wouldn't be where it is today. How dare he send himself to our doorstep? We can't let him off so easily. I want to chop off all his limbs. Originally, everyone had almost fallen out with each other, but due to the appearance of the culprit, Li Qingshan, they banded together. They wanted to unleash all of their fury on him. They were tempted to cut him to pieces and cut him to pieces. To them, Li Qingshan, who had come alone, was already a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready for them to do as they pleased. Only Yang Anji remained silent. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, sensing the changes in Li Qingshan. Originally, Li Qingshan was like an iron rod. Although it was powerful and heavy, it lacked variation and sharpness. As for the current Li Qingshan, he seemed to have been sharpened and revealed his ability, causing others to raise their eyebrows. Li Qingshan said with a calm expression, Then, the Dragon's Gate sect will be the next Black Wind stronghold. Killing intent surged in his heart, and his entire body surged with killing chi, pressing towards the people of the Dragon's Gate sect. Such a heavy murderous aura. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, feeling as if the temperature in the hall had suddenly dropped by a few degrees. Yang Jun, who had been crippled of his martial arts, almost collapsed to the ground. Li Qingshan took advantage of this opportunity and used the tiger demon leaping over the ravine to pounce on the Dragon's Gate disciple closest to him. There was a distance of more than 10 steps between them, and Li Qingshan closed the distance in an instant. He used the tiger demon digs out the heart to swipe at Li Qingshan, and the sound of his 5 fingers tearing through the air was terrifying. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. It would never rely on its advantage to waste words with its enemy. That disciple had not expected Li Qingshan to suddenly attack. In his shock and fear, he could not even use half of his strength. He could only watch as Li Qingshan's hand reached into his chest and dug out a bloody heart before casually tossing it aside. Shaoan leapt up and caught the heart in his hand, absorbing the heart's blood. Ever since he learned from Li Qingshan that there was a chance for him to recover his body of flesh and blood, he had done this with the attitude of completing a sacred ceremony. 2 balls of fire flashed in little An's eye sockets as he swept his gaze across the people in the hall. As long as he killed this group of people, he would be 1 step closer to his goal. No matter the price, he wanted to appear before Xiaochen with a physical body again. Everyone from the Dragon's Gate sect had reacted when Li Qingshan killed that disciple. However, they came to an abrupt halt as they looked at this strange scene in horror. Beside the flickering candlelight, a skeleton was holding a human heart and devouring it. Only 2 words appeared in their minds. Demon. Since Little and no longer possessed the ability to conceal himself, there was no need for him to do so. Li Qingshan drew the ancestral sword of the Dragon's Gate sect, the Soaring Dragon Sword, and stabbed it into the ground. I've long heard that the Dragon's Gate sect is famous for its sword arts. Little and, come and have a spar. Little and tossed the heart aside and grabbed the Soaring Dragon Sword. The sword was a little too big for him, but the moment he grasped the hilt, his aura changed. He was like a peerless swordsman. The tip of the sword pointed diagonally, and every single person from the Dragon's Gate sect felt like they were enveloped by the sword's aura. The Discipline Hall elder's face was pale. He no longer had the confidence he had just now. As a member of a sword sect, no matter what kind of person they were, they still knew their stuff when it came to sword techniques. The person who had left behind the sword aura and sword intent on the scroll was someone who could draw a spirit artifact and was praised by Oxen. Even though Little and had only comprehended a portion of the sword technique from it, it surpassed all the sword techniques of a second-rate sect like the Dragon's Gate sect. The marble tiles beneath Li Qingshan's feet shattered, and he vanished from where he stood. He used the tiger demon leaping over the ravine again, ignoring everyone else in the hall and going straight for the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Yang Anji. Yang Anji shouted, "Kill him!" His voice jolted everyone in the hall back to their senses. They were swordsmen who had practiced the sword for many years, so they would not be truly intimidated. They knew that this was a moment of life and death. Their eyes reddened, and they used their full strength. Over a dozen streaks of sword chi pierced towards Li Qingshan, who was in midair and had nowhere to go. Li Qingshan did not dodge or dodge. He did not even glance at the sword flashes. His pupils narrowed to the size of needles as he stared at Yang Anji like a ruthless wild beast. Yang Anji's sword was finally unsheathed. It was another treasured sword that flashed with spiritual light. Although it was slightly inferior to the Soaring Dragon Sword, it still had the ability to cut through metal and jade. It manifested 7 layers of sword silhouettes, creating 7 sword flowers that attacked Li Qingshan. Even if the other swords could not pierce through Li Qingshan's skin, this sword would definitely take Li Qingshan's life. Just as Li Qingshan was about to make a move, Little and suddenly rushed out from below. The Soaring Dragon Sword also manifested 7 layers of sword silhouettes, creating 7 sword flowers that clashed with Yang Anji's sword, producing a series of sharp clangs. Behind Little Anne, the group of Dragon's Gate elders and disciples froze like statues, maintaining the posture of stabbing at Li Qingshan. Horrifying wounds appeared on their necks, chests, and foreheads. Blood spurted out of their mouths at practically the same time as they fell to the ground. The instant Li Qingshan made his move, Little and held the Soaring Dragon Sword and attacked at the same time. However, he stayed close to the ground as he passed through the hall. While everyone was attacking Li Qingshan with all their might, he instantly killed all the elders and disciples. Then, he faced Yang Anji's sword. He was not a child, but a demonic cultivator who cultivated demonic arts. The Soaring Dragon Sword was not a toy either, but a terrifying weapon that could take someone's life. When Little and first mastered the path of white bone and great beauty, Li Qingshan had once said that he could probably flatten the Black Wind stronghold alone. Now that he had comprehended the sword techniques of a spiritual artifact and used a weapon like the soaring dragon sword, Little and had finally seen just how powerful he was. This kid. Their martial prowess had gradually surpassed the realm of second-rate experts. This was the Jianghu. Under the suppression of absolute martial prowess, numbers were basically useless. Xianxia saw the hall littered with corpses. The Dragon's Gate sect's legacy had ended in his hands in the blink of an eye. This was because Li Qingshan had been a weakling in his eyes back then. Dealing with weaklings was not called provoking, but taking advantage of. However, today, Xianxia had become the one being taken advantage of. After exchanging blows with Little and Xianxia managed to escape from death, just in time to avoid Li Qingshan's full-powered pounce. Otherwise, if Li Qingshan used his moves, he would be confident of seeing the color of Xianxia's heart. As for Little and, he had instantly killed 10 people and knocked away Xianxia's sword. He was also at the end of his tether, unable to catch up immediately. "Father, save me." Yang Jun looked at the two monsters within reach. He no longer had any arrogance. He extended his hand to Xianxia, pleading for help with a face filled with fear. However, Xianxia had no intention of stopping. He rushed to the back of the hall like a wisp of smoke. He could have more sons, but he only had one life. He was truly a hero who cut his losses, extremely vicious. Yang Jun instantly despaired. He closed his eyes and felt a strong wind blow at him, but he did not feel any pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Li Qingshan and Little and did not even look at him, rushing past him and chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia's movement techniques were impressive. Once he got far away, it would be difficult to catch up. Yang Jun rarely took off his clothes. He ignored his sweat-drenched heavy clothes and immediately moved his feet, rushing out of the hall. He kept repeating in his heart, "I must take revenge. I must take revenge." Pfft. A bone hand stabbed into his back, piercing through him. Yang Jun looked at his chest in disbelief. He took a few steps forward and fell to the ground with a thud. When Little and saw that Yang Jun wanted to escape, he swung his left arm, and his bone arm flew out like a hidden weapon, killing him. As if it was being pulled by an invisible force, the skeletal arm flew to the back of the palace. Behind the main hall was the Dragon's Gate sect's ancestral hall. It enshrined the portraits of the past sect masters of the Dragon's Gate sect. The first sect master's portrait was the largest, close to 3 meters tall. It depicted a swordsman as tall as a grown man, wielding the soaring dragon sword as he looked down on the entire ancestral hall with an indifferent expression. It was rumored that when he arrived in Qingyang, he saw bandits running amok and slaughtering the innocent, so he killed his way into the den of bandits alone and slaughtered them all. He became known as the Soaring Dragon Swordsman, which was similar to Li Qingshan's rise to fame. The commoners and gentry of Qingyang were all filled with gratitude. They asked him to stay behind, so he established a sect on the Dragon's Gate mountain and passed down martial arts, establishing the Dragon's Gate sect. However, he probably never imagined that this would happen today. No, perhaps he did. The secret passageway of the Dragon's Gate sect was built behind the offering table beneath his portrait. As long as he entered it, he would be able to pass through the center of the mountain and escape with his life from an unknown exit. This was where Xianxia's objective lay. Xianxia's confidence in his movement technique was crushed by the wind that constantly drew closer from behind. He only needed an instant, and he would end up like the elders and disciples in the hall. Perhaps he had lost his mind due to fear, but he actually cried out, "Save me, founding ancestor." Li Qingshan immediately pulled back the hand that he had extended towards Xianxia's back. He was worried that Xianxia would be like Xianxia, possessing trump cards that surpassed regular cultivators. With his current experience, items that belonged to the category of spiritual artifacts or techniques were not rare in this world. These techniques could be very weak, but they could also be very powerful, making it impossible for him to accurately predict them. Indeed, before Xianxia finished speaking, a small sword on the offering table suddenly shone brightly and flew towards Li Qingshan. Although the small sword shone with golden light, it was clearly a wooden sword that had been painted gold. At this moment, it exploded with astonishing sword light, illuminating the pitch-black ancestral hall as it turned into a golden rainbow. The sword was still dozens of feet away, but Li Qingshan already felt a stabbing pain in his forehead. Furthermore, he had a feeling that no matter how he dodged, he would definitely not be able to avoid the sword's attack. Xianxia relaxed slightly. This was a secret that only the previous Dragon's Gate sect leader knew. When their founding ancestor passed away, he did not leave behind a corpse, but only this small sword. It was very similar to the Taoist's Bing Jia. He had instructed his first disciple, who was Xianxia's ancestor, to worship and pray to this small sword every day. He could not slack off. Once a strong enemy invaded, he could call for help, and they would definitely be able to avert danger. However, it could only be used once. Although Xianxia had also followed and prayed for decades, he did not believe this rumor at first. He had also examined the small sword, and it was only an extremely ordinary wooden sword. Any iron sword would be able to split it in half. However, he did not dare to not believe it. He had also considered how to use it, but he thought that once the Iron Fist and the Drawn Reins village joined forces, with the county magistrate's troops, they would definitely attack the mountain on a large scale. With thousands of people attacking, a sword that could only be used once would not have any decisive effect. It was not until this moment of life and death that he finally gave it a try, disregarding everything else, that he actually succeeded. Li Qingshan also knew that he could not take it head-on. His body flipped in the air, but the small sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It twisted in the air and let out a shrill whistle as it tore through the air. With a whoosh, it pounced towards Li Qingshan like lightning. Li Qingshan felt that the spot between his brows was becoming more and more powerful, and cold air assaulted his face. Suddenly, he thrust his sword horizontally, piercing the body of the small sword. Little An tried to help Li Qingshan out of the predicament, but not only did his sword that could pierce through metal and stone fail to break the small wooden sword, he instead felt a huge force pass through the body of the sword. The flying dragon sword that could cut through iron like mud shattered into countless pieces, shooting in all directions. Little An was also sent flying, crashing into a pillar. However, the small sword only dimmed slightly. After a pause, it continued piercing towards Li Qingshan. It would not rest until it took his life. Li Qingshan had already retreated to a corner of the hall. Using the opportunity Little An had bought for him, he unfurled the cursive sword calligraphy and poured in his quintessence without caring about anything else. At this critical moment, a slash lit up, and a sword light soared up and shot out, clashing with a small sword that shone with golden light. There was no sound that could be considered loud. Only a ring of spiritual light spread out in the hall, like a small sun that suddenly rose up. However, Li Qingshan felt like thunder rumbled in his ears. His ears buzzed, and a trickle of blood flowed out. The light dissipated very quickly, and the portraits of the Dragon's Gate sect master turned into powder and scattered. It was the same for Li Qingshan's clothes. On closer inspection, there were thousands of sword marks that were as thin as a cow's hair on the walls and floor. The shattered small sword released thousands of sword chi that were as fine as light, silently piercing through everything in the hall. Even Li Qingshan could not help but be dumbfounded by such might. The might of the flying sword left a deep impression in his mind. Xianxia had been guarding the entrance to the secret passageway in the first place. When he saw that his assassination attempt had failed, he immediately turned around and entered the secret passageway. As long as he entered the secret passageway, he could activate the mechanism and place down a huge boulder to seal the entrance. No one would be able to catch up to him then. The moment Xianxia took a step forward, he collapsed to the ground as if he had been electrocuted. His entire body trembled as blood seeped out from every pore on his body. Before long, he had turned into a bloody gourd. The sharp sword chi did not distinguish friend from foe. Li Qingshan had only managed to avoid injury because of his true chi, but Xianxia only cultivated inner force, which was qualitatively different from true chi. It was not enough to block the sword chi. The entire ancestral hall began to creak. Dust and wood scattered down. The sword chi had destroyed the entire structure, and it looked like it was about to collapse. With the earth and wood weighing down, Li Qingshan did not dare to be careless. Little and run. However, he charged straight for Xianxia. The sound of the ancestral hall collapsing echoed for over 5 kilometers. Dust spread through the entire Dragon's Gate mountain, immediately alarming the disciples guarding the mountain. They all rushed up the mountain. In the main hall up ahead, the dust dissipated, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared. He held a heart in his hand. Little and lowered his head in guilt. If he had not forced himself to exchange blows with Xianxia, he would not have had the chance to escape to the ancestral hall. Li Qingshan would not have had to take such a huge risk. Li Qingshan rubbed Little N's head. It's fine. He was like a father doting on his child, or an older brother doting on his younger brother. Cruelty and gentleness, two completely opposite temperaments, appeared on him at the same time. It was extremely contradictory, yet logical. Using the tiger digging out the heart technique, he took the hearts of over a dozen Dragon's Gate sect experts. After Little and absorbed them, the flames in his eye sockets became much brighter. Both his strength and speed had increased significantly. The speed of his improvement was indeed worthy of its name. Li Qingshan took down the spiritual artifact sword that was slightly inferior to the soaring dragon sword from the beam. However, it was much smaller and more suitable for Little and to wield, allowing him to unleash the might of his sword technique. Li Qingshan searched through Dragon's Gate sect again and found a set of clothes to wear. However, he did not find a treasure trove like the one in Black Wind Stronghold. After all, the Dragon's Gate sect would not have bought so many gold and silver utensils for no reason. The Black Wind bandits were bandits themselves, so it was inconvenient for them to sell their loot. That was why they stored them in the treasure vault. However, he managed to find more than 10 bottles of medicine. They were labeled with the names 9 ginseng dew pill, deer fetus bone-changing pill, and so on. Although they were not divine pills or miraculous medicines, the Dragon's Gate sect had spent a great deal of effort to refine them for the sake of nurturing their disciples. Although their effects could not compare to the spiritual ginseng spirit wine, they were far superior to the wine brewed from ordinary ginseng. As for his greatest gain, he found a stack of banknotes on the body of the Dragon's Gate's young master, Yang Jun. There were several tens of thousands of silver taels. Xianxia had already made preparations to retreat. He had taken out all his savings and entrusted them to his only son for safekeeping in case of emergency. However, he did not expect that Li Qingshan would come so quickly and so fiercely. The disciples guarding the Dragon's Gate sect all rushed over. When they saw the collapse of the ancestral hall, they exchanged looks, dumbfounded. What's going on? When they rushed into the hall, they were immediately stunned by the horrifying scene before them. Corpses were strewn all over the place, each with a hole in their chest. Only one figure stood there with his back to them. A disciple mustered up his courage and shouted, "Who are you?" Li Qingshan patted the porcelain jar, placating the rather restless Little Anne. Then he turned around and said, "I am Li Qingshan. The Dragon's Gate sect has been destroyed. You can all disperse." With that, he strode out of the hall. The Black Wind bandits were filled with crimes, so he had to kill them all. As for the people from the Dragon's Gate sect in the hall, they had already become sworn enemies with him. They wanted his life, so he could not spare them. However, these ordinary disciples of the Dragon's Gate sect were only used as sacrificial pawns. Even if he wanted to help Little and recover as soon as possible, he did not want to kill indiscriminately. Of course, if these disciples dared to draw their swords at him, he would not show any mercy. Those who used swords died by the sword, and those who killed should be prepared to be killed as well. Li Qingshan passed through the dozens of Dragon's Gate sect disciples, and they all opened up a path for him in unison. Just as Li Qingshan was about to reach the doors of the hall, someone drew his sword and roared, "I'll kill you." Then he charged at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked back at him indifferently, and the disciple froze. The murderous gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing into his heart. The sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he fell to his knees, saying, "You are not human. You are a demon." A demon. Naturally, Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. He walked out of the hall at ease and took a deep breath. Another grudge had been settled. On the lone peak, the group of Dragon's Gate disciples followed behind Li Qingshan as they trembled. Li Qingshan arrived at the edge of the cliff and leapt off, vanishing into the snowy darkness. As the saying went, it was easier to go up the mountain than down. Compared to climbing up the mountain, Li Qingshan's path down the mountain was even more dangerous. He used the tiger demon to sense the mountain and controlled his body with everything he had. He had to use every bit of power carefully. If he used a bit more or a bit less, he would end up smashed to pieces. However, with the experience from last time, he still managed to descend the mountain safely. He became more and more familiar with the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Just as Li Qingshan was in high spirits, his stomach growled loudly. He felt an intense wave of hunger. He had not been as hungry as he was right now, even after such a long battle during the long-range raid on the Black Wind stronghold last night. He sprinted along the way and returned to Qingyang City, only to see that the city gates were already closed. With a leap and a climb, he made his way over and returned to the restaurant. The restaurant was ablaze with lanterns. The banquet had yet to disperse. Everyone tasted their alcohol without much interest and chatted idly, waiting for Li Qingshan's news. Li Qingshan suddenly appeared before everyone. Everyone wondered whether he had not arrived at the Dragon's Gate sect at all, as his round trip had taken less than 2 hours. It was not even enough for regular people to climb up the Dragon's Gate mountain. However, although Li Qingshan used snow to wash away the bloodstains on him, the smell of blood was so heavy that it refused to disperse. Yi Dachuan said, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan said, "Please remain calm, sir. The Dragon's Gate sect has already been destroyed. Yang Lanji, Yang Jun, and the bandits have all been wiped out. I've sent the other disciples to disperse on their own." Everyone in the restaurant gasped at the same time. If it were not for their fear of Li Qingshan's might, they basically would have doubted whether he was telling the truth or not. Just what kind of speed was that? He had gone to destroy the Black Wind stronghold, and the round trip had taken him an entire day and night. Yi Dachuan said, "So fast?" Li Qingshan nodded. Although it had only been a day, he had already become stronger. First of all, Little End had practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, becoming a powerful ally. Then, he had practiced the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, converting his strength into destructive power. Originally, when Lu Hong lost to Li Qingshan, he was still rather reluctant to accept it. He felt like Li Qingshan was bullying him for not using a weapon. He also knew how to use the blade. Only when Li Qingshan destroyed the Black Wind stronghold alone did he truly accept it. However, he only treated Li Qingshan as someone with extraordinary talent, someone who surpassed him. After all, Li Qingshan had the assistance of other masters. But now, he had a feeling that as long as Li Qingshan wanted to, he could take his life in a single strike. Let alone counterattacking, he did not even have the opportunity to flee. This was the intuition of an experienced member of the Jianghu. It had helped him avoid danger many times before, so it definitely would not be wrong. Had he already become a first-rate master? That was impossible. It had only been a day. However, the reality before him did not allow him to refute it. He deeply doubted whether reporting the matter of the spiritual ginseng to the headquarters of the Clear River Prefecture and Iron Fist was right or wrong. The leader of the main branch would definitely send people over. Everyone knew the value of the spiritual ginseng. However, even if he did not do that, the Clear River Prefecture would receive the news very soon under Yang Anji's intentional actions. This place would become a gathering place for people of the Jianghu very soon. Li Long also attended the celebratory banquet. As he looked at the high-spirited young man who had emerged from the Crouching Ox village with him, revered by the aristocrats, he was unable to describe whether he felt admiration or envy. His feelings were also a complete mess. However, he sharply noticed the change in Lu Hong's expression. He asked, "Master, are you all right?" Li Qingshan also heard that. He toasted him. "Old hero Lu, just now, I've left in too much of a hurry, so I've disturbed the mood. Take this cup of wine as an apology." Lu Hong stood up in a hurry. "Sigh, Qingshan, you're making me look down on you by calling me that." "What hero? Only old hero is true. The Jianghu belongs to you young people. Xiaolong, get up. You're from the same hometown, so you should drink a few more cups. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my disciple in the future, Qingshan." Everyone was confused. The Iron Fist possessed influence across the entire Clear River Prefecture. They were truly a great organization, yet they needed an outsider to look after their disciple. Li Qingshan stared blankly for a moment, then smiled and said, "Well said." He drained the wine in one gulp. It was obviously an extremely ordinary thing, yet it caused everyone to cheer loudly. Li Qingshan responded slightly, and his stomach began to rumble again. Many people smiled, but quickly hid their smiles. Yi Dachuan said, "Quickly make something to eat. Go, get the kitchen to send more dishes over." The more he looked at Li Qingshan, the more he liked him. As long as this sheriff Li was present, he could easily subdue both the legal and illegal forces of Qingyang City, allowing him to truly live up to his name as the district magistrate. On the other hand, Li Qingshan was powerful and bold, but he also knew etiquette and propriety. He wasn't a frivolous youth who considered everyone beneath him. Sometimes, he was so experienced that he didn't seem like a youth at all. Li Qingshan had no idea what Yi Dachuan was thinking. Right now, all he had in his eyes was the table full of dishes. He really did consider everyone beneath him. In the beginning, he maintained a basic demeanor, but after a few mouthfuls of food, he could no longer care about that. He just opened his mouth wide and ate heartily, truly wolfing down the food. With a swipe of his chopsticks, an entire plate of food would be emptied. This was only because he used his strength skillfully. Regular people would not be able to achieve that. At the same time, he ate extremely meticulously. No matter what food entered his mouth, he would crush it with a single bite and grind it. He was even more efficient than other people chewing slowly. He took a small bite of a roast chicken, and he did not even spit out the bones. He also ground it up and swallowed it. In just a few bites, the roast chicken had been devoured cleanly. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen someone eat like this before. Before long, Li Qingshan had eaten half of the table full of dishes, but he still did not feel full at all. His stomach was like a great furnace that could never be filled, digesting and absorbing the food at an extremely fast rate, converting it into energy and delivering it to various parts of his body. Cheers even gradually rang out in the restaurant. "Young hero Li sure is gallant." "What young hero?" "It's a sheriff. With a gallant like Sheriff Li protecting us, why would we need to fear bandits?" Even Li Qingshan himself found it rather strange that a group of people cheered as he ate alone. He knew that his table manners definitely could not be described as pretty. To these aristocrats who lived like princes and cared about their appearance, he could definitely be labeled as a country bumpkin or a starving ghost. However, most of the praise was sincere. If regular people ate like this, they would have been drowned out by the disdainful gazes a long time ago. However, Li Qingshan was no regular person. He was an expert who had flattened 2 organizations in Qingyang. Everyone's evaluation of him immediately took a 180-degree turn, becoming bold and domineering. Li Qingshan ate and drank heartily. The dishes and alcohol were served up like flowing water. Only after eating 3 tables of dishes did he stop. It was getting late, so everyone dispersed. Naturally, someone had arranged a residence for him. It was quite a large courtyard in Qingyang City. Who knew how many cups of alcohol he had drunk? With his body's capacity for alcohol, he became rather drunk. As soon as he returned to his room, he collapsed on the bed and murmured, "Little," and he felt extremely at ease. If it were not for Little Anne, he would have never been bold enough to get so drunk and sleep. He would have to be on high alert at all times. This was the terrifying aspect of being targeted by everyone. If this continued for a long time, no matter how great your martial arts were, your mind would become exhausted and frail. It would be even more impossible for you to be in the mood to practice your abilities and martial arts. Little Anne carefully removed his shoes and clothes, placing him on the bed and covering him with a blanket. It was like he was completing a sacred ceremony. Afterwards, he pressed down on his sword and stood by the bed like a guard. Perhaps it was because Li Qingshan's actions last night had frightened away many people, or perhaps it was because the gazes in the darkness still wanted to continue watching, but Li Qingshan spent the night peacefully. No insensible person came to disturb him. He slept until the sky brightened. Only then did the mental exhaustion from the continuous battles and slaughter truly ease up. He blanked out on the bed for a while, thinking back to the dream he had last night. It was no longer a dream of his past life, but a new dream. However, what was it exactly? He could not remember anything at all. As he blanked out, Little and placed a basin of water before him. Li Qingshan thanked him and lowered his head to look at the basin. Why do I seem to have gotten thinner? He touched his face. He really did seem to have gotten thinner. He ate meat every day in the mountains, so after achieving the strength of an ox, his body had clearly become sturdier. His face had fleshed out too, no longer as skinny as before. He seemed extremely energetic, as sturdy as an ox. Was it because he had worked too hard over the past 2 days? He muttered in his heart and plunged his head into the water. When he pulled it out again, he was completely awake. Let's go, it's time to practice. The location of the courtyard was a little remote, very quiet, and spacious. It was suitable for practicing martial arts, which suited Li Qingshan's taste very well. When he walked out of the door, he realized that the snow had stopped. The winter sun shone on the snowy ground, dazzling brightly. Li Qingshan walked through the snow to the sunlight and stretched. He turned around and saw that Little and was still standing in the shadow, not daring to step out of the door. Little and looked at Li Qingshan. Under the sunlight and snow, he seemed to be covered in a halo. His smile was so brilliant that no one dared to look him in the eye. It was practically glorious. That hand seemed to be an invitation from the world of light. The pain of being burned by the sun was still etched in his heart, but he could not stop himself from reaching out his hand. The hand that had no flesh, only white bones, was like a moth attracted to a flame. Even if he was burned by the sun at this moment, he could not refuse the invitation from that hand. His index finger crossed the boundary between light and darkness first. The sunlight did not burn him. Instead, an extremely warm feeling ignited from the depths of the spirit ginseng. He almost could not wait any longer as he placed his hand in Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan clenched the pale, skeletal hand that might have been rather terrifying to a normal person. Little and stepped out of the room and crossed the boundary between light and darkness, bathing himself in the sunlight. Li Qingshan laughed loudly as he lifted Little and up. How do you feel? Little and nodded happily, expressing that he felt great. He had never felt so good before. Sunlight was not only harmful to ghosts, but it could also suppress all evil in the world. Oxen was not fooling Li Qingshan. Little and was not afraid of sunlight, not because he was powerful enough, but because he could not be categorized as an evil demon. He even possessed the solemn and holy aura of Buddhism. This was the power of the path of white bone and great beauty, a demonic ability created by an eminent monk of Buddhism. Life and death were difficult to distinguish, and Buddhism and the demonic were one and the same. On such a joyous day, even Li Qingshan could not think of any good ideas to celebrate for Little and could neither eat nor drink. Was he supposed to rush out and dig out 2 hearts? As a result, he waved his hand. I'll make you a snowman. As expected, Little and was as happy as a normal child. Li Qingshan said, I didn't tell you, did I? My skill in making snowmen is even better than my divine power. Little and immediately showed a look of admiration. Li Qingshan was very satisfied and laughed. He squatted down and rolled the thick snow into a big ball. Then he rolled another small ball and placed it on top of the big ball. He looked at it and was very satisfied with the perfect shape of the 2 snowballs. He was about to go back to the house to find something to make a nose and eyes. Suddenly, he saw a white figure standing in front of him. He took a closer look and realized that the white figure was actually himself. A snow sculpture of Li Qingshan. Although his facial features were a little blurry, his figure and his aura were simply lifelike. Little and was patiently sculpting the curves of his clothes. Li Qingshan said, This was done by you? This was no longer a snowman, but a snow sculpture. Little and nodded and looked curiously behind Li Qingshan. Huh. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and exhaled. He turned around and kicked the 2 perfect snowballs into pieces. Little and was shocked. Haha, this is just practice. Now I'm going to be serious. Little and completed the snow sculptures of the big Li Qingshan, the middle Li Qingshan, the little Li Qingshan, and all kinds of birds and beasts. Ha! 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 Li Qingshan destroyed his masterpieces one by one, collapsing on the snow in exhaustion. All right then. My ability to make snowmen is still a little lacking compared to my innate ability. But seeing how Xiaoan was having so much fun, it could be said that he had achieved his goal. Someone is coming. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Hearing the footsteps, little and immediately hid in the house. Dong, dong, dong. After a few knocks on the door, Li Qingshan opened the door. It was the advisor. The advisor smiled. Arrestor Li, how did you sleep last night? My lord wants to invite you to the yamen. There will be a court hearing today. Li Qingshan told little and to hide well and went to the yamen. Yi Dachuan personally invited him to the back hall and ordered someone to take out a set of clothes. It was the arrestor's uniform and a standard wind entwining saber. Li Qingshan couldn't refuse the kindness of others. Moreover, the identity of arrestor was also useful to Li Qingshan. Although the government in this world didn't seem powerful, there must be something special about it since it could occupy the world's orthodox position. He needed this title for the time being. Li Qingshan went to a side room to change his clothes and equip the wind entwining saber. When he emerged again, his bearing had changed once more. The black arrestor's uniform was not as ugly as Li Qingshan had imagined it to be. Instead, it was very much like a uniform. When he wore it, he lost some of the unrestrained bearing of the people of the Jianghu, but gained some solemnity and heroism. Yi Dachuan said, I originally thought it was a little too small, but I didn't think it would be just right. Although it can't compare to the proper Black Wolf uniform, you really do look more impressive than the proper Hawk Wolf guards when you wear it. Li Qingshan thought that it really wasn't his imagination. He really had become thinner. It was not because he had exercised too much in the past few days. It was probably the effects of practicing the Tiger Demon's fist of bone forging. The Black Wolf uniform? The Hawk Wolf guard? Yi Dachuan said, they're just a bunch of condescending, ruthless wolf cubs. Don't worry, they can't control this place. In Qingyang City, you and I are the ones in charge. Originally, Li Qingshan had only asked casually, but he instead paid attention to it now. Yi Dachuan seemed to be implying that if the Hawk Wolf Guard managed to control this place, they would no longer be the ones in charge. However, Yi Dachuan had witnessed his martial prowess before. As it seemed, the imperial court and government of this world were not as weak as he had imagined them to be. The weak ones were probably just Suryi before him. He had been shut up in the mountain village for over a decade, going on expeditions as soon as he emerged. He did not have the time to properly understand this world. Even now, it was the same. He needed to practice the Tiger Demon's fist of bone forging as soon as possible so that he could deal with the changes and dangers that might come next. Suryi, Arrestor Li, it's time for you to enter the court, said the advisor. Li Qingshan stood there and struck a pose before bidding farewell. When he returned to the courtyard, he discovered that the door was open. His heart leapt, and he rushed through the door, only to see Huang Binge studying the snow eagles in the courtyard. Qingshan, you sure are in good spirits. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. He could not argue back. Hunting chief, you've come so quickly. Don't tell me these are? There were 8 large jars of alcohol and 2 bamboo baskets in the courtyard. They were extremely eye-catching. Obviously the tiger bone alcohol you wanted. Huang Binge opened a jar of alcohol, and the heavy fragrance of medicinal alcohol permeated the entire courtyard. So many. I've taken out everything I've got. Huang Binge studied Li Qingshan with a smile. You sure are handsome in your attire. If you really join the Hawk Wolf Guard, you won't have to worry about others trying to steal your things. The Hawk Wolf Guard again? Li Qingshan said, Hunting chief, is the Hawk Wolf Guard really that powerful? Huang Binge had left Xinjiang City in the past and visited a place as large as the Clear River Prefecture, so Li Qingshan obviously wanted to ask for his guidance. End of chapter 70. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.